In the lower city, within District F32, the enormous screen hovering above Central Square flickered incessantly due to inadequate power, its digits frozen at 23:59. The square was teeming with people, all gazing upward at the screen, anxiously awaiting the next tick of the clock. Ning Fan stood among the crowd, outwardly composed, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. Every January 1st, the upper city selected one outstanding individual from each sector of the lower city to ascend to its heights. For every denizen of the lower city, this was the zenith of honor, the solitary chance to defy fate. Legend spoke of the upper city as a realm of warm sunshine, crystal-clear rivers, and fresh air. Even the dogs of the upper city were said to receive wholesome and nutritious food. Yet many scoffed at this notion. How could the dogs of the upper city possibly live better than the human inhabitants of the lower city? At long last, the screen flickered again. A name appeared. Sun Wenwei. Ning Fan's fists relaxed slightly, but his gaze dimmed. The atmosphere shifted abruptly from tense silence to uproar. Damn! Who is this Sun Wenwei? What qualifies him? A pudgy youth, similarly aged to Ning Fan, voiced his dissatisfaction, nudging him. Fan, why not you? Why not me? I wish I knew. Ning Fan continued to focus on the screen. A month prior, during the selection examination, Ning Fan had achieved perfect scores across 9 categories. This naturally implied that no one could possibly outshine his results. In that moment, even Ning Fan himself believed he would be the one selected to ascend to the upper city. Yet that glaring name on the screen felt like mockery of his own hubris, continuing to flash as if taunting him. Fan, I've gathered some information. Suddenly, a bespectacled boy squeezed through the throng, wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression filled with indignation. I heard that this Sun Wenwei possesses an ancestral lineage 1/32nd upper city bloodline. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged when he heard Sun Wenwei's name, but the revelation from the bespectacled boy hit him like a blow. Ning Fan chuckled, a blend of resignation and acceptance. Fan, are you okay? The pudgy boy assumed Ning Fan was shaken by the news. I'm fine. Ning Fan shrugged. After all, we lack any blood connection to the upper city's inhabitants, so it's not unjust to lose to them. Are the authorities of the upper city out of their minds? They choose you, a prodigy with perfect scores, and instead opt for a mixed blood like him? The bespectacled boy also voiced outrage on Ning Fan's behalf. They both knew how tirelessly Ning Fan had labored throughout his life. And yet, all that effort fell short against the so-called advantage of a mere 1/32nd bloodline. Had it been them, they would have long since cursed the heavens. It's all right, Fan. If it doesn't work out this year, there's always next year. We're only 18, there's plenty of time ahead. The pudgy boy reassured him. I refuse to believe another hybrid will appear next year to compete with you. Your talent speaks for itself. No, I won't try next year, Ning Fan replied with a smile. Both the pudgy boy and the bespectacled boy were taken aback. My mother can't wait another year. Ning Fan mused aloud, I'm going to become a wanderer. On his journey home, Ning Fan's smile had vanished completely. The streets buzzed with conversations regarding the upper city's selection results. The name Sun Wenwei had become the hottest topic of District F32 today. Such discussions pierced through Ning Fan like shards of glass. Upon returning home, he approached his bedside. His mother lay unconscious still. In the lower city, even the very act of breathing can be lethal. The air here is imbued with a malevolent substance known as miasma. Prolonged exposure to this miasma transforms the human body into an unstable ticking time bomb, liable to shatter at any moment. His mother's health had already succumbed to its effects. The reason Ning Fan participated in the upper city selection was the promise of access to the miraculous medicine distributed freely by the upper city remedy against the miasma. Mom, I'm sorry. Ning Fan held her withered hand tightly. I didn't pass. Mom, it seems like the people of the upper city prefer those sharing their bloodline, however minimal it may be, even if it's just 1/32nd. Honestly, I'm quite bitter. In the entirety of District F32, I was the only one to achieve a perfect score across 9 assessments, yet I still failed to qualify. In becoming a wanderer, it's the only way to earn enough to buy the requisite medicine for you. I understand that being a wanderer entails exposure to the wild, which is fraught with peril. To be truthful, I am afraid. I dread the thought of not returning, and if I die out there, what will become of you? However, since there remains a glimmer of hope for your recovery, even if it is a gamble, I must take the leap. Mom, I still wish for you to touch my head and praise me for being a good, understanding child. Ning Fan spoke numerous heartfelt words to his mother, his eyes reddening, until a soft ray of light peeked through the window. At last, he rubbed his eyes, rose to his feet, and retrieved the sole gift his mother had bestowed upon him during his childhood. It was a crude sword that resembled a firewood stick, entirely black, exuding a cheap aura. Mom, I'm leaving. Even knowing she would not respond, Ning Fan whispered a farewell. Wait for me to return. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly noticed a corner of a paper peeking from beneath the edge of his mother's bed. Curiosity piqued, he approached. Could it be a letter his mother had written to him during her lucid moments? When he pulled out the sheet, the title caused him to pause momentarily. Bloodline Test Report. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. He could not recall ever undergoing a blood test. Yet his name was undeniably inscribed upon the document. Test subject, Ning Fan. Test result, non-upper city bloodline. Upon reading this, a bitter smile spread across Ning Fan's face. He was well aware that he lacked upper city blood otherwise. How could he have been rejected? Yet, just as he contemplated setting the paper aside, he noticed an additional handwritten note on the reverse. Not part of lower city bloodline either. A large question mark, bolded in red ink, accompanied the annotation. Ning Fan stared in shock at the question mark. Not upper city blood, which was no surprise. But not lower city blood, either. Then what am I? Chapter 0002. The home of stray dogs. With a heart full of profound uncertainty, Ning Fan opened the door to his home. To Fan. Are you really going? At the entrance, the chubby one and the bespectacled boy were already waiting for him. Gazing at these two childhood friends, Ning Fan momentarily set aside his concerns about the lineage testing report. I have a request of you both. Ning Fan licked his lips, expressing his apology during this time. Please take good care of my mother. Are you out of your mind? Why are you being so formal with us? The bespectacled boy playfully punched Ning Fan in the chest. We two wild kids. Having grown up without parents, Aunt Fong treats us like her OWN. It is only natural for us to look after her. To Fan. You stubborn fellow. Once you've made up your mind, no one can sway you. The chubby one said, concern etched on his face. But even for Aunt Fong's sake, you must return alive, Ning. Ning Fan nodded vigorously. The chubby one shook a bag in his hand, from which wafted a delightful aroma. Don't worry about Aunt Fong. We will definitely take good care of her with delicious food and drink. The food in the lower city can be broadly categorized into two types. Point 1 consists of locally sourced food obtained through hunting or foraging, filling and inexpensive, yet laden with toxins. The other is food sent down from the upper city. Each day, the upper city discards food deemed unworthy or waste into a conduit known as the Path of Grace. Every area in the lower city has such conduits. Ironically, the remnants of food sent down through the Path of Grace, after undergoing secondary processing, are sold at prices 3 times higher than local fare. The rationale is simple. Even leftover food from the upper city is cleaner and healthier than local produce. This type of food is known as refined vegetables, and the contents of the bag in the chubby one's hand contain precisely that. Thank you, but I want to say more. Ning Fan expressed his gratitude. Once I earn some money. All right, enough with the chatter, just go. The chubby one patted Ning Fan's shoulder. Staying alive is worth more than anything. Okay, I'm off. Ning Fan nodded solemnly and turned towards the area wall. He dared not look back, fearing that he might falter or feel reluctant. Just 18. He too harbored fears, fear of death, fear of separation. Half an hour later, as Ning Fan reached the edge of the area wall, his emotional turmoil began to subside. Compared to the inner district, this place was noticeably noisier. Groups of 3 or 5 congregated, clamoring loudly, and occasionally, factions would engage in fierce brawls for reasons unknown. These were all travelers. Ning Fan scanned the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a decaying wooden board. Etched into the wood were 4 characters, home of stray dogs. Ning Fan approached. Sitting beside the board was a man in his mid-20s, rather handsome, though 3 claw marks extending to his ears marred his appearance somewhat. Noticing Ning Fan's approach, the young man raised an eyebrow. Are you here to offer alms, or to beg? To beg, Ning Fan replied, indicating his desire to join them in the struggle for survival. Ning Fan replied nonchalantly, the kind that can fill one's stomach. Oh? A glimmer of interest sparked in the young man's eyes as he scrutinized Ning Fan from head to toe. What remarkable skills do you possess to speak so boldly? Is Lin Chuan here? Do you know Chuan Gu? I don't know him personally, but I've heard of him. Regardless of the task at hand, Ning Fan always prepared in advance a month prior. After participating in the selection in the upper city, he began to delve into the walker teams within F32 district. Should he fail to qualify, becoming a walker would be his final recourse. Amidst the chaos of various teams, he chose the Wild Dog House. It boasted a good reputation, abundant tasks, and no financial pressure. Subsequently, he gathered the basic information of everyone in the wild doghouse and learned that the team leader was named Lin Chuan. At that moment, a large hand forcefully slapped Ning Fan's shoulder from behind. "Are you here to beg for scraps?" The impact made him feel momentarily shorter. Ning Fan frowned slightly and turned his head. The person behind him stood at about 1.70 meters, yet bore a remarkably robust physique, sporting long hair and a thick beard. With a somewhat unfocused gaze, "I asked that so?" Ning Fan inquired. "Chuan Gu, this kid came in saying he wants a full meal. Quite the appetite." The young man chuckled. "Damn." Lin Chuan jovially maneuvered around from behind Ning Fan and seated himself on an adjacent oil barrel. "Little brother, I encounter 100 or so individuals like you every year, those who seek wealth without regard for their lives. Yet, let me tell you, not only is it rare to find one who can satiate their hunger, but even fewer manage to survive." Ning Fan offered no further explanation and instead produced a piece of paper from his pocket, extending it toward him. Lin Chuan snatched it eagerly, and upon viewing its contents, his previously lackadaisical eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Holy cow, a high achiever, are we?" This paper bore Ning Fan's assessment scores. 9 evaluations, all perfect in F32 district. He was the only one, and no wonder he exudes such confidence. "A talent, indeed?" Lin Chuan remarked, though Ning Fan discerned a hint of disdain in his gaze. It was the contempt of one who had truly faced life and death, looking down upon Ning Fan's self-proclaimed genius, packaged neatly within a report card. "Huizi, didn't you participate in the assessments a few years back? What were your scores?" Lin Chuan directed his gaze toward the young man named Huizi. Huizi scoffed, "Not a single pass. I nearly failed to surpass an utter fool from my cohort." The tone of Huizi suggested that this was not a point of shame but rather a source of pride. Lin Chuan looked at Ning Fan with a grin. "He is currently my vice-captain." And then? Lin Chuan tilted his head. "There's nothing more. I merely wish to inform you that whether or not you can eat your fill has no bearing on that scrap of paper." "Then what does it depend on?" Ning Fan replied coolly. "Can you read?" Lin Chuan rapped sharply on the decaying wooden plank. "What I need are wild dogs that can bite their prey, not academically gifted little rabbits." "How do you know I'm a little rabbit?" Ning Fan's insistence prompted Lin Chuan to furrow his brow, visibly growing impatient. "How many days remain for Yang Beihai's commission?" Lin Chuan inquired of Huizi. Huizi responded, 5 days. "Kid." Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow at Ning Fan and said, "For the next 5 days, we will not leave this area. If you wish to join us, it's quite simple. Before we depart, make that thing strapped to your back, draw some blood from him, and I shall accept you." "Damn, why do you keep using me as a target?" Huizi protested, visibly disgruntled. "What is the matter? Are you afraid of being harmed by a mere novice?" Lin Chuan laughed heartily and approached Ning Fan. "However, if before we leave, you fail to even scratch him, then do not return as a cultivator. You shall not partake in this meal." "All right, it is settled then." Ning Fan nodded quietly. Huizi continued to grumble under his breath, eager to argue with Lin Chuan. But in the next moment, Ning Fan suddenly drew the black sword from behind him and swung it towards Huizi's left arm. With a clang, the sound of metal colliding echoed. Huizi had somehow produced a dagger in his hand, just in time to block the black sword. Ning Fan's expression shifted slightly. He had believed his strike to be swift and decisive. Undoubtedly a surprise attack. He excelled in 9 disciplines, swordsmanship included, achieving a perfect score. Yet Huizi had managed to respond with an improvised defense despite being caught off guard. Thud! Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his body was sent flying backward. The surrounding cultivators merely cast a casual glance at the unfolding scene before returning to their own affairs. Here, conflicts were all too commonplace. Huizi sheathed the dagger at his waist and ambled over to the fallen Ning Fan, rolling up his pants and squatting down to look down at him from above. "If you had aimed for my head just now, your chances would have increased at least by 30%. From the moment you accepted Brother Chuan's wager, you and I are adversaries." A mocking smile adorned Huizi's face, showing mercy to an enemy. "Are we?" Chapter 0003. "I'll visit your home tonight." Ning Fan clutched his abdomen, gently furrowing his brow. Huizi's words struck him profoundly. He had never considered Huizi an enemy, let alone contemplated taking his life. Lin Chuan had said that it was sufficient to draw a little blood from Huizi. Thus, in Ning Fan's mind, this was merely an assessment. His intention was to inflict minimal harm while ensuring his own success in the test. Yet Wheezy was imparting to him an entirely new perspective. Then you could kill me? Why not do so? Ning Fan retorted stubbornly, feeling waves of pain in his abdomen. Wheezy's kick had been forceful, yet not lethal. You actually comprehend the concept of applying knowledge from one situation to another. Very well, scholar. Spend these 5 days pondering why I do not kill you. Allow me to offer you a hint. Wheezy stood up, lowering his head, the mirth in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a chilling intensity. My decision not to kill you is certainly not born out of mercy. That gaze sent a shiver down Ning Fan's spine. He believed that Wheezy truly harbored murderous intent. Why? Why was he so quick to feel such hostility towards a stranger? Ning Fan stared at Wheezy for a long while before managing to rise, enduring the pain as he retrieved the black sword he had dropped when kicked and slung it over his shoulder. Turning to walk toward an alley, is he really giving up? The children of today exhibit not a trace of manliness. Wheezy scoffed disdainfully. Yet Lin Chuan squinted his eyes, observing the retreating figure of Ning Fan. He will return. Wheezy was taken aback, then smirked, saying, What is this, Brother Chuan? Even if he comes back, do you truly wish to take him in? How did you perceive that? Nonsense, if you didn't want to take him in, why would you let him strike me? Are you simply out of your mind? You little rascal, how dare you speak to me like that? Are you feeling bold? No, why are you bullying me? I've been nothing but honest all day. The two exchanged barbs back and forth until Lin Chuan suddenly laughed. Do you think that lad can succeed? Brother, I feel as though you're insulting me, Wheezy retorted, pouting. Having spent a lifetime as a hawk, could I truly be pecked in the eye by a mere chick? I believe he can. Lin Chuan pondered thoughtfully. What shall we wager? Wheezy's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He think Lin Chuan was jesting. Does Brother Chuan genuinely believe that the boy, who only excels in examinations, could harm me? Let us wager my next task's reward. Very well. Lin Chuan patted his shoulder. Then let us wager 5,000 solars. Leaving you some for meals. As Lin Chuan turned to leave, Wheezy quickly grasped his arm. Wait, Brother Chuan. On what basis do you assume I will lose? Because his academic performance surpasses yours. Damn. Wheezy was quite displeased with Lin Chuan's response. Yet simultaneously, Lin Chuan's words made Wheezy serious. He had already raised his alertness to an intensity beyond the district, however. For an entire day, it seemed as if Ning Fan had truly abandoned the endeavor. Not showing up at all, but on the following day, just as Wheezy propped up the decayed boards of the wild dog's home, he spotted Ning Fan. Ning Fan sat at the base of a wall, 100 meters away. What unsettled Wheezy was that the boy was staring intently at him, yet made no move. Noon, Wheezy watched as Ning Fan pulled out a greasy piece of food from his pocket, eating while keeping his gaze fixed on him. This was the cheapest food in the Undercity, shadow dog meat. The taste was indescribable, both sour and foul. The meat was tough, and no matter how much one chewed, swallowing it felt as though one's throat was being scraped with a knife. Moreover, it was highly toxic. If this food had any merit, it was its affordability and ability to stave off hunger. That small piece in Ning Fan's hand cost merely 5 solars but could last for 3 days. After expressionlessly consuming a few bites, Ning Fan tucked the remaining shadow dog meat back into his pocket. Throughout this process, his gaze never wavered from Wheezy. Wheezy felt a chill run down his spine. Initially, he could brush it off, but one must wonder. If someone stared at you unblinkingly from sunrise to sunset, how would you feel? What further irked Wheezy was that even in the evening, after he had concluded his business, Ning Fan still maintained that unwavering gaze. Hey! Wheezy could no longer contain himself and approached. What do you mean by this? What is the significance of staring at me like that? Ning Fan looked up. I'm contemplating ways to make you suffer. Have you figured it out? Yes, I have. Are you about to make a move? Not yet. What do you mean? There is little significance in this. Lin Chuan has stated that I have 5 days, and today marks merely the second day. I am not anxious, so why are you? Ning Fan rose calmly. Are you leaving? What is the matter? Are you still planning to return home with me? No, I merely wanted to inform you not to sleep. Ning Fan suddenly smiled, appearing quite courteous. I am aware of your residence. Damn. Wheezy felt as if his fist had struck a pillow. What tricks does this lad intend to play? It became evident that Ning Fan had instilled pressure upon Wheezy that night. Wheezy indeed could not find rest. He was genuinely fearful of stumbling in the dark. It would be a blow to his pride. Fortunately, accustomed to the wilderness, Going a day or two without sleep had become a habit. On the morning of the third day, Ning Fan was already waiting beneath the wall early. Huizi shot him a disgruntled glare, as on the previous day. Even while consuming meat, Ning Fan did not divert his gaze from Huizi. So, what is the plan? Are you intending to infiltrate my home and launch a surprise attack tonight as well? I didn't go yesterday. Ning Fan chuckled. After you left, I sought a place to sleep. Huizi nearly spat blood in anger. You bastard, but I will definitely go tonight. Ning Fan replied earnestly. In truth, Huizi possessed a method to ensure victory in the wager against Lin Chuan, rendering Ning Fan entirely incapable of inflicting harm upon him. That would involve incapacitating Ning Fan. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that such an action would signify his genuine fear of being ambushed by this young brat. Pride, the pride of a vice captain. It holds considerable value. Fine. I shall wait for you. Huizi clenched his jaw, speaking fiercely. That night, Huizi lay in bed with his eyes wide open until dawn. Ning Fan indeed failed to keep his appointment once more. Huizi had contemplated whether Ning Fan was deceiving him, yet his fear of failure restrained him from taking the risk. On the morning of the fourth day, Huizi's condition was utterly abysmal. Upon seeing Ning Fan again, he could hardly muster the energy to acknowledge the sign of wild dog's den and approached Ning Fan directly. Why didn't you come last night? I fell asleep. Ning Fan expressed his apologies. I had intended to catch a brief nap and act in the latter half of the night, but perhaps due to exhaustion, when I opened my eyes, it was already dawn. You still have the leisure to sleep? Huizi exclaimed in exasperation. This is the fourth day already. I am set to leave the district tomorrow night, and as the deadline approaches, I will become increasingly cautious. Do you not comprehend this principle? I understand. Ning Fan feigned a look of enlightenment. However, the opportunity is but once. I must strike only when I am entirely certain. Otherwise, I would be providing you with a reason to injure me. Huizi raised an eyebrow. This lad is not foolish. I understand your meaning. You seek to wear me down, waiting for my mental state to falter before launching your surprise attack. Do you not? Huizi snorted coldly. You underestimate the wanderers too much. Out here in the wild, we can manage without sleep for 6 or 7 days without compromising our combat effectiveness. With your abilities, it would be impossible for you to harm me, even with my eyes closed. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. I shall not underestimate my opponent. Ning Fan nodded politely. Huizi waited with great impatience for Ning Fan for quite some time, ultimately letting out a huff before retreating to tend to the wooden board. That evening, Ning Fan once again informed him of his intention to launch a surprise attack. Although Huizi had been left waiting for 2 nights, he chose to believe Ning Fan this time, as he found his reasoning compelling. Tonight is my final opportunity. I am certainly going to follow through. Huizi waited throughout the night. The following morning, when he spotted Ning Fan again, his dark circles under his eyes were evident. Damn it, you little brat. Why didn't you show up last night? Chapter 0004. Not wanting you to be too comfortable, Huizi was fuming. Although Ning Fan had yet to lay a finger on him, he was on the verge of being driven to the brink of insanity. Missing sleep for 3 consecutive nights was one thing. However, as the esteemed vice captain of the Wild Dog House, he found himself utterly toyed with by this young rascal. If word of this got out, how would the world perceive him? Huizi felt like a fool. How could he continue to navigate the circles of the adventurers after this? You little brat, you aren't attempting to infuriate me to the point of bloodshed, are you? Huizi gritted his teeth in frustration. Ning Fan shook his head earnestly. What Lin Chuan stated was that I must draw blood with my black sword. Merely causing you to spit blood does not equate to victory. Huizi pondered over their conversation from a few days prior. To be honest, he hadn't paid much attention to the finer details of Lin Chuan's words. Well, my apologies, but if the condition is that your sword must injure me, then you don't stand a chance at all. As he spoke, Huizi suddenly froze, realizing a crucial detail. Where is that broken sword of yours? He noticed that the black sword which Ning Fan had previously carried was now absent. Huizi sensed that something was amiss, yet he couldn't decipher what this young man was plotting. Ning Fan suddenly waved behind Huizi. Have you arrived? Huizi was taken aback, but did not turn around. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. Kid, such a clumsy tactic, hiding your broken sword and then expecting me to turn around for a surprise attack. Huh? Ha! You really are just a child. Even your schemes are so juvenile. I had thought you might possess something more. Huizi, I hear you haven't slept for 3 days. Lin Chuan's voice came from behind him. Huizi whipped around, only to find Lin Chuan standing right behind him. Damn it! He felt an overwhelming rush of embarrassment, wishing he could find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Brother Chuan, why are you here so early? Huizi's face flushed, and he felt somewhat shy about conversing with Lin Chuan. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Chuan holding a sword, a coal-black broken sword. Brother Chuan, how did you? Before he could gather his thoughts, Lin Chuan flicked his wrist, and the black sword grazed Huizi's forearm. Though the wound was shallow, blood began to seep forth. Huizi was stunned, staring intently at Lin Chuan. After several long seconds, he finally confirmed that the person before him was indeed his captain. Lin Chuan, but why was he attacking me? Surely, I have passed the test, right? At that moment, Ning Fan's voice echoed from behind. Huizi turned back, his eyes reddened as he saw Ning Fan sporting a faint smile. What on earth is happening? Huizi was indeed on the brink of collapse. First, he had been toyed with by Ning Fan for several days, and now his most respected captain, Lin Chuan, had also turned against him. He found it utterly perplexing to comprehend the current situation. The one who unraveled his confusion was Ning Fan. Let me address the question you posed to me a few days ago, Ning Fan said, licking his parched lips. The reason you did not kill me that day, as you yourself stated, was not due to your mercy, but rather because you had a commission today. Killing within the district, while not an earth-shattering matter, can certainly lead to trouble. Generally, one would be taken away and confined for 7 days. Thus, had you taken my life back then, it would have interfered with your current commission task. Huizi remained silent. Ning Fan had hit the nail on the head. With only 5 days left until the mission, killing Ning Fan would have cost him this opportunity, an unwise and unnecessary choice. This dilemma was not particularly difficult to grasp. What occupied Huizi's mind now was why Lin Chuan had struck him. After coming to terms with this question, he made his way to the Zhanfeng Tuan. The Zhanfeng Tuan was also a team of walkers in District F32, comparable in stature to Yi Gojijia, and the two were considered potential rivals. What brings you to the Zhanfeng Tuan? Huizi asked, increasingly bewildered. A commission? Ning Fan replied with a smile, I intend to inquire about the cost of injuring you. Huizi was left dumbfounded. Before he could respond, Ning Fan shrugged, I know I am no match for you. During my last ambush, I thought I had timed it perfectly, yet you easily countered it. With only 5 days remaining, no matter how hard I strive, I cannot rapidly grow stronger than you. Thus, I must enlist the help of others. The price quoted by Zhanfeng Tuan is 8,000 sola, but they cannot guarantee they won't accidentally kill you. Ning Fan continued, although you previously stated that from the moment I accepted the trial, we became enemies, and that one should show no mercy to an enemy. Nevertheless, I am determined to join. Yigo Jijia. That if I were to hire someone to kill the vice-captain before my induction, it would be detrimental to our unity. Sweat beaded on Huizi's forehead. Had it not been for Ning Fan's revelation, he would never have suspected that Zhanfeng Tuan might have been plotting against him. Given the relationship between the two groups, if Zhanfeng Tuan accepted the task, they could very well move to eliminate him without hesitation. And then what? I confirmed that the market price for injuring you at Zhanfeng Tuan is 8,000 sola, yet my entire fortune amounts to merely over 6,000 sola, leaving me short by more than 1,000. A hint of fatigue finally crept into Ning Fan's smile. These past few nights, I have been working as a sorter at NCI Jilu, earning 300 sola each night. After 4 nights, I barely managed to scrape together this amount. The wages for sorters at NCI Jilu were not low. Though the work required little technical skill, the demanding nature of the job proved too much for most to endure. IT was exhausting. Indescribably exhausting. You'd have been subsisting on dog meat these past few days because, at the sorting job, they provide 1 piece of dog meat every 3 days. Ning Fan's smile radiated sincerity. With something free at hand, I need not spend my own money on food. The money I earn can be saved to hire someone to deal with you. Huizi's lips twitched. Must you express such earnestness? Yet, simultaneously, the resilience of this child moved him profoundly. To it is essential to note that Ning Fan's nightly endeavors as a sorter were merely the tip of the iceberg. During the day, he remained vigilantly focused on himself. This implied that this lad had not only foregone sleep over the past few days, but also engaged in strenuous work at night. So, you observed me during the day. I was contemplating that should you reveal a weakness, allowing me to injure you, I could save 8,000 salas. Ning Fan scratched his head. Regrettably, You are genuinely impressive, having left me no vulnerabilities whatsoever. Therefore, your reason for depriving me of sleep these past few days is... Huizi was too preoccupied to acknowledge Ning Fan's compliment. The mere thought that I toil day in and day out while you comfortably slumber at home fills me with discontent. Ning Fan grinned, exposing his teeth. You taught me, until I passed the test, we remain adversaries. While I harbor no intent to kill you, I certainly do not wish for my enemy to live too comfortably. Huizi's face turned pale. He realized he had been outmaneuvered. Ning Fan worked nightly as a sorter. How could he possibly find the time to ambush him? It was he who had terrified himself into sleeplessness over the past 3 nights. This feeling was more unbearable than receiving a few slaps to the face. At this juncture, Huizi had grasped the entire sequence of events. He pointed at Lin Chuan. So, you gathered the funds but chose not to approach the Windslasher Brigade, instead opting for Brother Chuan? I figured it was better to let my own people profit than an outsider, Ning Fan replied, turning his gaze toward Lin Chuan. I informed Brother Chuan, and if he disagreed, I would seek out the Windslasher Brigade. The outcome was, of course, self-evident. Lin Chuan accepted Ning Fan's 8,000 salas and dealt with Huizi that moment. Lin Chuan tossed the black sword in his hand to Ning Fan. Little wild dog, from now on, let us share the same trough. Chapter 0005. Welcome to hell. Thank you, Captain. Ning Fan's address to Lin Chuan had changed. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Huizi, with a mournful expression, lamented, Brother Chuan. You would truly cut me down for 8,000 salas. How could that be? 8,000 salas could never tarnish the bond between us brothers. Lin Chuan's demeanor was resolute. Huizi felt a warmth in his heart. I knew you would never betray our friendship for such a sum. You still owe me 5,000 salas from our bet, Lin Chuan reminded him. 8,000 plus 5,000 amounts to 13,000. This is equivalent to the price of a level 1 risk commission. Brother, think carefully. Was that strike worth the cost? So, does this 8,000 salas include my share? Huizi inquired, his face flushed with indignation. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. What does that have to do with you? This is a private job I've taken on. Huizi felt a surge of frustration rising within him. Yet, he dared not voice his grievances to the man before him. Lin Chuan chose not to engage further, instead casting a deep gaze at Ning Fan. His acceptance of Ning Fan's commission was certainly motivated by the money, but there was more to it than that. However, what holds greater significance is that if he does not acquiesce, Ning Fan is indeed prepared to seek out the Windslayer Brigade. The members of the Windslayer Brigade are not as cautious in their approach as he is. This lad possesses a meticulous mind, audacious spirit, and remarkable resolve. In pursuit of his goals, he is ready to sacrifice everything. Such an individual might genuinely be fit to become a practitioner. Yet, he requires further refinement. It would be wise to rest for a while. The departure from the district is at 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Chuan dismissed Huizi. There is a task tonight, and if Huizi remains awake and ventures outside the district, it is no trivial matter. Huizi trudged home, shoulders slumped. Aren't you going to sleep? Lin Chuan inquired, noticing that Ning Fan had not left, curiosity evident in his voice. I'm fine. During my time at the academy, there were instances where I would go a fortnight without sleep. Ning Fan replied with a sheepish grin. Lin Chuan's expression shifted slightly. Although the assessment results are not of paramount importance within the practitioner community, achieving a perfect score undeniably indicates not only intelligence but also diligence. Both are indispensable. Heaven knows the sacrifices Ning Fan made to attain such a score. Come here and sit. Lin Chuan propped up the wooden board of the wild dog's den and patted a nearby gasoline barrel. Ah, the two sat side by side. Lin Chuan regarded Ning Fan's somewhat youthful visage and asked casually, isn't it good to be alive? Why the insistence on becoming a practitioner? This livelihood is stained with blood. For the sake of money, Ning Fan replied candidly. Lin Chuan chuckled. Someone of your caliber emerging from the academy shouldn't offer such a utilitarian response, should you? What should I say then? Ning Fan tilted his head. To eradicate the dangers beyond the district, to safeguard the tranquility of Zone F32, I am willing to spill my blood and lay down my life. Is that not the standard answer? That is the pretentious standard answer. Ning Fan gazed towards his home. I possess neither the lofty aspirations nor the capability to have everyone place their hopes upon my shoulders. I merely wish for those around me to live healthily, and that suffices. Lin Chuan refrained from pressing further and instead patted Ning Fan's shoulder. Every individual who becomes a practitioner has their own story and compelling reasons to persevere. You are not an exception. Lin Chuan stated solemnly, "Heaven will not show leniency due to your determination, nor will the monsters of the wild. Thus, to fulfill your ambitions, the only one you can rely on is yourself. I understand. Captain.do not call me captain. We are all wild dogs banding together to survive. Like Huizi, call me Chuan Gu. All right. Chuan Ge. At 6 o'clock in the evening, 7 individuals had gathered by the wooden planks of Wild Dog's Den. Besides Ning Fan and Lin Chuan, Huizi had returned after waking. The other 4 consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. Allow me to introduce Ning Fan, my newly recruited pup, Lin Chuan announced to the group. Ning Fan, however, smiled humbly. You are all my seniors. Should I falter in any way, I hope for your understanding. I will do my utmost not to cause any trouble. Chuan Gu, when are we leaving the district? A woman clad in a black leather jacket spoke coldly. The others showed no response to Ning Fan's arrival. Once Yang Beihai delivers the goods, we shall be on our way. Lin Chuan's demeanor turned serious. This assignment is classified as a level 2 risk task. With a remuneration of 30,000 solars, as per our usual protocol, prior to departure, please provide the names and addresses of your family members. In the unfortunate event of a fatality during the mission, the family will receive a settlement of 5,000 solars. For those who survive, including myself, compensation will be based on our efforts. Is there any objection? The others remained largely unresponsive, though Ning Fan appeared somewhat uneasy. Discussing the price of death before the mission is indeed a grim affair. Truly, the adventurers are those who risk their lives for profit. A level 2 risk task? Huizi voiced his skepticism. Aren't we supposed to deliver to District F27? We've traversed this route numerous times. Where's the level 2 risk? Yang Beihai asserted that the value of this cargo is exceedingly high, and the level 2 risk remuneration serves to remind us that the goods are worth far more than our lives. Just as Lin Chuan finished explaining, a thunderous noise emanated from the inner district. A haphazardly assembled contraption, resembling a vehicle, approached with a jarring clatter. To call it a car would be an insult to automobiles. This is the lower city. The inhabitants of the lower city have mastered the art of maximizing the utility of waste. Captain Lin, you've worked hard this time. Upon the vehicle coming to a stop, a burly bald man with a face full of scars leaped down. As per our usual agreement, the vehicle is yours. If it breaks down en route, we will deduct 5,000 solars from your commission upon your return. Understood. Lin Chuan inquired, is the cargo inside? Indeed. The bald man's tone grew serious. Captain Lin, this assignment must succeed. Failure is not an option. In District F32, you are the most trustworthy of all. Do not tarnish your reputation. In this line of work, no one dares to guarantee a 100% success rate. Lin Chuan remained indifferent. I can only assure you that as long as the Wild Dog House still has living pups, we will definitely deliver this cargo to its destination. Excellent. Your assurance brings me peace of mind, the bald man replied with a satisfied grin. Lin Chuan refrained from further pleasantries, gesturing for the others. Pups, aboard. It's time to make our fortune. Ning Fan recalled his earlier conversation with Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan had mentioned that for this mission, Ning Fan could choose whether or not to participate. If he was not yet mentally prepared to leave the district, he could take some time to acclimatize. Ning Fan did not hesitate. He had been ready for this moment a month prior. Joining the others in the vehicle, he noted that despite its dilapidated appearance, the interior was surprisingly spacious, accommodating all 7 of them with ample room to spare. Huizi took the driver's seat and started the engine, approaching a massive iron gate. Brother Chuan, another mission? The guard at the gate greeted Lin Chuan familiarly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ning Fan observed Lin Chuan stealthily slip 1,000 solars to the guard, who happily tucked it away before instructing his subordinates to open the gate. The sound of creaking metal echoed as the iron gate opened just wide enough for their vehicle to pass through. Outside the district, I have finally arrived. For Ning Fan, stepping out of the inner district for the first time filled him with an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Before him lay an environment shrouded in near-complete darkness. Before Ning Fan could acclimate, a cacophony of cries resonated from outside the car window. Help me! I beg you, save me! I will offer 1,000 salas. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. Looking out the window, he beheld a man, his limbs nearly severed and his body drenched in blood, desperately writhing towards the gate. Suddenly, a large hand slapped Ning Fan's shoulder. Little pup, welcome to hell. Chapter 0006. The laws beyond the district for many. The lower city was already akin to hell. Yet, to the wanderers, they had idealized hell far too beautifully. Lin Chuan's hand remained firmly on Ning Fan's shoulder. "Child, you are trembling." Ning Fan acknowledged that indeed. His body was quaking. The scene before him starkly contrasted with the knowledge he had acquired in the academy regarding the outside districts. The outside was perpetually devoid of light, teeming with ferocious beasts. Even seemingly innocuous plants could harbor lethal threats. These were lessons Ning Fan had learned. However, no one had informed him that so many souls lingered beyond the walls, so many, dying in anguish. Gradually adjusting to the darkness, Ning Fan began to discern the tableau outside the vehicle. Beyond the region's wall lay countless corpses strewn across the ground. Occasionally, a few living beings could be seen, all on the brink of death. The individual who had cried out for help was somewhat fortunate. At least he could still articulate words. Most others could scarcely draw breath. They lay here, perhaps merely wishing to await death in a place closer to home. Ning Fan could not help but glance back at the already closed regional gate. For those within, this gate served to ward off the dangers of the outside. Yet, simultaneously, it severed the lifeline of these individuals. "Brother Chuan, shall we not save him?" Ning Fan hesitated, pointing at the pleading man, and added, "What about the 1,000 salas?" Upon hearing Ning Fan's inquiry, the woman clad in black leather scoffed derisively but refrained from commenting. Lin Chuan also offered no response. After approximately half an hour of travel, aside from the harrowing scene they had witnessed at the gate, the group encountered no further peril. Ning Fan's gaze remained fixed on the window, striving to comprehend the world beyond with his own eyes. Suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. "Brother Chuan, someone is blocking the road," as Wheezy spoke. He deftly brandished a dagger from his wrist. The others quickly drew their weapons, their reflexes remarkably swift. Lin Chuan, expressionless, leaned his head out the car window. "I am Lin Chuan from F32 District, Den of Wild Dogs. What is the meaning of this?" "My brother." Before them stood a man in his 30s, blood streaming from his right arm. "A ride, please." His voice was hoarse. 5,000 salas. "Where to?" Lin Chuan inquired coolly. Without hesitation, the man replied, "Wherever your destination is." "I shall go. No detours needed." "What else can you offer?" Lin Chuan pressed further. The man raised his left hand, revealing a strangely designed gun. Ning Fan noticed a peculiar nuance. Upon seeing that weapon, Lin Chuan seemed poised to ask something more but swiftly restrained himself. Simultaneously, he caught Lin Chuan glancing at him discreetly. It appears that the reason for his silence regarding that question lies within himself. Is he wary of me? Ning Fan speculated inwardly, finding this quite plausible. After all, he had only just joined the Wild Dog House, and neither Lin Chuan nor any of the others could possibly have established trust in him so swiftly. "What level?" Lin Chuan suddenly posed a question that Ning Fan found somewhat incomprehensible. The man blinked, pondering for a moment. "Single soul level. Get in?" Lin Chuan opened the car door. The man visibly exhaled in relief and wearily climbed into the vehicle. Without needing Lin Chuan's prompting, he retrieved a thick stack of solars from his pocket and handed them to Lin Chuan. "It's the rule. Upon entering the vehicle, payment must be made. The life-saving funds. Do you understand the rules? If you encounter an insurmountable danger, you become cannon fodder." Lin Chuan spoke softly to the man. The man, with a weary smile, replied, "Understood." Ning Fan grasped the situation as well. Just moments ago, at the entrance, he had asked the group whether to save the person who was desperately struggling. That time, no one had responded to him. Now he understood the answer. Firstly, the life-saving funds amounted to only 1,000 solars, which was far too little. Secondly, that individual had already lost all combat capability and had become a burden. Thirdly, he was not even qualified to be cannon fodder. No one had answered Ning Fan's question earlier because the outer district is not an academy. No one would attentively teach you anything. What you can do is observe with your own eyes, judge with your mind, and feel with your body. Yet, what precisely does the term single soul level signify? Just as Wheezy intended to continue starting the vehicle, a man seated in the passenger seat suddenly sniffed and furrowed his brow. "There are dogs. How many? 5 to 8. Get out and take them down." Lin Chuan's decision was resolute, and the others wasted no time in descending the vehicle, brandishing their weapons. Ning Fan also exited, gripping his black sword tightly. In the darkness, he finally beheld a few pairs of glimmering green eyes. Shadow hounds? Ning Fan tightened his grip on the black sword. This was his first true battle. The adversaries before him were no longer mere wooden dummies or lifeless training targets, but rather creatures capable of counterattack, and that could take his life. Stay in the car. Huizi suddenly commanded Ning Fan. The newcomer benefit at the Wild Dog House is to observe the first encounter. Ning Fan was somewhat taken aback. However, before he could respond, several individuals had already charged forth. These individuals appeared remarkably in sync, requiring little communication as they each sought out their respective opponents. Ning Fan glanced at Huizi. Having engaged him in direct combat before, he was even more curious about Huizi's capabilities. Yet, within less than half a minute, Ning Fan identified a significant issue, a major problem. Huizi's movements were alarmingly unorthodox. Whether it was a horizontal slash, a side cut, an upward thrust, or a forward stab, each action seemed subpar in Ning Fan's eyes. The swordsmanship he had learned emphasized grand, sweeping motions with an exceedingly high demand for the completeness of each movement. Yet Huizi was already initiating the next attack before completing the previous one. Nevertheless, these seemingly unrefined actions allowed Huizi to dispatch a shadow hound in under a minute. Practical. In Ning Fan's mind, two words suddenly flashed. He now somewhat comprehended why, 5 days prior, when he presented his report card, Lin Chuan and Huizi had displayed such disdainful smiles. The swordsmanship he had honed for high scores was, at best, a mere performance. In contrast, the combat techniques that Huizi had gleaned from his accumulated experience were far more practical. The same could be said for the others. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chung Bin. At that moment, the man who had been rescued approached Ning Fan. You are the newcomer, aren't you? Ning Fan nodded cautiously. Yes. Your team leader does not seem to trust you. Chung Bin continued. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Nothing significant, Chung Bin replied with a smirk, shrugging lightly. If it were not for their wariness towards you, given your team's capabilities, dispatching these shadow hounds would not require such trouble. Ning Fan regarded him warily. Chung Bin ceased his elaboration. The others had dealt with their respective shadow hounds and returned to the vehicle. Huizi did not immediately start the engine. The man with a keen nose seated in the passenger seat suddenly turned around and reached out. Before Ning Fan could react, he had firmly grasped Chung Bin's neck. Chung Bin was startled and instinctively raised his firearm, but Lin Chuan's knife was already pressed against his groin. My friend, allow me to introduce my brother, Wang Yi. Not only is his nose sharp, but his ears are equally astute. Lin Chuan's eyes gradually narrowed. We saved you for the sake of monetary reward. Should we discover that you have been speaking nonsense to my people, I will fulfill my promise and deliver your corpse to the designated location. Chapter 0007. Concealment. Do you understand? Do I need to repeat myself? Lin Chuan said coldly. No need. Chung Bin licked his lips. I assure you I will keep my mouth shut. Thank you for your cooperation, esteemed financier. Lin Chuan withdrew his knife, and Wang Yi released his grip. Yet, the tense atmosphere within the vehicle showed little sign of easing. Huizi directly started the engine. Ning Fan lowered his head, pondering the words Chung Bin had just shared. Within those words lay undoubtedly crucial information. Otherwise, Lin Chuan and Wang Yi would not have resorted to such drastic measures as a warning. They harbor suspicions towards me. What are they concealing? Strength. Ning Fan swiftly arrived at an answer. Chung Bin had remarked that with this team's prowess, dealing with the shadow hounds should not necessitate such complications. Reflecting on how effortlessly these individuals had handled the shadow hounds, as if they were merely slicing through vegetables, Ning Fan could not fathom the troubles Chung Bin had alluded to. Was this not their full strength? What truly lay behind the capabilities of these comrades from Wild Dog's home? Why were they hiding it? With such questions lingering in his mind, the vehicle advanced several kilometers further. Ning Fan had grown accustomed to the darkness. The soft glow emitted by the luminous plants was sufficient for him to discern objects within a 10-meter radius, albeit not with perfect clarity. Brother Chuan, shall we traverse the snake cave or circumvent it? Huizi's voice shattered the stillness. Lin Chuan contemplated for a moment. Let us circumvent it. Better to be cautious. Understood, Huizi replied, steering the wheel to turn left. On the left lies the misty marsh, and should one encounter the putrid-faced frog, Xiaofei, you shall descend to resolve the matter. Very well. The woman clad in black leather nodded faintly, offering no refusal. In the realm of missions, compensation is earned through effort. The more one accomplishes, the greater the eventual reward. Indeed, it was not long before Ning Fan heard a cacophony of unsettling croaks emanating from outside. Guawu. Guawood and I shall go. Xiao Fei flung open the car door and leapt from the moving vehicle. Do not wait for me. The moment Ning Fan witnessed her descent, she had already vanished into the darkness. Huizi did not spare her a glance, maintaining the same speed as he pressed onward. Shortly thereafter, the croaking ceased, a shadow emerged from the gloom. Long hair flowing, figure exquisitely curvaceous, Xiao Fei's speed surpassed that of the car as she reached for the door. Intent on entering, it was then that Ning Fan discerned the sanguine evidence upon her hands, clutching a fist-sized, circular object. Who wants the gallbladder of the putrid-faced frog? Xiao Fei proclaimed as she rejoined the vehicle, raising the object aloft. Internal digestion, 1000, Chungbin promptly exclaimed. I want it. My right hand is nearly in agony. This could serve to alleviate pain and staunch the bleeding. You don't count as internal digestion. It's 2000. Fine. Chungbin gritted his teeth, nearly shattering them. Yet he retrieved 2000 solar from his pocket and purchased the gallbladder from Xiao Fei. Without any preparation, he devoured the still bloody gallbladder in mere bites. Just as Xiao Fei counted the money and tucked the 2000 solar into her bosom, the vexing croaks echoed once more, Guawu, Guawu, Guawu. Initially, Xiao Fei contemplated descending again, but soon her brow furrowed. It was not only her. The expressions of everyone in the vehicle, save Ning Fan, shifted noticeably. Yego, how many? Huizi inquired in a hushed tone. The co-pilot, Wang Yi, fixed his piercing gaze upon the blackened expanse ahead, his ears twitching slightly. Soon, his countenance turned grave. Damn, there are so many. Wang Yi turned to Lin Chuan, stating, more than 10. Lin Chuan, equally displeased, cursed. Can we circumvent them? It would be arduous. Wang Yi gestured outside. They are encircled. If we wish to avoid them, we would have to traverse the serpent's den. Forget it. The serpent's den is even more troublesome. With that, Lin Chuan patted Huizi's shoulder. Stop the car. Though the vehicle halted, Huizi involuntarily glanced at Ning Fan before addressing Lin Chuan. Chuan Gu, dealing with more than 10 putrid-faced frogs might prove challenging. Let us first test the waters. Lin Chuan was the first to exit the vehicle. At that moment, Ning Fan beheld the putrid-faced frogs they spoke of. He had seen this aberrant creature in his compendium, yet witnessing it firsthand was still a jolt. No, to be precise, it was nauseating. True to its name, the creature's visage was utterly decayed, skin resembling that which had been doused in potent acid, flesh writhing incessantly. The mere thought that the gallbladder just consumed had been extracted from this very beast, which Chungbin had swallowed without a flicker of dismay, stirred a modicum of admiration within Ning Fan. Such was the existence of those who dwelled in the wild. For the sake of survival, their thresholds of endurance were astonishingly low. The grotesque, oversized frog stood taller than a man, leaping forward with an unsettling rhythm. Upon catching sight of the throng by the vehicle, their movements quickened noticeably. Huizi, De Zhuang, contain them, Lin Chuan, with a clear and decisive mind, commanded rather than allowing the others to act freely. Xiao Fei, we shall spearhead the assault together. Let us focus our efforts on taking down a single foe first. Wang Yi, Lao Duan, and that esteemed benefactor, Cheng Bin, you shall provide cover fire. No one responded verbally, yet each individual understood their role, including the designated benefactor, Cheng Bin.as for Ning Fan. He seemed to have been overlooked entirely. Brother Chuan, what about me? Initially, Huizi had mentioned it as a perk for newcomers, but now Ning Fan felt compelled to contribute. Otherwise, he would merely ride along, waiting for the task to conclude, and might end up with nothing to show for his efforts. I came to earn money, not to sightsee. Lin Chuan did not reply to him, instead turning to Xiao Fei. Go. The two of them moved in synchrony, charging forth with remarkable speed. One of the grotesque frogs, upon noticing their approach, grew visibly more agitated, leaping higher with each bound. With a swift motion, Xiao Fei unsheathed her Tang Dao, bending low just before colliding with the frog, gliding beneath it. The blade struck, aimed at the creature's abdomen. The frog seemed to sense the impending danger, forcefully propelling itself upward in an attempt to evade the blade's edge. Yet, Lin Chuan had already leapt high into the air, positioning himself above the creature. You think you can escape? Lin Chuan bellowed, bringing his knife down upon its grotesque visage. The strike may not have inflicted severe damage, but it succeeded in knocking the creature from the air. Xiao Fei raised her Tang Dao high. A torrent of foul, putrid blood cascaded from the gash in the frog's abdomen. Xiao Fei twisted her waist gracefully on the ground, elegantly avoiding the vile splatter. Ning Fan watched in awe. What a seamless coordination. Every move was executed flawlessly, devoid of any superfluous action. He had heard Lin Chuan's earlier command, straightforward and lacking in intricate details. Yet, the two clearly understood each other's intentions. In that moment, Ning Fan realized that, despite his membership in the Wild Dog House, he felt strikingly out of place among the others. Perhaps only when he developed such a tacit understanding with them would he truly be regarded as a pup of this household. However, as Lin Chuan landed, his expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Fei, behind you. Xiao Fei, quick to respond, bolted forward without a backward glance, sensing imminent danger despite her ignorance of the situation behind her. Yet from Ning Fan's vantage point, the grotesque frog's serrated tongue was clear as day. Damn it! Lin Chuan's expression hardened. What transpired next sent shivers coursing through Ning Fan's body. Lin Chuan's blade radiated a crimson glow, accompanied by his low incantation, Spirit Guardian. Butcher. Chapter 0008. Give me an answer. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Fan, seated in the vehicle, was overcome by a fit of coughing from the overpowering stench of blood. It was even more pungent than the odors wafting beyond the perimeter walls. Before long, Ning Fan discovered that the peculiar scent emanated from Lin Chuan's blade. Moreover, Ling Shi Tu Fu. What could that possibly signify? Without further contemplation, he witnessed Lin Chuan swing the sword forward with great force. A crimson crescent sliced through the air from the edge of the blade. With a sharp sound, the blood-red crescent effortlessly severed the long tongue of the rotting-faced frog, causing the serrated appendage to fall to the ground. Twitching incessantly, Xiao Fei, still shaken, quickly regained her composure. Brother Chuan, is it all right? Go ahead. Lin Chuan turned to the astonished Ning Fan and said, Kid, keep what you see today to yourself. Ning Fan numbly nodded. He finally comprehended what everyone had been concealing. The others also began to summon their so-called Ling Shi. Ling Shi, Hua Wu. With a soft command from Xiao Fei, the Tang Dao in her hand radiated a dazzling light. The rotting-faced frog, agitated by the severed tongue, emitted spine-chilling sounds. Xiao Fei's delicate brows furrowed, and her indifferent yet striking visage betrayed a hint of impatience. Turning around, she raised her blade. It was a mesmerizing sight. Ning Fan could scarcely discern the rhythm of the Tang Daoist movements. The rotting-faced frog appeared momentarily frozen. Even its cacophonous croaking abruptly ceased. With a swift flick of her wrist, Xiao Fei sent the filth clinging to the blade sweeping across the ground, carving out a crescent moon shape. Gurgling, a fissure finally appeared on the body of the rotting-faced frog. Subsequently, intricate patterns resembling a fishing net continuously manifested upon its form. Ning Fan beheld in astonishment as the rotting-faced frog transitioned from intact to a gory heap scattered upon the ground. Shattered in mere 3 seconds. This was the essence of a practitioner. Ning Fan felt that before deciding to join the practitioners, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of them. Yet, barely half a day into his departure from the district, many aspects had already overturned his perceptions, both the laws governing this realm and their formidable prowess. Why had he never encountered the term Ling Shi within the confines of the district? Meanwhile, Hui Zi had single-handedly dispatched 2 rotting-faced frogs. His Ling Shi was known as shadowed. In less than a minute, tranquility returned to the area once more. All the rotting-faced frogs had been vanquished. The speed and efficiency surpassed even their recent encounter with the Yin Hounds. The fellow named Cheng Bin had not been exaggerating. With the strength of this team, dealing with those Yin Hounds was far less cumbersome than it appeared. They simply hadn't summoned their Ling Shi prior. The group had already returned to their vehicle. Need any more? Xiao Fei, now in possession of 2 more gallbladders, inquired of Cheng Bin. This time, let us make it 3,000. Cheng Bin was taken aback and chuckled ruefully. Beauty, my funds aren't conjured from thin AI. Do you really consider me some sort of mobile fool? In just this short ride, I've already shelled out 7,000. Xiao Fei frowned slightly, evidently displeased at the lack of profit. Forget it, just give it to me. Once we reach Zone F27, I'll sell it in the black market and consider it a favor for helping you with your shipments. Cheng Bin, sensing the need to foster good relations with those in the vehicle, promptly produced 3,000 salas and handed them to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei gazed intently at Cheng Bin's face for a moment before accepting the money and passing the talisman back. Lin Chuan's eyes remained fixed on the window. Let us proceed, he urged. Very well, replied Huizi, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle resumed its journey. Ning Fan kept stealing glances at Lin Chuan, seemingly hesitant. At last, he could no longer contain himself and whispered, "Brother Chuan, I know." Lin Chuan interjected, not allowing Ning Fan to finish his thought. Instead, he countered with a question, "Did I look handsome just now?" "Huh?" Ning Fan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Lin Chuan's inquiry amidst such perilous circumstances. Moreover, what he wished to convey to Lin Chuan was of utmost significance, directly pertaining to the safety of everyone in the vehicle. "Do you understand why I didn't want you to witness our use of spirit guardians?" Lin Chuan dismissed Ning Fan's reaction, urging him to guess. Ning Fan realized that Lin Chuan did not wish for him to articulate his previous thoughts. Although uncertain of the reason, he could only comply with Lin Chuan's line of questioning. "While in the district, I endeavored to gather as much information about wanderers as possible. However, I have never encountered any mention of spirit guardians in any records. Not even in the academy has anyone ever referred to them by that name." Ning Fan furrowed his brow. "Moreover, you just warned me to keep today's revelations to myself, which leads me to boldly speculate that spirit guardians are the core secret of the wanderers." "You are correct, to some extent." Lin Chuan's eyes glimmered with appreciation. "No wonder you are an exemplary student." "And the other part?" Ning Fan felt akin to a sponge, desperately eager to absorb more knowledge. "The other part?" Lin Chuan squinted, scrutinizing Ning Fan with a hint of intensity, "is that spirit guardians are not merely the core secret of the wanderers. They are, in fact, the central secret of the lower city." Ning Fan sensed something unsettling in Lin Chuan's gaze. Yet, in the next moment, a knife was already poised against his throat, Lin Chuan's knife. Though the blade had lost its previous crimson hue, it still emanated a chilling aura. "Brother Chuan, you?" Ning Fan was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "Why, kid, I have always been curious about one matter and hope you can provide me with an explanation." Lin Chuan's expression sharpened, while the others in the car seemed oblivious to the unfolding scene, each engrossed in their own activities. "What matter? Why are you in the lower city?" Lin Chuan's voice was low and menacing. "During the upper city selection 5 days ago, why were you not chosen?" Ning Fan swallowed hard. On January 1 ST, having been eliminated, he had never exhibited any dissatisfaction or anger. However, that did not imply he was indifferent. In truth, he was furious. More accurately, it was a fury born of unfulfilled ambition. Yet, the state of his mother's health prevented him from expending energy on anger. Now, with Lin Chuan's words resurfacing, Ning Fan felt his blood and cells stir restlessly. 9 disciplines, he scoffed, such an impressive achievement. Even the haughty individuals from the upper city could hardly overlook it. Those aristocrats require capable servants to attend to them. Such conditions of yours should indeed be their utmost preference. Lin Chuan's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Ning Fan could even sense the blade's edge had drawn a delicate line of blood upon his neck. "Child, the words you are about to utter must be chosen with care. Think carefully before you respond to me." Lin Chuan's finger traced a circle within the confines of the vehicle. "In this car, every individual counts. Should even one person doubt your answer, you shall meet your demise." Chapter 0009. Eruption. Huizi continued to drive. Xiao Fei was diligently polishing the Tang Dao. Chungbin wore an amused expression, seemingly enjoying a performance. It appeared that within this vehicle, apart from Ning Fan, no one else felt the tension. Yet Ning Fan, he gradually clenched his fists, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. The tranquil gaze he often bore finally shifted. It was anger. It was humiliation. It was defiance. Yet there was no trace of fear. For a long time, Ning Fan had been suppressing his emotions. It was rare to witness any expression of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness upon his face. It seemed as though he was indifferent to everything, yet also deeply invested in certain matters. "Kid, that look in your eyes is starting to resemble a wanderer's," Lin Chuan scoffed. "However, if you fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation, you will still face death." "Damn it!" Ning Fan suddenly let out a chuckle. This sound piqued Huizi's curiosity, prompting him to glance at him through the rearview mirror. "Isn't that my catchphrase? Furthermore, if memory serves me right, this kid is rather humble and well-behaved." "Brother Chuan, did you bring me into Wild Dog's home because you suspect I'm here to gather intelligence?" Ning Fan raised his chin, his chest heaving. "The spirit servants are a closely guarded secret of the lower city. You would not wish for the upper city to glean too much information regarding them. Thus, You brought me in to keep me subdued outside the district? Lin Chuan chuckled, a high achiever, quick on the uptake. From the moment you first encountered me and witnessed my perfect scores in all 9 assessments, you began to harbor doubts, did you not? Ning Fan inquired further, to which Lin Chuan nodded, about that. Fool! Ning Fan retorted coldly. Lin Chuan was taken aback, and at that moment, every occupant of the vehicle turned their gaze towards Ning Fan. This kid, has he lost his mind? Huizi no longer focused on the road ahead but rather stared intently at Ning Fan through the rearview mirror. Brother Chuan, he just insulted you. I'm not deaf. Lin Chuan snapped back. It's him who insulted you, not me. So why are you yelling at me? Silence. Just drive. Lin Chuan's expression darkened considerably. He glared fiercely at Ning Fan. You little brat. I've been a captain for many years and have never been insulted by a teammate before. That's because you've never held a blade to the neck of another teammate. Ning Fan replied with a composed countenance. Just because my performance is exceptional, you suspect I am a spy from the upper city? Are you implying that Wild Dog's home should only accept those who fail their assessments? You little rascal, mind your words. Don't drag me into this. Who are you insulting? Huizi, the driver, felt offended. In the face of Ning Fan's reckless abandon, Lin Chuan found himself momentarily at a loss. His doubts regarding Ning Fan lingered. If it were truly established that Ning Fan was a spy from the upper city, he would have refrained from any superfluous dialogue and simply eliminated the threat with a single stroke. But what if he is not? Ning Fan adapts swiftly to the outside realm. For someone of his age, merely stepping out for the first time without soiling oneself in fear would be quite an achievement. He is indeed a talent. Lin Chuan holds a rather high regard for him. Yet, you have yet to elucidate why he was not selected. His distrust towards Ning Fan remains palpable. Why? Ning Fan gritted his teeth resolutely. Because the individual chosen, Sun Wenhui, possesses 1/32 of upper city bloodline. The crowd fell silent for a moment. They had not closely followed the selection process. However, Ning Fan became animated, all the pent-up frustration of this period bursting forth at last. For over a decade, I have never dared to squander a single moment of time. I am willing to undertake the most arduous tasks, to consume the most inferior of sustenance. In the entire academy, I have exerted myself the most. From the age of 6, I was acutely aware that the miasma within my mother would inevitably manifest one day. If I wished to prevent her departure from my life, to avoid witnessing her gradual decay, the sole remedy lay in obtaining the special antidote. I could practice a single movement for half a month without sleep. I am uncertain of how the skills learned in the academy will aid me in the future. All I know is that only through perfect execution can I attain full marks. I will not allow any opportunity to slip from my grasp. Only by achieving the highest score in the assessment can I possess absolute certainty of securing a ticket to the upper city. Ning Fan's eyes were reddened with emotion. For over a decade, even his mother had never witnessed him in such a state of fervor. His fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. You ask me why I was not chosen for the upper city? I have done everything within my power. Yet, in the end, that bunch of bastards from the upper city simply did not select me. What can I do? Ah? Ning Fan roared, veins bulging. If my performance had fallen short of others, I would accept it with equanimity. I would acknowledge my own defeat. But all my efforts have been overshadowed by that ridiculous 1/32 of upper city bloodline. I am utterly unwilling to accept this. Damn it! The occupants of the vehicle fell into silence. The only sound within was Ning Fan's heavy, labored breathing. Wang Yi turned to regard Ning Fan. Even the usually indifferent Xiao Fei displayed a flicker of change in her gaze. Damn those arrogant upper city lords. Huizi suddenly let out a cold chuckle. They still perceive us as mere rats and cockroaches, believing that our presence in their realm would tarnish their world. Lin Chuan fixed his gaze upon Ning Fan for a considerable duration before quietly stating, "Stop the car." Huizi almost instantaneously pressed the brake at his command. The vehicle came to a halt. Everyone, out. Lin Chuan flung open the car door and leapt out without hesitation. The others, without question, followed suit as per his directive, including Ning Fan. The fury still simmered within him, not easily extinguished by a single outburst. Years of repression could not be purged so readily. I just mentioned that if even one person in this car doubts your words, you shall perish. Lin Chuan's gaze swept over everyone. I believe. So do I. Huizi was the second to voice. The others expressed their acceptance of Ning Fan's words as well. The last to remain silent was Cheng Bin.as. Everyone turned their gaze towards him. Cheng Bin was somewhat taken aback. Do I also possess the right to vote? As I mentioned, anyone aboard the vehicle is included, Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Cheng Bin smiled. Then I shall choose to believe it. This lad does not appear to be a spy from the upper city. His animosity towards it may even surpass ours. Very well, since everyone has opted to trust you, from this moment forth, you are truly one of my own. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's expression darkened. However, you just insulted me. I shall remember this debt. And you threatened me with a knife. Ning Fan retorted in frustration. Lin Chuan spread his hands. You are free to keep track of it. When you possess the capability to settle this score, I shall harbor no grievances. Ning Fan chose to ignore him. Now that your suspicions have been cleared, let us discuss the second matter, Lin Chuan stated with a hint of seriousness. Ning Fan furrowed his brows. The second matter? Lin Chuan pointed towards the vehicle. Just now, I detected the scent of a ghost inside the car. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Upon hearing this, Ning Fan trembled. He understood the implications of Lin Chuan's words. Moments ago, he had intended to alert Lin Chuan about something, but Lin Chuan interrupted him, claiming to be aware of it. Ning Fan instinctively glanced at Cheng Bin. Not only him, but everyone else had silently encircled Cheng Bin. Cheng Bin surveyed the group and, after a moment of contemplation, decided against providing an explanation, instead offering a helpless smile. Can you tell me when I was exposed? Chapter 0010. The insider Ning Fan had already grasped the black sword tightly in his hand. There was something off about Cheng Bin. He had sensed it for quite some time. What surprised him was that he was not the only one who had made this observation. In fact, everyone in the vehicle had noticed it. Each member of the wild doghouse was sufficiently cautious, including the previously seemingly oblivious Wheezy. Xiao Fei spoke coldly. You mentioned wanting to sell in the black market of District F27. Cheng Bin was taken aback. That was merely a casual remark. Was there an issue with it? However, his expression finally shifted. One often speaks too much. Cheng Bin understood. From the moment he was rescued, the people from the wild doghouse had never disclosed their destination. Yet he had voluntarily revealed the F27 district. This indicated that he had long been aware of their intended destination. Thus, his sudden appearance warranted further contemplation. Brother, what do you mean? Are you here to rob us? Lin Chuan asked calmly while gripping the knife in his hand. Cheng Bin scratched his head. Can we negotiate for mercy? You understand the rules. I saved you, yet you intend to harm me. That seems rather inappropriate. Lin Chuan shook his head. Tell me who sent you, and I will grant you a swift end. Cheng Bin chuckled. Just now, your deliberate performance with that lad was to create a reasonable excuse for everyone to disembark. Fearing that a conflict inside the vehicle would damage it, am I correct? Ning Fan stared at Lin Chuan in astonishment. Was Lin Chuan's earlier questioning and insistence for everyone to get out truly for this reason? Lin Chuan smirked. A damaged vehicle would cost $5,000 to repair. Very well, I did not expect you to appear so careless, yet possess such meticulous thoughts. It is my own fault for being so inattentive. Cheng Bin spread his hands. There are too many of you now. Perhaps next time, we shall have a proper fight. Spirit attendant, butcher. Lin Chuan's blade had already turned a deep crimson. Do you truly believe you will have another opportunity? I am certain I cannot defeat you, but I might still be able to escape. Suddenly, the gun in Cheng Bin's hand emitted a bright glow. Lin Chuan bellowed, Lao Duan, restrain him, spirit attendant. Sparks. Lao Duan raised his long staff, and the air around them was filled with a dense web of electricity. The sound of crackling filled the atmosphere. However, Cheng Bin merely sneered. Spirit attendant, earth movement. The soil beneath surged, and Cheng Bin sank into the ground as if submerged in water. Did I not tell you that you cannot escape? Do you not comprehend my words? Lin Chuan refrained from striking. Yet, Wang Yi made his move. He tightened his nose and then, like a weasel, darted in a specific direction. Spirit attendant. Lynx. A pair of claw-like blades sprouted violently from his hands, forming sharp cat-like talons. Leaping high into the air, he descended upon a patch of muddy ground with ferocity. Breaking the earth, in an instant, blood sprayed forth, accompanied by a piercing scream. Hui Zi's figure flickered. Spirit attendant. Shadow. The moment Cheng Bin was pulled from the earth by Wang Yi, Hui Zi raised his dagger and brought it down with force. The blade did not pierce Cheng Bin, but rather, his shadow beneath. Ah! Cheng Bin howled in agony. Lin Chuan approached him with his blade in hand. "Who sent you here?" Lin Chuan tilted his head. "When your life is forfeit, there is no need to keep secrets for others." Ning Fan was left dumbfounded. Recalling the so-called sparring sessions at the academy with others, it seemed merely like children playing house. The Battle of the Wanderers. When Changbin sank into the ground, Ning Fan even thought he had successfully escaped. Yet, the coordination of Wang Yi and Hui Zi treated him like a gopher, forcibly pulling him from the depths. At that moment, Changbin lay on the ground, 3 gruesome wounds marring his back, with flesh already turned outward. "Spare me my life." Fear finally flashed in Changbin's eyes. "I am merely a hired hand. Killing me serves no purpose. A path for survival is undoubtedly gone." Lin Chuan squatted down, looking down upon him. "I have stated it clearly. You provide me with answers, and I shall grant you a swift end, a fair exchange." Noticing Changbin's flickering gaze, Lin Chuan added, "You partake in this line of work as well, so you should understand the necessity of showing no mercy to foes. Let us be straightforward. If one must fall, let it be with dignity, leaving one's life behind. There is nothing more to be said. Since my life is already forfeit, why should I divulge anything to you?" Changbin's gaze turned sullen. Lin Chuan chuckled. "Because it may spare you some suffering. With that, he signaled Hui Zi with a glance. Hui Zi, with a cold expression, plunged towards Changbin's shadow once more. Changbin's face contorted in pain, his eyes bloodshot. Ning Fan watched with rapt attention. This assault will inflict not a single injury upon Changbin's body. In other words, as long as Hui Zi does not wish to slay him, he may subject him to this torment countless times. This is the very essence of being unable to survive, yet unwilling to die. It is difficult to fathom that the seemingly carefree Hui Zi, as a spiritual attendant, could be so merciless. Are you not afraid that my cries might be too loud and attract the beasts? Changbin's anguished countenance turned ashen, yet he still clung to the thread of hope to threaten Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan's smile deepened. Transitioning from District F32 to District F27 feels to me as if I am merely traversing the path home, Lin Chuan scoffed lightly. I am so familiar with the beasts along this road that we could almost be sworn brothers. Go ahead and call. I am eager to see if any new companions have moved into the neighborhood. Changbin's expression fell. In truth, Lin Chuan's ability to make Hui Zi stop here and act against him indicated that Lin Chuan did not regard the nearby beasts at all. Moreover, the combat prowess displayed by this team indeed lent them the confidence to act thus. With a swift motion, Hui Zi plunged the dagger down once more before Changbin could utter a word. "Ah, I say." Changbin understood that he was facing inevitable doom. As Lin Chuan had stated, there was no need to feign bravado at this juncture. I am a traveler from District F27. I am without a team. The Warbear team from our district sought me out last night, instructing me to await you on this essential route and to infiltrate your ranks. They did not disclose what would follow. Trembling, Changbin continued to explain. This is truly all I know. Oh, and by the way, they also urged me to gather more Solara, so that should you find any resources along the way to enhance strength or recover wounds, I could purchase them from you. They would reimburse me later. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's eyes gradually narrowed. Thus far, they had acquired 3 gallstones, all of which had been taken by Changbin. Having consumed one, he should still possess 2 in his embrace. Lin Chuan first relieved Changbin of the remaining 2 gallstones, also confiscating the over 6,000 Solara he had left. UF27 district have rather poor conduct. Lin Chuan spoke in a low tone, passing the knife to Ning Fan. This, Warbear, as well, why stir trouble with us mad dogs when they could enjoy peace? Chapter 0011. Spiritual attendant. The group had already boarded the vehicle. Changbin's lifeless body was left in a pool of blood by the roadside. Ning Fan sat in the vehicle, feeling an overwhelming turmoil within. This marked the first time in his life that he had taken a life. Indeed, it was Changbin whom he had slain. Lin Chuan had afforded him this opportunity. Even though Ning Fan was aware that embracing the path of a traveler would inevitably lead to such experiences, he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly and unexpectedly. His stomach churned, as if the flesh of the spectral hound within him was in constant agitation. The acrid, putrid scent rose incessantly from his throat. Despite his dismal state, no one offered him solace. Not even a soul extended a hand to ease his burden. Having chosen the path of a traveler, one should not expect to be treated like a child. Lin Chuan's brow remained tightly furrowed. After driving for approximately an hour, he finally broke the silence within the vehicle. We must be approaching the ghost mist forest, right? Indeed, it's less than 10 kilometers ahead. Wheezy replied nonchalantly. Make a right turn. Let us take a moment to rest at the cave where we had barbecue last time. All right. Wheezy guided the car to a halt before the cave. Ning Fan observed remnants of charred wood still lingering within the cave. Just as Lin Chuan had mentioned, this route was all too familiar to them. In fact, during their last mission, they had leisurely sought out this very cave for a barbecue feast. The group disembarked and entered the cave, where a man named De Zhuang gathered some firewood to ignite a bonfire. However, this time, they were not here for a barbecue. We are being watched, Lin Chuan stated, extending his hands toward the fire, his gaze contemplative as it rested upon the flames. If I am not mistaken, the members of Battle Bear are already waiting for us in the ghost mist forest. Silence enveloped the group, yet they did not exhibit any signs of panic. We have two options. First, we can change our route, taking the snake cave to circumvent the ghost mist forest. Second, we can charge straight through. Lin Chuan lifted his head, the flames casting a warm glow upon his somber visage. 7 of us will vote. The majority will decide. I will express my stance first. Let us go for it. Charge through, charge, came the chorus of agreement. I believe it is unnecessary to act rashly. We have traversed the snake cave before. Safety must come first. We know little about Battle Bear, and confronting them head-on poses significant risks. 6 individuals voted, resulting in 3 in favor of a direct confrontation and 3 advocating for the detour. This outcome surprised Ning Fan. He had assumed that, with Lin Chuan taking the lead, the others would show some deference to their captain. Yet, Huizi, Xiao Fei, and the seemingly simple-minded De Zhuang had surprisingly cast dissenting votes. More importantly, the critical deciding vote now rested in the hands of Ning Fan, the newcomer. All eyes turned to him, awaiting his decision. Though somewhat unaccustomed to the attention, Ning Fan maintained his composure and spoke calmly. Brother Chuan, before we vote, I would like to ask a few questions. Go ahead, Lin Chuan nodded. What exactly is a spirit servant? Ning Fan had held this question for quite some time. The ability to utilize spirit servants made a significant difference for a practitioner. He needed to understand how to acquire them, as if anticipating Ning Fan's inquiry. Lin Chuan did not provide a direct answer. Do you recall what you saw when we first stepped out of the inner district? Ning Fan certainly remembered. That horrific scene was impossible to forget. Corpses strewn about, the land littered with the famished dead, the ground stained with dried brown blood. Countless souls roamed the wilderness. Lin Chuan spoke softly. These souls, after a prolonged accumulation, coalesce into spirits. Spirits possess neither consciousness nor thought, yet they can feel the agony experienced at the moment of death. A spirit is the byproduct of gathered souls. While one might endure the pain of their own demise, what of many souls converging together? Hence, spirits require liberation, and the manner of their liberation is through attaching themselves to our weapons. We provide them with a refuge within our arms, and in return, they lend us their strength. Lin Chuan raised his knife. Within this blade resides the spirits of 6 departed souls, collectively known as the Butcher. 6 departed souls gathered together. At first glance, Ning Fan felt that 6 was indeed a considerable number. Do not be so astonished. Consider this. What is most abundant in the wilderness? It is not the bizarre flora, nor the bloodthirsty beasts, but rather the souls of the departed. Lin Chuan pointed at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei's spirit attendant is composed of 17 souls, making her the sole individual among us to possess a 17 soul level spirit attendant. Ning Fan abruptly turned to look at Xiao Fei, discovering her engrossed in polishing a tang knife. That knife contains the essence of 17 gathered souls. This implies that if the weapon is not at hand, the spirit attendant cannot be summoned. Ning Fan had no time to ponder. Not quite. Initially, the spirit merely attaches to the weapon, which is why I previously stated we borrow power from the spirits, Lin Chuan explained. However, once a sufficient rapport is established with the spirit attendant, the weapon serves merely as a conduit. Even if one were to switch weapons, the spirit attendant could still be summoned. Ning Fan began to comprehend. So, how does one acquire a spirit attendant? This is a question I cannot answer. Lin Chuan chuckled. In the realm of wanderers, a popular saying prevails. When the time is ripe, the spirits will naturally seek you out. Ning Fan felt a tinge of disappointment at this response. When the time is ripe, that feels excessively mystical. Is there a possibility it relates to mental acuity? Ning Fan, unwilling to give up, inquired. For instance, in life-threatening situations, is one more attuned to the presence of spirits? You are overthinking, Wheezy interjected, gesturing to the 3 claw marks on his neck. During my first mission, I nearly perished out there and did not receive a spirit attendant. It was only on my 3rd outing that a spirit sought me out unexpectedly. It truly hinges on fate. Kid, do not be impatient. As long as you can survive in the wilderness, one day you too shall possess a spirit attendant. Lin Chuan patted his shoulder. Let us proceed with the voting. Everyone is awaiting your decision. Ning Fan retracted his fervent desire for a spirit attendant and began to contemplate the voting process seriously. He understood that his choice would impact the fate of the entire team. After half a minute of deliberation, he still had not arrived at an answer. Brother Chuan, to speak candidly, I believe your line of reasoning is flawed. All 6 individuals turned their gazes towards Ning Fan. This lad had just criticized Brother Chuan and was now questioning him. Kid, are you attempting a coup? Wheezy raised an eyebrow. However, this time Lin Chuan displayed no signs of discontent. Instead, he tilted his head with keen interest. Scholar, please share your thoughts. Chapter 0012. Being schemed against. Ning Fan licked his lips, disregarding the skeptical glances of the others. Brother Chuan, I would like to inquire, do you frequently encounter individuals like Qingbin? Lin Chuan's demeanor grew more serious as he stroked the unruly strands of his beard. Very rarely. Lin Chuan furrowed his brows and remarked, our wild dog house is notoriously known in this region for being both impoverished and resolute. Even if someone were to contemplate engaging in a bit of thievery, they would seldom be foolish enough to target us. Wheezy proudly interjected, indeed. Robbing us would offer a dismally low return on investment. Ning Fan couldn't help but chuckle, but soon followed up with a question. So, don't you find him a bit peculiar? It's not surprising for a starving ghost to risk everything for a meal. Xiao Fei bluntly replied. Ning Fan softly countered. Outside the district, being robbed is indeed quite commonplace, yet first and foremost, we must possess something worth stealing. Everyone's gaze sharpened simultaneously. Qingbin had infiltrated this time with a staggering 16,000 solara. Ning Fan gradually furrowed his brow. Feijia, he doesn't seem like the starving ghost you describe. Go put it bluntly, he might even be wealthier than us. Xiao Fei, rather than taking offense at Ning Fan's words, fell into contemplation, recognizing the validity of his concerns. So, what you imply is, Lin Chuan glanced toward the vehicle. Ning Fan nodded. I believe we must first ascertain what it is we are transporting this time. Since Lin Chuan has stated that the wild dog house is both poor and formidable, it stands to reason that the adversary's interest lies not in the wild dog house itself, but rather in the task at hand. The employer's belongings are not to be examined lightly. Lin Chuan's brow furrowed. That is the rule. Hui Gu, I recall that prior to our departure, you two felt that this task was overly simplistic. Yet the opponent compensated us as per the standards of a level 2 risk, which is rather strange. Wouldn't you agree? Wheezy nodded seriously, but his gaze toward Ning Fan now held a hint of intrigue. This young man is remarkably astute. He even remembers the minute details from before our departure. Ning Fan continued, moreover, Qingbin is waiting for us at a critical juncture, fully aware that our ultimate destination is District F27. Therefore, if there isn't a mole among us, who could have leaked this information? Yang Beihai. Wheezy suddenly sprang up, seething with anger. That old bald donkey dares to deceive me. You need to keep it down. Lin Chuan chided impatiently. Your incessant chatter is giving me a headache. Wheezy glared, breathless yet compliant. He settled back down. Lin Chuan turned to Ning Fan. Please, continue. Brother Chuan, in my view, the contents of the vehicle could fall into 2 categories. Ning Fan extended 2 fingers. First, the items inside might be of exceedingly high value, possibly surpassing our imagination. The risk level could even exceed level 3. Lin Chuan nodded thoughtfully. This was not difficult to surmise. However, I personally believe the likelihood of this scenario is slim, for if that were the case, Yang Beihai would never disclose such information. The items belong to him, and should they be stolen, he would be even more distressed than us. Ning Fan tapped his fingers. Of course, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that he is colluding with individuals from District F27, though I believe that chance to be minimal. Collaborating with others in such a perilous manner is exceedingly reckless. In the presence of Sola, who can truly be trusted? Once that battle bear absconded with the goods, what recourse would young Beihai have, even if he were to be denied his share of the spoils? He is, after all, guilty of thievery himself. Would he dare to brazenly seek redress? Thus, I find myself more inclined to entertain the second possibility. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the vehicle. The contents within that car are utterly worthless. This conjecture left everyone perplexed. What does that mean? What were they attempting to seize? What were we even trying to protect? Huizi could not resist the temptation to inquire further. Lin Chuan shot him a glare before turning back to Ning Fan. What do you mean by saying it is worthless? If the other party is fully aware that the items we are transporting hold no value, why would they resort to aggression against us? Brother, isn't that question akin to mine? Huizi muttered under his breath. Because Yang Beihai never anticipated that we would successfully deliver the goods to District F-27. Before Lin Chuan could explode with anger, Ning Fan interjected. To be precise, he will employ every conceivable means to thwart our arrival at District F-27. A hush fell over the group. Illuminated by the flickering flames, it was evident that every face bore a grim countenance. Are you suggesting that Yang Beihai is targeting us? Lin Chuan intoned gravely. Yet, I still find it illogical. This is not our first collaboration with Yang Beihai, nor have we ever harbored enmity. Brother Chuan, let me ask you this. If we were to perish outside the district, would this mission be deemed a failure for our wild doghouse? Undoubtedly. Lin Chuan had barely uttered the response when he abruptly stood up. I understand now. Within the team, some eyes sparkled with realization while others remained clouded with confusion. Yang Beihai must have informed the recipient that this shipment was to be delivered by our wild doghouse, yet ultimately, we would fail in our mission. Therefore, even if the goods are not delivered, it bears no consequence for him. Lin Chuan clenched his fists. He intends to keep the entire shipment for himself. Damn it. After a lifetime of traversing the night, I have been reduced to a mere scapegoat. Ning Fan nodded in agreement. Precisely, which is why I assert that the items in that vehicle may indeed be worthless. He is acutely aware that, regardless of what the items are, they will never reach District F-27. Lin Chuan suddenly pivoted and strode toward the vehicle, with everyone promptly following suit. However, when they pried open the trunk and forcibly unlatched an iron box within, all eyes turned to Ning Fan. The box was completely empty. This lad was correct in his deduction. Yet, in Ning Fan's eyes, there was no trace of elation, only a profound sense of foreboding. The audacity of the other party to act in such a manner signifies their unwavering confidence in leaving everyone from the wild doghouse stranded outside. Having collaborated with the wild doghouse, Yang Beihai undoubtedly possesses a certain awareness of their capabilities. Even so, he harbors such confidence. Brother Chuan, let us return. Huizi's expression was grim. We must drag Yang Beihai out and demand a clear explanation. Lin Chuan stared intently at the box, remaining silent for an extended moment, his countenance chillingly stoic. Ning Fan recognized that Lin Chuan was furious. Lin Chuan is a man of strict principles, thus he harbors an intense disdain for those who disrupt the established order. Simultaneously, Huizi's proposal stands as the sole option available at present. This task is bound to come to a halt. Yet, what Ning Fan could never have anticipated was that after a prolonged silence of 5 minutes, Lin Chuan suddenly turned his gaze towards the group, his expression as still as the depths of a stagnant pool. After a half-hour of recuperation, adjusting to their optimal state, they would forge ahead. Chapter 0013. The significance of teamwork. Ning Fan was taken aback. It has now been established that this commission was a trap set by Yang Beihai, and there would undoubtedly be ambushes ahead. Furthermore, they were unaware of the opponent's strength, while the adversary possessed their information. Under such circumstances, should they not have retreated immediately? Why leap into a pit of fire when they were fully aware of its peril? However, what astonished Ning Fan even more was that the others merely paused for a moment before each finding a corner to settle down and sleep fully clothed. They were genuinely conserving their energy and regaining their strength. Even Huizi, Xiaofei, and Dezhuang, who had previously opposed a head-on confrontation, now expressed no doubts whatsoever. Why was this? Ning Fan found himself perplexed. Kid, if you have any questions, ask away, Lin Chuan remarked, still seated beside the fire. His gaze into the flames now imbued with a deeper intensity. After staring at him for a while, Ning Fan could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Why? Lin Chuan pondered for a moment before replying mildly. Do you remember that dilapidated wooden board Huizi used to set up every day back in the district? Ning Fan's mind immediately conjured the image of Huizi perched on a rock, with the weathered board inscribed with Wild Dog's Home before him. It was all for that. Lin Chuan slowly raised his head and declared earnestly to Ning Fan, the reputation of Wild Dog's Home was established by the older generation. I have no right to tarnish it. Ning Fan felt as though he grasped a fragment of understanding, yet he was not entirely certain. It was evident that Yang Beihai had indeed orchestrated a scheme against them. Lin Chuan continued, however, if we were to return to District F32 and manage to bring him to justice, what would that prove? We emerged as a complete team and intend to return as one. The only loss is the cargo in the vehicle. If Yang Beihai refuses to confess, what evidence can we present? He understood Lin Chuan's line of thought. Catching a thief in the act. Brother Chuan, are you suggesting that capturing a member of the Battle Bear to bring back for Yang Beihai to confront directly? Ning Fan licked his parched lips. Lin Chuan nodded. We must present the evidence before him to prove that the sign of Wild Dog's home remains untarnished. The stigma of being a thief is one that Wild Dog's home cannot bear. Ning Fan felt a stir of emotion. This seemingly rough and carefree man appeared to act without much thought, yet he steadfastly adhered to the principles he held dear. Within Wild Dog's home, Lin Chuan may not be the strongest fighter, but he commanded the utmost respect from everyone. The moment Lin Chuan issued a command, the entire team comprehended his intent without a hint of doubt. This is what constitutes a team. This is the essence of cohesion. While they may jest and spar with one another in their daily lives, when it comes to the reputation of Wild Dog's home, it is a matter of utmost gravity. Ning Fan acknowledged that he had once regarded the concept of teamwork far too simplistically. However, Brother Chuan, we are utterly oblivious to the Battle Bears. Ning Fan comprehended Lin Chuan's thoughts, yet a profound sense of apprehension lingered within him. The enemy is forewarned while we remain in the shadows, placing us in a rather precarious position. Thus, I must rely on you. Lin Chuan suddenly broke into a smile. Me? Ning Fan, taken aback, pointed to his own nose, subsequently feeling a flush of embarrassment. Brother Chuan, do not jest. I do not even possess a spirit attendant. Do you know why I chose you? Lin Chuan interjected, interrupting Ning Fan. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fan replied with a wry smile. It cannot possibly be due to my excellent grades, can it? At this juncture, Ning Fan truly did not believe that his so-called prowess in 9 disciplines held any significant value in the eyes of the adventurers. You have indeed hit the nail on the head. It is precisely this quality that I have taken note of. Lin Chuan's words once again astonished Ning Fan. Kid, your achievements, first and foremost, indicate your resilience. Among the multitude in Zone F32, you are the sole individual to attain full marks in all 9 disciplines. I do not believe in luck. I believe in hard work. However, more importantly, through my observations, it is evident that you possess a certain intelligence. Not to mock you, but in this doghouse of mine, everyone is capable of fighting. Yet, those who can think are truly rare. Lin Chuan glanced at Hui Zi with a disdainful curl of his lip. Just look at his demeanor. While he can brawl, entrusting him with strategy would leave me utterly bereft. Ning Fan chose to disregard Lin Chuan's jest, his expression unusually grave. Lin Chuan continued. Our team is in dire need of someone with intellect. And you precisely possess this talent, hence, your lack of a spirit attendant is inconsequential, and your strength is of little matter. We have the muscle. As he spoke, Lin Chuan produced a piece of paper from his pocket, unfurling it upon the ground. Here lies our current position, with the ghost mist forest ahead. This is a map. I shall now divulge the strengths of all our team members. They may rest for the next half hour, but you shall not. When they awaken, you must provide us with a feasible battle plan. Lin Chuan unceremoniously assigned Ning Fan this task. Ning Fan found it hard to believe. Brother Chuan, I am merely a novice. Do you truly wish to entrust such a crucial matter to me? Everyone has traversed the path of a novice step by step. You lack experience, and I am offering you an opportunity to accumulate it. Once you have garnered sufficient experience, you will give back to the team. Is that not the essence of teamwork? Lin Chuan chuckled nonchalantly. Does the Academy not offer combat courses? You have scored full marks. You should be quite adept at formulating plans, making you the most suitable candidate for this task. Yet, Ning Fan did not share his ease in the Academy. That was merely theoretical strategy. Even if a plan were to fail, it was simply a matter of starting over and continuing the research. But now, it is a matter of risking the lives of 7 individuals from the Wild Dog House. Once we commence, there is no turning back. The pressure on Ning Fan was indeed immense. A hand clapped upon his shoulder. He looked up to meet Lin Chuan's profound gaze. Kid, if you intend to become an adventurer, you must learn to bear responsibility. Lin Chuan murmured. Bringing you out was not merely for a leisurely jaunt. You must serve a purpose. After each member of the team had articulated their abilities, Lin Chuan retreated to a corner to rest, by the fire. Only Ning Fan remained, his expression frozen in rigidity. He felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon his shoulders. Observing the others as they closed their eyes in meditation, Ning Fan struggled to suppress the tremors coursing through his body. Finally, after a thorough 3 minutes of psychological preparation, he began to regain his composure. He turned his attention to the map laid out on the ground. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the black sword he had been carrying on his back quivered ever so slightly as Ning Fan was engrossed in studying the map and formulating a plan within the cave. In Zone F32, within the inner district, his mother slowly opened her eyes while lying in bed, feeling an overwhelming weakness. Awake? Suddenly, a magnetic male voice filled her ears. To completely rid you of the miasma, I utilized 2 powerful antidotes. Her vision blurred, making it difficult for her to discern the figure before her. Who are you? Her voice was hoarse. Fong Yin, you wouldn't have forgotten an old friend, would you? The man chuckled. How disheartening. Her body stiffened. The outline of the figure gradually became clearer as she finally recognized him. An expression of sheer terror overtook her face. You, remembered me? The man spoke softly. It's been a long time. Just as her mother opened her mouth to respond, she suddenly noticed 2 bodies lying in the corner of the room behind the MAN. To be precise, 2 bloody corpses, one plump, the other bespectacled. Chapter 0014. Ning Fan's tactical plan. Half an hour later, Ning Fan remained seated by the fire, staring blankly at the map. The flickering flames illuminated his focused expression, rendering him oblivious to everything around him. Eat something. That a roasted beef bone was placed before him. Ning Fan looked up in surprise, meeting the earnest gaze of Dezhuang. Don't eat too much dog meat. The miasma content is too high. Dezhuang chuckled. We put our lives on the line, so treat yourself to something good. This meal is on me. The beef bone, a delicacy from the upper city, although not abundant in meat, was incredibly fragrant and quite nutritious. The savory aroma wafting from the beef bone was incomparable to the dog meat. Merely inhaling it made Ning Fan's mouth water profusely. Yet, what brought him the greatest joy was the realization that, from this moment on, he seemed to be accepted by the den of wild dogs. He had become one of them. Thank you. Ning Fan expressed his gratitude without hesitation. Dezhuang laughed. In our den, we don't say thank you. Once you earn some solars, treat me then. Deal, brother Dezhuang. I'll treat you to beef then. Dezhuang nodded in satisfaction and leaned closer to the map. Chuan Gu said to have you devise a plan, right? Yes. Ning Fan scratched his head, but I'm feeling a bit anxious. Anxious about what? Dezhuang clapped a greasy hand on his shoulder. Chuan Gu said you're smarter than us. We trust Chuan Gu, so we trust you too. Although Dezhuang was offering encouragement to Ning Fan, it only served to amplify his pressure. It was then that Ning Fan noticed Dezhuang's left hand, which bore only a thumb. The other 4 fingers appeared to have been severed cleanly by some object. However, Ning Fan refrained from inquiring further, even choosing not to gaze any longer, as he felt it would be somewhat impolite. Soon, the others had all gathered, having completed their preparations. Kid, how are you doing? Lin Chuan yawned, his demeanor betraying no hint of the impending struggle. Brother Chuan, I have devised 3 plans. You may choose one. Just as Ning Fan was about to elaborate on all 3, Lin Chuan interrupted him. Don't complicate things. Just present the one you deem most reasonable. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. After much contemplation, he mustered his resolve and turned to Xiao Fei. Fei Jia, you are the only one with a 10 soul level, spirit attendant. So for this mission, I have decided to center it around you. Xiao Fei, who was polishing her tang knife, paused momentarily in surprise before nodding indifferently. Very well. Within the ghost mist forest, atop a gray and desolate hill, a tall man with a square face held a nearly burnt-out cigar between his lips, his gaze fixed on the fog-laden woods below. Damn it, my eyes are hurting from staring. The square-faced man grimaced and cursed. Why haven't those wild dogs arrived yet, brother? Do you think that they might not have taken this route? A nearby man, as thin as a monkey, cautiously inquired. If they head towards the snake den, wouldn't we be left with nothing? Sun Wang furrowed his brow, contemplating before shaking his head. That's unlikely. Didn't Yang Beihai mention? Those wild dogs are quite cautious. The snake den poses risks. They will undoubtedly opt for the safest path. But this is taking too long. The monkey glanced at the time, scoffing. Could it be they encountered trouble along the way? That would be ideal. saving us the effort. Sun Wang scoffed coldly. However, I suspect that's improbable. According to Yang Beihai, those wild dogs are formidable. There aren't any particularly strong exotic beasts on this route to threaten them. Just as the monkey opened his mouth to respond, Sun Wang suddenly fixed his gaze intently. They're coming. Through the haze, a vehicle constructed from scrap metal slowly approached. Sun Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he waved his hand. Time to get to work. The 8 men behind him simultaneously rose and moved to the edge of the hill. Fixated on the vehicle navigating through the fog. Can you see clearly? Is that the vehicle Yang Beihai mentioned? Let us not mistake it for the wrong target. Sun Wang confirmed once more. The monkey squinted for a long moment, then declared, that is the one. Green canopy, red wheels. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Sun Wang decisively commanded, get it done quickly, and then we can disperse. After this job, we'll return and indulge in some pleasures. No sooner had he spoken than a fireball, half a meter in diameter, plummeted from the hill with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, the monkey, resembling an actual monkey, began to leap down the hill, darting among the trees of the ghost mist forest, drawing closer to the vehicle. Sun Wang removed his leather jacket and tossed it aside, revealing his sturdy chest. Wild dogs? Ha ha ha! No matter how formidable, they remain but dogs. How could they compare to bears? As he spoke, Sun Wang had already charged forward with the others. As they sprinted, each individual summoned their spirit companions, unleashing an onslaught of attacks upon the vehicle that bordered on annihilation in the blink of an eye. The car had become unrecognizable, cloaked in a dark hue, with tendrils of black smoke billowing from its surface. Under such ferocious assault, even the most divine beings seated within would surely meet their demise. However, when Monkey was the first to reach the vicinity of the vehicle, he sensed something amiss. Bro, the number of people inside the car doesn't add up, Monkey shouted from atop a tree. Sun Wang paused, startled. But then, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Spirit companion, sparks, from a distance. Old Duan's expression was cold as he swung his long staff. Before Monkey could react, he felt the crackling sounds surrounding his body. Monkey convulsed from the electric shock and tumbled from the tree, landing directly before Sun Wang. The group stood in stunned silence. Monkey, his teeth chattering, forced out the words. Inside the card, there's only one corpse. A chill ran down Sun Wang's spine. Time rewound to 1 hour prior. In truth, I had just contemplated the situation carefully. Although we were unaware of the information regarding Battle Bear, conversely, they might not possess an absolute informational advantage either. Ning Fan sat before the campfire, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. At the very least, they should remain oblivious to the fact that we had foreseen their ambush. Lin Chuan's eyes brightened. Refraining from interrupting Ning Fan, I attempted to view the matter from Battle Bear's perspective and suddenly realized a crucial issue. What means did they have to identify us? Ning Fan stroked his chin, falling into his own rhythm. They could not simply stand in the middle of the road waiting for us, as that would forfeit their advantage of having prepared an ambush. Moreover, the ghost mist forest is perpetually shrouded in fog. If the distance were too great, they would likely struggle to discern our appearances. Therefore, Ning Fan pointed towards the cave entrance. I believe I comprehend why Yang Beihai prepared this vehicle for us in advance. Chapter 0015. Something's amiss. The vehicle provided by Yang Beihai serves as a marker. Battle Bear relies on this vehicle to identify the members of Wild Dog's home. My plan is to use this vehicle as bait to draw them out. Ning Fan continued. As soon as they initiate an attack on this vehicle, we will be able to ascertain their positions. In this way, our situation would be entirely reversed. But who will drive the car? Huizi's expression darkened. Previously, he had always been the one behind the wheel. Ning Fan smiled and remarked, I hope Qingbin's body hasn't been consumed by the mutant beasts. Him? This took everyone by surprise. How could a corpse drive a car? In fact, there is no need for a person to operate it. One merely needs to find a straight path and prop something on the accelerator, Ning Fan explained. The role of Qingbin's body is simply to give the impression that there are still people inside the vehicle, albeit vaguely. After speaking, Ning Fan glanced nervously at the crowd, uncertain whether his plan would earn their approval. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Chuan laughed and applauded, asking, does anyone have any objections? It's quite good. Xiao Fei responded nonchalantly, what do you mean by saying I should be the core? Decapitation? Ning Fan's eyes lit up. Although Brother Chuan's butcher is formidable, your flower dance is even swifter. At that moment, As Sun Wang realized he had fallen into a trap, a chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, a shadow surged towards him at high speed. Spirit Servant, Giant Bear. Sun Wang reacted swiftly, activating his Spirit Servant. Thick fur rapidly sprouted from his bare skin, his face contorting into a fearsome visage, and his already towering figure began to sizzle. The shadow flashed past. Sun Wang's eyes widened in shock as a crimson line appeared on his neck, quickly expanding, with a spray of blood mist. The shadow landed 10 meters away from him. It was Xiao Fei, channeling her full power into her 10 soul level Spirit Servant. Her speed became almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A flush of color rose to Xiao Fei's delicate face. Ning Fan had entrusted her with this single task, yet it was the most challenging one in the entire scheme. She had but one opportunity. Failure would leave her ensnared in enemy territory, subjected to their encirclement. Fortunately, she succeeded. Boom! Sun Wang's massive form collapsed to the ground, sending a cloud of dirt into the air. The members of Battle Bear around him were momentarily stunned. What was supposed to be their ambush had turned against them. The monkey was down, and Sun Wang had been slaughtered. Within mere seconds, they had lost 2 of their own. Damn it! Kill that woman! Someone shouted, and the remaining Battle Bear members summoned their Spirit Servants, directing their attacks at Xiao Fei. Spirit Servant, Shield. De Zhuang charged from behind, arms raised before him as a translucent light shield unfurled. The assaults from Battle Bear struck the shield, cracking it with each blow. De Zhuang furrowed his brows, blood surging within him. Yet he did not retreat a single step, shielding the weakened Xiao Fei behind him after her full-force strike. Let me see what the Battle Bear from Zone F-27 is made of. Who dares to block my path? In the midst of the fog, Lin Chuan, his eyes aflame, advanced with a gleaming red blade in hand, followed closely by Ning Fan and Hui Zi from the side. Another figure shot forward with great speed. Though not quite matching Xiao Fei, he was not far behind. It was Wang Yi. As he approached the enemy, Wang Yi leapt high, his claws glinting dangerously. Swish! One of the attackers targeting the light shield had his head torn open, falling silently to the ground. Hui Zi, protect our talented student, Lin Chuan commanded in a low voice before charging towards the members of Battle Bear. Hui Zi smirked, clearly itching for action. Brother Hui, why don't you join in too? Ning Fan felt a bit embarrassed. Everyone was fighting fiercely, yet he needed someone to protect him. All right, you're precious. Hui Zi rolled his eyes at him, then sighed. I must admit, being academically accomplished does have its perks. Your idea was quite brilliant. Even though the Battle Bear has not yet been fully subdued, every member of the team has already recognized Ning Fan's value. Without Ning Fan, they would never have devised such a plan. Had they followed their previous course of action, they would most likely have charged directly into the Ghost Mist Forest, engaging the enemy in a brutal fistfight to see who was stronger. However, this would have resulted in heavy losses. As Ning Fan surveyed the battlefield before him, he couldn't help but clench his fists. He yearned to join his comrades in battle. Yet, without a Spirit Servant, all he could do was strategize. To step forward would only serve as a hindrance. Something feels amiss, beside him. Hui Zi suddenly scratched his head and remarked, This Battle Bear isn't particularly strong. Initially, Ning Fan was preoccupied with when he would obtain a Spirit Servant. Upon hearing Hui Zi's muttering, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Indeed, something was off. Although their plan had been executed effectively, successfully beheading the enemy's leader and catching them off guard, they had subtly gained control over the situation. However, the strength of the Battle Bear was considerably less than they had anticipated. It was not that the Battle Bear was weak, but rather, with such capabilities, it was impossible to entirely keep Wild Doghouse at bay. Precisely, that was the crux of the matter. Even without Ning Fan's strategy, if Wild Doghouse were to engage the Battle Bear, they might suffer losses, but they would not face total annihilation. At the very least, escape would be feasible. Yang Beihai's intention was to completely eradicate Wild Doghouse. Only in this way could he shift all responsibility onto their shoulders. The Battle Bear clearly could not achieve that. No, Hui Zi, the enemy must have more personnel, Ning Fan suddenly exclaimed. Battle Bear is merely cannon fodder, a bait. Their role is no different from Cheng Bin's. What? Hui Zi's face turned pale instantly. Over there, Lao Duan had just jumped down from a tree. Intending to clear the battlefield, a flash of white light surged forth. Lao Duan's body froze in place, a bloody hole appearing in his brow. His eyes widened, filled with confusion. Bang. Lao Duan collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from his head. Lin Chuan, who had been reveling in the fight, also noticed Lao Duan's predicament and was immediately taken aback. Lao Duan. Lin Chuan's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging on his neck. But before he could react, he vaguely heard a deep voice. Spirit servant. Light arrowed on a nearby hillside. A young man with a headscarf, a lollipop in his mouth, formed a bow with his hands. Soon, a luminous arrow coalesced on the ring of his finger. Whoosh, the arrow was released. Wang Yi fell to the ground. Chapter 0016. The shield at home. Shattered. Lin Chuan's shout abruptly ceased. Wang Yi landed less than 5 meters away, blood pouring from his mouth, choking him as he looked up at Lin Chuan, his mouth agape, seemingly with much to say, yet unable to utter a single word. Lin Chuan's lips trembled uncontrollably, his eyes reddened. Meanwhile, Ning Fan began to tremble uncontrollably. This is the world of the practitioners. Lao Duan, Wang Yi. Moments ago, everyone was gathered together, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Now, they lay lifeless, their demise both abrupt and tragically simplistic. Wang Yi, Huizi suddenly bellowed, charging towards the mountain peak with fervor, having completely forgotten Lin Chuan's orders. His sole desire was to avenge his fallen comrades. On the hillside, a young man scoffed, his finger aimed menacingly at Huizi. A ray of light once again manifested. Whoosh, as Huizi sprinted, he slightly tilted his body. Zing! The light arrow pierced through his scapula. Huizi collapsed, rolling a few times due to inertia. He was covered in mud, blood mingling with the earth, rendering him a pitiful sight. Upon witnessing Huizi's injury, Lin Chuan found a fleeting moment of composure. He gritted his teeth, nearly crushing them in the process. Retreat! Lin Chuan shouted vehemently. Huizi, lying on the ground, heard Lin Chuan's command and roared in fury. Brother Chuan, Wang Yi and Lao Duan are dead. I damn well know. Lin Chuan swiftly rushed to Huizi's side, hoisting him onto his shoulder without a backward glance. Sprinting towards the fog-laden forest's edge, meanwhile, Xiao Fei and Dezhuang, though equally filled with rage and sorrow, followed suit in their escape. As they passed the dazed Ning Fan, Dezhuang instinctively scooped him up. The wind whipped against Ning Fan's face, causing him discomfort. Cradled in Dezhuang's arms, he numbly turned to gaze at Lin Chuan, who bore Huizi on his shoulder. Brother Chuan, are we really leaving? The moment those words escaped his lips, Ning Fan felt a pang in his nose. Although he had barely interacted with Wang Yi and Lao Duan for a full day, the weight of their loss was suffocating. Lin Chuan ran with an impassive expression, yet his eyes burned with intensity. He chose not to respond to Ning Fan at that moment. Another light arrow shot forth. Ning Fan sensed Dezhuang falter slightly, yet their pace remained unbroken. Before long, they had escaped the ghost mist forest, returning to the cave where they had previously rested. The warmth of the campfire still lingered, but the returning group was diminished by thud. Lin Chuan unceremoniously dropped Huizi to the ground. Xiao Fei hastily retrieved a bile crystal from his pocket and shoved it into Huizi's mouth without hesitation. This time, Xiao Fei did not ask for Sola. Tears streaming down his face, Huizi crushed the crystal between his teeth and swallowed it. The bleeding from his wounds ceased, yet he wept bitterly, lying on the ground with swollen eyes. Lin Chuan, damn you! To everyone's astonishment, as Huizi regained his strength, he immediately roared at Lin Chuan. You are the captain. Our families have been slaughtered, and you just ran away? Lin Chuan remained silent, his gaze shifting to Dezhuang, who had just set Ning Fan down. Ning Fan felt a dampness on his body. Turning to Dezhuang, he was met with the sight of blood streaming from Dezhuang's chest. Xiao Fei finally noticed Dezhuang's condition and swiftly pulled out his last ball crystal, preparing to administer it to him. But Dezhuang waved his hand dismissively. It's useless. A waste. Dezhuang staggered to the wall, sinking heavily to the ground, exhaling deeply. Finally, I can rest. I am utterly exhausted. Ning Fan stood motionless, resembling a wooden carving, fixated on Dezhuang. Dezhuang grinned, revealing his teeth. Kid, who would have thought, so slender and small, yet surprisingly heavy. You've been struck by an arrow. Ning Fan's teeth chattered. Struggling to form a complete sentence, Dezhuang lowered his gaze to the bloodied holes in his own body and spoke languidly. Huizi, do not scold the captain. No one could withstand this arrow. He was protecting us. 10 soul level, ranged attack, and he had already secured advantageous terrain. Xiao Fei whispered, "If we run too slowly, we shall all be left behind." Huizi refrained from apologizing. Upon seeing De Zhuang's condition, he wept even more profusely to De Zhuang. "What the hell are you doing? Don't scare me like this. If you die, whom shall I turn to for favors?" Huizi struggled to rise, crawling towards De Zhuang. "When I first joined the Wild Dog Home, during my inaugural mission, you sacrificed 4 fingers to save me. I have yet to repay you." De Zhuang chuckled. "Are you scolding me? You, a newcomer, have become the vice-captain. Where shall I place my old face?" Huizi wept bitterly, snot and tears mingling together. Forcing himself up, he knelt before De Zhuang. "I beg you. Please don't die. I'm on my knees for you." De Zhuang smirked, his breath growing noticeably labored. "I am not your father. Why are you kneeling? Father. If you just live, I shall call you father every day. Is that not enough?" Huizi's voice pierced sharply, nearly breaking. "Forget it. I do not wish to have such an unreliable elder son." Gulp. A torrent of fresh blood surged from De Zhuang's mouth, interrupting any further jest he might have made. Huizi cried out hoarsely, incessantly beseeching De Zhuang not to perish. "Brother De Zhuang, I haven't treated you to beef yet." Tears streamed down Ning Fan's cheeks. He was unaware of his own weeping, doing so unconsciously. The former Ning Fan believed he would only shed tears upon his mother's departure. He could never have anticipated that he would weep for someone he had known for less than a day. This suffocating sensation rendered him almost breathless, as if a stone were pressing firmly upon his heart. Just over an hour ago, right here, De Zhuang had handed him a bone of beef. "Don't eat too much of the dog meat. The toxin content is too high. We're putting our lives on the line. Treat yourself to something good. This meal is on me and our little den. We do not say thank you. When you earn your Solara, then treat me." Brother Chuan said that you're sharper than us. "And we trust Brother Chuan. Thus we trust you." De Zhuang's eyelids were already drooping. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, he struggled to lift them. His gaze grew increasingly clouded. Although he continued to spit blood, the corners of his mouth gradually formed a faint curve. "Kid, I don't quite like you." De Zhuang attempted to raise his arm but could not muster the strength. He turned his head with great difficulty. Looking once more at Lin Chuan. Chuan good. "I'm hanging up. From now on, the team that will be without a shield. You find another piece." Before the words could finish, De Zhuang's eyelids grew heavier until he could no longer lift them. Ning Fan's ears buzzed with a cacophony. The black sword behind him trembled slightly. Chapter 0017. "I am the Captain." Ning Fan grasped De Zhuang's fallen hand, feeling the blood within him surge uncontrollably. With a sudden gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow, casting a brief glance in his direction, confirming he was uninjured, merely overwhelmed by his emotions, before averting her gaze once more. Huizi continued to weep. Ning Fan, too, was obliviously shedding tears. "How on earth can one obtain a spirit servant?" Ning Fan murmured suddenly. Huizi looked at him through his tears. Abruptly, Ning Fan drew the black sword, channeling all his strength to bellow. "How the hell can one activate a spirit servant?" Lin Chuan regarded Ning Fan with profound intensity. Ning Fan's nerves had completely unraveled. "Aren't there plenty of restless souls wandering in the wild? Come on, come to me. I'll take care of you." His furious voice echoed in the cave. The black sword trembled slightly, yet exhibited no further reaction. Indeed, as Huizi had said, the opportunity to acquire a spirit servant is shrouded in mystique. "Damn it!" Ning Fan hurled the black sword against the wall. He was furious with himself. Why, when everyone else was fighting so hard, did he need others to protect him? He was also a member of the Wild Dog Society. In this home, everyone was fulfilling their responsibilities. But what about him? "Calm down, kid." "How can I calm down?" Ning Fan broke down, weeping uncontrollably. "You all said I was clever. You all trusted me to devise the plans. Every action was executed according to my strategy. Yet now, 3 people are dead. Lao Duan, Wang Yi, and De Zhuang. They perished because they believed in me. Why the hell should I bear this? I've never even ventured into the wild. Are you all insane? Why did you trust me?" Overwhelmed with guilt, Ning Fan was at his breaking point. If only he had anticipated sooner that Battle Bear was merely a facade, and a true master lay in ambush, perhaps none would have perished. The entire scheme had even ensnared Battle Bear, making it impossible to foresee. Perfectly understandable. Xiao Fei, rare as it was, offered a word of consolation. Everyone had already concluded that Battle Bear was certainly unaware of the entire plan. When Battle Bear was slaughtered, the archer had not intervened. He had used the lives of Battle Bear's men to draw the full attention of the Wild Dog Society, a purely cold-blooded assassin. Even so, Ning Fan still could not find solace. Strangely, throughout the ordeal, Lin Chuan had remained silent. Upon returning to the cave, he sat at the entrance, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, after 20 minutes had passed, once Ning Fan and Huizi had sufficiently vented their frustrations, Lin Chuan slowly rose and rekindled the previously extinguished campfire. The other three turned their gazes toward him. Lin Chuan licked his dry lips and addressed Xiao Fei. "Keep an eye on those two. And don't let them act foolishly." Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Lin Chuan looked at her, gesturing toward the campfire. "Until the fire goes out, I want to return. From now on, you will be the captain of the Wild Dog Society." Having spoken, Lin Chuan turned and walked towards the cave's entrance. Huizi, having wept himself weary, hurriedly propped himself up upon seeing Lin Chuan's departure. "Brother Chuan, where are you going? Didn't you just scold me?" he exclaimed, once again addressing him as brother. Lin Chuan glanced back with a smile. Yet Huizi was not in a jesting mood. "I'm asking you a question. Where are you headed?" Lin Chuan's smile slowly faded. "I am the captain," he replied, his gaze falling upon De Zhuang's lifeless body, his eyes growing moist. "I must care for the lives of the living. As for the vengeance of the dead, I must seek it as well." Huizi's body trembled as he strained to rise, but Lin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "With your current state, it would be futile to join me. Preserve your life. If I do not return, you shall avenge me." With that, Lin Chuan departed the cave without a backward glance. Ning Fan was bewildered. Since leaving the inner district, he had encountered too many perplexing situations. Knowing full well it was a trap, why would one willingly plunge into it? He could not comprehend. Aware that their adversary was a seasoned assassin, why would Lin Chuan choose to return? It eluded his understanding. They were all seasoned wanderers of the wild. Why were their thoughts so foolish? In his mind, Lin Chuan's earlier words echoed. If one intends to be a wanderer, one must learn to shoulder responsibility. For reasons unknown, Ning Fan felt a tightness in his chest. Inside the cave, silence reigned, interrupted only by the crackling of burning wood. Huizi had nearly regained his composure, his emotions stabilizing somewhat. Leaning against the wall with his head bowed, he seemed lost in thought. Xiao Fei rested the tang knife on her lap, closing her eyes in meditation. Ning Fan had picked up the black sword, waiting for it to respond like one would anticipate a lover's call. Alas, the black sword remained utterly still, devoid of even the slightest tremor. He still had not acquired his spirit companion. The flames dwindled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Lin Chuan had yet to return. Huizi lifted his head, tears streaming down his face once more. However, this time he was not as agitated. Instead, he turned to Xiao Fei. "Captain, what should we do next?" Xiao Fei's eyelids flickered slightly. "The fire has not yet extinguished." Huizi stood and kicked the campfire apart, sparks scattering across the ground. Now it was extinguished. Everyone understood that with Lin Chuan's prolonged absence, waiting any longer was futile. Clinging to a hope that was devoid of meaning was unnecessary. Xiao Fei lifted her gaze to observe him for a moment before turning to Ning Fan. "What are your thoughts?" Ning Fan shuddered. To say his mind was in disarray was an understatement. Even if he had thoughts, he dared not voice them. A misstep could lead to death. "Useless," Xiao Fei suddenly spat, her exquisite visage tinged with disdain. "I truly do not understand why the captain holds you in such high regard. What good are your accomplishments? A mere slight, and you crumble?" Ning Fan yearned to retort. Was this merely a slight? 3 lives had been lost. Brother Chuan's fate was still uncertain. Why can you remain so indifferent? Ning Fan bit his lip, pressing forth his question. "And if not?" Xiao Fei narrowed her eyes. "Should you too wail like banshees?" Huizi furrowed his brow at her words. Xiao Fei, unyielding, grasped the tang knife. The residual glow of the dying sparks illuminated her delicate figure. One is an archer, the other is Yang Beihai. These 2 individuals are sworn enemies. Xiao Fei spoke coldly. "Now that you know who your foes are, instead of seeking vengeance, you hide in a hole and weep, though you think you are entitled to loathe being called useless?" Huizi fell silent for a moment, tearing his clothing into strips, which he haphazardly wrapped around his shoulder to bind the wound. Who shall we kill first? The archer is currently elusive, but young Beihai cannot escape from District F32. Xiao Fei turned her gaze back to Ning Fan. Are you going? I will go, Ning Fan replied, rising to his feet. He had finally come to terms with everything. All the preparations he had made over the past month paled in comparison to what he had experienced that very day. In that moment, he comprehended what it meant to be a traveler. More precisely, he understood how to become a struggling wild dog at the very bottom. Brother Chuan had once said, the sign of home of wild dogs was polished by the older generation. Anyone attempting to tarnish it will find it futile. Ning Fan, shouldering the black sword, approached Xiao Fei. Sister Fei, do not scorn my weakness. I promise I will grow stronger. Xiao Fei displayed little reaction, then do so swiftly. I have no habit of coddling children. Chapter 0018. The Revenge of the Wild Dogs 2 hours later. In District F32. In an alley beside a 3-story building, Ning Fan addressed Xiao Fei and Huizi. We still cannot ascertain whether young Beihai has learned of our survival. Despite home of wild dogs suffering considerable losses, Ning Fan recognized that this was not the time to wallow in despair. Lin Chuan valued his intellect. He needed to do something for the remaining members. Otherwise, it would be a betrayal of Lin Chuan's trust. Yang Beihai is a 3-star researcher at the Technology Institute in District F32. Huizi spoke coldly. If he knows we are still alive, he will undoubtedly anticipate our quest for revenge. Given his status, he can apply for level 2 protection. Then we shall proceed as if he is already aware, Ning Fan decisively stated. You will handle the distraction for level 2 protection, while I go to eliminate him. On the way back, Ning Fan received crucial information. The inner district forbids the use of spirit servants. This is an unyielding rule. It also explained why Ning Fan had never heard anyone mention the power of spirit servants. However, this was fortuitous for Ning Fan. Lacking a spirit servant did not equate to a lack of combat prowess. Can you do it? Huizi questioned skeptically. Xiao Fei pondered for a moment before addressing Ning Fan. If you fail, you are to leave, home of wild dogs. Understood. Ning Fan nodded firmly. Night fell. Upon exiting the laboratory, Yang Beihai immediately retrieved his phone. This type of phone had mediocre signal strength and was restricted to use within the district. Only more advanced phones could function in the wilderness, but their exorbitant price was beyond someone of Yang Beihai's standing. Seeing an unanswered call, Yang Beihai dialed back, his expression impassive. Have you dealt with it? 3 have escaped, came an indifferent voice from the other end. Just give me half the commission, and that will suffice. Yang Beihai's expression changed dramatically, his grip on the phone tightening until it creaked ominously. Repeat that? I said. Having dealt with 3, I demand half the commission. How dare you ask me for money? Yang Beihai was instantly engulfed in fury. Did I not make it clear to you? This task must be executed flawlessly. Not a single dog from Wild Dog House can be allowed to survive. I even arranged the bait for you. All I required was for you to lie in wait and strike from the shadows. And yet you managed to botch it? After a brief silence, the response came, begrudgingly. They are indeed quite formidable, especially that captain, whose decisiveness is unparalleled. Had they hesitated for even half a minute, I would have eliminated them all. The captain? Lin Chuan? I do not know his name. The voice continued. That fellow had already fled, but unexpectedly returned to pursue me with a blade. I nearly perished in the wilderness. And where is he now? Yang Beihai's heart raced. After a moment of silence, the voice chuckled. I dispatched him. Yang Beihai felt a slight sense of relief, yet his anger flared anew. But you still let 3 escape. Enough of this idle chatter. I will settle for a 30% cut. Is that agreeable? Just as Yang Beihai was about to unleash another torrent of curses, the tone from the other end grew ominously low. If you do not pay me, I will ensure your demise. You see, I have but one wretched life to lose. I am already wanted in several districts. What does it matter if I add one more F32 district to the list? Yang Beihai's face twitched in alarm. He understood that the other party was not jesting. This individual specialized in assassination and was certifiably insane. I will deliver the funds to you before nightfall. Yang Beihai, refusing to relent, pressed. Could you not pursue them further? If you eliminate them all, I will pay you in full. Too laborious. The person chuckled. Since you seem to be a man of your word, allow me to offer you a hint. As I made my way back, I stumbled upon some traces. Those 3-cornered dogs, they must have returned to F32 district. Yang Beihai's eyes widened in shock. The voice continued with a laugh. It seems they are coming back for revenge. Young Beihai, your machinations against them may have been uncovered. With a sharp click, the call ended. Young Beihai's eyes flickered with rage, but more so, a sense of panic. Three dogs have returned. Who could it be? Lin Chuan is dead. Who else remains? Just as Yang Beihai contemplated sending someone to investigate the district guards, a sudden cacophony of screams erupted from downstairs. Fire! Yang Beihai was startled into a shiver. Soon, he observed numerous people rushing toward the exit in a frenzy. What is happening? Why is there a fire? An older man, slightly senior to Yang Beihai, emerged from the office. Old Yang, what are you doing here? Are you not aware that there is a fire? Chen Gu. Yang Beihai hastily grabbed him. I wish to apply for level 2 protection. Level 2 protection? Chen Gu was taken aback. Have you stirred up trouble? Yes. Yang Beihai's face drained of color. Someone is trying to kill me. Moreover, I suspect this fire was set by them. Who would be so audacious? Who dares to set fire to the Science Institute? Chen Gu immediately lost his temper. Just as he began to speak, Yang Beihai abruptly halted. Many were aware that he had entrusted Wild Dog House to deliver goods to Zone F-27. If he were to say now that it was the people from Wild Dog House who sought to end his life, no one would be fooled. They would undoubtedly grasp the ruse he was attempting to employ. Thus, he refrained from speaking. Just a bunch of wild boys, trying to extract benefits from me. Yang Beihai steeled himself and uttered a lie that he himself could hardly comprehend. Chenggu squinted at him. Chenggu, lend me a hand. Yang Beihai clutched his arm tightly, pleading, I beg of you. Chenggu sighed. Very well, regardless of the reason, I consent to your request. However, everyone is currently engaged in firefighting, and we cannot spare too many personnel. I can arrange for 4 individuals to protect you. Is that acceptable? That works. Yang Beihai's face was awash with gratitude. Those 3 stray dogs had just returned from their escapades in the wild and were likely already exhausted. Moreover, the use of spirit servants was prohibited within the district. 4 protectors would suffice. Soon, the 4 individuals that Chen Gu had arranged escorted Yang Beihai out of the research institute. Yang Beihai cautiously scanned his surroundings. Only daring to step out once, he confirmed the absence of danger. Yang Gu, why are you so anxious? Who exactly wants you dead? One of his protectors asked with a light-hearted laugh. Yang Beihai ignored him. Just take me to the executors. The executors were a group responsible for maintaining basic order within the inner district. Yang Beihai was skeptical that those 3 wild dogs would dare make a move in front of the executors. Once he was safe, he would have ample time and opportunity to deal with those 3. Just as the group was about to board the vehicle, Yang Beihai suddenly noticed a graceful figure emerging from the alleyway. Ji, Xiao Fei dragged a tang knife, its blade scraping against the ground, producing a series of shrill sounds. Q Xiao Fei. Yang Beihai felt as if he were a startled bird. To him, Xiao Fei's enchanting visage appeared as terrifying as death itself. It's her. Stop her. Oh, this little lady is quite the catch. One of the men jested as he approached Xiao Fei. Although he appeared nonchalant, he drew his weapon. Yang Beihai, you must die today. Xiao Fei's figure flickered as she charged toward him. Everyone surged to confront her. For heaven's sake, don't all run away. They still have people. Yang Beihai shouted in panic. Just as his words fell, a figure leaped down from the 2-story building across the street. Huizi's eyes blazed with fury as he brandished a dagger, dashing across the road. Yang Beihai, frantic, saw that the 4 individuals had already engaged in combat with Xiao Fei. He could no longer afford to hesitate and turned to flee back toward the research institute. Just as he reached the entrance, he collided with someone head-on. Get out of the way! Yang Beihai irritably attempted to shove the person aside. However, in the next moment, he felt a sharp, intense pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a dark long sword had already pierced through his stomach. Yang Beihai incredulously raised his head, only to behold a youthful face. Ning Fan, donning a baseball cap, fixed his brooding gaze upon Yang Beihai. You are that newcomer. I convey a message from Brother Daichuan. Ning Fan drew the black sword and thrust it violently once more, declaring, whoever sullied the reputation of Wild Dog House must cleanse it with their blood. He leaned in close to Yang Beihai's ear, his expression devoid of emotion. I in your next life. Do not provoke a mad dog. Chapter 0019. The King Puff, Puff, Puff. Ning Fan's gaze was impassive as he mechanically stabbed Yang Beihai with the black sword. Yang Beihai's abdomen was nearly ripped open. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth, and he clutched Ning Fan's shoulders with all his strength. Ultimately, he lost his vigor and slid down from Ning Fan's body. Until his dying breath, he could not comprehend why it was this newcomer who had taken his life. Unbeknownst to him, the appearance of Huizi and Xiao Fei was intended to force him back to the Technology Institute. Yang Beihai was aware that 3 individuals remained alive. Now only 2 had shown themselves, and no matter where he fled, safety was not guaranteed. Only within the Technology Institute could he find true security. In his final moments, Yang Beihai recalled seeing a man wearing a baseball cap entering the Technology Institute amidst the chaos, yet he paid it no heed. He had only encountered Ning Fan once and had never regarded this small wild dog recently taken in by Lin Chuan. Ning Fan coldly observed Yang Beihai's lifeless body, confirming that he was beyond death, before lifting his leg to step over him. As he approached the door, he paused momentarily, then revealed a smile tinged with complex emotions. Is he dead? Xiao Fei was still engaged with several guards when she caught sight of Ning Fan emerging, drenched in blood, her beautiful eyes instantly brightening. Yes? Ning Fan nodded, urging, let us withdraw with that. He swiftly dashed into an alley. After shaking off a few pursuers, Xiao Fei and Huizi also fled in different directions. 20 minutes later, the 3 reconvened at a prearranged location. Is he truly dead? Beyond resurrection, Ning Fan whispered. I stabbed him to pieces. Very well. Xiao Fei's face bore no trace of joy. Will you accompany us or remain behind? Ning Fan's heart quivered. He understood that this was a decision he would inevitably face. Xiao Fei and Huizi had appeared before the Technology Institute. There was no room for them in Zone F32. Killing an ordinary person was one matter, but taking the life of a level 3 researcher was a significant issue. Ning Fan, wearing a cap, had only just joined Wild Dog House, and scarcely anyone was aware of his presence within the team. Thus, he had choices to make. Yet, this choice weighed heavily upon him. He had yet to avenge Wild Dog House, and did not wish to be branded a coward. However, his mother still resided in Zone F32. Kid, don't be so wishy-wash. If you want to leave, then go. If you wish to stay, then stay, and no one will blame you. Huizi remarked nonchalantly, tilting his head. If we exact our revenge, we will return to inform you. All right, let us go. Xiao Fei attended to Huizi, disregarding Ning Fan. Just as their figures were about to vanish into the depths of the alley, Ning Fan suddenly called out loudly, I will go with you. What? Huizi exclaimed in disbelief. Didn't you say you still have family in Zone F32? Yes. Ning Fan nodded slightly. Once I have avenged everyone, I shall return. Your confidence is quite remarkable, remarked Xiao Fei, crossing her arms. By the way, Ning Fan said with a wry smile. It seems I have acquired a spirit attendant. Upon hearing this, both of them were momentarily taken aback. When did this happen? Huizi asked, skepticism etched on his face. It was right after I killed Yang Beihai. The sensation just suddenly came to me. Ning Fan's smile grew increasingly strained. If only I had known sooner, it would have been better. Impossible. Xiao Fei frowned. Do you even understand what a spirit attendant is? How could one possibly acquire a spirit attendant within the district? Clearly, Ning Fan's situation was rather peculiar. Previously, Lin Chuan had mentioned that a spirit attendant is generated from the gathering of souls. In the wilderness, with wandering souls and ghosts in abundance, it is far easier for individuals to obtain a spirit attendant. Yet within the district, while it cannot be said to be entirely peaceful, it was widely understood that no one could acquire a spirit attendant here. I have no idea how this happened, Ning Fan replied, having just obtained the spirit attendant himself and unable to clarify further. Perhaps I could use it, and you could take a look? Better not. Xiao Fei interrupted. There are monitors in the district. Using a spirit attendant would expose us. After a moment of thought, Xiao Fei inquired, Are you certain you wish to accompany us? Absolutely, Ning Fan affirmed. Very well, once we reach outside the district, you can show us your spirit attendant. All right, a significant part of Ning Fan's decision to follow the 2 was indeed due to his newfound spirit attendant. Without it, he would have felt like a burden. But now, things were different. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Fei and Huizi in battle. There's still time to return home for a visit? Huizi approached Ning Fan and asked softly, Once we leave, there's no telling when we might return. Ning Fan felt a pang in his heart. He had been away for several days and was uncertain about his mother's condition. He longed to go back and see her. Perhaps it's best to let it go. He forced a smile. I'm afraid if I return, I won't want to leave again. Just as the 3 began to contemplate how to exit the F32 district, at Ning Fan's home, His mother's figure was no longer seen on her bed. A pristine white sheet now covered the mattress. Beside it sat a man of exquisite features, dressed in a robe of black adorned with golden threads and sporting polished high boots. He held a handkerchief to his mouth and nose, his hand softer than that of a woman. "How is it possible to live in such filth for over a decade?" the man muttered to himself, gazing out the window. "This child, with his mother in such a state, does not even bother to return and check on her. He spends his days frolicking outside. Such a lack of filial piety." Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Curiously, the man rose and approached the door, draping the handkerchief over the doorknob before opening it. "Why is it so noisy?" he inquired. A similarly flamboyantly dressed woman stood at the threshold. Responding respectfully, "I heard there was a fire at the Institute of Technology, and a researcher has been killed." The man paused, then laughed, his expression filled with disdain. "Just a bunch of cockroaches living in the sewers. Why must they fight to the death within their own lair?" The man strode towards the street, and the woman promptly followed suit. "Wang, are we not waiting?" she inquired. "And waiting," the man retorted, his face contorted with disdain. "I feel as though I am suffocating." Chapter 20. Don't thank me, thank Brother Chuan. Huizi had somehow procured a vehicle. When Ning Fan laid eyes on this car, he realized that the previous one they had ridden in could be deemed luxurious in comparison. The exterior of this vehicle could scarcely be classified as scrap metal. Various metals were haphazardly assembled, with several grimy plastic panels affixed to it. As the car rumbled forward, it emitted a cacophony of creaks and groans, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. "Where did this come from?" Xiao Fei appeared distinctly dissatisfied. "Acquired from the black market," Huizi replied with a dismissive shrug. "After splitting the money, only a little over 4,000 salas remained, and this vehicle cost merely 3,000. "Very well," Xiao Fei conceded reluctantly, turning her gaze towards Ning Fan. "Did you leave the salas at home?" Moments earlier, Ning Fan had departed alone with the salas she had handed him, only to return shortly thereafter. "Yes," Ning Fan nodded with a wry smile. "I slipped it through the door crack. I didn't dare enter." Xiao Fei offered no further commentary. "Let us board the vehicle." This time, it was Ning Fan who assumed the role of driver. Given that Xiao Fei and Huizi were too familiar to blend in, it fell to Ning Fan, the unfamiliar face, to engage with the guards at the regional wall. Upon reaching the gates of the regional wall, Ning Fan noticed two guards leaning against the wall, engaged in casual conversation. He recognized one of them as the man who had collected 1,000 salas from Lin Chuan when they had departed. "Heading to the wilderness? Which family do you belong to?" As the vehicle approached, the guard sauntered forward, performing his routine inquiry. "The Zhanfeng Tuan, on a mission." This was the excuse they had previously concocted. "The Zhanfeng Tuan?" The guard leaned closer to the window, causing Ning Fan to tense up. Xiao Fei and Huizi, seated in the back, instinctively placed their hands on their weapons. The news of Yang Beihai's murder had been made public within the district, and a manhunt was underway. If discovered, they would have no choice but to resort to violence and force their way through. "Wasn't your captain just dispatched?" The guard's expression shifted, a hint of suspicion creeping in. Ning Fan's heart sank. This was an unfortunate turn of events. They were impersonating the Zhanfeng Tuan, yet the real members had just departed. They had stumbled into a precarious situation. At that moment, the guard, peering through the car window, caught sight of Xiao Fei and Huizi in the back seat. The three of them froze in place. Lin Chuan as he. Just as the two were poised to act, the guard, visibly agitated, posed a question, and one inside the vehicle responded. The guard bit his lip, glancing towards the inner district. "The person you killed, was he connected to Brother Chuan's death?" He had received word that members of the Wild Dog House were responsible for Yang Beihai's murder. Upon realizing that only Xiao Fei and Huizi occupied the car, he seemed to grasp the situation. "Open the car door. I'll escort you out," he suddenly instructed Ning Fan. Ning Fan was taken aback, turning to the other two for their input. Noticing their apprehension, the guard disarmed himself, tossing his weapon to his companion. "I'll take a stroll around. Keep an eye out." "All right, Brother Zhao, please be cautious." The companion waved his hand. Xiao Fei pulled open the rear door, and the guard, without hesitation, leapt into the vehicle. With the guard leading the way, the companion opened the main gate, granting an unobstructed passage. "Why help us?" Xiao Fei finally spoke up. "The three of us have only 1,000 sola left on us. If you need." The guard silently took out a bundle of sola from his pocket and placed it on the seat. Living as fugitives is arduous, and with scant resources, any assistance offered is appreciated. The guard then retrieved a pack of cigarettes, revealing only 2 remaining. He handed one to Huizi and the other to Xiao Fei, saying, "These are from the Path of Grace, authentic. I personally witnessed the sorter pick them from the pile. These 2 cost 100 sola. This brand is a favorite among the upper city gentlemen. I've held on to them for dear life. Do give them a try." Observing the cigarettes offered by the guard, neither of them reached for them. "Why not?" Huizi inquired again. The guard chuckled, his gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Each time Lin Chuan took you out, he would give me 1,000 sola." Both Huizi and Xiao Fei were aware that Ning Fan had witnessed this as well. The guard sighed. "In the early days, I accepted it, but over time, I felt it was unnecessary. Lin Chuan's generosity seemed excessive. Eventually, I began to feel embarrassed about accepting the money, so I asked him why he always provided he burning through cash. In truth, the people from the Wild Dog's Den were equally curious about Lin Chuan's motivations. The money was hard-earned, and giving the guard 1,000 each time was no trifling matter. Yet, whenever someone inquired, Lin Chuan would chuckle and say, "It's just a small sum. No need to waste words on it." Do you know what Lin Chuan said? The guard looked at the 2 deeply. He said that the money he offered was not out of foolish generosity or a surplus of wealth. Rather, he hoped that if one day his dog pups found themselves in trouble but managed to return home, I would open the door for them, ensuring their path to survival remained intact. The guard sighed. He mentioned that in this line of work, dying outside is commonplace, yet he does not wish for his pups, having made it to the doorstep, to be obstructed by a cold wall from returning home. Huizi, unable to contain himself, began to weep again. Even Xiao Fei's eyes were red-rimmed. Ning Fan drove, feeling a lump in his throat. Upon exiting the area, he witnessed the brutal scene outside. At that moment, Lin Chuan appeared utterly indifferent, displaying a near cold-blooded disregard for the grim tableau. The lives and deaths of others were beyond his concern. Yet, he was determined to protect his own pups with utmost care. I have encountered many members of the traveler's team, and few leaders consider their children as he does. The guard lit a cigarette for himself, exhaling a puff of smoke towards the window. I hold him in high regard. Thank you, Xiao Fei formally expressed. The guard smiled. Don't thank me, thank your brother Chuan. With that, the guard opened the door, jumped out, and waved goodbye. If you can live, then strive to live well. In this damned world, it's rare to find someone who genuinely cares for you. Don't let him down. Ning Fan found the road ahead increasingly obscured. He pondered how wonderful it would have been to arrive at Wild Dog's home. Earlier, his acquaintance with Lin Chuan had been far too brief. Xiao Fei turned her face away. Yet Ning Fan could discern a single crystalline tear trailing down her cheek in the rearview mirror. Back then, when Chuan Gu had given money to that guard, I argued with him. Xiao Fei muttered to herself. I said, if you wish to give, you may do so yourself. I shall not distribute my money to those who are utterly unrelated, as she spoke. This woman, whose demeanor appeared cold to the point of being heartless, began to weep openly. Chuan Gu appointed me as the team leader, but he has yet to teach me how to fulfill that role. Fei Jia, Hui Go. Ning Fan rolled up his sleeves and wiped his increasingly resolute eyes. If you have yet to decide where to go next, I have a suggestion. The two gazed at Ning Fan, whose eyes were slightly swollen, through tear-filled eyes. Gritting his teeth, Ning Fan managed to utter a few words. I wish to go to area F27I in an instant. They understood. The people from Battle Bear have not been completely eradicated yet. Chapter 0021, Hunting Group. The vehicle traversed a familiar path, and just hours earlier, the entirety of Wild Dog's home had been in order. Let us take a moment to rest in the cave first. Xiao Fei broke the silence in the seayard. No need. Huizi began to speak, but was interrupted by Xiao Fei. Haven't you and this kid gone without sleep for several days? It was only then that Ning Fan recalled the wager he had made with Lin Chuan. It felt as if an eternity had passed. A sense of disconnection enveloped him. Moreover, De Zhuang's body had yet to be buried. Huizi fell silent. Ning Fan also remained quiet. After a short while, the car halted outside the cave. De Zhuang's body leaned against the wall, already beginning to stiffen. Ning Fan and Huizi silently dug a deep grave, interring the robust De Zhuang thoroughly. Before resting, let us take a look at your spirit companion. Xiao Fei turned her gaze toward Ning Fan. Although she still doubted his ability to acquire a spirit companion within the district, her curiosity was piqued. In this world, Nothing was truly impossible. Ning Fan nodded. Feeling a surge of excitement, he retrieved the black sword from behind him, closed his eyes, and recalled the sensation of slaying Yang Beihai. Compared to the act of killing Cheng Bin, the stabbing of Yang Beihai had not left him with overwhelming discomfort. Rather, it brought a sense of relief, as if avenging his brother's eti that moment. A voice echoed in his mind. The sword is not meant to be wielded in such a manner. That must have been the spirit companion. However, under the watchful eyes of Qiao Fei and Hui Zi, Ning Fan strained to recover that voice, yet silence persisted. 5 minutes elapsed. Let us rest. Qiao Fei expressed no significant disappointment. I'll keep watch. Once you're rested, it will be my turn. Hui Zi, too, sat against the wall with little interest, closing his eyes. Ning Fan felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Could it be that it was merely his imagination? Just as Qiao Fei had said, acquiring a spirit companion within the district was impossible. Observing Ning Fan's continued efforts to summon the spirit companion, Qiao Fei contemplated before advising, let fate take its course. Do not be overly fixated, rest first. Had it been in the past, Qiao Fei would never have uttered such words. But now, things were different. She was the team leader. Ning Fan, filled with reluctance, ultimately acquiesced to Qiao Fei's counsel. Without a spirit attendant, should his mental state deteriorate further, he would become an insufferable burden. Time slipped away, and eventually, Ning Fan succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he once again heard that voice. A sword is meant for dance, not for thrusting. You insult the sword. Given the opportunity, I shall teach you. Ning Fan abruptly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Yet, from beyond the cave, he discerned Qiao Fei's voice. Chen Wu, must you be so ruthless? Ning Fan turned his head to find Hui Zi still leaning against the wall, yet his eyes were wide open and filled with intensity. Hui Gu, who is it? Ning Fan inquired. Hui Zi replied in a hushed tone. Hunting group, the team of wanderers from Zone F32. Ning Fan immediately grew wary. Encountering the wanderers from Zone F32 at this moment bore no resemblance to the warmth of meeting a fellow villager. Various teams often clashed in the wilderness over matters of interest. Presently, the Wild Dog House exuded the scent of fresh meat, especially after suffering significant losses, with their captain Lin Chuan dead. A bounty had been issued for them in the area. Whoever could bring them back, alive or dead, would receive a handsome reward. Hehe, Qiao Fei, your question is rather naive. A deep voice echoed from outside the cave. If it were you, would you refuse free money? Free money? Qiao Fei scoffed. Do you look down upon us at Wild Dog House? When Lin Chuan was alive, I certainly did not dare provoke you. The man's tone suddenly shifted. But now, you are merely a pack of stray dogs. If I were to remain afraid, I might as well abandon this livelihood as a wanderer. At that moment, Hui Zi sat up abruptly. Chen Wu, you seem to have the memory of a fish. Have you forgotten how you knelt before me, begging for mercy? Hui Zi cursed as he strode toward the cave entrance. Ning Fan followed closely behind. The man named Chen Wu stood around 6 feet tall. With a small nose and beady eyes, his appearance rather unsavory. Upon hearing Hui Zi's words, Chen Wu's expression darkened. Hui Zi, you're not dead? How unfilial. Are you hoping for your father's demise? Hui Zi retorted with a cold laugh. You, sir, lack honor. Did we not agree that when you see me, you must kneel and call me father? What is the matter? Is your mother remarrying? Chen Wu trembled with rage and bellowed. Damn it, kill him. Wipe them all out and claim the bounty. The members of the hunting group acted without hesitation, summoning their spirit attendants. However, their reactions paled in comparison to Qiao Fei's. The moment Chen Wu issued his command, Qiao Fei had already made her move. Spirit attendant, flower dance. Qiao Fei's Tang Dao, trailing remnants of her movement, surged toward Chen Wu's throat. Startled, Chen Wu recoiled, while one of his companions immediately stepped forward. Raising his arms, spirit attendant, iron flesh, clang. The Tang Dao struck against the arms, instantly sending a cloud of blood mist into the air. The man grimaced in pain, and Qiao Fei's countenance grew somber. This strike had not severed his arm as intended. In the brief moment of distraction, 2 assailants had already flanked Qiao Fei. Hui Zi, occupied with his own 2 opponents, lacked the capacity to attend to Qiao Fei's predicament. Ha ha, Qiao Fei, your blade is indeed swift, but after all, you are but a woman. In terms of strength, you fall short. Chen Wu remarked with a sinister smile. If it were Lin Chuan's butcher, my brother's arms would surely be rendered useless. Do refrain from invoking Brother Chuan's name with that foul mouth of yours. Xiao Fei's eyes burned with fury as she wielded her tang knife, engaging in a fierce exchange with the two adversaries beside her. The caliber of the hunting group was, in truth, considerably inferior to that of the wild dog house. Yet, a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Fortunately for Xiao Fei, her speed allowed her to hold her ground against the three opponents. Huizi, however, was not so composed. His spirit servant abilities were more suited for ambushes, and in a direct confrontation, capturing the opponent's shadow proved to be quite a challenge. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Wu, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, showed no urgency, intent on savoring the moment before taking action. After all, he had previously knelt before Huizi, calling him father. This was an opportunity he could not afford to squander. He intended to make Huizi kneel and call him grandfather. Perhaps there would even be a chance to toy with the enticing Xiao Fei, however. Just as he contemplated a few taunts, he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. Spirit servant, Hurricane. As an experienced practitioner, he sensed danger in an instant and summoned his spirit servant, swiftly darting to the side with the aid of the wind. Turning around, he was met with the visage of a youthful face. Ning Fan's sword strike missed its mark, yet without hesitation, he pressed on, lunging once more at Chen Wu. Observing Ning Fan's rigid and conventional technique, Chen Wu couldn't help but scoff. Where did you pick up this little pup? Still weaning, and yet you dare to bare your teeth. Chapter 0022. A Gamble for Life Bang. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as his body was propelled backward. Empowered by his spirit servant, Chen Wu's speed was astonishing. Unlike Xiao Fei, Chen Wu utilized the wind to amplify his mobility. Tio put it in Chen Wu's own boastful words, with a favorable wind, he was invincible. Just as Ning Fan landed, he felt a gust of wind, followed by a heavy boot coming down upon his head. The force of the stomp was tremendous, burying half of Ning Fan's face into the dirt. Hey, Xiao Fei. Who is this kid? Lin Chuan's illegitimate son. Chen Wu, confident in his victory, gestured towards Xiao Fei, who was struggling against three opponents. Whose offspring is he? Surely not yours, damn you. Your foul mouth is a nuisance. Ning Fan braced himself against the ground, attempting to rise. Bang! Chen Wu lifted his foot, striking down once more. Ning Fan was immediately dazed, the hard edge of the boot leaving several cuts across his face. This child, despite being of the same generation as Lin Chuan, how can you dare to insult your elder? Chen Wu frowned in discontent. How about this? Call me grandfather, and I shall let you go. Ning Fan, if you dare to comply, I will surely end your life. Huizi shouted urgently from the side. Don't scare me. Am I such a coward? Ning Fan retorted, equally incensed. No need for you to interfere. Release that forceful kick you used on me. Why does it falter in the presence of outsiders? Are you taking advantage of my abilities? Huizi paused for a moment, then laughed. Little brat, are you trying to provoke me? As he spoke, Huizi's figure flickered. Although half of Ning Fan's face was obscured, he beheld a bizarre scene. Huizi's shadow detached from his body. In the instant one of the individuals was momentarily stunned. Huizi's shadow approached his... The man screamed in agony. His shadow was pinned down, just as Huizi had previously controlled Chengbin. The difference was that Huizi had used a real dagger then, whereas now, it was merely a shadow. Huizi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced at another adversary. Damn it! These two have been bullying me for a while now. Let us see how well we can play. Chen Wu also noticed the situation unfolding over there. It was not just Huizi. Xiao Fei seemed to be gaining the upper hand as well. The man who had just helped Chen Wu fend off Hua Wu had nearly had his arms chopped to pieces. If one strike doesn't suffice, then several will do. Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes glinted with frost. Let us see how many of my blows you can endure. Although Xiao Fei herself bore wounds, she overwhelmingly dominated the members of the hunting group. Chen Wu furrowed his brow tightly. He simply could not comprehend how, with just two cornered dogs remaining, they could still engage in a stalemate with his hunting group. Indeed, he had not regarded the young man beneath him as human at all. A bunch of useless fools. I'll have to intervene myself. Chen Wu was furious. He could not afford to lose this battle. Yet, just as he intended to strike, he suddenly realized that his left calf was being tightly grasped. You? Chen Wu looked down, discovering that despite being stepped upon, Ning Fan was clinging desperately to his leg with both arms. Your opponent iced me. One of Ning Fan's eyes was bloodshot from being crushed, yet a strange smile played on his lips. "Dear nephew." Chen Wu was taken aback. Soon enough, he understood. He referred to Huizi as a father, while Ning Fan called Huizi brother. Therefore, addressing him as dear nephew was indeed fitting in terms of their generational hierarchy. "You're courting death." Chen Wu's face contorted in rage as a short dagger fell from his sleeve, aimed directly at Ning Fan's neck. But at that moment, Ning Fan exerted force with his waist, launching his lower body into the air and delivering a kick to Chen Wu's chin. Simultaneously, Ning Fan released his grip, and Chen Wu was sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood-stained dirt. Ning Fan propped himself up. Huizi also took note of the situation and his eyes brightened. "Kid, not bad, huh? I must say." Ning Fan's recent maneuvers were indeed fluid, textbook counterattack techniques. Moreover, his ability to bring down Chen Wu was something both Huizi and Xiao Fei had not anticipated. Scoring 9 out of 10. "Did you really think I was joking with you?" Ning Fan wiped the blood from his face, feeling his vision blur. One of his eyes was severely bloodshot. Indeed, Xiao Fei took a moment to commend him. She could see that Ning Fan had deliberately provoked Chen Wu. This was also thanks to Chen Wu's underestimation of Ning Fan, believing that killing him would be easier than slaughtering a chicken. Thus, he had not employed any spirit servants when dropping the dagger. In the absence of any spiritual attendant, Ning Fan found himself not overly disadvantaged. "Damn it!" Chen Wu shook his head and rose to his feet. Although the kick inflicted minimal physical harm, the insult was profoundly humiliating. To be knocked down by such a wretch, devoid of even a spiritual attendant, would surely render the entire hunting team a laughingstock if word got out. Ning Fan retrieved his broken sword, beckoning Chen Wu with a provocative gesture. "Come on, nephew." Despite his injuries, Ning Fan's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. This battle seemed to awaken a latent quality within his blood. He himself could not fully comprehend why he felt not an ounce of tension, but rather a surge of exhilaration. Chen Wu, already seething with rage, felt an urge to kill upon witnessing Ning Fan's audacity. Armed with a dagger, he activated his spiritual attendant once more, swiftly closing the distance between them, propelled by the wind. Ning Fan resolutely shut his bloodshot eye, refusing to let it impair his vision. A glint of cold light flashed. Ning Fan beheld it, death. He heard Chen Wu's furious roar. Yet, evasion was clearly out of the question. However, Ning Fan had never entertained the notion of dodging. Grasping his broken sword, he lunged towards the source of the icy light. Thud. Ning Fan felt a tearing pain in his shoulder. Chen Wu's dagger had fully penetrated, leaving only the hilt protruding. Despite the excruciating agony electrifying his nerves, a satisfied smile crept upon his face. His broken sword had also pierced Chen Wu's arm. At that moment, he had not chosen to evade but rather resolved to trade blows with Chen Wu. More precisely, he was gambling, betting that Chen Wu would not reciprocate the fatal exchange. Indeed, upon realizing Ning Fan's intentions, Chen Wu attempted to evade the broken sword, altering the trajectory of his strike. His dagger, initially aimed at Ning Fan's heart, veered off course. "You little bastard." Chen Wu's arm throbbed with pain, intensifying his bloodlust. He could not tolerate being made to look so pathetic by this little street dog. Yet, just as he intended to withdraw the dagger, he caught sight of Ning Fan's smile, a smile that radiated genuine mirth. Ning Fan gazed at him, his eyes gleaming with newfound brightness. "Thank you." Chen Wu believed the boy had lost his mind. Yet Ning Fan's smile deepened. "Thank you for finally allowing me to feel the presence of a spiritual attendant." Xiao Fei and Huizi also turned their attention to the unfolding scene, their expressions shifting in astonishment. What is that?" Xiao Fei, the eternally frosty woman, could not help but exclaim. Ning Fan bared his teeth in a grin. Spiritual attendant, Jian Wuchou. Chapter 0023. From this day forth, I shall teach you the art of the sword. The extent to which Ning Fan could pierce Chen Wu's arm was the pinnacle of his capabilities, in terms of experience and strength. He possessed none of the advantages over Chen Wu. Moreover, he lacked a spiritual attendant. To have fought to this degree had even altered Xiao Fei and Huizi's perception of him. Although others remained oblivious, they were acutely aware. This young man had barely been in the district for a mere day. And what of Chen Wu? As the leader of the hunting team, even though this group ranked merely in the mid to lower tier within Zone F32, it had been established for 4 years. A novice devoid of a spirit attendant has managed to cause Chen Wu, a seasoned veteran from outside the district, to suffer repeated setbacks. Xiao Fei and Huizi reflect on their own experiences as newcomers and realize they could not have achieved such feats. It is no wonder that Chuangu has taken an interest in him. However, what astonishes them most at this moment is not Ning Fan's resilience, but rather the ethereal figure that has materialized behind him. Clad in white, with long flowing hair and a delicate visage, eyes gently closed, a bell dangles from the left ear. This spirit embraces Ning Fan from behind, its hands clasped around his wrists, seemingly guiding his movements. Ning Fan can feel a force directing his actions through his wrists. Suddenly, the apparition opens its eyes, and a weathered voice resonates in Ning Fan's mind. From this moment forth, I shall teach you the art of the sword. Ning Fan's heart races with exhilaration. At last, he can fully confirm that he has acquired a spirit attendant. Yet, he is utterly inexperienced in communicating with it or employing its powers. What should I do? Ning Fan opts for the most straightforward approach. He humbly seeks guidance. The response from the sword, Wu Chou, is equally direct. Sever him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Fan unleashes a strike with the broken sword towards Chen Wu. Naturally, Chen Wu perceives the specter behind Ning Fan, and he is equally taken aback. However, as Ning Fan's sword slices through the air, Chen Wu quickly reacts, retreating with great speed, activating his own spirit attendant. Just when he believes he has narrowly escaped disaster, the broken sword in Ning Fan's grasp carves out a black crescent moon. Darkness envelopes Chen Wu's vision. With a sudden realization, he is confronted by a burst of crimson mist. In the next instant, he sees an arm soaring through the air. It is only then that the searing pain strikes his mind, and he comes to the grim realization that the severed arm belongs to him. Ning Fan observes Chen Wu, who is now kneeling and howling in agony, clutching his wound, and he is momentarily taken aback. Is this truly something he has accomplished? He gazes at the broken sword in his hand, recalling the sensation of that fateful strike. Meanwhile, the members of the hunting group, witnessing their leader Chen Wu lose an arm to Ning Fan, feel their morale plummet. The presence of the specter behind Ning Fan exerts tremendous pressure upon them. We yield, one declares, discarding his weapon and raising his hands in surrender. You yield? Huizi scoffs, his dagger continuing its relentless path as it swiftly slits the man's throat. Did I grant you permission to surrender? Xiao Fei, too, acts decisively, and in the blink of an eye, 5 corpses lie lifeless on the ground. The hunting group, apart from the writhing Chen Wu, has been entirely annihilated. Their cries are giving me a headache. Huizi twirls his dagger skillfully, advancing towards Chen Wu. This is like slaughtering a pig. Yet, Xiao Fei interjects, wait, he appears to be sensing his spirit attendant. Huizi turns to Ning Fan. Ning Fan gazes down at the broken sword. Suddenly, he appears to have an epiphany. He stands upright, gripping the sword with the blade aligned parallel to his arm. So, this is how the sword is wielded. Ning Fan murmurs softly to himself. Whoosh! The shattered sword swung forth, accompanied by the sound of the breaking air. No, stop that I was wrong. Whoosh! Chen Wu's head fell to the ground. Ning Fan's strike, unlike before, did not summon the black full moon, yet it bore an even greater ferocity. Swift, ruthless, and precise. It was a stark contrast to the performance-oriented swordsmanship he had practiced in the academy. This was the art of killing. Ning Fan's single eye sparkled with excitement at the power of his own strike. Sister Fei, Brother Hui, I told you, I have a spirit companion, didn't I? Just moments ago, before them, despite his best efforts, he had not managed to showcase his spirit companion, which left him quite embarrassed. Impressive, kid. Hui laughed heartily as he patted Ning Fan. Do you really have a spirit companion? Ning Fan, still nursing his injuries, nearly toppled over from Hui's slap. Nevertheless, he replied with a joyful smile. I'm just not quite familiar with how to utilize my spirit companion yet. Take your time. Hui inquired curiously. What level is your spirit companion? Noticing that Ning Fan was uncertain about how to assess the level of his spirit companion, Hui added. It's about how many souls you can sense when you utilize your spirit companion. The level of a spirit is determined by the number of gathered souls. The spirit companion within Xiao Fei's Tang Dao has coalesced 17 souls. Thus, it is classified as 10 soul level. Of course, even among the same level, there are distinctions in strength. 10 souls represent 10 soul level. 99 souls also fall under 10 soul level. The difference lies in the quantity. How many souls? Ning Fan pondered for a moment about the sensation he had just experienced. then raised his index finger. It seems there is only 1.1. Hui blinked. A single soul means single soul level? It was evident that Hui felt a tinge of disappointment. Although Hui was also at single soul level, his spirit companion possessed 9 souls. Tio put it simply, a spirit companion with only 1 soul is the weakest of all. No worries, spirit companions can grow. Hui forced a couple of laughs and offered Ning Fan some encouragement. Yet, even a fool could see that this was merely a forced consolation. Nevertheless, Ning Fan felt a hint of confusion. Jianwu Cho is not weak. He could distinctly sense the enhancement to his own strength after unleashing Jianwu Cho. All right then, you two take a break. I'll go deal with those bastards' corpses. Hui, unsure how to comfort Ning Fan, simply felt pity for him and found an excuse to leave. After he departed, Xiao Fei showed no intention of offering comfort. Instead, upon returning to the cave with Ning Fan, her expression turned cold. You claim that you sensed the presence of a spirit companion while in the inner district? Yes, I felt it when I killed Yang Beihai. But if I hadn't truly used it just now, I would have almost thought it was an illusion. So, you fought Chenwu so desperately just to confirm whether you had indeed acquired a spirit companion? Yes. Aren't you afraid of dying? Xiao Fei said sternly. Although Chenwu is not powerful, killing you that would be quite easy. Ning Fan understood that Xiao Fei was expressing her concern for him. Sister Fei? I am also a member of Wild Dog's Home. Xiao Fei remained silent. Observing you and Huaij fighting with great fervor, I found myself unable to remain idle, Ning Fan said earnestly. Moreover, I can discern that if it were not for your concern for me, you would not be so anxious in your efforts. Indeed, in truth, considering the prowess of Xiao Fei and Huizi, eliminating members of the hunting group may not be effortless, yet it is not insurmountable either. Chen Wu, that fool, remained oblivious to the true disparity between the hunting group and Wild Dog Society until his demise. The difference lies not solely in strength, but also in conviction. Huizi remarked that initially, Chen Wu had knelt in supplication, calling him father. Ning Fan was certain that within the Wild Dog Society, no individual would ever debase themselves in such a manner. I understand that you perceive me as young and inexperienced, and you all wish to protect me to the best of your abilities. Ning Fan cast his gaze downward, fixating on the soot-blackened broken sword. However, I cannot indefinitely accept your protection with a sense of complacency. Can I? Noticing that Xiao Fei seemed poised to speak, Ning Fan interjected. We are wild dogs. Ning Fan's smile bore a hint of bitterness. Betting our lives for survival, shouldn't that be our way of existence? Each of you wagers your life. Why should I be exempt from placing my own bet? Chapter 0024. Entering the zone alone. The profession of a wanderer is, by nature, a gamble with one's life. When he first joined the Wild Dog Society, Lin Chuan had conveyed to him that everyone possesses a reason for becoming a wanderer, thus he is not an exception. Everyone is engaged in this gamble. Wang Yi, De Zhuang, and Lao Duan lost their bets, and hence perished. Xiao Fei and Huizi's return to Zone F32 to avenge Yang Beihai is likewise a wager. If that guard had denied them passage, they too would have lost. Hence, Ning Fan was acutely aware that without a spirit servant, surviving this time does not guarantee he would endure the next. He might even endanger Xiao Fei and Huizi due to his own failings. Ning Fan must take this gamble. Having entered this game of chance, life is the currency. Fortunately, he emerged victorious. Xiao Fei gazed deeply at Ning Fan, finally exhaling a sigh. She did not express any opinion regarding Ning Fan's words, but silently produced a gallbladder crystal from a rotten toad. She consumed it. Ning Fan observed the gallbladder crystal, now somewhat darkened in hue, and felt a sense of aversion rising within him. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he grasped the crystal and swallowed it with his eyes closed. The taste was not unpleasant. It was certainly far superior to the meat of the shadow hound. The crystal's hemostatic and analgesic effects manifested swiftly, and Ning Fan felt a significant alleviation of his pain. Come here. Xiao Fei tore a strip of fabric from her sleeve, revealing her fair arm. Ning Fan was puzzled by her intentions. Yet, Xiao Fei forcefully tugged at his collar, pulling him closer, and bound the strip around his head, obscuring his bloodshot eyes. The toxins outside the zone are exceedingly potent. If this injury is not properly tended to, your eyesight may be irreparably harmed. Xiao Fei stated matter-of-factly. Due to their proximity, the warmth of Xiao Fei's breath brushed against Ning Fan's face. Furthermore, her garments were slightly tattered from the recent battle. Ning Fan vowed that he was not being intentional. At the tender age of 18, one finds oneself brimming with curiosity about the world. A sharp slap suddenly lands upon his head. Having just acquired a spirit companion, does he think himself invincible? Has he begun to entertain mischievous thoughts? Xiao Fei cast him a piercing glance. Sister Fei, it's not like that. Ning Fan's face flushed crimson. While stealing glances may not be inherently wrong, being caught in the act is undeniably awkward. Go outside and assist Wheezy with the tasks. Xiao Fei waved her hand dismissively. Oh. Ning Fan rose, his head hung low as he trudged toward the exit. Xiao Fei watched his retreating figure for a while before suddenly letting out a chuckle. Not such a child. Outside the cave. What brings you out here? Wheezy, who was busy hauling a corpse into the woods, waved enthusiastically. Perfect timing. Lend me a hand with this. These useless fellows must have eaten something heavy. This one feels as weighty as a pig. With unwavering diligence, Ning Fan helped Wheezy lift the lifeless body. As they made their way to the woods, Wheezy sensed something was amiss with Ning Fan. Did Xiao Fei say something to you? No. Ning Fan feared that Wheezy might have noticed his furtive glances at Xiao Fei. However, Wheezy waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't overthink it. Xiao Fei is just that way. With her new role, she is bound to be a bit harsh. Relieved that Wheezy hadn't caught on, Ning Fan exhaled. Brother Wheezy, have you ever been scolded by Sister Fei? Why would I quibble with a woman? Wheezy's face turned a shade of crimson. Soon enough, the two had disposed of all the members of the hunting group into the woods. Wheezy passed Ning Fan the weapons and spoils they had scavenged from the corpses. These items can be sold in the black market once we enter the district. Upon their return to the cave, Ning Fan felt a pang of anxiety. He was almost hesitant to meet Xiao Fei's gaze. Yet, she behaved as though nothing had transpired. Now that this young lad also had a spirit companion, albeit merely of the single soul level, he was at least equipped to handle ordinary skirmishes. Xiao Fei spoke coolly. If you all feel fit, we can set off. Noting that Xiao Fei had not brought up the earlier incident, Ning Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to regain his composure. Sister Fei, I have an idea. Speak. The appearance of that group, the hunting team, has given me pause. Ning Fan steadied his emotions. You must have encountered many individuals during your numerous trips to District F-27. Surely, some must recognize you? Indeed, that is the case. Wheezy nodded. Our reputation in F-27 is decent. We occasionally transport goods back. Then, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from making any public appearances. We cannot ascertain the extent of Battle Bear's connections in District F-27. After all, Battle Bear is a local team, and we are merely outsiders. Ning Fan asserted gravely. Moreover, while the shipment from young Beihai may not exist, can we truly expect the recipient to place complete trust in us? He can choose to believe or not. We have already eliminated young Beihai for him. What is he going to do? Accuse us? Wheezy bristled with indignation. Yet Xiao Fei merely gestured for him to be quiet and turned to Ning Fan. So, you propose that I should venture into District F-27 myself? Ning Fan chuckled. With my unfamiliarity here, I doubt anyone in Zone F-27 would recognize me. Even the members of War Bear, during our previous encounters, likely paid little heed to a mere newcomer like myself. Wheezy maintained a solemn silence. Xiao Fei narrowed her eyes. Are you certain? If you find yourself in trouble in Zone F-27, we may be unable to assist you. Absolutely, Ning Fan replied with conviction. I will devise a way to lure out the remaining members of War Bear. Xiao Fei bowed her head in contemplation, seemingly hesitant. Wheezy nudged Ning Fan. Kid, what if one of the survivors from War Bear recognizes you? That could spell trouble. To draw out War Bear, Ning Fan would need to approach them. A risk far too great. Huigu, Ning Fan licked his lips. We can't simply wait indefinitely outside the Zone 4 War Bear to emerge. Can we? Wheezy was taken aback. Ning Fan gazed at the mound of earth within the cave, beneath which lay De Zhuang's corpse. If you can think of a better plan, we can discuss it further. Otherwise, let's proceed with my approach. Wheezy glanced at Xiao Fei. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Fei finally nodded. Very well, just be cautious. Sure thing. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. Let's set a time. Between 3 and 5 in the afternoon. You two should lie in ambush at the entrance of Zone F-27 during that period each day. Once you see me emerge with members of War Bear, be prepared to act. Understood. Xiao Fei nodded again. After a brief discussion of the subsequent arrangements, the trio set off once more. Xiao Fei and Wheezy escorted Ning Fan to the vicinity of the entrance to F-27. The three then parted ways. Xiao Fei, Are you truly at ease allowing this kid to venture out alone? Huizi inquired with concern after Ning Fan had departed. Xiao Fei regarded him, reflecting for a moment before sighing. I understand your fear of further loss at home. Huizi was taken aback but did not dispute her. Xiao Fei continued, however, that young man just shared some thoughts with me that I found quite reasonable. What did he say? What he said is not important. Huizi, let me ask you this. Xiao Fei fixed her gaze upon Huizi. If this operation were yours, intending to enter Zone F27 to draw people out, would you refuse? Of course not. Huizi replied, suddenly frozen in realization. Exactly. Thus, if you are able to go, why shouldn't he? Xiao Fei remarked coolly, he has already acquired a spirit attendant. There's no need to treat him as a child any longer. Chapter 0025. Zone F27. What brings you here? At the entrance of Zone F27, the guard scrutinized Ning Fan through a small opening. Ning Fan retrieved 500 salas from his pocket and slid them through the opening. Just passing through, conducting a bit of business. The guard appeared somewhat astonished by Ning Fan's youth. It was rare to see such a young traveler surviving alone in the wilderness. After glancing at the 500 salas offered, the guard asked no further questions and opened the iron gate. With a large package slung over his back, Ning Fan stepped inside and inquired of the guard, "Good sir, which direction leads to the black market?" The guard gestured in a specific direction. "Walk straight down this road, turn right, and after passing a 6-story red building, you'll find it. Once you get there, you can inquire further." "Thank you, big brother," Ning Fan replied politely with a smile. The guard watched his retreating figure and muttered, "Heh, have travelers become so youthful these days?" This marked Ning Fan's first venture into an area beyond the F32 district. In comparison, this place seemed a tad more bustling than F32. The numerical designations of each district actually reflect their prosperity levels. Within the vast F district, there exist 69 smaller areas, with F32 being of moderate standing. At the entrance of this district, numerous teams of travelers gathered, resembling the situation in F32. This reminded Ning Fan of a few days prior when he first sought out Huizi and Lin Chuan at IT, felt as if a considerable amount of time had passed since then. Upon entering with his hefty pack, Ning Fan attracted the attention of many. After inquiring about the location of the black market from the guard, a burly man with bare arms approached him. "Brother, looking to sell goods?" Ning Fan cast a glance at him. The man grinned, yet his smile was not particularly warm. Rather, it bore a slightly menacing quality. "What do you have that's worth my attention? If it's something I need, I can help you out right here. No need to make a trip to the black market and get swindled. No thanks. I'm in no rush. A leisurely stroll suits me just fine." Ning Fan replied. Transactions in the black market tend to be relatively secure. Most black markets across various districts adhere to rules, as long-term business is at stake. No one wishes to jeopardize their livelihood. However, private dealings are much less predictable. Murders and thefts have occurred within the districts. If one were to kill someone, the worst consequence would be a mere 7 days of confinement, if the stakes are high enough. 7 days is hardly a long time. One might as well consider it a brief assignment. "Hey, don't be so hasty to leave." The burly man grasped Ning Fan's shoulder. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly drew his broken sword, striking at the man's arm. The burly man was taken aback and instinctively retreated a step. "What the hell? Are you insane?" he exclaimed, veins bulging in anger. Ning Fan looked at him with a somber expression. Suddenly, he unfastened and opened his pack, revealing an assortment of bloodied weapons. "Are these the kind of items you find useful?" Ning Fan said coldly. "If you seek trouble, this place is too constricting. We can step outside to settle it." The guard who had initially opened the door for Ning Fan witnessed the unfolding scene and chuckled heartily. "Old pig, don't bully the youth. A lone wolf at this age has no measure. Don't invite unnecessary trouble upon yourself." The burly man, referred to as Old Pig, maintained a stoic demeanor but showed no intention of confronting Ning Fan. The weapons in the pack were evidently trophies of this young man's conquests. A child so young, carrying the weapons used by 5 or 6 individuals, it was highly probable he had single-handedly eradicated an entire team. "Damn," Old Pig scoffed, returning to lean against the wall, somewhat disheartened. This opportunity felt a bit too daunting to pursue. It wasn't that he doubted his ability to handle Ning Fan. Rather, these battered weapons were simply not worth the conflict. The cost-to-benefit ratio was far too low. Yet, not pursuing it left him with a lingering sense of regret. Ning Fan quietly gathered his belongings and continued his journey toward the black market. After he departed, Old Zhu beckoned to a slender man standing near a small alleyway. The man hurried over, and had Ning Fan seen him just moments ago, he would have instantly recognized him as the monkey from the Battle Bear team. He was the first to be zapped down from the tree by old Duan. Yet, it was precisely this lack of aggression that allowed him to escape a calamity. Brother Zhu, what is the matter? The monkey's face bore the marks of past burns, and he wore a fawning expression. Old Zhu pointed at Ning Fan's retreating figure. Follow him. Ascertain how many solars he possesses. The monkey, taken aback, exclaimed, Ah? Brother Zhu intends to deal with him? Old Zhu snorted coldly, putting on quite the show. Acting like a lone wolf? In the end, he is merely a solitary figure. Why not seize the opportunity, Brother Zhu? What if he possesses some real skills? Anyone truly capable wouldn't come to F27 district to sell goods. They would have long reported to the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone. That is a valid point. Monkey. Old Zhu lowered his eyelids to regard him. When Sun Wang was around, your Battle Bear team didn't shy away from such dealings. Did you? Hand this matter to you. You should be able to handle it well, yes? Upon hearing Battle Bear, the monkey instantly comprehended. Old Zhu was reminding him that he was currently under someone else's roof. If he worked diligently, Old Zhu would ensure he had food to eat. Oh, rest assured, Brother Zhu, I shall investigate thoroughly. With that, the monkey hopped along to catch up with Ning Fan. Old Zhu scoffed, Humph. A stray dog. Ning Fan had arrived at the black market as directed by the guards. Compared to the gathering place of the traveler teams beyond the district wall, this area was palpably more vibrant. The street was filled with the sounds of frantic bargaining, and at times, disputes would escalate into shouting matches over price disagreements. With his package slung over his shoulder, Ning Fan naturally attracted considerable attention. Hey, little brother, what are you carrying? Show me, and I'll try to give you a good price. A man in his 30s, sporting a buzz cut, sat cross-legged on the ground and waved at Ning Fan. Ning Fan crouched down, unburdening his package. Upon opening it, the buzz-cut man's expression soured at the sight of the blood-stained weapons. From outside the district, confiscated? Ning Fan nodded. Used by the travelers. Both men understood the implication. Prior to arriving at F27 district, Huizi had informed him that within the district, spiritual guardians could not be openly displayed. These weapons belonged to that group from the hunting squad, who indeed possessed spiritual guardians. Thus, when trading in the black market, simply stating they were used by travelers sufficed for everyone to grasp the underlying meaning. The buzz-cut man pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing. Is the origin clean? Not from F27 district. The buzz-cut man's interest was piqued immediately. All right, hold on with that. He produced a mobile phone and dialed a number. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. That it was evident that this buzz-cut man was involved in substantial business. Ordinary vendors seldom had use for such technology. This device was indeed a rarity. Little brother, please wait a moment. I have a friend who specializes in weaponry. Let her come take a look, the buzz-cut man said with a smile. Ning Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The man with a buzz cut gestured towards the items on his stall. Take a look. See if anything catches your fancy. I'll give you a good price later. And you can help me make a sale, he urged. However, Ning Fan had already perused the offerings at the stall and, to be honest, found nothing worthy of his attention. That moment, from a stall behind Ning Fan, a blond man, lollipop in mouth, pointed to a decayed frog gallbladder at another vendor's stand and inquired, Hey there, can you lower the price on this? Chapter 0026, Sister Kai 2000, no negotiation, the stall owner replied nonchalantly. The blond man frowned. But come on, this gallbladder is rotten to the core. It won't even deliver half the effect, and I might end up with a stomachache. And you want 2,000 for this? Buy it if you want. If not, get lost, the owner retorted impatiently. Ning Fan turned to assess the blond man. He was quite handsome, with fair skin, his golden hair tied back with a string. However, his appearance was rather grim, marred by numerous scars, particularly a gaping wound on his shoulder that exposed white bone. What's up with your attitude? It's just business. You think you're so impressive. No bargaining allowed. The blond man scoffed. If I weren't in so much pain, I'd shoot you down. The owner abruptly stood up. Are you going to leave or not? With the owner's outburst, several stall owners nearby also rose to their feet. What's happening, Zhou? Is there trouble? Hey, what's your deal? You looking for a fight? If you can afford it, buy it. If not, scram. Seeing that the owner had a crowd backing him, the blond man remained unfazed, choosing not to argue any further. All right, you're all so impressive, he conceded. tossing 2,000 salas onto the stall. I guess 2,000 it is. What can I say? I'm in pain all over. The owner snatched the gallbladder and tossed it to him. The blond man first took a whiff, the pungent aroma causing him to tilt his head back. Nevertheless, he pinched his nose and consumed the gallbladder in a few quick bites. Although his bleeding had somewhat subsided, the inferior quality of the gallbladder was evident. It surely lacked the efficacy of the fresh ones Ning Fan and his companions had previously consumed. You lot, I want tea forget this. The blond man called out defiantly to those who had previously insulted him. The group stood up again, but the blond man merely walked away from the crowd. This small altercation didn't capture Ning Fan's attention much. It was merely a spectacle to observe. Hey, little brother, is this guy yours? A sultry voice with a smoky timbre suddenly chimed in from the side. Ning Fan turned to look. The woman, cigarette in mouth, stood with her arms crossed before the stall. She appeared to be a couple of years older than Xiao Fei, clad in a black leather skirt and a white tank top. Her ample, fair skin drew the attention of many men nearby, and Ning Fan was no exception. He suddenly recalled the sight of Xiao Fei in the cave. Ning Fan couldn't help but shake his head. The tumultuous phase of youth is undeniably mine. Ning Fan maintained a semblance of composure. Name your price. The woman crouched down, casually rummaging through several weapons within. They were all of a single-digit caliber. Indeed, the members of the hunting group were all at the single soul level. Ning Fan was somewhat astonished. This woman could ascertain the level of the spiritual guardians merely by examining a few weapons. Sister Kai, what do you think is a fair price? The man with a buzz cut chuckled. This deal is yours. Sister Kai raised an eyebrow at the buzz cut man and laughed lightly. What is this? Do you expect to earn a little commission from me? One cannot introduce a business opportunity without compensation. Can they? The buzzcut man scratched his head. Sister Kai scoffed, 500 deal. After the two reached an agreement, Sister Kai turned her attention to Ning Fan. You have 6 pieces here. Normally, they could fetch up to 2,000 each. Therefore, I'll offer you 10,000 for all. This price seemed reasonable. Before coming here, Xiao Fei and Huizi had also estimated the value of this batch of weapons, 2,000 apiece, totaling 12,000. Ning Fan replied indifferently, let us calculate it by individual pieces. Then perhaps you should continue browsing. Sister Kai wasted no more words. On this street, aside from myself, no one else can acquire weapons in bulk. The weapons of the Wanderers serve a purpose, gambling with spirits. Each of these weapons contains spiritual guardians, and if taken outside the district, there is a certain method to melt them down, which could yield a chance of extracting the spirits within. However, the spirits that are extracted can no longer adhere to the weapons. They merely serve as nourishment for other spiritual guardians. This process is what is known as spirit upgrading. The reason Ning Fan and his companions did not attempt to refine these weapons themselves was due to their lack of expertise in this area. Such specialized tasks ought to be handled by professionals. Ning Fan had no intention of haggling and began to organize his bundle, preparing to inquire elsewhere. In truth, for Ning Fan, selling these items was merely a pretext. He needed to gather some fundamental information about District F-27 to facilitate his search for intel on the battle bear. Child. Sister Kai suddenly called out to Ning Fan. You have a tail. Ning Fan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled at I am aware. Throughout this journey, he had known someone was following him. The 9 assessments included counter-surveillance. It was nearly impossible to trail Ning Fan undetected without the use of spiritual guardians. Sister Kai's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Your senses are quite sharp. Aren't they? Like a dog, Ning Fan shrugged, having completed his packing. Sister Kai hesitated for a moment. Child, how about this? On top of the previously agreed price, I'll throw in an additional service to help you deal with your little tail, sparing you any trouble. What do you think? Ning Fan scrutinized Sister Kai. This woman seemed quite influential in District F-27. The attitudes of the surrounding vendors towards her and the confidence she exuded while speaking were testament to this. I recognize that tail. He was here yesterday selling a stick and a knuckle duster. Sister Kai added, the items you possess are quite enticing to him. You are also aware that in this world, men die for wealth. Sister, I am uncertain of your capabilities, but surely you must have moments of respite. Keeping a loose end is rather inconvenient. Initially, Ning Fan intended to refuse. However, just as he was about to speak, he hesitated. Pray tell, what is it that he came here to sell? A stick, a finger tiger. Ning Fan felt a tremor in his heart. The hand he had behind his back gradually clenched into a fist. A stick, a finger tiger. Lao Duan, Wang Yi. Although Ning Fan could not be entirely certain, the timing aligned perfectly. He was eager to turn around and confront that Lucien in the misty forest, after the deaths of Lao Duan and Wang Yi. The ones likely to have retrieved their weapons would be members of Battle Bear. Ning Fan's blood surged, yet after a moment, he forcefully reined in his impulsiveness. Patience. What he desired was for Battle Bear to be annihilated, not merely to slay one individual. Whose loose end is this? Ning Fan adjusted his emotions and inquired nonchalantly, engaging in such dealings within the region. Your F-27 district seems rather chaotic. Ha, ist it all the same? As long as there's money, there are plenty of desperados, Sister Kai retorted, rolling her eyes. Have you heard of Battle Bear? They were quite renowned in F-27 district back in the day. I have not. Ning Fan shook his head. Sister Kai glanced towards the direction behind Ning Fan. That loose end belonged to Battle Bear, but it was rumored their team had been scattered yesterday. Only 3 remained. And now they were trailing behind the old pig of Skeleton Core for sustenance. Chapter 0027. Nightfall Chaos. Only 3 members of Battle Bear remain. This information held significant weight for Ning Fan. When Lin Chuan led them to flee, there was no time to ascertain the number of remaining adversaries. Hey, kid, what is the verdict? Are you selling or not? Sister Kai asked again. Selling? Ning Fan nodded. Sister Kai smiled. A clever child. Ning Fan promptly added, however, I have an additional condition. Why is selling a few weapons such a hassle? Sister Kai expressed mild impatience. Ning Fan, unfazed by her demeanor, continued, the old pig from Skeleton Core, you mentioned? I encountered him when I first entered the district, and we had a bit of an unpleasant exchange. Sister Kai was taken aback, then furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Are you asking me to help you deal with the old pig over this trivial matter? That's impossible. No. Ning Fan spread his hands. I had a conflict with him, and now his men are trailing me, merely seeking to rob me. Therefore, whether it be these goods or Sora, they are not safe in my possession. Thus, I will provide you with the goods first. When I am ready to exit the district, you will come to escort me and hand over Sora at that time. Escort you out of the district? Kid, allow me to remind you, if they intend to rob you, it would be even easier outside. Once outside, I am not apprehensive of robbery. Ning Fan chuckled, out there, they may find it convenient, but I find it even more so. Sister Kai squinted, her gaze towards Ning Fan now tinged with intrigue. This young man possesses a remarkable confidence in his spirit attendant. He believes that once outside the district, should Skeleton Core dare to take action against him, perhaps he would soon return to sell another batch of weapons. Young lad, are you so confident? The Skull Gang is no weakling. Kai Jia stepped closer to Ning Fan, then whispered in his ear, that old pig, a double-digit level 10 soul grade. What intrigued Ning Fan was not this revelation, but the warmth of Kai Jia's breath against his ear, accompanied by a waft of fragrance. Little brother, you've turned crimson. Kai Jia suddenly laughed, her demeanor blooming like a flower. Ning Fan felt a wave of embarrassment. However, Kai Jia had already taken his package, effortlessly lifting it with her hand. She cleared her throat, declaring, I've taken this boy's goods. I'll return them to him when he exits the district. Everyone, do me a favor and remember this. Women have poor memories, and I fear I might forget. Ning Fan looked at Kai Jia in surprise. Her actions were remarkably righteous. Firstly, she provided Ning Fan with reassurance, publicly committing to this transaction, ensuring she could not renege on the payment. Secondly, she was addressing the monkey trailing behind Ning Fan, specifically informing the old pig that this child was devoid of funds. At least within the district, robbing him would be futile. Thank you, Ning Fan said sincerely. For what? Just conducting a normal business transaction, Kai Jia replied, not elaborating further. She picked up Ning Fan's package and, with a graceful twist of her body, strode towards the exit of the black market, waving her hand. Contact me whenever you wish to leave the district. I'll see you off. Once Kai Jia's figure vanished at the end of the black market, a hand suddenly waved in front of Ning Fan. It was the man with the buzz cut. Kid, your eyes are glazed over, he remarked. Ning Fan snapped back to reality, only to see the buzz-cut man grinning mischievously. Got your eyes on Kai Jia, huh? No, Ning Fan quickly refuted. The buzz-cut man merely smirked. It's natural for a man to be interested in women. What is there to be ashamed of, if you say so? Ning Fan replied, weary of the conversation, and turned to depart in another direction. Indeed, he had been staring at Kai Jia's silhouette. This was likely due to her striking beauty, But more significantly, it was her abilities. She engaged in this trade, undoubtedly knowing how to enhance the souls of spirit servants. Jian Wuqiu, after all, possessed only a single soul grade. If he could establish a long-term partnership with Kaijia, perhaps not only he, but also Huizi and Xiao Fei's spirit servants could experience an elevation. After leaving the black market, Ning Fan wandered aimlessly through the streets. Half an hour later, he confirmed that the monkey had ceased its pursuit. It was likely that the monkey had overheard Kaijia's words and realized there was no profit to be gained from Ning Fan, leading it to return and report to the old pig. As night fell, Ning Fan checked into a small inn near the black market. He possessed 2,000 sola, sufficient for a comfortable period of living. Lying on the inn's bed, he contemplated how to unearth the 3 individuals who had infiltrated the Skull Gang. Ideally, he would avoid the old pig, but if the old pig insisted on meddling in this affair, then the only recourse would be to annihilate the entire Skull Gang. Revenge was an obligation he must fulfill. Gradually, Ning Fan felt his eyelids grow heavy and drifted into slumber. This was the most peaceful sleep he had experienced in quite some time. In the past, to complete Lin Chuan's trial, Ning Fan had spent several consecutive nights working as a sorter, leaving him little time for sleep. Once he was out in the wilderness, although there were fleeting moments for rest, he remained in a vigilant state. The simple act of lying down in bed for a peaceful slumber seemed to be a distant memory. However, just as Ning Fan was drifting into a deep sleep, a blood-curdling scream shattered the tranquility. Startled, Ning Fan sprang up. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, confirming he was still in the inn, with no immediate threats in sight. The sound had emanated from outside the window. Leaning against the wall, he inclined his head to observe the situation outside. The street was now illuminated by torches. Soon, another scream pierced the air. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. Wasn't this within the district? What on earth was happening? Capture him. Suddenly, Ning Fan noticed 4 men, dressed in identical attire, dashing through the alley. The leader wielded a massive axe. Ning Fan recognized their uniforms. Monitors. Why were these individuals here? Could it be that someone had summoned a spirit servant within the district? In this area, even mentioning spirit servants was a grave offense, let alone employing one. If caught, the penalty was death. Ning Fan felt a surge of curiosity. Who possessed such audacity? What deep-seated vendetta warranted the risk of utilizing spirit servants to commit murder within the district? Ning Fan hurried downstairs. The innkeeper was also at the door, watching the commotion. Brother, what's going on? Ning Fan inquired as he approached. A murder, of course, the innkeeper replied with a grimace. I didn't catch a clear look at his face, just a head full of blonde hair. Ning Fan was taken aback. A head of blonde hair? He immediately recalled the man he encountered today at the black market, the one who bought the tainted frog gallbladder. In an instant, it dawned on him. Brother, how many people did he kill? I don't know. The innkeeper furrowed his brow. But the victims were all involved in the black market. It seems like a business deal went sour, inciting envy. A shopkeeper from a nearby stall chimed in. That's brutal. The entire Zhou family, 4 lives, slaughtered. What kind of deep-seated grudge could justify that? Ning Fan understood everything but was perplexed. He recalled the blonde young man had mentioned before leaving that he had noted down the names of those who insulted him. One of the stall owners bore the surname Zhou. Yet, who could have anticipated that such a trivial conflict would escalate to the point of annihilating an entire family? At that moment, the shopkeeper murmured, "But that kid truly has some skill. His arrows flew like beams of light, even taking down 3 monitors. Archery, a beam of light." Ning Fan's face turned pale. Light arrows, Chapter 28. The monitors. Ning Fan could hardly fathom that the one who had slain Wang Yi, Lao Duan, and Dai Zhuang had once been so close to him. Had he drawn his sword at that moment, it could have cost him his life. Back in the misty forest, Ning Fan had seen the man on the hillside, but due to the distance, he had not discerned the man's features, only recalling the turban wrapped around his head. Ning Fan wallowed in regret. Another thought struck him. That blond man was covered in knife wounds. Could those wounds have been inflicted by Chuan Gu? Had Chuan Gu returned to seek him out, leaving him so severely injured? Then, was it possible that Chuan Gu was still alive? Hope ignited within Ning Fan's heart at once. Until now, they had yet to lay eyes on Chuan Ji's corpse. On what grounds could they assert that he was undoubtedly dead? As this thought crossed his mind, a bold idea suddenly surged within him. Capture that golden-haired man. At the very least, he must first ascertain Chuan Ji's whereabouts. Hey, child, where are you going? It's so chaotic outside. You, without allowing the innkeeper to finish his sentence, Ning Fan dashed out. The streets had shed the clamor of the day. Although the lower city basked in the absence of sunlight, the area could still delineate night from day through artificial illumination. At this moment, most of the lights had been extinguished. Fortunately, due to his outdoor training, Ning Fan had gradually acclimatized to the darkness. Even in dim surroundings, he could discern the basic state of the streets. Over there. Team 1, pursue me. Teams 2 and 3, flank from Rotten Fish Alley, the earlier commander, wielding a massive axe, issued commands. Ning Fan stealthily followed behind Team 1. His reconnaissance skills, honed through 9 assessments, finally came into play. After trailing them for 5 minutes, Ning Fan remained hidden in the shadows. His expression grim, he was indeed anxious. Not only did he have to avoid detection by the monitors, but he also needed to maintain pace without activating his spirit companion. More crucially, if that golden-haired man appeared, he had to subdue him before the monitors could act. Should the golden-haired man fall into the monitors' hands, Ning Fan would have no chance to snatch him away. Acquiring a spirit companion and killing Chan Wu had not inflated Ning Fan's ego to such an extent. At last, a roar jolted Ning Fan to attention. He's breaking out. Stop him. It was then that Ning Fan realized he had pursued them to the vicinity of the district wall. The guard who had previously permitted Ning Fan's entry was dozing at the gate. Upon hearing the monitor's shouts, he immediately sprang to his feet. With a flash, a beam of white light shot forth. The guard had not even had time to draw his weapon before a blood hole appeared in his forehead, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He died without a sound. Witnessing his demise sent Ning Fan's blood boiling anew. He thought of Lao Duan and Wang Yi. In this moment, he could definitively ascertain that this golden-haired man was none other than the assassin who had donned a headscarf on the hillside. Even the monitors of Zone F7 cannot capture me. What makes you think you can? The golden-haired man had swiftly reached the front gate. He even stood defiantly, turning to face the monitors in pursuit, and raised a middle finger. Tell those merchants in the black market to mind their manners when doing business. No need to resort to insults at the drop of a hat. With that, he pushed open the iron gate and escaped the district. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. Upon witnessing the imminent escape, he was filled with urgency and hastily followed suit. The monitors, upon seeing the golden-haired man flee, had initially halted their pursuit. They were bound by restrictions. They could apprehend anyone within the district, but once someone escaped, it was no longer their jurisdiction. However, at that moment, the axe-wielding monitor spotted Ning Fan sprinting towards the gate and bellowed, "Halt!" Ning Fan had no time to heed him, his feet pounding the ground as he ran with all his might. Yet, just as he was about to burst through the gate, he felt a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. Ning Fan instinctively dodged, leaping sideways as the massive axe whistled past him, the sound of its slicing wind barely missing him. Before embedding itself into the wall with a resounding thud, he halted, gazing at the quivering axe before turning his head to glare at the monitor. "Did you not hear me tell you to stop?" The man approached with a cold demeanor, addressing Ning Fan with an air of rudeness. "Why are you running?" Soon, a group of individuals clad in monitoring uniforms surrounded him. Ning Fan glanced towards the entrance, realizing he had missed the opportunity to apprehend the blonde man. "Why are you obstructing me?" Ning Fan spoke in a low voice. "Have I committed an offense?" "Quite audacious, aren't we?" A tall, slender man approached and forcefully pressed Ning Fan's head against the wall, asserting, "Show some respect when speaking to our vice-captain." With a scoff, Ning Fan made no attempt to resist, instead chuckling derisively. "Is it that you lack the ability to pursue criminals, thus venting your frustrations on someone who abides by the rules? How audacious!" The tall man raised an eyebrow. "You're young, yet your temper is quite fierce." With a swift kick, he struck the back of Ning Fan's knee. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain and instinctively bent his knee. However, just as his knee was about to touch the ground, he gritted his teeth and held firm. He then pushed himself back up with determination. A glimmer of menace flashed in the tall man's eyes. His intention had been to force Ning Fan to kneel, but this boy, was he playing the tough guy? Enough of this. The vice-captain of the monitors approached, extracting the massive axe from the wall. "Take him back, kid. I've seen many with tough bones. You'd best pray you don't fall into my hands." The tall man sneered, gripping Ning Fan's collar and whispering menacingly in his ear. Ning Fan met his gaze, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "What are you laughing at?" The tall man felt the mockery in Ning Fan's smile. So this is the infamous demeanor of the monitors? Ning Fan's smile deepened. I think I'm beginning to understand. Understand what? The vice captain inquired, narrowing his eyes at Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes brimmed with disdain. The so-called ironclad rule against using spiritual companions within the district is nothing but utter nonsense. Everyone froze, staring at Ning Fan in disbelief. This young man dared to utter the forbidden term of spiritual companion in front of the monitors. Not only that, but he also dismissed the district's ironclad rule as nonsense. A blatant provocation. Child, your innocent words won't work on me. The vice captain's expression darkened. However, Ning Fan showed no signs of fear. Instead, he lifted his chin defiantly, locking eyes with the vice captain. Have I spoken incorrectly? As he spoke, he pointed towards the district wall's entrance. The man has already escaped. Have you managed to catch him? Chapter 0029. A class wanted. The vice captain narrowed his eyes, fixating on Ning Fan. Ming, this boy needs some discipline. Hand him over to me. I assure you, within a day, I will teach him how to speak properly. The tall man grinned wickedly. The vice captain pondered for a moment, then declared, take him back for now. The tall, slender man appeared somewhat disheartened, yet he dared not continue to press Ning Fan in front of the vice captain. Soon enough, Ning Fan was escorted into a building within the inner district. In a completely sealed room, both his hands and feet were bound to a chair. Sitting across from him was the vice-captain. Do you recognize this individual? The vice captain lounged in his chair, puffing on a noxious cigarette. His legs crossed nonchalantly. Ning Fan remained silent. Merely mentioning the spirit servants within the district could earn you a decade in confinement. The vice captain remarked coolly, pretending to be tough is futile in my presence. Ming, is it? Ning Fan suddenly chuckled. I wish to inquire. Did I kill the person? The vice captain's expression darkened instantly. Have I employed spirit servants within the district? Ning Fan continued. The vice captain furrowed his brow. Ning Fan scoffed derisively. Those who violate the regulations do so outside the district. If you possessed any competence, the one sitting here under your interrogation would be the archer, not me. He interrupted the vice captain's warning. The cigarette but between the vice captain's fingers had already been reduced to ash, yet he remained oblivious, his dead fish-like eyes fixated on Ning Fan. It seems you harbor significant grievances against us monitors? Originally, I did not. Then, does this imply that your hostility towards us arose because we allowed that fellow to escape? That seems to be the case. Ning Fan was indeed dissatisfied with the monitor's actions. Their inability to capture was inconsequential, but they had obstructed him. Otherwise, upon exiting the district, he could have devised a plan to lure the man near the cave, enlisting Xiao Fei and Hui Zi to act together. While success was not guaranteed, at the very least, there was hope. However, the vice captain's imposing presence had severed that possibility. Do you bear a grudge against him? Ning Fan fell silent once more. Yet, you appear to lack a proper understanding of him. The vice captain retrieved a sheet of paper from the table and placed it before Ning Fan. This is his dossier. A glance will reveal that our failure to capture him is not mere happenstance. Driven by curiosity, Ning Fan peered at the paper. At the top was a photograph. This was the man. Ning Fan had etched his features deeply into his memory. Below it was his basic information. Name: Su Bei, age. Approximately 25, spirit servant. Light arrow, soul level, 100 soul level or above. Crimes: illegal use of spirit servants in F7 district resulting in the deaths of 7 residents and monitors. Illegal use of spirit servants in F11 district resulting in the deaths of 9 high-ranking regional administrators and monitors. Illegal use in F19 district and wanted level. A Ning Fan was taken aback. This individual was actually at the 100 soul level. Initially, based on Xiao Fei's assessment, they had presumed him to be at the 10 soul level. Evidently, Xiao Fei had underestimated him. The man named Su Bei was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Yet, considering the knife wounds on him, could Chuan Gu, being merely at the single soul level, have inflicted such damage? Ning Fan's mind was beset with increasing doubts, a fervent desire to locate this Su Bei and seek clarity. Moreover, Su Bei's illustrious exploits numbered over a dozen. Within the F district, he has practically stirred up chaos everywhere. It is astonishing that such an individual has yet to be apprehended, and even more so that he continues to appear across various regions. Tell me, if you had just chased him out, would it be his demise or yours? The vice captain interrupted Ning Fan's contemplation. When Ning Fan lifted his gaze, he was met with a mocking smile. Do not tell me that your intention in stopping me is to save my life. Ning Fan quickly regained his composure. From the demeanor of your subordinates, it seems there is little kindness to be found. Of course, I have no obligation to rescue you, the vice captain conceded. I merely wish to glean more information about Su Bei from you. As he spoke, he shrugged his shoulders. However, it is evident that your understanding of him pales in comparison to ours. Ning Fan found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he had recently noted a significant shift within himself. Once, he was the type who preferred to meticulously prepare before taking action. However, since joining the Wild Dog Society, he had been afforded no time for preparation in any matter. Being schemed against by Yang Beihai was abrupt. The deaths of his comrades were equally sudden. He had been deprived of any time for reflection or organization. This had, unbeknownst to him, transformed him into a reckless individual acting solely on instinct. Regardless of whether the vice captain had genuinely intended to intervene for his sake, at the very least, it served as a wake-up call. Suddenly, Ning Fan thought of Lin Chuan. Though he seemed rough around the edges, with a fiery temper and impulsive actions, he had displayed the most rational response the moment Su Bei emerged. One must always maintain a sufficient level of calmness, never allowing emotions to cloud one's judgment. With this realization, for the first time in nearly 3 days, Ning Fan felt a sense of tranquility settle within his heart. He was gradually beginning to adapt to the world beyond the district's confines. Thank you, Ning Fan murmured. I apologize for my earlier rashness. The vice captain, who had already risen to depart, paused upon hearing Ning Fan's words. He regarded Ning Fan with curiosity, then chuckled. Changing tactics, are we? No. I simply believe that you have indeed saved my life. Ning Fan licked his lips. However, I still remember how your subordinate bullied me. One thing must be accounted for. Oh? Holding a grudge against my subordinate in my presence. The vice captain tilted his head. Intrigued. What is this? Do you wish to confront him? If the opportunity arises, I certainly will. Ning Fan became more earnest. However, at present, I am more inclined to discuss collaboration with you. The vice captain was taken aback, but he quickly dismissed the notion with a scoff. What sort of collaboration could we possibly have? Su Bei has committed offenses in numerous regions without a single observer managing to capture him. If you and the F-27 district succeed in this endeavor, would it not be a feather in your cap? Capture Su Bei. The vice captain regarded him as if he were a fool. The man has fled. Did you not see that? What nonsense are you spouting? Who says he cannot return simply because he has escaped? Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. If you trust me, I am 80% certain I can apprehend him. The vice captain finally ceased his laughter. Although he deemed Ning Fan's words to be of questionable credibility, the allure of capturing Su Bei was undeniably overwhelming for him. As Ning Fan articulated, if he were to accomplish what countless observers from various regions had failed to achieve, the observer of Zone F-27 would certainly find themselves in a most embarrassing position. Just then, as the vice captain lingered in hesitation, an impatient voice broke the silence from outside the door. It was the middle of the night, and people were trying to sleep. What was the necessity of summoning someone at such an hour? Did they not realize that lack of sleep ages women prematurely? With the emergence of the voice, the door swung open. Upon seeing the figure at the entrance, Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. Likewise, the individual who opened the door was equally startled. How did you end up here? They both exclaimed in unison. The vice captain, too, appeared momentarily bewildered. When team, do you know each other? He inquired of the woman. Before she could respond, Ning Fan reacted even more strongly. She is your captain? Indeed. The vice captain appeared utterly perplexed. When Kai, captain of the F-27 observer team, it was indeed true. This woman was none other than Kai Jia, who had procured weapons from Ning Fan earlier in the day. Ning Fan had sensed that she held some standing in Zone F-27, a notion corroborated by the demeanor of those around her. Yet, he had never anticipated that she would be the captain of the observers. Old Ming, what are you arresting him for? What has he done wrong? When Kai gazed at the vice captain with equal confusion. After a moment of contemplation, the vice captain opted for caution and refrained from an immediate answer, instead posing a question in return. When team, what is your relationship with him? When Kai turned her gaze towards Ning Fan, her brows furrowing slightly. After a prolonged pause, she softly replied, he is essentially my client. Then there is no issue. The vice captain even circled behind the chair to untie Ning Fan's bonds. This demeanor contrasted starkly with his previous attitude. Turns out he is one of our own. Young brother, please do not take offense. Ning Fan, observing the vice captain, could not suppress his curiosity. Brother, have you been possessed by a spirit or something? The vice captain chuckled awkwardly, not at all irked, and grasping the rope in hand, he prepared to leave. One team, you two carry on. I shall not intrude. Regarding the specifics, you may inquire with this young brother. Pausing for a moment, the vice captain clasped his hands towards Ning Fan, saying, Young brother, do not forget you just expressed your gratitude to me. Fabrications are not to be entertained. Just as the vice captain was about to exit, when Kai called out to him, Wait a moment. The vice captain appeared anxious. What is it, one team? Do you have any cigarettes? Yes. The vice captain promptly handed her an entire pack of cigarettes. I just bought them from the Path of Grace. Fresh stock. All right, you may leave now. When Kai accepted the cigarettes and waved her hand, the vice captain displayed no signs of reluctance. Rather, he seemed relieved and hurriedly departed. Ning Fan was left in a state of astonishment. This vice captain had just seemed quite assertive, yet in an instant, he transformed into a sycophantic figure akin to a court eunuch. Was this one Kai truly so fearsome? What brings you here? When Kai produced a cigarette and lit it, I came to escort you out of the zone point 2 minutes ago. I was entirely unaware that you were the captain of the monitors. Ning Fan chuckled bitterly. Aren't you engaged in dealings on the black market? Who decreed that one cannot conduct business while on the public payroll? When Kai raised an eyebrow. I'm asking you. What brings you here? If you've truly committed an offense, don't expect me to protect you. We aren't that close. I mentioned the spiritual servants within the district. Ning Fan recounted the recent events. Upon hearing this, when Kai smirked and said, Not bad. It's nothing significant. Is that all? What else should I do? Treat you to a meal. When Kai was straightforward in her dealings. All right, you may leave now. This no longer concerns you. Just be more cautious in the future. What about Su Bei? Ning Fan inquired. When Kai replied nonchalantly, That is our business as monitors. I truly have a way to capture him. Ning Fan showed no intention of leaving. When Kai's eyelids gradually lowered, and her gaze towards Ning Fan grew increasingly peculiar. Little wild dog, do not overestimate yourself. If so many regional monitors have failed, what makes you think you can succeed? Ning Fan was about to express his thoughts but suddenly froze. Did she just call me what? Little wild dog? Was this merely a figment of my imagination? Or does she know something? Calm down. Ning Fan steadied his mind and controlled his emotional fluctuations. Listen to my plan. You won't incur any loss. Ning Fan stated earnestly. If you deem it impractical, you may refuse me later. When Kai regarded Ning Fan intently for a moment before suddenly smiling. All right, go ahead. First, provide me with a list of victims. Ning Fan's eyes brightened. I need to know how many people Su Bei killed tonight. Without hesitation, when Kai opened the door and instructed her subordinate to bring the list, Ning Fan scrutinized the document for quite some time. Finally smiling, he will undoubtedly return. Ning Fan lifted his head. Moreover, it will not exceed 3 days. When Kai's interest was piqued. Why are you so certain? Because he hasn't finished killing yet. Ning Fan pointed to the list. This man named Zhou Hao had his entire family murdered. And this Su Feng, even his bedridden father, was not spared. This indicates that Su Bei is vengeful and merciless. And then, do you know why Su Bei killed them? It must have been due to some conflict with Zhou Hao and Su Feng in the black market during the day, right? Exactly. Coincidentally, I was right there when their conflict occurred. Ning Fan became somewhat animated. Just before you came to me to inspect the goods, please continue. This conflict, at its core, was merely a verbal altercation. Yet Su Bei annihilated their entire family. This sufficiently demonstrates Su Bei's exceedingly obsessive nature and extreme recklessness. Ning Fan pointed to the list. The person who clashed with Su Bei was Zhou Hao. Su Feng merely echoed him, yet he was also killed. The issue is, aside from Su Feng, 2 other individuals supported Zhou Hao. When Kai's beautiful eyes flickered. So, you imply that Su Bei will return to eliminate the other 2 as well? Not just the other 2, but their entire family must be eliminated, Ning Fan declared with conviction. When Kai's expression finally turned grave, she extinguished her cigarette, pinched her chin, and pondered for a long while. Did he truly dare to return? No, it was no longer a matter of courage, for he would not feel fear. Ning Fan's voice was low and somber. When a person repeatedly transgresses the rules without facing any consequences, the so-called rules, in his eyes, become utterly meaningless. When Kai gritted her silver teeth, fury flashing in her eyes. Very well. I shall instruct the guards to lower their vigilance slightly to see if he truly has the audacity to enter. That is unnecessary, Ning Fan countered. With a death in the area and the perpetrator on the loose, relaxing the guard's alertness would only arouse his suspicions. Sister Kai, Su Bei is indeed a madman, but he is not a fool. Wen Kai furrowed her brows as she regarded Ning Fan. After a long silence, she unexpectedly broke into a smile. How about you take charge of this operation? Ning Fan was taken aback. Wen Kai crossed her arms and tilted her head. I am not joking, nor am I trying to belittle you. I simply believe that since this idea originated from you, it is most fitting for you to lead. But I am not the monitor. That is of no consequence. I am the captain, and my word is final. Wen Kai chuckled, however. If Su Bei does not return as you speculate, I shall withhold the payment from you. Ning Fan stared in disbelief. Was this woman being a bit unreasonable? What did this have to do with the previous business? Yet before he could retort, Wen Kai's smile gradually took on a more sinister edge. But if Su Bei does arrive and you fail to detain him, the responsibility that will also fall upon you. Chapter 0031. The spirit restraining artifact, isn't this rather inappropriate? Ning Fan chuckled awkwardly. There is nothing inappropriate about it. It's settled. Wen Kai patted Ning Fan's shoulder. Sister trusts you. No, Sister Kai. This is not about trust. Ning Fan exclaimed in exasperation. I am not the monitor. I merely offered a cautionary note. Why should the responsibility rest on my shoulders? Moreover, I stand to gain nothing from this. If he comes, the one who suffers will be me. Weren't you just exuding confidence? Wen Kai teased with a smirk. Ning Fan was about to respond when Wen Kai continued, if we capture him, you shall be the one to interrogate him first. Ning Fan's heart quivered. Interrogate first. He desperately needed this opportunity. At the very least, he aimed to extract Cheng Ji's whereabouts from Su Bei's lips. Wait, how did Wen Kai know I wanted to interrogate him? What does this woman truly know? So, what do you say? Do you agree? Wen Kai inquired softly. Ning Fan fixed his gaze on Wen Kai for a moment. For now, it seemed that Wen Kai harbored no ill intentions. Had she not proactively suggested capturing Su Bei, he could have left this place unscathed. I agree, Ning Fan replied resolutely. But I have one condition. Children are truly troublesome, always wanting to impose demands on adults, Wen Kai said, flipping her hair. Speak your mind. Wen Kai escorted Ning Fan out of the room and into the monitoring office hall. Numerous onlookers cast inquisitive glances their way. This lad, remarkably unscathed, has emerged. 1. He, the tall, slender man, wearing a perplexed expression, stood up. Please, hold your horses, Wen Kai interjected, raising a hand to silence him. The tall man immediately fell silent. Wen Kai clapped his hands a few times to capture everyone's attention. I would like to inform you all that there has been an incident involving Su Bei using a spirit servant to commit murder within the region today. And I have a new proposition. He then pulled Ning Fan forward, placing both hands on his shoulders. To be precise, this young man has devised quite a brilliant idea. Therefore, for the next 3 days, he will be in charge of the monitoring operations. Everyone, including myself, is to comply with his directives. However, this must remain within reasonable bounds. Should his request contravene regulations, you may report to me, and I shall provide my counsel accordingly. Do you all comprehend? The crowd was taken aback. This lad had only just been brought back in chains, and now he was the supreme commander. But, Captain 1, this. The tall man clearly struggled to accept this turn of events. By the way, Li Hui, there is something I need to discuss with you. Wen Kai turned to the tall man. I heard you gave this lad a kick earlier? Li Hui, the tall man, was momentarily taken aback but quickly retorted with indignation. He was being too arrogant just now, and I did it to make him behave. Just answer me, did you kick him or not? Yes, I did. Very well, Wen Kai replied nonchalantly. I promised this lad that should he capture Su Bei, he would be allowed to return the favor for that kick. Li Hui glared at Ning Fan, who met his gaze with a calm demeanor. This was the condition he had just proposed to Wen Kai. He certainly hadn't forgotten that kick. All right, you little rascal. If you truly have the skill to apprehend Su Bei, what do you think a kick will accomplish? Earlier, at the regional wall, what did you say? Don't let me fall into your hands, right? Ning Fan chuckled. So now, does this count as you falling into my hands? Outside area F27, in the misty forest. Puff, puff, puff. After a series of sounds, a golden-haired Su Bei stood up, leaning against a tree, his complexion somewhat pallid. Damn it, that spirit fruit has indeed spoiled. Su Bei mumbled. I told you it wasn't he worth 2,000, didn't I? Truly a swindler. Cursed be, ding ding ding. The phone rang, and Su Bei pulled out his mobile device. Upon seeing the number, his brow furrowed even deeper. Nonetheless, he answered the call. Young General, this is Liang, I know. Speak your mind. There are pressing matters at home. General Su has instructed me to bring you back. I refuse, young General. Spare me the pleasantries. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. General Su said if you do not return, he will kill your mother. A shadow of gloom flickered in Su Bei's eyes. Young General, I believe your father is not jesting. I will return within 3 days. Su Bei interrupted Liang, stating, Tell that old fool, if he dares to lay a hand on my mother, I will end him. Very well, I shall convey your message. Wai Liang fell silent for a moment before adding, Xiao Tong, in my opinion, it would be prudent for you to depart at the earliest opportunity. You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I said 3 days, and it shall be 3 days, Su Bei replied impatiently. I will return only after I have dealt with those who deserve to die. Kill? Goodbye. Su Bei hung up the phone, a sickly flush crossing his face. Ah, I am so furious. I feel an overwhelming urge to kill that moment. The ring on Su Bei's finger began to emanate a golden glow. What did you say? Why didn't you inform me sooner? In the hall, Ning Fan questioned Wen Kai with great agitation. Even the monitor cannot use spirit servants within the area? How is it possible to capture Su Bei then? You seemed so confident earlier. I assumed you were aware of this. Wen Kai, clad in the monitor's uniform, lounged in her office chair, her beautiful legs resting casually on the desk before her. Ning Fan cursed under his breath. This woman must be doing this on purpose. She only revealed the restriction on the use of spirit servants after putting him in the hot seat, a rule that applies equally to the monitors. Su Bei is at least at the 100 souls level. Without spirit servants, how could they possibly apprehend him? Fear not. We have other means, Wen Kai replied with a smile. The spirit suppressor, a high-tech gadget you've likely never heard of? As Wen Kai elaborated, Ning Fan's eyes were open to a new understanding. The spirit suppressor is an advanced device produced by a research institute, with components primarily sourced from the Path of Blessings. This device consists of 4 parts, and when they are positioned no more than 50 meters apart and activated, they create a vacuum zone where spirit servants cannot be utilized. Why haven't you used this before? Ning Fan inquired, puzzled. The spirit suppressor requires at least 20 minutes to activate, Wen Kai explained. Thus, it must be set up in advance, and cannot be deployed directly during an arrest. Ning Fan pondered for a moment. How many of these devices do you possess? 2 sets. Wen Kai raised 2 fingers. You decide how to proceed. Very well, Ning Fan had a plan forming in his mind. Let us begin the preparations now. So soon? Wen Kai responded, surprised. That kid has only been gone for less than 2 hours. Is it likely he'll return so quickly? Hard to say. Ning Fan gazed out the window. He is a madman. One cannot judge him by the standards of normality. If he truly returns, does that mean you are also mad? Wen Kai teased, looking at Ning Fan with a smirk. Otherwise, how could you possibly fathom the thoughts of a madman? Chapter 0032. Awaiting the rabbit, Ning Fan remained non-committal. He was no longer certain if he could be deemed sane. He had merely wished to earn a living as a traveler, to procure special medicine for his mother. Yet now, he found himself drifting further from that original intent. There was no escaping it. From the moment death struck at the den of wild dogs, Ning Fan could no longer stand idly by. His mother must be saved. Vengeance must also be exacted. In the early hours of dawn. 5 hours have elapsed since the incident in the northern part of Su. Inside a dilapidated residence, Li Hui clutched a machete. Stifling yawns, I damn well suspect that Brad is deliberately seeking revenge against us, Li Hui complained. Su Bei isn't foolish. After managing to escape, would he really return to throw himself at the muzzle of a gun? Beside him, Deputy Captain Meng struggled to keep his eyelids from drooping, his massive axe resting nearby. Enough with the complaints. If you're dissatisfied, go speak with Captain W&T. The mention of Wen Kai. Li Hui's tone noticeably softened. I don't know why Captain Wen places such trust in him. That kid should have some sense. Deputy Captain Meng harbored less animosity towards Ning Fan and mused. At the very least, it appears that Su Bei is indeed audacious. Such individuals may not be analyzed through the lens of conventional reasoning. Deputy Meng, why are you defending that little brat? Li Hui scoffed. Deputy Captain Meng chuckled. What is the matter? Afraid that if we actually catch him, that kid will retaliate. Damn. If that brat could truly apprehend Su Bei, then our monitors in Zone F-27 would be thoroughly exposed. Let him kick me if he wants, Li Hui retorted nonchalantly. Can he really kill me? Oh, you, Deputy Captain Ming sighed. I've told you before, don't think that just because you wear this uniform, you're superior. It only invites resentment. Li Hui disregarded this. What's the issue? If I follow the rules, how can anything go awry? That brat is merely lucky. I don't know what flowery words he used to fool Captain One. Is Captain One really so easily deceived? Deputy Captain Ming chuckled softly. Li Hui opened his mouth but fell silent. Just as Deputy Captain Ming was about to deliver another round of moral instruction, his gaze suddenly shifted. Li Hui sensed the change in atmosphere as well in a way. Could that brat have truly hit the nail on the head? Li Hui sprang to his feet, brandishing his long knife, eyes brimming with vigilance. Deputy Captain Ming, too, wore a grim expression, gripping the axe handle tightly. Allowing Su Bei to escape earlier had left him with an uneasy conscience, even knowing the difficulty of capturing him. Now, if that kid dared to return, especially under their prepared circumstances, and they still failed to apprehend him, what would be the difference between that and being made a fool of? Meanwhile, atop a 6-story building in Rotten Fish Alley, Ning Fan held a pair of binoculars in one hand and a mobile phone in the other. These were tools he had never before dared to touch. Although monitors were prohibited from employing spirit attendants within the area, their equipment was indeed far superior to that of ordinary wandering teams. He's coming, Ning Fan said, his voice tinged with excitement as he spoke into the phone. You may activate the number 1 spirit suppressing device. Understood, came Wen Kai's voice from the other end. Since Su Bei had entered the region, they had been aware of his movements. Under Ning Fan's directive, the guards at the entrance had not only maintained their vigilance but had become exceedingly stern. With someone using spirit attendants within the area and having killed 6 or 7 individuals, it was only logical to enhance regional management. As Ning Fan had articulated. If Su Bei perceived the guards as being more lax than before, he might realize it was a trap and would be disinclined to enter. Certainly, the facade of severity is but an illusion. This moment, Su Bei, adorned with a headscarf and smeared with dirt upon his visage, had undertaken a rudimentary disguise and assumed a new identity. Yet, this was merely his own delusion of having altered his appearance effectively. In truth, upon entering, he was recognized at once by the guards. You were indeed correct. This fellow is undeniably deranged. Although previously Wen Kai found some merit in Ning Fan's words, her astonishment was palpable when Su Bei returned to Zone F-27. Madness is one aspect, but more significantly, he utterly disregarded the monitors. Ning Fan responded. Wen Kai scoffed, Child, you need not provoke me with your words. I am already sufficiently incensed. Merely speaking the truth, as Ning Fan observed Su Bei nearing a residential building. He further instructed, activate the spirit suppression device number 2. Understood, Wen Kai commanded. Once all was completed, Ning Fan stowed away his phone and binoculars, swiftly descending the stairs. Inside the residence, Deputy Captain Ming and Li Hui stood vigilant, their gazes fixed intently on the window. They too were on edge. After all, their adversary was of the 100 souls level, and despite their prowess, they remained little more than slightly formidable ordinary individuals. Without the aid of spiritual servants, they stood to gain no advantage. Whoosh! A luminous arrow shot through the window. It struck precisely on the pillow beside the bed where a person had been resting, specifically, the vendor who had earlier supported Zhou Hao. This Su Bei was far too direct. He had indeed returned with lethal intent. In less than 5 seconds, another arrow materialized, striking the exact same spot as before. 2 arrows, leaving but a single puncture. Cold sweat trickled down Li Hui's brow. Su Bei's arrows were astonishingly precise in such darkness. To release 2 arrows that struck the same location without deviation was remarkable. Yet why shoot 2 arrows? Was he fearful that one would not suffice? Just as the two pondered this, laughter emanated from outside. Ha ha ha! I've underestimated you. Su Bei laughed with audacity. Among you, there is indeed one with a brain. You actually deduced that I would return? Trouble. He has figured it out. Deputy Captain Ming felt a heaviness in his heart. The individuals within the room had undoubtedly been relocated. The original plan was for Su Bei to enter and inspect after shooting his arrows. Given Su Bei's expertise in ranged attacks, once he entered the room, the advantage of the spiritual servants would diminish significantly. The ever-watchful Deputy Captain Ming and Li Hui could have caught him off guard, and the monitors lying in wait could have surrounded him during that window of opportunity. Furthermore, The spirit suppression devices had been strategically placed around the building. They had approximately 17 minutes until activation was complete. Even if they were to falter, as long as they could delay until the devices were fully operational, Su Bei, despite possessing a 100 souls level spiritual servant, would find it ineffective. Yet now, Su Bei had not entered at all. Deputy Captain Ming grasped the rationale behind the 2 arrows shot by Su Bei. He had killed far too many. The sound of arrows striking flesh something is amiss. Hence, he released a second arrow. Upon ascertaining that neither arrow had struck a human target, this cunning madman instantly grasped that he had fallen into an ambush. Deputy Ming, what shall we do now? Should we pursue them? Li Hui's grip on the knife tightened, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. However, before he could finish his inquiry, he witnessed Deputy Captain Ming suddenly pivot to the side, delivering a swift kick to his lower back. Bang! The wall behind them shattered in an instant. Chapter 0033. Vow to capture Su Bei. Li Hui's face was a mask of terror, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Had it not been for Deputy Captain Ming's timely intervention, this beam of light would have pierced his heart. Gazing at the fractured wall behind him, Li Hui finally comprehended the formidable power of the 100 souls level. Don't lose focus, Deputy Captain Ming bellowed. The target hasn't escaped. Li Hui immediately sprang to his feet, leaning against the wall, his fingers turning pale, his tall frame trembling slightly. Not escaped. What could he possibly be planning? Just as the two had previously discussed, Li Hui had come to realize that Su Bei was indeed a lunatic. Despite being fully aware of the ambush within the area, he had not fled at the first opportunity. Could it be? Humph! This rascal harbors a grudge against us. Deputy Captain Ming sneered. He intends to eliminate us as well. Li Hui was suddenly reminded of the dossier on Su Bei and other regions. Su Bei had eliminated numerous monitors, even some high-level administrators. In retrospect, those individuals must have provoked him during the process of capturing him. Bang! Another arrow pierced through the wall. Deputy Captain Ming had already sought shelter, yet the wall behind him offered no protection against the opponent's light arrow. A spray of blood erupted from his waist. Ming! Li Hui shouted in a frenzy, rushing toward Deputy Captain Ming. But just as he moved away from the wall, bang! A nearly 10-centimeter hole was created in the wall. Li Hui stood frozen. Had he not acted in desperation to check on Deputy Captain Ming, this arrow would have cleanly pierced his chest. At that moment, he finally glimpsed Deputy Captain Ming's injury. A chunk of flesh was missing from his right side, revealing a glimpse of internal organs. Ming, Deputy, I'm fine. Deputy Ming struggled to rise, leaning against the wall, retrieving his phone to make a call. Kid, Su Bei has made his move. On the other end, Ning Fan seemed to say something unclear. A flicker of confusion crossed Deputy Ming's eyes. What does that mean? And then, all right, I understand. After hanging up, Li Hui hurriedly inquired, what did that kid say? Find a way to stall him. Stall? How do we stall him? That kid is out for revenge against us. He wants us dead. Li Hui was utterly paralyzed by fear. Having served as a monitor for so long, he had never encountered someone like Su Bei. Not only was he insane, but also undeniably powerful up to this point. They had not even glimpsed the silhouette of their assailant. He finally grasped Ning Fan's words. This individual had no regard for monitors whatsoever. The young lad previously claimed that Su Bei would return, and it has been proven that he was not mistaken. Therefore, I place my trust in him. Deputy Ming forced a smile, struggling to maintain his composure as he approached the window. Moreover, this Su Bei treats District F-27 as his personal lavatory. He enters, relieves himself, and departs without a second thought. If he manages to escape again, what will become of our monitor's dignity in District F-27? Deputy Ming, what are you planning to do? Su Bei. Is it? At this moment, Deputy Ming had already arrived at the window, ignoring Li Hui, and instead bellowed outside. Do you truly regard us monitors as mere soft persimmons? If you possess any courage, step forward and let me witness your true character. In the alley below, when Kai leaned against the wall, her gaze aligning perfectly with Deputy Ming's, behind her stood numerous other monitors. Captain 1. It appears Deputy Ming has sustained an injury. A flicker of concern shone in one individual's eyes. The playful smirk that once adorned when Kai's face had vanished. Should we take action? No need. But, Deputy Ming is provocatively standing at the window, and that Su Bei I am aware. When Kai's eyes were fixed on the upper floors, He intends to lure Su Bei out. Although Ning Fan had previously been observing from the rooftop, once Su Bei entered the alley, he could no longer ascertain his exact location. Su Bei seemed akin to a specter lurking in the shadows, capable of claiming lives at will. While when Kai could give the order to act, where would they strike? They would merely flail about like headless flies, encountering obstacles at every turn. This would only afford Su Bei greater latitude to maneuver. When Kai understood this principle, and so did Deputy Ming. Nevertheless, a look of conflict still flickered in Wen Kai's eyes. Little wild dog, old Ming has wagered his life on trusting you this time. If anything goes awry, I shall surely twist your head off. At the window, Deputy Ming continued his furious tirade. What a farce! He truly believes himself to be someone of significance, does he? If you possess any guts, step forward and face me one-on-one. Let us see if I one-t cleave you in two. Deputy Ming spat, his words laced with blood, yet it did not diminish his fervor. What skill is there in hiding and launching ambushes? What is the matter? Are you ugly? I genuinely feel shame for your parents. Li Hui trembled in fear. He crouched beneath the window ledge, urgently tugging at Deputy Ming's sleeve. Deputy Ming, please, stop shouting. However, Deputy Ming violently shook him off. No, Deputy Ming. What are you planning to do? Are you truly willing to risk your life? Li Hui was frantic to TO him. Not only was Su Bei insane, but Deputy Ming was as well. Yet, Deputy Ming cast a cold glance downward. Li Hui, can you not strive to be a bit more ambitious? Li Hui was taken aback. Deputy Ming, with a look of disappointment, grasped his collar. This attire is meant for you to flaunt yourself, is it not? After saying this, Deputy Ming paid no heed to the panicked Li Hui and instead produced a timer. It displayed 31.6 and a half minutes remaining. The spirit settling device has two fatal flaws. First, it requires a 20-minute preparation period before activation. Secondly, after the spirit suppression device is activated, a faint barrier of light will materialize. Once Su Bei discovers that the spirit suppression device has been activated within the vicinity, even in a state of mental incapacitation, he would not foolishly venture inside. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be to deceive Su Bei into entering the range of the spirit suppression device before completing its activation. Prior to the operation, Ning Fan discreetly met with Wen Kai and Deputy Captain Ming, sharing his plan with them. Upon hearing it, both recognized the considerable risks involved in this endeavor. Yet simultaneously, they acknowledged its high feasibility. Should they succeed, the probability of capturing Su Bei would exceed 90%. At that moment, Deputy Captain Ming's heart raced. Just as he thought his curses had failed to have any effect. Who are you cursing? A voice, filled with malice, echoed from across the way. Almost immediately, a figure appeared at the fourth-floor window of a 5-story building. Su Bei. The instant Ming saw Su Bei, his lifeless eyes sparked with intensity. In his mind, he recalled Ning Fan's earlier words over the phone. Su Bei is a madman, narrow-minded and obsessive. If you can provoke him, he will surely reveal himself before attempting to kill you. Instinctively, Deputy Captain Ming asked, and then? After a brief pause, Ning Fan replied, corner the dog into a dead end. Chapter 0034. Corner the dog into a dead end. Who am I cursing? It must be you. The moment Su Bei revealed himself, Deputy Captain Ming was fully invigorated. You really are a man. Knowing full well we are seeking you, you still dare to show yourself. However, Su Bei did not appear pleased by the compliment. Instead, his expression darkened. You just said you feel embarrassed for my parents? Suddenly, Su Bei erupted like a madman. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you insult my parents? Deputy Captain Ming was taken aback. Indeed, his intention was to provoke Su Bei, but the latter's reaction exceeded his expectations. Originally, the plan was for Deputy Captain Ming to stall for time once Su Bei showed himself. Yet now Su Bei abruptly raised his hand, and a golden light flickered from the ring on his right hand. Is he really going to attack directly? In the alley, Wen Kai witnessed this moment, and her expression instantly changed. Execute the backup plan. Move. The moment her words fell, a deafening roar of engines erupted from nearby alleys. Just as Su Bei prepared to unleash a beam of light, he instinctively turned to look towards the alley. He saw 4 cars suddenly spring to life, each topped with a cylindrical object approximately 1 meter tall. The cylinders glimmered with a faint light, their gears whirring incessantly. Each of the 4 vehicles carried a component of the spirit suppression device. Once successfully activated, The central area of the 4 vehicles would form a vacuum zone where spiritual servants could not be utilized. The spirit suppression device. With his eyes ablaze, Su Bei immediately recognized the impending danger and glared furiously at the window across from him. You dare to? Mid-sentence, Su Bei suddenly faltered. Where had Deputy Captain Meng's figure at the window gone? Seizing the moment of distraction, Deputy Captain Meng had already fled the room. Deputy Captain Meng's mission has been accomplished. 4 vehicles began to weave through the alley, and Su Bei hesitated only for a moment before turning to flee. He was indeed confident in his own abilities, but that was only in the presence of his spirit attendant. He was well aware of the purpose of the spirit sealing device. Once enveloped within its confines, his advantages would vanish into thin air. Yet, those 4 vehicles encircled him like a relentless curse, and no matter how he darted across the rooftop, it seemed impossible to escape their grasp. Damn it! Curse it! Su Bei felt a surge of urgency. The activation of the spirit sealing device required 20 minutes. However, upon seeing the device, he was unable to accurately gauge how long it had been prepared for activation. To him, the spirit sealing devices on those 4 vehicles were akin to 4 unstable time bombs. With each passing second, they could very well be set to go off. What exacerbated Su Bei's agitation was the sight of numerous individuals clad in observer uniforms converging from all directions, effectively encircling him, a net of heaven and earth. How foolish to underestimate the observers of District F-27. With his eyes ablaze, Su Bei noticed the glimmering lights on the vehicles growing ever brighter, and he realized that the spirit sealing device was on the verge of activation. I'll gamble with you just this once. Resolutely, Su Bei halted his flight. In that moment, he raised his right hand, aiming at the roof of one vehicle. He understood that merely fleeing would render him increasingly passive. He had no choice but to take a chance. Whoosh! A luminous arrow shot forth. He won the gamble. The spirit sealing device did not activate. Boom. One of the spirit sealing devices on a vehicle exploded. Ha 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 ha. You think you can capture me? With a bunch of worthless fools like you? Su Bei's laughter was maniacal. As long as one of the 4 components of the spirit sealing device was rendered inoperative, it could not be fully activated. The net cast by his opponents had been pierced. Nevertheless, despite his arrogance, Su Bei remained apprehensive. He was uncertain if they had other means at their disposal waiting for him. Even though he yearned to eliminate all these observers, their thorough preparations indeed made him wary. Let you worthless fools live a few more days. When I return next time, every last one of you will meet your end. Having uttered these menacing words, Su Bei dashed toward the exit. The 4 vehicles had come to a halt. From the vehicle that had been struck, an observer emerged, and upon seeing Wen Kai rushing toward him, a look of guilt washed over his face. Captain 1, I'm sorry, I couldn't evade it.its all right. Wen Kai bore no trace of reproach. Evading a Baihan level, luminous arrow is no small feat. But, the man was clearly unwilling to accept this. It was just a minute away. Just one more minute, and the spirit sealing device would have fully activated. Wen Kai continued without pausing, glancing in the direction Su Bei had fled. Suddenly, she smiled. Captain 1, how can you still be smiling? Why shouldn't I smile? Wen Kai's smile grew broader. We have delayed them long enough. Su Bei has been captured. Having activated his spirit attendant, Su Bei moved like a gale, leaping from rooftop to rooftop at last. He arrived at the wall of the district. The entrance bore the remnants of blood from the guard he had previously slain. However, it is evident that there are no guards present now. Have they mobilized all personnel in the area to capture me? Reflecting on the crowd that had just been in the alley, Su Bei understood that this time the observers were all in. Their intention was to completely pin him down within the district using the spirit suppression device. Alas, in the end, he emerged victorious. Upon reaching the Grand Gate, he even paused to raise a middle finger at the pursuing observers behind him. No matter how much you prepare, as long as there are limitations, you will never capture me. Feeling that he had sufficiently demonstrated his bravado, Su Bei leisurely pushed open the district gate. The air outside felt much better. Su Bei couldn't help but sigh. Yet, just as he stepped through the threshold, he sensed a hint of danger. Instinctively turning his head, he noticed a youthful boy standing by the wall outside the door. A pitch-black broken sword was descending. Damn. Su Bei immediately attempted to activate his spirit servant, but the next moment, he was stunned. Unable to activate it, swish, the broken sword fell, slicing a gash several centimeters deep across his chest. blood mist filled the air. Su Bei fell to the ground in a disheveled state, his chest already drenched in crimson. He looked blankly at the boy before him, and in the next instant, his peripheral vision caught sight of the surroundings. It seemed as if a faint luminous barrier enveloped the area. Outside the district wall, 1-meter-long pillars were emitting a soft glow, spinning rapidly. This was the spirit suppression device. The observers possessed 2 sets of spirit suppression devices. One set was installed on 4 vehicles, while the other had been placed outside the district at the fastest speed after Su Bei entered. It was tightly aligned with the district wall. The moment Su Bei stepped through the door, he had already entered the range of the spirit suppression device. Just now, everyone had been stalling for time, not to wait for the activation of the devices on the vehicles, but rather to buy time for the activation of the outdoor set of spirit suppression devices. Ning Fan, wielding the broken sword, could no longer conceal the hatred in his eyes. Brother Chuan, still alive. Chapter 0035. This kick, I return to you. Who are you? Su Bei did not respond to Ning Fan's question. Or rather, he had no idea what Ning Fan meant by that question. He had killed too many people. Who was Brother Chuan? He had long forgotten. That moment, several figures appeared from within the district gate. When Kai rushed out first, and upon seeing Su Bei sprawled on the ground, her beautiful eyes sparkled with intense excitement. She raised her arm and wrapped it around Ning Fan's neck. Well done, kid. You actually caught Su Bei. The others were equally exhilarated. This was Su Bei, an A-grade criminal. Even the observers from F7 district had been powerless against him, and now he had been captured by them. Ning Fan's mood was initially somber, but he suddenly felt his head being squeezed by something soft, causing his heart to race. No, Kaijia, let go. I can't breathe. You can't even seize a little opportunity when given. Silly child. When Kai chuckled heartily, and after releasing her grip, she playfully blinked her almond-shaped eyes at Ning Fan. Am I not big? Ning Fan had never encountered such a situation before. His face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. Kaijia? Let us take him back first. When Kai shot him a glance before her expression turned serious, and she walked over to Su Bei. Allow me to introduce the captain of the F27 district monitors. When Kai, with a cold scoff, when Kai addressed Rdasu with regretful news. I am sorry to inform you, you have fallen. Su Bei glared fiercely at Wen Kai, his eyes brimming with defiance. Yet, Wen Kai disregarded him, commanding her subordinates to bind him. Before long, Su Bei found himself escorted to the monitor's office building, confined in the very room that had previously held Ning Fan captive in the hall outside. The demeanor of the crowd towards Ning Fan had noticeably improved. Kid? Impressive, exclaimed Deputy Captain Meng, his bare arms wrapped in thick bandages, his square face alight with excitement. I didn't risk my life in vain. In truth, Deputy Captain Meng's assignment was undoubtedly among the most perilous in this operation. Had Su Bei not been so reckless, Meng might have met an untimely demise. However, the reality was that Su Bei's return to the F27 district only served to confirm his madness. When Kai stood beside Ning Fan, admiration unmistakably gleaming in her eyes. As previously agreed, the suspect has been captured. You shall conduct the interrogation. She turned her gaze towards the room where Su Bei was detained. Do you have enough time? 24 hours? That will suffice. Then proceed. Employ any methods you wish, just ensure he remains alive. Wait a moment. Ning Fan refrained from entering the interrogation room immediately, instead focusing on Li Hui, who sat in the corner. His complexion notably paled in stark contrast to the other's exhilaration. Li Hui appeared despondent, his face ashen. The oppressive aura emanating from Su Bei was palpably overwhelming. For a fleeting moment, he grappled with the urge to summon his spirit companion. Yet, despair washed over him as he realized that even with his spirit by his side, he would likely stand no chance against Su Bei. You, come here. Ning Fan maintained a stoic expression, beckoning Li Hui over. Li Hui raised his head, a flicker of hostility and wariness crossing his eyes. What do you want? I have captured the individual. Ning Fan replied coldly. Have you forgotten your responsibilities? Deputy Captain Meng instinctively wished to interject on Li Hui's behalf, but ultimately decided against it. Observing the silence surrounding him in the hall, Li Hui felt an acute sense of isolation. Fine. You think you're so great. He rose to stand before Ning Fan, still exuding an air of defiance. Come on. If you have the guts, kick me to death. Previously, during their encounter at the district wall, Li Hui had delivered a crushing kick to Ning Fan's knee. He had intended for Ning Fan to kneel. Yet, Ning Fan had gritted his teeth and endured. Now, Ning Fan lifted his leg and delivered a brutal kick to Li Hui's kneecap. Crack! The sound of shattering bones sent chills down the spine. Ah! Li Hui groaned in agony, dropping to one knee. Kid. When Kai was taken aback, she had anticipated that Ning Fan merely sought to retaliate. To her astonishment, this young man was far more ruthless than she imagined. Sister Kai, this kick was justified, right? When Kai, momentarily stunned, nodded. It was justified. Then I shall proceed. Ning Fan strode into the room housing Su Bei, not sparing a glance at the writhing Li Hui on the floor. When Kai observed Ning Fan's retreating figure, her brow furrowing slightly, Deputy Captain Meng regarded Li Hui with a hint of sympathy, yet remained silent. Ning Fan had already entered the room. Across from him, Su Bei was covered in mud, with injuries that had been merely attended to. Upon seeing Ning Fan enter, a flicker of resentment and malice briefly illuminated Su Bei's eyes, yet the corners of his mouth gradually curled into a smirk. Did that woman not claim to be the captain? Bound like a zongzi, the only movement Su Bei could manage was a slight turn of his neck. Let her in. I have no interest in insignificant fish and shrimp. The one who captured you is me. Ning Fan approached Su Bei's side at Ha. Without the previous scheming, do you really think you possess the ability to capture me? Su Bei chuckled. Your captain is quite clever. I am not the monitor. Ning Fan raised his hand and pressed it against Su Bei's wound. But the one who devised the plan to capture you is me. Before Su Bei could comprehend, Ning Fan's fingers dug into the wound with force. Ah! Su Bei screamed in agony. The wound, which had just begun to clot, gushed forth a torrent of blood once more. Answer my question. Is Chuan Gu still alive? Ning Fan's fingers trembled slightly. Su Bei continued to wail, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ning Fan, reminiscent of a vengeful ghost intent on remembering the face of its murderer. Suddenly, his eyes flickered with recognition. I know who you mean by Chuan Gu. Su Bei, drenched in sweat from the pain, managed a twisted smile. That wild dog, right? Captain Lin Chuan of Wild Dog's home. Ning Fan replied coldly. Is he still alive? Ha 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 ha. Su Bei erupted into maniacal laughter. I seem to recall, back in the misty forest, there was a trembling little brat. Was it you? Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. Su Bei, with a contorted sneer, taunted. I saw you back then. I intended to treat you as my final prey, to exhaust you before delivering the kill. But you ran too fast. What a pity. Ah. Ning Fan's fingers had plunged deeper into Su Bei's wound. Answer my question, Ning Fan shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chuan Gu, is he alive? He. The veins in Su Bei's neck bulged, his once handsome face now grotesquely twisted. He looked at Ning Fan with a mad grin. I slaughtered him. Chapter 0036. The recipient, damn it. Ning Fan seized Su Bei's hair and repeatedly slammed his head against the table. Bang, bang, bang. The table splintered under the impact, blood pooling upon its surface. You lie. Ning Fan roared. You are deceiving me, aren't you? Hee. Su Bei's face was nearly unrecognizable, his nose askew and several teeth missing. Yet, despite his pitiful state, he continued to laugh, mockingly, disbelieved. So be I, Su Bei casually responded. Ning Fan trembled all over. From the moment he learned of Su Bei's identity, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He desperately wished for Su Bei to tell him that Chuan Gu was not dead. Even if injured, at the very least, they would have a glimmer of hope. One may search the misty forest far and wide in pursuit of Chuan Ji's whereabouts. However, little one, why the anger? Su Bei chuckled. It's merely a matter of life and death. I will kill you. Ning Fan gasped for breath, brandishing his broken sword. I shall grant you one final chance. Inform me of Chuan Ji's fate. He's dead. Dead. Su Bei fixed his gaze upon Ning Fan. I was the one who ended his life. I turned him into a sieve with my arrows. Then you shall descend to meet Chuan Gu and atone for your actions. Ning Fan lifted the broken sword. Yet, Su Bei's laughter grew more jubilant. Do you dare to kill me? Suddenly, Su Bei glanced over Ning Fan's shoulder. The little brat fails to comprehend my value. Do you, as the captain, not understand either? From behind Ning Fan, a voice emerged, when Kai's voice. Child, the agreed-upon method is inconsequential. What matters is preserving his life. At some point, when Kai had entered the room, arms crossed against the wall, her expression somewhat grim. One must honor their word. Why should we spare such a beast? Ning Fan did not turn around, his gaze fixed intently on Su Bei. According to the regulations from the district, a level and above criminals must be handed over for their handling. When Kai replied coldly, the district cannot engage in extrajudicial punishment. Permitting you to interrogate him has already breached protocol. Another bloody protocol. Ning Fan retorted, they can utilize spirit servants to kill within the district, yet you cannot. Once captured, we cannot deal with it ourselves. We must report it to those above. Again, another protocol. Why so many rules? Are these absurd regulations crafted solely for those who abide by them? Chuan Ge was one to adhere to the rules, yet now he lay dead, slain by someone who flouted all norms. Why should this be? For whom do these regulations truly exist? I understand your current feelings. You know nothing. Ning Fan interrupted Wen Kai in a fit of rage. What you just mentioned is the protocol of your monitors. It has nothing to do with me. With that, Ning Fan dropped the broken sword. Wen Kai's expression tightened, her wrist flicking as she unleashed a flash of white light. Ding! The light deflected Ning Fan's sword, pinning it to the wall. An earring. Child, this is still the domain of the monitors. Wen Kai stated sternly, do not cause a ruckus. I do not wish to be labeled as one who destroys bridges after crossing. Ning Fan turned to Wen Kai. That up until now, he had never witnessed her in action, only knowing that those around seemed to fear her greatly. Her recent display of speed had been so swift that he could scarcely comprehend it, and all this was accomplished without the use of spirit servants. Wen Kai opened the door, beckoning several individuals inside, instructing, assist him with his wounds. She then addressed Ning Fan, child, come with me. We need to have a conversation. After a moment of silence, Ning Fan followed her. Wen Kai led him to the rooftop. She leaned against the railing, exuding an air of leisure. The person you respected has died, and it weighs heavily on your heart, does it not? Wen Kai spoke softly, you seek vengeance. Ning Fan remained silent. Wen Kai sighed. Lin Chuan was indeed a person of great loyalty. Ning Fan's pupils constricted, eyeing Wen Kai warily. She knew. She is aware of her identity. Is that surprising? Wen Kai smiled. I didn't anticipate that I would know you were the latest little wild dog adopted by Wild Dog House. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Previously, Wen Kai had referred to Ning Fan as a little wild dog several times, which he had dismissed as mere coincidence. Yet now it was unequivocally proven otherwise. How do you know this? Don't be alarmed. We are not adversaries. Wen Kai waved her hand dismissively. Yang Beihai sent you the batch of goods, and the recipient Diasai. Meanwhile, outside the regional wall, the town's spirit warding device had long since been removed. The vehicle, measuring at least 6 or 7 meters in length, stood before the entrance of Zone F-27. This vehicle bore a stark contrast to the one Yang Beihai had previously provided. Its paint was flawless, its design exquisite. As the doors swung open, a man clad in a gray uniform emerged. He sported a cropped hairstyle and wore a pair of cloth shoes, limping slightly as he approached the entrance. Upon reaching the door, he spoke softly. Excuse me, could you please open the door? What is your business? A small window was opened. Due to the incident involving Su Bei, the atmosphere within Zone F-27 was somewhat tense. Even though a capture had taken place, the lingering shadows still loomed large. Here to pick someone up, the guard, peering through the window, beheld an unremarkable face. Neither handsome nor ugly, the sort that would attract no attention in a crowd. Here to pick someone up? The guard inquired, puzzled. Who are you here for? Su Bei. The man remained courteous. If you would kindly open the door, thank you. However, upon hearing the name Su Bei, the mood within the door grew grave. A few monitors still tidying up the aftermath happened to be at the entrance, and they promptly brandished their weapons. Are you certain you are referring to Su Bei? One of the monitors asked in a low voice through the small window. Absolutely, the man smiled. I have just received word that Su Bei has been captured by you. The monitor was momentarily taken aback. Are you from the Central District? Su Bei is to be handed over to the Central District. Yet, the issue is that they had only just apprehended him less than 2 hours ago, and the Central District is quite distant. It should not have been possible to arrive so swiftly. No, the man shook his head with a subtle smile. The monitor sensed a flicker of unease. The man retrieved a palm-sized electronic device from his pocket and displayed it through the window. The device flickered with his personal information. Santong United District, Ilyong. The monitor's eyes widened in astonishment. You are from the Santong United District? Indeed. Ilyong retracted the electronic device. Oh, by the way, Su Bei.is, my family's young leader. Before the other party could fully comprehend, Yiliang added, one of the three leaders, the son of Su Wanjun. The monitors were left speechless, realizing the gravity of the situation. At the very least, it was beyond their capacity to handle. Please hold on a moment. I need to report this to the captain. One monitor's demeanor shifted noticeably. Yet Yiliang shook his head. Leader Su has instructed me to retrieve him. Time is of the essence. I am afraid. I cannot wait. The monitor grew incensed. But Su Bei is an A-class felon. Even if you are from the Santong United District, Spirit Guardian. Cover the heavens. Y Yiliang whispered softly. Chapter 0037. Yiliang, are you the recipient? At this point, Ning Fan realized that there was no use in concealing the truth. When Kai had articulated the matter too clearly, indeed, this batch of goods has cost me a loss of 150,000 sola. When Kai shrugged her shoulders, even if you do not take action against Yang Beihai, I will find a way to eliminate him. Ning Fan remained on guard. Have you never suspected that the problem with the goods originated from us? I have said it before, Lin Chuan is quite loyal. When Kai replied calmly, although my interactions with him have been limited, I possess a keen sense of judgment regarding people. As for women, they tend to trust their instincts. Moreover, your organization, Wild Dog House, does not behave like a team that would steal from itself. At this point, when Kai sighed, has Lin Chuan perished? I do not know. Ning Fan shook his head. I do not trust him. Despite Su Bei repeatedly asserting that he had killed Lin Chuan, Ning Fan still found it difficult to accept this conclusion. Till this day, he remained unaware of the origin of the knife wounds on Su Bei's body. If they truly were inflicted by Lin Chuan, then it was very possible that Su Bei, out of resentment, had lied. Su Bei is a madman. It is quite challenging to extract the truth from a madman. Fortunately, Ning Fan still had ample time to pry the truth from him. What plans do you have for the future? When Kai softly replied. From the information I gathered, there should be 3 individuals remaining from Wild Dog House. To avenge my brothers, Ning Fan murmured. When Kai hesitated for a moment, then patted his shoulder. Su Bei must be delivered to the main district, but rest assured, such an A-class felon will not have an easy time once he arrives there. She was also kindly advising Ning Fan to abandon the notion of personally killing Su Bei. Without giving Ning Fan a chance to retort, when Kai produced a document from her pocket and handed it to him. This contains the information on the 3 remaining members of War Bear. Ning Fan was taken aback. When Kai smiled, no need for thanks. This woman possessed a clear line of thought. The moment she confirmed Ning Fan was from Wild Dog House, she promptly prepared the information on the remaining 3 members of War Bear. It served as a reward for capturing Su Bei, as well as compensation for not allowing him to kill Su Bei himself. Enough. The personnel from the main district may arrive at any moment. Make haste and inquire about what you wish to know. When Kai stretched, her lithe figure fully revealed. A breath of fresh air will do. It is time to regain your composure. Yes? Do not make it difficult for me. Ning Fan pondered for a moment before finally letting out a sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, when Kai's actions left him with no grounds for complaint. Rest assured, I will not kill him. With that, Ning Fan turned to head downstairs. However, just as they reached the stairway, when Kai suddenly halted, she abruptly glanced toward the direction of the area wall. Ning Fan too felt a formidable sense of oppression emanating from that direction. This sensation was akin to dark clouds looming over a stronghold. This is, damn it. When Kai's delicate face instantly darkened. Did they truly think of my F-27 district as a mere plaything? Who the hell wants to come and wreak havoc here? Outside the area wall, Yiliang stood with his hands hanging by his sides, his eyes filled with indifference. A heavy shroud of dark clouds gathered above his head, nearly enveloping the entire expanse of the regional wall. Suddenly, Yiliang raised his hand and let it fall gently. Startling thunderclap echoed from within the clouds. Boom. The dense regional wall, as fragile as paper, was pierced, creating a 4-meter-long fissure. Yiliang waved his hand once more. Boom. Cracks radiated from the fissure, ultimately culminating in a resounding collapse. Before him lay a scene reminiscent of a desolate ruin. Yiliang limped past the shattered debris. The guards and observers were all knocked down by the residual shockwave, each one gazing in terror at the limping figure before them. What kind of power is this? One man, breaking a city. Clearly, Yiliang's strength surpassed their comprehension. Is this what the people of the Santong United Zone are like? Might I inquire where Xiaotong is being held? Yiliang remained courteous, addressing one individual. The person, still reeling from shock, failed to respond. Liang sighed and waved his hand again. Thunder struck. The individual was instantly reduced to charred remains, a fragrant plume of smoke wafting into the air. Liang turned to another. Kindly direct me. Su Bei is in the observer's office building. This person dared not hesitate in the slightest, fully aware of the grim reminder Liang had just provided. Failure to answer would mean death. He pointed towards the direction of the observer's office building. It's right over there. Thank you. Liang inclined his body slightly and continued limping towards that direction. Once Liang had departed, the observers remained ensnared in their terror. They all huddled in place, trembling uncontrollably. Liang entered an alley and came to a halt a few minutes later. Before him stood several figures, Kai at the forefront, with Ning Fan at her side. Even the still recovering Deputy Captain Meng had arrived upon hearing the commotion. Who are you? Kai's exquisite face appeared as still as a stagnant pool, terrifyingly somber. The spirit servant from earlier. Was it you who unleashed it? Under duress, I hope for your understanding. Liang raised his hands in a gesture of respect. I am Liang, here to escort Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong, Su Bei. Liang discerned from the attire of Kai and the others. You must be the observers then? If so, I would appreciate your guidance. Ha! Damn it, Deputy Captain Meng sneered. You seem to think of yourself as a grandson. What do you want? That grandpa must accompany you. Liang raised an eyebrow, revealing no trace of anger. You are Deputy Captain of the F-27 Zone Observers. Meng, boom. Meng was reduced to charred remains. I do not require knowledge of your name. Liang stated flatly. All present were left in stunned silence. What had just transpired? Meng had perished so easily? Even when Kai trembled slightly at the revelation, the opponent had indeed employed a spirit servant. Yet the nature of such a spirit servant had entirely transcended their understanding. Liang continued forward. Halt! When Kai suddenly barked. Liang furrowed his brow, his eyes finally betraying a hint of impatience. He raised his hand once more. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. Spirit servant, Jian Wu Chou. At the moment the spiritual servant was summoned, Ning Fan, wielding a shattered sword, darted forward with incredible speed. Before him stood a man named Liang, who raised his hand to take a life. In such a scenario, was it still necessary to rigidly adhere to the rules? Liang raised an eyebrow. Child, your courage is commendable. As he spoke, Liang's fingers flicked through the air. A bolt of lightning surged forth from his fingertips, aimed directly at Ning Fan's brow. Liang's movements were neither hurried nor slow. Everything appeared remarkably casual. To him, the child's actions were nothing short of a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. However, in the next moment, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Ning Fan, with both hands gripping the sword, struck down upon the lightning. Crack, crack, crack. The lightning was astonishingly cleaved in two. The bifurcated arcs of lightning struck the walls on either side, instantly penetrating two small buildings. Ning Fan. Kai was momentarily stunned. Did he wish to discuss rules with me again? Ning Fan did not turn back but fixed his gaze upon Liang. The mere mention of the word rules makes me feel nauseous. Kai fell silent. My life is my own. If I perish due to my own inadequacies, so be it. But if I were to die shackled by rules imposed by others, I refuse to accept it. It seems that what you possessed is not merely courage. Liang chuckled. Yet, at the very moment a smile graced his lips, the dark clouds above grew increasingly tempestuous. Chapter 0038. Commander Li Jiang crack. Crack, crack, from within the dark clouds, electric sparks erupted, imbued with boundless pressure. Ning Fan's arms trembled. He was not afraid. Rather, at the instant he cleaved the lightning, he could viscerally sense the strength of his opponent. Even having dissipated nearly 70% of the power, the residual force still left his arms tingling. His arms had begun to swell. Spiritual servant, Amber. Suddenly, a cold voice resounded from behind Ning Fan. Child, continue. Kai's beautiful eyes were icy. I'm right behind you. You. Ning Fan could hardly believe it. Kai was actually employing a spiritual servant within the area? What do you mean what? Kai clenched her silver teeth. That bastard killed my vice captain. If I endure any longer, how can I still be worthy of being the captain? As she spoke, the golden light emanating from her earrings surged forth, enveloping Liang. Take him down, Kai bellowed. Without hesitation, Ning Fan stomped the ground fiercely, thrusting the shattered sword towards Liang's throat. Just as Yi Liang intended to wave his hand, he realized the surrounding golden light encased him in a viscous sensation, severely restricting his movements. Before him, Ning Fan's sword tip was now less than a meter from his neck. Sigh. Yi Liang exhaled deeply in the next instant. His expression darkened. He lifted his lame leg and stomped fiercely upon the ground. Ning Fan could distinctly feel that, at the moment Yi Liang raised his leg, his entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. It was as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. General Yi, is it truly necessary to create such a commotion during my visit to F-27? A deep voice resonated from afar. Yi Liang's expression shifted slightly as the fierce aura surrounding him vanished in an instant. His limp foot lightly touched the ground, and as his body tilted to one side, he narrowly evaded the broken sword thrusting toward him from Ning Fan in an instant. Yi Liang's body trembled, and the golden glow surrounding him dissipated like countless twinkling stars, vanishing into the air. When Kai was taken aback, his spiritual attendant was, astonishingly, scattered like dust at such a mere shake. Before he could regain his composure, he saw Yi Liang raise his hand and gently strike Ning Fan's chest. Ning Fan, reacting immediately as the opponent dodged, positioned his sword defensively in front of him. Yi Liang's palm struck the blade of the broken sword. Resounding hum, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache, reverberated from the sword. Ning Fan was sent flying several meters before he staggered to the ground. Yi Liang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ning Fan for a moment, then contemplatively glanced at his palm. On the other side, both Ning Fan and Wen Kai were equally astonished. The lethal trap they had just formed together had been effortlessly dismantled by the opponent, and this was under the condition that he had held back. What would have transpired if no one had intervened when that limp foot fell? Each of the three harbored their own thoughts, yet on the street nearby, a vehicle slowly approached, the doors swung open, and a stout middle-aged man stepped out. Tonight is truly lively. Upon seeing the plump man, Wen Kai immediately straightened, his expression grave. The commander. This man was none other than the highest authority of District F-27. Commander Li Jiang glanced at the somewhat disheveled Wen Kai and gave a slight nod before turning his attention to Yi Liang. General Yi, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. You are the commander of District F-27? Indeed. Li Jiang wore a smile reminiscent of a friendly tiger, exuding warmth and approachability. General Yi, just call me Xiao. Yi Liang clasped his hands in salute. I have come here to escort the son of Commander Su, correct? Very well, follow me. Li Jiang courteously invited Yi Liang into the vehicle. Wen Kai suddenly grew anxious. Commander, Su Bei is a classic criminal. We have already notified the Central District to come and take him away. I will communicate with the Central District. Li Jiang pointed to Yi Liang. Qianhun Yi Liang has personally come to escort him. Such a favor must be granted. Qianhun. Wen Kai finally comprehended that the formidable opponent he had just faced was indeed a Qianhun-level expert. Are you truly going to release Su Bei? Ning Fan suddenly called out to Li Jiang. Li Jiang paused, turning to appraise Ning Fan from head to toe. Youngster, what is your purpose? Su Bei is my capture. Promising. Li Jiang smiled slightly. Enough, it is getting late. You should head back and rest. I reiterate, Su Bei is my capture. Ning Fan insisted once more. Li Jiang raised an eyebrow, and then, Sister Kai mentioned that I cannot kill him, as there are regulations stating that a Class A criminal must be taken away by the Central District. Ning Fan pointed at Yi Liang. Is he from the Central District? Ning Fan. Wen Kai tugged at Ning Fan. Yet Ning Fan remained unyielding, gazing at Li Jiang, awaiting his response. He is not. Li Jiang's smile faded. Youngster, are you discontent? Speaking to Yi Liang, Li Jiang continued. General Yi, please get in the car. Do not keep the young commander waiting. I will handle things here. Very well. Yi Liang is also quite direct. Once the vehicle departed, Li Jiang approached Ning Fan. He was significantly shorter than Ning Fan, requiring him to look up to meet Ning Fan's gaze. That Yi Liang is someone you cannot contend with. Just as Ning Fan was about to speak, Li Jiang interjected. There is no need to put on a brave face. You are no match for him, and there is no shame in that. In the entire F district, there are only a few who can best him. Su Bei is certainly destined to be taken away. If you feel aggrieved, once they cross this threshold, do as you wish. I will not intervene. If you truly possess the capability to wrest Su Bei from Yi Liang, then that would be an accomplishment worthy of recognition. At this moment, Wen Kai also expressed her dissatisfaction. However, Commander, that Yi Liang killed old Ming. I am aware Li Jiang had shed his previous facade of a smiling tiger and instead sighed. Let us allocate a sum for old Ming's family as compensation. I shall personally contribute 50,000 sola. It is not merely a matter of money. Commander, Wen Kai exclaimed with fervor, why must we endure this indignity? At worst, we can report to the general district and have them. Why? Li Jiang turned to her. Simply because he is Su Wanjuan's son. Even if you report to the general district and they send someone to retrieve Su Bei, he would ultimately be returned to the Santong United District. Have you not considered why Yi Liang received news of Su Bei's capture so swiftly? We had barely apprehended him when Yi Liang arrived. The information could not have been leaked from our end. Who else could it be? The answer is evident. The general district. In that moment, both Wen Kai and Ning Fan felt a knot of unease tightening in their chests. I know what you are thinking. Let me put it this way. If I were to truly confront Yi Liang and mobilize the entire force of F-27 district, I could certainly impede him. No matter how formidable Yi Liang may be, he is but a single individual. Li Jiang forced a smile. But do you understand the consequences of forcibly stopping Yi Liang and retaining Su Bei? Su Wanjun would come personally. Li Jiang's gaze flickered slightly, and he would come with his army. Chapter 0039. No longer a fool. Yi Liang is merely a signal for us to be prudent. Li Jiang once again donned a smile and turned to walk deeper down the road. Do you think? I am not angry. As Li Jiang departed, Wen Kai's heart was a tumult of emotions. She gazed at the street beside her, resembling a wasteland, where beneath the shattered bricks lay the charred remains of old Ming. Had I known, I would not have stopped you just now. Wen Kai scoffed. Suddenly, I feel as though my earlier restraint against you killing Su Bei made me look like a fool. Ning Fan, however, silently observed Li Jiang's retreat. Throughout, despite his evident discontent, he did not display excessive agitation this time. Child, what are you thinking? Wen Kai, noticing Ning Fan's demeanor, worriedly patted his shoulder. Do not act foolishly and go after Yi Liang. I understand. Ning Fan suddenly smiled. I cannot defeat him. Wen Kai was taken aback. Ning Fan glanced at the broken sword in his hand. Just now, I could perceive the vast chasm between us. As he spoke, Ning Fan settled himself upon the rubble of the ruins. A hint of fatigue finally graced his youthful visage. For an entire week, he had scarcely found a moment of genuine respite. Even the most resilient would grow weary. Wen Kai licked her lips and took a seat beside him. Sister Kai, to be honest, it has been less than 3 days since I first ventured out of District F-32. Ning Fan seemed to be conversing with Wen Kai, yet it also felt like a soliloquy. Back in the academy within the district, I often heard the phrase survival of the fittest, but having lived for 18 years, I never truly grasped its meaning. Gradually, he lifted his gaze. Now, in just 3 days, I understand. Wen Kai noticed a change in Ning Fan's expression. Previously, he might have acted impulsively or exhibited signs of irritation, yet his eyes had always shone with the clarity characteristic of youth. However, in that fleeting moment, she realized that clarity had vanished. What flavor is the smoke you all keep puffing? May I have a taste? Ning Fan extended his hand. Wen Kai hesitated momentarily before handing him a cigarette. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Fan took a puff and erupted into a fit of coughing. It's truly harsh. How can you enjoy this? Children shouldn't have to smoke to act grown up, Wen Kai retorted. Ning Fan chuckled but did not discard it. Instead, he took 2 more puffs. Child, I know you're feeling quite unbalanced inside, and I feel the same. Wen Kai settled beside Ning Fan. No, I am not unbalanced, he denied. Shaking his head, I did harbor such thoughts earlier, but now that they've dissipated. Wen Kai looked perplexed. Ning Fan smiled. I am weak. The weak, what right do they have to argue with others? Child. Rules, regulations, these are things you must abide by when you are weak. Ning Fan spread his hands. The strong. Live beyond the confines. Wen Kai gazed deeply at Ning Fan and I in that moment. She realized that this boy seemed to have matured significantly in an instant. I want to break free. Ning Fan rested his hand on a broken sword. To leap beyond this framework. Wen Kai discerned Ning Fan's resolve. After a moment's reflection, she draped her arm over his shoulder. Ning Fan, what are your plans for the future? Plans? Ning Fan pondered briefly before softly responding. Originally, I pursued the path of a wanderer solely to earn money for a special medicine for my mother. Once she regains her health, I intended to cease this endeavor, returning to her side, finding some casual job in District F-32 to support her in her twilight years. Wen Kai listened intently, offering no interruption. But now, I find my aspirations have multiplied. I wish to grow stronger, to uphold the reputation of Wild Dog's home, to avenge Brother Chuan and the others, and I want to kill Su Bei. Wen Kai gently patted Ning Fan's shoulder. These burdens are ones you have imposed upon yourself. In truth, you could easily revert to your previous intentions, and no one would fault you for it. It concerns no one else. I am no longer that naive boy who has never left District F32. Ning Fan's smile was tinged with bitterness. I can no longer return to being a fool. Wen Kai's expression shifted slightly, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Let us first eliminate the remaining 3 from the battle bear. Ning Fan spoke leisurely. As for the grudge against the House of Stray Dogs, let us take our vengeance as we can, and then, what next? After a moment's contemplation, Ning Fan added, let's pick a few unfortunate souls, seize 1,000,000 solars, and purchase a special medicine for my mother. Seize? Indeed, seize. Wen Kai furrowed her brow. Whom do you intend to rob? Good people possess no riches, thus there is no need for theft. A smirk graced the corners of Ning Fan's mouth. Those who disregard the rules and lack substantial ability, ironically, possess quite a bit of bounty. A tremor ran through Wen Kai's heart. What Ning Fan spoke of was precisely the likes of young Beihai. Sister Kai, may I borrow a place to stay for a few days? What are your intentions? Wen Kai's beautiful eyes immediately darkened with suspicion. Just to rest. Ning Fan shrugged. At the home of the captain of the monitors, I should be able to enjoy a sound sleep, shouldn't I? As it turned out, Wen Kai's worries were unfounded. After bringing Ning Fan home, he took a shower and promptly fell asleep on the sofa, sleeping soundly. Wen Kai sat at the bedside, gazing at Ning Fan, and suddenly chuckled. This child, he wouldn't truly perform any shocking deeds in the future, would he? Meanwhile, Yi Liang had already met with Su Bei. Upon seeing Su Bei, bruised and battered, Yi Liang was momentarily taken aback. Young commander, who did this? A little brat named Ning Fan. Su Bei scoffed. Why? Yi Liang nodded. I have encountered him. I shall go eliminate him now. No need. Su Bei waved his hand, a wicked grin spreading across his face. I'll have my fun with him after I meet the old man back home. Yi Liang fell silent for a moment. Very well. The following day, the repair work on the regional wall commenced with great urgency. The official explanation for its collapse was remarkably simple: neglect due to age. This rationale felt almost insulting to one's intelligence. Yet, surprisingly, many within the region believed it. Indeed, numerous individuals even volunteered donations, hoping to expedite the repairs. After all, the regional wall shielded them from the threats posed by external beasts. Ning Fan awoke in the afternoon, greeted by the aroma of food laid before him, now completely cold. A note rested on the table. I have gone to attend old Ming's funeral. Eat when you awaken. We can discuss matters upon my return. Your sister Kai, Ning Fan, feeling no need for formality, began to savor Wen Kai's culinary skills. Although the food was from the lower city and contained a certain level of miasma, it was undeniably delicious. Who would have thought that Sister Kai could cook so well? After satisfying his hunger, Ning Fan mused, indeed, she can grace the hall as well. What do you think? Should I bring her home as my bride? A voice emerged from outside the door. What is this? Afraid to answer. Scared that I might cling to you. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback, only to see Wen Kai entering the room, a bag of meat in hand. Ah, Sister Kai has returned. After that night, at least from Wen Kai's perspective, it seemed that the young lad had sufficiently recuperated. Dressed in black, Wen Kai exuded an air of aloofness, devoid of the seductive charm she had displayed in the black market. What is the matter? Are you too frightened to respond? How could that be? Sister Kai, with her striking beauty and position as the leader of the monitors, undoubtedly has suitors aplenty, leaving no room for someone like me. It appears you are rather cunning, aren't you? Wen Kai gently ruffled Ning Fan's hair before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The atmosphere indeed resembled that of a young couple living together. As Wen Kai sliced the meat, a flicker of conflict flashed in her eyes. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to speak. Su Bei has been taken away. Ning Fan, who was busy gathering dishes, paused slightly upon hearing this. Oh, he responded nonchalantly, then resumed his previous task. Wen Kai turned to Ning Fan. Have you come to terms with it? I realized it yesterday. Ning Fan seemed uninterested in dwelling on Su Bei's situation, instead shifting the conversation. By the way, Sister Kai, you must be quite knowledgeable about spiritual attendance. I've been somewhat puzzled and have wanted to ask you. Chapter 0040. A second glance at the payment when Kai immediately replied with confidence. I am indeed in this line of business. I can't claim to be an expert, but I can certainly be considered a half-teacher. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. I acquired the spiritual attendant within the district. Ning Fan inquired directly. Is that situation particularly strange? Within the district, when Kai halted her actions, her expression growing serious. Are you certain? Absolutely. It was when I killed young Beihai. Ning Fan stated earnestly. Even you find this concerning? As for the issue. When Kai mused, pinching her delicate chin. In your case, based on my experience, there are only two possibilities. First, you are extraordinarily lucky. The scattered souls within the district resonated with your weapon and transformed into a spiritual attendant, attaching themselves to it. Although the odds are slim, it is not impossible. And the second? Ning Fan inquired with curiosity. The second possibility. When Kai's gaze shifted to the worn sword resting on the sofa. This sword of yours already harbors a spiritual attendant within. Ning Fan's thoughts stirred. Upon hearing when Kai's second possibility, he was nearly certain of it. This worn sword harbored secrets. One day in his childhood, his mother had brought this sword home, claiming it as a gift for him. Although it appeared dull and lacked aesthetic appeal, Ning Fan had always cherished it. Throughout his life, this sword had never left his side. Initially, he saw it merely as a token of sentiment, until he encountered that bloodline test report. Throughout his life, his mother had given him only two items, the worn sword and the bloodline test report. Strictly speaking, the report was not directly handed to him by his mother, but it had been acquired from her. Upon examining the contents of the report, there was no upper city bloodline. This was not surprising. But why was there not even a lower city bloodline? What, then, am I? This question had plagued Ning Fan's mind. Perhaps the only one who could provide an answer was his mother. Never mind. The mother refrained from disclosing the truth to him, undoubtedly for a reason. Moreover, even if he wished to inquire, it would be prudent to first obtain the special medication and ensure his mother awakens before proceeding with any questions. What was he pondering? Noticing Ning Fan lost in thought, when Kai waved her hand before him. Huh? I wasn't thinking of anything. Ning Fan smiled. By the way, Kaijia, you possess the ability to extract spirit guardians from weapons and transfer enhancements to other spirit guardians. If this is the topic of discussion, we are delving into the realm of business. When Kai interrupted Ning Fan, adopting a business-like demeanor. Just because I've allowed you to stay at my place does not imply that I will provide you with complimentary services. Ning Fan chuckled awkwardly. I was merely asking. Besides, I never intended to take advantage. What kind of talk is that, vulgar? When Kai shot him a disapproving glance. Ning Fan opened his mouth to respond, but this woman had previously made suggestive remarks. And now it was his turn. Women? It appeared they often lacked reason. The goods I previously requested you to send were, in fact, the spirit extraction devices I purchased with Yang Beihai. When Kai continued, I suspect that Yang Beihai has not developed any new devices. He merely sought to swindle some money from me with this ruse. Ning Fan's expression shifted subtly. The entire sequence of events had finally come to light. Yang Beihai, a researcher responsible for developing innovative instruments, had informed Wen Kai of his new spirit extraction device, naturally piquing her interest. However, Yang Beihai aimed to deceive while fearing reprisal from Wen Kai. Thus, the most effective strategy was to find a scapegoat. Wild Dog's home. Was that unfortunate soul, by the way? I have yet to melt down that claw and stick. Wen Kai tapped her forehead. If you desire them, I can sell them to you. The claw belonged to Wang Yi, and the stick was old Duan's. These two items held significant meaning for Ning Fan. All right, thank you. Ning Fan contemplated. Kaijia, how much would it cost to extract the spirit guardians from these two weapons and merge them into my own? To his surprise, Wen Kai promptly produced a calculator. After a flurry of taps, she presented it to Ning Fan. 27,000? Ning Fan was taken aback upon seeing the figure. He had acquired the two weapons for 4,000. The basic startup cost for the instruments was 3,000. Each spirit extraction was 5,000, and merging spirits was the same. Thus, for the two weapons, it amounted to 2 spirit extractions and mergers, totaling 20,000. If I give you an 8% discount, that would be 16,000, plus. Wen Kai exhibited none of the commanding presence of a monitoring team leader she had previously held. She was now a shrewd merchant, meticulously calculating every expense for Ning Fan. I haven't even paid you the 10,000 solar for those weapons you sold me earlier. Just give me an additional 17,000. Wen Kai tied her hair up, appearing quite competent. Ning Fan chuckled awkwardly. I doubt I don't have that much money. When Kai pouted in dissatisfaction, if you're broke, just say so. No, Kaijia, is there something a bit fragmented about your personality? Ning Fan said with a wry smile. I casually asked. And you instantly transformed into a business person. I couldn't even intervene very well. I shall reserve these 2 weapons for you. Whenever you have the means, I shall assist you in acquiring them. When Kai appears somewhat disinterested. All right then, I thank you in advance. Ning Fan rises and picks up the broken sword. What are you up to? I've rested enough. I'm going out for a stroll, to contemplate how to earn some money. Ning Fan chuckles. Throughout the afternoon, he familiarizes himself with the Wanderer team in Area F27. In the evening, Ning Fan once again returns to Wen Kai's residence. Upon his arrival, Wen Kai feigns displeasure. What is this? Do you really consider my place a hotel? Having just bathed, Wen Kai dons a loose-fitting nightgown, revealing large swathes of her fair skin to the air, causing Ning Fan's gaze to linger. And what about the payment? Wen Kai shoots a glare at Ning Fan. He, feeling a tad embarrassed, averts his gaze. Yet, he retorts, you're waiting for me to earn some money, aren't you? You must be keeping a close watch. Wen Kai chuckles softly. All right then, how much did you earn today? Not a penny. Ning Fan grins, showing his teeth. But I have some ideas to share, business secret. Hemph. I'm not interested. Wen Kai promptly climbs into bed, pulling the covers over herself to sleep. Ning Fan, on the other hand, naturally reclines on the sofa, contemplating his next steps. Before he knows it, he drifts into slumber. Just as he enters the dream realm, a voice suddenly echoes in his mind. Ning Fan. Who? Ning Fan. Who? Who is calling me? Ning Fan, can you see me? Ning Fan abruptly opens his eyes, realizing he is no longer on Wen Kai's sofa, but rather, surrounded by a thick, white mist. Ning Fan. The calling voice resounds once more. Finally, Ning Fan glimpses a hazy figure emerging from the fog. A man stands suspended in midair, resembling a pine tree, with long hair and an attractive visage, adorned with a bell at his left ear. You a pleasure to meet you. The man's voice is gentle, evoking a sense of relaxation akin to basking in the warmth of spring. I am Jian Wucho. Chapter 0041. The Sword of Jian Wucho. Jian Wucho? Ning Fan gazes in astonishment at the man before him. He recalls that no one has ever mentioned the possibility of conversing with one's spirit attendant. From the very moment he acquired Jian Wucho, Ning Fan remembers the entity having spoken to him. From now on, I shall teach you the art of the sword. Ning Fan studies Jian Wucho in silence for a long while before finally whispering, You are not a spirit attendant. Spirit attendant? What is that? Jian Wucho displays a look of confusion. Just as suspected, Ning Fan's heart races. He has long sensed that Jian Wucho was not what he seemed. According to Qiao Fei, Ning Fan could only perceive the presence of a soul, which is the most rudimentary form, single soul level. Yet, he has wielded Jian Wucho. He is fully convinced that Jian Wucho is far from weak. In fact, he is quite powerful. When he vanquished Chen Wu, it was with Jian Wucho's aid, and even without prior acclimatization, the prowess displayed was already formidable in Ning Fan's eyes. Moreover, just yesterday, he cleaved through Yi Liang's thunder with a single strike. This is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the weakest, single soul level, spirit attendant, and now, whether it is Jian Wucho entering Ning Fan's dream or Ning Fan being pulled into the dream by Jian Wucho, neither of these scenarios aligns with the characteristics of a spirit attendant. Considering everything, there is but one possibility. Jian Wucho is not a spirit attendant. Then what are you? Ning Fan endeavored to maintain his composure. He faintly sensed that this Jian Wucho might be able to unravel some of his uncertainties. A tragic smile graced Jian Wucho's lips. I am merely a soul imprisoned within the sword coffin. The sword coffin? You mean, this sword of mine is the sword coffin? 8 tombs. Jian Wucho chuckled self-deprecatingly. It is indeed laughable. This place is clearly a cage. Yet we dare not flee, for once we leave this sword coffin, we shall vanish into thin air. Ning Fan licked his parched lips. Are you suggesting that within this sword, there is not just you? 8 tombs, referring undoubtedly to the graves of 8 individuals. Jian Wucho whispered. Is it difficult to comprehend? Not difficult to comprehend, merely somewhat hard to accept. Then aside from you, the other 7 have yet to awaken. Jian Wucho raised a hand and gently waved it. The mist dissipated. Ning Fan discovered that he was, in fact, within a vast cave. Within the cave lay 8 coffins. Among them, one was already opened. It should belong to Jian Wucho. Jian Wuchou's coffin appeared the most unremarkable among the 8. A simple stone coffin. The other 7 were either intricately designed with ancient styles or crafted from exquisite materials. What caught Ning Fan's attention most was the coffin located at the very center. Entirely emerald green, emanating a ghostly glow, adorned with numerous gems. Compared to the others, it stood out remarkably. The questions must cease here. Jian Wuchou interrupted Ning Fan's curiosity, thrusting her sword forward. I shall teach you how to wield a sword. Wait, I still have questions. There are too many questions. Jian Wuchou was evidently reluctant to elaborate. I only promised to help you lay a solid foundation. Promised? To whom did you make this promise? Ning Fan inquired again. But Jian Wuchou ceased to respond, directing a thrust at Ning Fan. This strike was executed with astonishing speed and an acute angle. Ning Fan, filled with a multitude of questions, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Swoosh! The long sword pierced through Ning Fan's neck. The dread of death spread through his heart. Just before losing consciousness, Ning Fan once again heard Jian Wuchou's voice. The next time we meet, I shall strike directly. Jian Wuchou gradually faded from Ning Fan's view. When you are able to evade my strike, I shall answer you 3 questions. With a start, Ning Fan sat upright on the sofa. His clothes were drenched in sweat. Looking around, he confirmed that he was indeed in Wen Kai's home. Was this a dream? No. That sensation of death felt far too real. Before Jian Wuchou, Ning Fan possessed no capacity for resistance. Sitting on the sofa, he reflected on that strike. It seemed that no matter how he responded, he could not evade it. The pressure from Jian Wuchou was even greater than that exerted by Yi Liang. Was this a nightmare? Wen Kai peered from the kitchen, her delicate face adorned with a hint of mockery. You didn't wet the bed, did you? Ning Fan continued to gasp for breath, seemingly unable to free himself from the terror of death. Observing Ning Fan in such a state, Wen Kai furrowed her brow slightly. What's wrong? It's nothing. Ning Fan swallowed hard. I'll take a shower first. During the shower, Ning Fan reflected on Jian Wuchou's words. He had promised to help him establish a solid foundation. Whom had he made this promise to? Jian Wuchou would certainly not provide an answer now. He must first endure one of his strikes before inquiring further. But what did it mean to establish a solid foundation? Jian Wuchou, was he merely a foundational mentor? What could the souls within the other 7 coffins possibly teach him? Contemplating this, Ning Fan felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. Never mind. Since he had promised, if he could just evade that one strike, he would be entitled to 3 questions in return. Thus, he resolved to figure out how to accomplish this task. In the restroom, Ning Fan found himself rehearsing independently. What a slowpoke. How could a young man take so long in the shower? Water doesn't tea cost a dime. Outside, Wen Kai's dissatisfied voice suddenly rang out. I in the wilds of District F. Su Bei sat in the car. His injuries nearly healed. As the son of a commander, the medical care he received was certainly beyond that of an ordinary traveler. Why Yi Liang? Just tell me. Why is the old man so eager to summon me back? Su Bei patted Yi Liang, who was driving to. Why Yi Liang remained silent. I find you quite amusing. Does speaking more than a few words shorten your lifespan? Su Bei remarked with a pout of discontent. Why Yi Liang continued to withhold his words. Su Bei decided to ignore him, instead gazing out the window. After a moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Hey, aren't you going the wrong way? This isn't the route back to the 3rd United Zone, is it? Yi Liang remained mute. Su Bei's brow furrowed slightly, realizing that the situation seemed to be deviating from his expectations. The ring on his finger began to emit a faint glow. Why Yi Liang? I'm talking to you. Just as the luminous arrow was about to form in Su Bei's hand, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped him. Bang! Su Bei's light arrow dissipated, forcibly scattered by this oppressive force. Yi Liang, you son of a master. Yi Liang finally spoke. Be quiet. Once we arrive, you will understand. Su Bei's body stiffened. I don't wish to kill you. Why Yi Liang turned his head, his eyes filled with gloom. But that does not mean I cannot. Su Bei's heart raced violently. A rare expression of fear crossed his face. He suddenly recalled something. Until now, it had always been Yi Liang who contacted him. His father had requested his return, which was also conveyed by Yi Liang. From beginning to end, all the information he had believed was relayed through Yi Liang. Su Bei had never confirmed anything with his father. Chapter 0042. Leave? Hurry and leave. Ning Fan had stayed at Wen Kai's home for 4 days. When do you plan to leave? Early one morning, Ning Fan awoke from a dream in which Jian Wuqiu had stabbed him, only to find Wen Kai sitting on the sofa, her face drawn. Sister Kai, good morning. Although Ning Fan has gradually acclimated to his fear of death upon awakening, he still finds himself in a state of daze. Good morning to you too. I ask you, when do you intend to leave? Wen Kai, with her arms crossed, retorted. You've been here day in and day out, feasting and drinking at my expense, and now you've become addicted. It seems Wen Kai had been holding back for quite some time, launching into a tirade without reservation. You appear to be such an innocent lad, yet how can you be so utterly shameless? The first day I allowed you to stay was due to your gloomy disposition. But look at you now. You truly believe I have adopted you. I have been providing you with food and drink, and not even a word of thanks escapes your lips, yet you roam about all day, returning home only at the break of dawn. You shower and collapse into bed. You wake up, eat, and then off you go again. You claim you're out earning money, yet I haven't seen you bring home a single penny. I'm the one buying groceries and cooking. For heaven's sake, I am at least the captain of a monitoring team. How have I fallen to the point of being less than a mere housekeeper? And furthermore, I, Wen Kai, am unmarried and without a partner. What do you think the neighbors will think with a half-grown child like you constantly intruding upon my space? Aren't you clever? How is it that you fail to recognize these issues even if I remain silent? Yet here you are, without uttering a single word. I ask you, what exactly do you mean? Ning Fan's senses sharpened. The oppressive feeling brought by Jian Wuqiu in his dreams had completely dissipated. No, Sister Kai, let us speak calmly. There is no need for agitation. Ning Fan was drenched in sweat. In his 18 years of life, he had never encountered such a scene. Why shouldn't I be agitated? Am I not allowed to feel anything? Wen Kai rose, pointing a finger at Ning Fan's nose. Aren't you overstepping your bounds? Ning Fan sighed. He had heard it said that when a woman is in a rage, one must never reason with her, for clarity is simply unattainable. After pondering for a moment, he found an unexpected surge of courage and stood up. Embracing Wen Ci's, she melted into his arms. The softness of her form caused his heart to race uncontrollably. Sister Kai, thank you. Ning Fan could feel that Wen Kai's body had stiffened. Sister Kai, I know I have caused you considerable trouble during this time. Ning Fan spoke softly. In truth, even if you do not chase me away today, I had already planned to bid you farewell. Wen Kai's delicate frame trembled. What did you just say? I said, today I shall leave. Ning Fan released Wen Kai, only then noticing the crimson flush that had crept up her neck. That moment, Wen Kai had transformed entirely, shedding her earlier fiery demeanor, resembling a student who had erred at its. Not that I want you to leave, I understand. Ning Fan replied gently. Wen Kai looked up, torn between evasion and direct eye contact. What do you understand? I have been living here for free, without paying a single cent, damn it. A sharp retort from Wen Kai. Get out. Leave at once and do not return. Ning Fan stumbled back. What has provoked her this time? Sister Kai, about the 10,000 yuan from before. Before Ning Fan could finish his thought, he noticed a faint glow emanating from Wen Kai's earrings. Ning Fan was instantly flustered. No, Sister Kai, you are the captain of the monitors. You must lead by example and cannot break the law. In this zone, the use of spirit attendants is prohibited. 2 hours later, Ning Fan and Wen Kai had already arrived near the boundary wall of the area. With each step Ning Fan took, he grimaced in pain. It seemed he was not injured, but he knew all too well that Wen Kai had left bruises on the roots of his thighs. Sister Kai, your grip is rather harsh. Ning Fan couldn't help but comment, my legs hurt so much with the slightest exertion. What if it affects my combat? Damn it. Wen Kai interrupted him with an annoyed tone. In truth, Ning Fan was not joking. He was truly determined to leave today. Over the past few days, through his encounters with Jian Wuqiu in his dreams, Ning Fan had gleaned some insights. To be precise, it was during the moment he was fatally struck by Jian Wuqiu that he came to this understanding. Ning Fan gradually comprehended the significance behind Jian Wuqiu, allowing him to evade that deadly strike. That blow from Jian Wuqiu encapsulated the essence of the swordsmanship he had cultivated throughout his life. The more he attempted, the more he could appreciate the extraordinary nature of what seemed like an unremarkable strike. Ning Fan pondered and practiced daily, seeking ways to dodge that strike. Yet once he entered the dream realm, he found himself bereft of any means of resistance. Yet, throughout this practice, his swordsmanship had undergone significant enhancement. To break the impasse, one must first engage with it. Only when Ning Fan truly grasped Jian Wuchou's techniques could he hope to survive the dream. If time permitted, Ning Fan would have preferred to wait until he had completely unraveled that strike before making any plans. However, 5 days had already elapsed since his entry into Zone F-27. Outside, Xiao Fei and Huizi were waiting for him. "Are you certain?" Wen Kai's demeanor gradually softened, and an unusual emotion flickered in her beautiful eyes. "Once you step beyond this door, I can no longer assist you." "You have already helped me immensely," Ning Fan replied earnestly. "Sister Kai, I truly thank you." Wen Kai shot him a disapproving glance, while Ning Fan embraced her once more. "Sister Kai, I will certainly return." "What are you doing? Are you taking advantage of me?" Wen Kai pushed Ning Fan away in fluster. "Get lost?" Ning Fan smiled and nodded, then extended his hand. Wen Kai licked her lips and retrieved 10,000 sola from her pocket. "Take care of yourself. Don't die out there." "All right, I will live well." Ning Fan accepted the 10,000 sola, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a group approaching from the direction of the boundary wall. At the forefront was Lao Zhu of the skeleton gang. Over there, Lao Zhu puffed on a cigarette, squinting as he observed Ning Fan receiving the 10,000 sola from Wen Kai. "Zhugu, are you really going to take that?" The monkey beside him expressed unease. This kid seems to have an unusual relationship with Wen Kai. What is there to fear? A glint of greed, tinged with jealousy, flashed in Lao Zhu's eyes. Wen Kai's little lapdog, that's all. We're operating outside the zone. We haven't broken any rules, so what can she do to us? But is it worth offending Wen Kai over such a paltry sum? Such a small amount? The astute old pig remarked, "This lad undoubtedly possesses some valuable items." The monkey's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Old Pig grinned menacingly. "In recent days, this fellow has been wandering the black market, claiming he wishes to acquire a special medicine. Do you know how much a single dose of such a medicine costs?" The surrounding members of the skeleton gang were all drawn in by the conversation. "Brother Zhu, are you suggesting that this pretty boy has something worth at least 1,000,000 salas in his possession?" Chapter 0043. I have a family at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ning Fan bid farewell to Wen Kai and stepped through the gates of Zone F-27. Although his time spent with Wen Kai had not been extensive, the sudden separation still left a pang of discomfort in his heart. In this wretched world, he had sensed a rare warmth from Wen Kai. However, the melancholy brought on by their parting quickly dissipated from Ning Fan's mind as he perceived a malevolent presence trailing him. Ever since he had exited the zone, a group had been following closely behind. Ning Fan did not even need to glance back to ascertain their identities, for these individuals were those he had deliberately lured out. Over the past 4 days, aside from grasping the swordsmanship of Jian Wuchou, Ning Fan had engaged in but one endeavor: to convey to the skeleton gang that he was wealthy, a prime target. Previously, his intention had been to eliminate the remnants of the war bears without clashing with the skeleton gang. But now, circumstances had shifted. Ning Fan had been walking for over 20 minutes, and the barrier of the zone was receding further behind him. Suddenly, he came to a halt. The broken sword was firmly grasped in his hand. "Oh, quite perceptive, aren't we?" Behind him, Old Pig and his companions emerged from their concealment. The skeleton gang comprised 8 members, alongside 3 newly recruited war bears, totaling 11 individuals. They had all come out for the prospect of a lucrative deal worth 1,000,000 salas. Ning Fan turned to face Old Pig, remaining silent. Old Pig bore a massive hammer on his shoulder, towering over a meter in height. With a loud thud, the hammer struck the ground, splattering mud. Was Wen Kai enjoyable? Old Pig raised his chin. With that seductive demeanor of hers, she must be quite lively in bed. No? The faces of the others were adorned with lewd grins, each lost in their own lascivious imaginings of the scene they envied. Aside from being the captain of the monitoring team in Zone F-27, Wen Kai was also the object of desire for many. The thought of Ning Fan, this insignificant boy, residing in Wen Kai's home, incited a twinge of jealousy among the men. "Kid, you must have had quite a time with Wen Kai, haven't you? Is she rather fond of you?" Old Pig tilted his head, viewing Ning Fan as a piece of meat ripe for the taking, deciding when to feast. "Tell me, if we were to capture you and use you as leverage to compel Wen Kai to serve us, do you think she would acquiesce?" As Old Pig's words fell, the men around erupted into raucous laughter, already envisioning the pleasures that awaited them. The mere thought was enough to ignite their excitement. "Your words are rather filthy." Ning Fan's expression gradually grew cold. If there had been even a hint of compassion in him before, it had now vanished. Malicious thoughts needed to be eradicated at their root. Filthy? Ha ha ha. Your bed linens are far dirtier than ours. Dare to act yet not allow words to flow. The old pig continued his incessant chatter, but in the next moment, he witnessed Ning Fan suddenly spring into action, like a startled rabbit. The shattered sword sliced through the air, producing a resonant hum. Damn. What are you trying to show off? The old pig muttered under his breath. 11 individuals collectively summoned their spirit servants. A beam of white light surged towards Ning Fan's neck. Simultaneously, flames and wind blades materialized on both sides. 11 against 1. The numerical advantage imbued the skeleton team with overwhelming confidence. However, in the face of this three-pronged assault, Ning Fan remained remarkably composed, displaying not a trace of tension on his face. Compared to Jian Wucho's sword, it was far too slow. With a swift series of steps, Ning Fan closed in on one of the attackers, the shattered sword slicing through the opponent's neck and releasing a cloud of crimson mist. The others were immediately taken aback. This lone wolf possesses some skill. Don't you dare underestimate him. The old pig's expression grew serious. To be able to counterkill one amidst the encirclement of 11 was enough to warrant his attention. This skeleton team was a seasoned group of practitioners. Once they decided to take it seriously, they knew how to leverage their numerical superiority. They initiated a series of feints and distractions, avoiding direct confrontation with Ning Fan. Your sword is swift, is it not? Then we shall tire you out. Sweat beads began to trickle down Ning Fan's forehead as the relentless pursuit of his opponents indeed took its toll, draining his stamina significantly. Pretty boy, you do have some talent, but you are far too pretentious. Do you truly believe that our skeleton team has survived all these years purely by luck? As the old pig circled around, he attempted to provoke Ning Fan with taunts, waiting for him to make a mistake. However, to his surprise, the seemingly passive Ning Fan broke into a smile, and an unsettling feeling surged within the old pig. This was an instinct honed from years of survival in the wild, akin to that of a beast. Be cautious, spirit servant. Flower danced, a crisp and icy voice rang out. A bloody gash appeared on the chest of one of the skeleton team members. Gush, blood mist enveloped the air as the man fell to the ground. Beside him emerged a lithe and graceful figure. Fei, if you don't show yourself soon, I might not be able to hold on much longer. Ning Fan called out with a grin. This woman was none other than Xiao Fei. Prior to entering Zone F27, the three had agreed that Xiao Fei and Huizi would lie in wait outside the zone every afternoon from 3 to 5 o'clock. If Ning Fan managed to lure out the battle bear members, they would appear at this time so slow. I thought you had perished in the dead zone. Xiao Fei's demeanor remained as frosty as ever. Ning Fan chuckled, saying, that's rather ominous. Isn't it? Fei Jia. You all are. The monkey recognized Xiao Fei on that day. In the misty forest, he had witnessed her slay the battle bear leader, Sun Wang, in an instant. He seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Something was amiss. There's an ambush, the monkey shouted. Zhu Gu, retreat. But before he could finish his words, he found himself utterly immobilized. It was as though something had ensnared him tightly. The monkey's eyes darted around, and he caught sight of a shadow beside him. A dagger was inexplicably lodged there. What the hell? Huizi's figure emerged from behind a tree, eyeing the gaze of the monkey. There simmered an endless hatred. Do not rush. I shall carve you up shortly. Yet, the monkey's eyes were also filled with terror. He comprehended the profound enmity that existed on both sides. He could scarcely fathom the grim fate that awaited him. Who are you? Old pig, somewhat bewildered, turned to Ning Fan. Do you have accomplices? I have never claimed to be a lone wolf. Ning Fan retorted with a mocking smile. I have a family. Old pig was taken aback. Meanwhile, another member of the battle bear recognized Huizi and Xiao Fei. His expression was no better than that of the monkey, as he shouted at Old Pig. They are from the wild dog house. Old Pig whirled around in shock. He beheld the man's pallid face. Zhu Gu. They are from the wild dog house. This brat deliberately lured us out. Chapter 0044. The stunning sword. Old Pig immediately grasped the situation. However, unlike the two, he did not exhibit fear. Rather, he wore a look of disdain. What a bunch of trifles. 3 of them think they can ambush us. Old Pig felt insulted. Yet, this sensation of being underestimated swiftly dissipated, for in the blink of an eye, Xiao Fei had already slain another foe. She moved like a specter, wielding her Tang sword, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Spirit servant, fury. Old Pig's eyes turned crimson, and a scarlet glow emanated from his enormous hammer. Though his movements could not match Xiao Fei's, the hammer, when swung, created a deafening wind that instilled a profound sense of pressure. Be careful, kid. I lack the energy to protect you. Xiao Fei murmured. Understood. We shall each pursue our own paths. Ning Fan replied, boldly advancing towards Old Pig. Huizi and Xiao Fei exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of admiration at Ning Fan's confidence. They were unaware of what Ning Fan had endured in Zone F-27, but it was evident that this young man had grown stronger and more self-assured. Clang. The massive hammer descended with tremendous force onto Ning Fan's broken sword, sending a jolt through his arm. You little brat. I'll crush you first. Old Pig roared with fury. On one hand, the skeleton crew had already suffered the loss of 2 members. More significantly, he had realized that Ning Fan's quest for the special potion was merely a smokescreen. His true aim was to lure them out of the zone. In reality, this kid had hardly any spoils. The loss of 2 companions without any plunder was what truly infuriated him. Another hammer fell, but this time, Ning Fan did not engage head-on. There was no need to match strength against the frenzied Old Pig. Ning Fan's figure flickered, and he simultaneously swung the broken sword. He yearned to rediscover the feeling of that fateful strike from Jian Wuqing. Swoosh! The broken sword sliced through Old Pig's arm. Something felt amiss. Although he had wounded Old Pig, there was no trace of joy on Ning Fan's face. Instead, he furrowed his brow. That strike, if executed by Jian Wuqing, would have undoubtedly claimed Old Pig's life. I will kill you. Old Pig's voice resonated with intense fury. This was the characteristic of his spirit servant. Once injured, it would ignite his bloodlust, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. Old Pig swung the hammer with increasing speed, and the force of his blows grew ever more ferocious. Can you withstand it, kid? Over there, Xiao Fei has just eliminated another foe. Huizi, after claiming a life, glanced at Ning Fan with concern. They could both discern that this Old Pig was formidable, particularly after sustaining injuries and entering a more frenzied state. Fear not, Ning Fan called out, brandishing his sword and charging at the Old Pig once more. The hammer swung down towards his head, and Ning Fan was certain that should it connect, his skull would shatter like a watermelon. However, this time, he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he thrust his sword directly towards the descending hammer. Kid, you? A rare look of terror crossed Xiao Fei's face, but in the next moment, she was rendered speechless. Ning Fan's battered sword pierced the Old Pig's neck, the tip stained with crimson as it emerged from the back of his throat. Drip, drip. The sound of blood hitting the earth was jarring. Despite still clutching the hammer, the Old Pig's eyes were filled with disbelief. The hammer was mere inches from Ning Fan's head. Had Ning Fan's thrust deviated even slightly, he would have met his demise. Yet, there was no hint of fear on Ning Fan's face. Instead, he was engulfed in intense exhilaration. I'd have done it. This is the feeling. Although his strike paled in comparison to the swordsmanship of Jian Wuqiu, Ning Fan sensed he had grasped some essence of it. His strike astonished everyone, including Huizi and Xiao Fei. What a stunning swordplay, moreover. The two soon recognized a grave issue. Ning Fan seemed not to have summoned his spirit attendant. However, now was clearly not the time for questions. Seizing the opportunity while the skeleton brigade remained in shock, the two refocused and continued to reap their opponents' lives. The death of the Old Pig dealt a severe blow to the skeleton brigade. Coupled with the fierce offensive from Xiao Fei and Huizi, the brigade was swiftly scattered. No, don't kill me. The last remaining member of the skeleton brigade had completely surrendered, kneeling in the dirt with hands clasped, pleading for mercy. You have a grudge against the Battle Bears. It has nothing to do with us. Members of the Battle Bears were still alive. Good prey should be saved for the last course. Xiao Fei glanced at the supplicant, her beautiful eyes flickering as she turned to Ning Fan. She and Huizi were unaware of any past grievances between Ning Fan and the skeleton brigade. How to handle this was, of course, up to Ning Fan. Ning Fan remained silent and approached. Sizzle! The man's cries abruptly ceased as a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. The mark gradually widened. Ultimately, puff! A spray of blood mist filled the air. Bang! The man collapsed, a pool of blood forming beneath him. Xiao Fei narrowed her eyes at Ning Fan. This kid had not only grown stronger, but had also become ruthless. Huizi, didn't you teach me? There's no need to be lenient with enemies. Ning Fan looked at Huizi, who appeared somewhat taken aback. It wasn't that he couldn't accept such methods, but rather, the brutality now exhibited by Ning Fan was somewhat difficult for him to adapt to. What had this kid experienced in District F-27? Ning Fan paid no mind to their reactions, instead crouching down to scavenge for valuables on the bodies of the Skeleton Brigade members. The Skeleton Team is a group of wanderers operating in Zone F-27. Their goods are not easily digestible within this area. Perhaps it would be prudent to sell them elsewhere. Ning Fan's thoughts were remarkably clear. Did you not consider retaining them since your exit from the zone? Xiao Fei seized upon the crux of the matter. Indeed, we should gather some funds. Ning Fan nodded with a smile, lifting a pouch filled with spoils. These items could fetch around 50 to 80,000. That should suffice. Well done, lad. You've grown quite bold. Huizi, unburdened by heavy thoughts, jovially patted Ning Fan on the shoulder. The three engaged in their animated conversation, completely disregarding the remaining 3 members of the Battle Bears. The monkey, with a glint in his eye, suddenly called out loudly, "Friends, we acknowledge our fault in the previous conflict. However, our leader has also perished. Shall we consider this matter settled?" The 3 turned their attention towards him. The monkey continued earnestly, "We all earn our living as wanderers. There's no need to forego profit. Ultimately, who isn't striving to survive a little longer?" Ning Fan approached the monkey, who immediately felt a surge of trepidation. The earlier encounter had instilled a healthy respect for Ning Fan. This seemingly youthful child possessed a ruthless edge. As he stood before the monkey, Ning Fan crouched down to meet his gaze. Little brother, killing us would bring you no benefit." The monkey licked his parched lips, attempting flattery. "Wild Dog House now only has you 3 left. We are in need of manpower. Although our combat abilities may be lacking, we can still contribute significantly in support roles if you keep us. Wild Dog House only recruits wild dogs, not beasts." Xiao Fei interjected softly from the side. Ning Fan chuckled, gesturing with his thumb towards Xiao Fei. "Our captain has declared that you are not welcome." In the midst of their conversation, Ning Fan had already drawn the broken sword, still reeking of blood. The monkey instantly fell into a panicked, "No, please don't kill me. I am truly useful." However, Ning Fan had no intention of listening to any further excuses. With a swift thrust, he pierced the monkey's thigh. This vendetta, how it would be settled, remained at Xiao Fei's discretion. This strike could merely be considered interest. The monkey emitted a cry of anguish, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In a moment of desperation, he screamed, "I beg you, don't kill me. I have news about your captain." Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at Xiao Fei, but the monkey continued shouting, "Not her. It's that bearded man. Yes, I believe he is called Lin Chuan." Chapter 0045. Huizi's tactics. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 shifted dramatically. Huizi rushed forward, seizing the monkey by the collar. "What did you say? You've seen Brother Chuan. Where did you see him?" For the trio, the fate of Lin Chuan was uncertain. After all, they had yet to lay eyes on his corpse. This was a lingering hope. The monkey realized the gravity of the situation in the eyes of the 3, and his demeanor changed instantaneously. "If you spare my life, I will tell you." "Damn it." Huizi immediately drew a dagger, pressing it against the monkey's neck, drawing a faint line of blood. "Do you dare to negotiate with me?" The monkey swallowed hard, grappling with the difficulty of the act. Although he could sense the coldness of the dagger, he understood that this was his sole path to survival. As long as he held onto this information, death would elude him. "I just want to live." The monkey's lips turned pale, yet he resolutely declared, "Either you kill me, or you shall never learn of Lin Chuan's whereabouts." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "I can tell you this much. Lin Chuan is not dead." Huizi, seething with rage, was about to strike, but Ning Fan intervened. "Even if you possess unwavering resolve, can you guarantee that they will share your fortitude?" Ning Fan gestured towards the other 2 members of Battle Bear. The monkey scoffed, "They didn't see anything." "What a coincidence. Only you witnessed it." "Indeed, it is quite the coincidence. At that moment, one of you, the one manipulating electricity, rendered me unconscious. I remained in a daze until I awoke to see that burly man pursuing another fellow who was armed with a bow." Ning Fan and his companions exchanged glances. From this statement, it was evident that the monkey was not lying. He had indeed seen it. "Very well." Ning Fan turned to Xiao Fei and said, Sister Fei. Let us relocate our inquiries to him. Xiao Fei nodded, then brandished her Tang Dao as she approached the other two members of Battle Bear. Those two, too, were quick to beg for mercy, but Xiao Fei's gaze was as cold as ice. With a flash of the blade, their heads fell to the ground, and she mercilessly carved countless wounds into the corpses that lay before her. Dear little ones near Zone F-27, today you are in for a treat. Huizi chuckled sinisterly. Xiao Fei's actions were not merely a means of venting her frustrations. Rather, they served to spill blood and attract nearby beasts. The corpses would assist in the disposal of the remains. Huizi's face hardened as he seized the monkey, whose leg had been severed, growling, in my lifetime. I have always relished dealing with tenacious individuals like you. An hour later, Ning Fan and his companions had brought the monkey back to the cave they had previously occupied. Leaning against the wall, Ning Fan and Xiao Fei showed no inclination to inquire about Brother Chuan's whereabouts. The monkey, bewildered, questioned, "What exactly do you intend to do?" In a state of panic, he pleaded. "Our Battle Bear members are nearly extinct. What difference does it make if you release me? Are your team members considered human while ours are not? They are all dead. Why must you pursue absolute annihilation?" No one responded to him. The monkey attempted to provoke their sympathy with such words, but it could only be said that he was utterly naive. Just then, Huizi emerged from outside the cave, cradling a bundle of dry firewood. What do you intend to do?" Silence. Huizi's eyes held not a hint of humanity's typical emotions. "I fear I may not be able to restrain myself from killing you." Those words proved effective. The monkey fell silent, though his body trembled uncontrollably. Huizi leisurely ignited the fire with the dry wood. Behind the bound monkey, a massive shadow loomed, cast against the cave wall. Observing the towering silhouette, which stood 3 to 4 meters tall, Huizi smiled. A smile that exuded cruelty. He approached the wall with his dagger in hand. "Speak sooner, and you may find relief sooner." Huizi's voice was hoarse. "This constitutes my only merciful counsel to you. Say, what should I say?" The monkey suddenly comprehended. "I have already articulated it quite clearly. As long as you promise to release me, I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of Lin Chuan." Huizi unleashed the spirit attendant, Shadow, and the dagger sliced through Shadow. Even Ning Fan was taken aback. He witnessed, with his own eyes, the shadow on the wall being cleaved by Huizi's dagger. Yet the monkey bore no visible wounds. It was merely the sensation of pain that had invaded every nerve of his brain. "Ah!" The monkey's anguished cries echoed throughout the cave, sending shivers down one's spine. "Where is Chuan Gu?" Huizi's eyes gradually reddened, his malice entirely unmasked. "Please, I beg you, Huizi offered the monkey no chance for mercy. The dagger traced a sound against the wall that was unbearable to the teeth. Most terrifying was the fact that the monkey's shadow had begun to tremble, as if it were on the verge of shattering. "Where is Chuan Gu?" Huizi's question remained unchanged. The monkey gaped, unable to produce even a sound. This pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced in his life, as though his very body were being vivisected. Moreover, Huizi's movements were deliberate, allowing him to fully endure the torment of excruciating agony. "Chuan Gu not where?" Huizi bellowed in fury. I will tell you." The monkey strained to squeeze out a few words from his throat. "Please, stop." Huizi retracted the dagger. The monkey collapsed to the ground, as if poisoned, convulsing continually, his pupils beginning to dilate. "Speak," Huizi growled. The monkey's lips trembled. For him now, articulating a coherent sentence was a formidable challenge. "Water. Give me water," the monkey pleaded. "I will say anything." Huizi seized his hair, dragging him to the corner of the cave, pressing his head into a shallow puddle. Cough, cough, cough. When the monkey lifted his head, his face was smeared with mud. Yet this was of little consequence now. The look he cast upon Huizi was akin to gazing upon a demon. No, this man was more terrifying than a demon. Den of wild dogs. They are all madmen, devils. Should I hear another word regarding Chuan Gu, I shall abandon all else today and play with you. Huizi thrust the monkey's face before him. "Do you understand?" "I understand." The monkey nodded in terror. "I saw your boss pierced by that archer. Shot through." Huizi's body trembled. Xiao Fei furrowed her brows. Ning Fan gripped the broken sword, a cacophony of clicks resonating. "You are deceiving me?" Huizi's hand quivered. "Did you not say you saw that Chuan Gu was alive?" "He is indeed alive," The monkey grew animated. I do not know why. I swear. I truly saw his chest pierced. Yet he did not die, moreover. He seems even more formidable than before. He even inflicted grievous wounds upon that archer. The monkey was so desperate he was nearly in tears, because even he himself felt that what he said was somewhat irrelevant. At this moment, unnoticed by anyone, Xiao Fei's expression turned to one of sheer terror after hearing the monkey finish speaking. Chapter 0046, Su Wanjun. You think we are fools, don't you? Huizi's face contorted with rage. The mention of Lin Chuan sent him into a frenzy. I see you haven't had enough fun yet. As he spoke, Huizi stood up and stalked towards the shadow. I swear I am not lying. The monkey began to tremble violently. The recent ordeal had terrified him to his core. If you don't believe me, then kill me. I am telling the truth. Huizi, however, paid no heed, drawing a dagger and lunging at the shadow. Damn it. I doubt I am not lying. The monkey's eyes were filled not only with fear but also with profound injustice. At that moment, Xiao Fei suddenly interjected, Enough, Huizi. What do you mean? Have you grown soft-hearted? Huizi ignored Xiao Fei's objection. If you find it noisy, you too can step outside. I will call for you once I pry this bastard's mouth open. What he said could potentially be true. Xiao Fei furrowed her brows, her expression darkening. Huizi was taken aback. You believe such nonsense? There is a possibility that what he described could indeed happen. Xiao Fei cleared her throat, her expression laden with complexity. Ning Fan then added, Huizi, Xiao Fei, there is something I have yet to tell you. Both turned to Ning Fan. His gaze shifted. I saw the archer in area F-27. His name is Su Bei. They were both taken aback. Such a significant matter, and you only mention it now? Huizi expressed his frustration without restraint. Where is he? I actually caught him, Ning Fan sighed. But that he was taken away. In the western part of Area F, the 3 Unified District Su Wanjun's Commandant's residence. Yi Liang was covered in injuries, kneeling on the ground, a pool of blood beneath him. Commander Su, I doubt I am damned. Yi Liang was nearly prostrate on the ground, completely shedding the composure he had in Area F-27. Before him sat a middle-aged man of average height, clad in military attire, lounging on an expansive jade chair. Beside him, a young woman nestled against him, feeding him sweet grapes. Yi Liang, you have something to report. This middle-aged man was none other than one of the leaders of the 3 Unified District, the commander known as Su Wanjun. What matter has you so visibly shaken? Su Wanjun's expression was inscrutable, betraying no emotion. And who has injured you? Yi Liang did not raise his head, his face parallel to the ground. His body began to tremble slightly. Lost the young commander. Su Wanjun's expression faltered momentarily. After a long pause, he solemnly confirmed, Xiao Bei? Yes. Yi Liang trembled increasingly. I am damned. Speak. What happened? Su Wanjun remained composed. In 7 days, it will be your 60th birthday. Previously, I heard you mention that you have recently been missing Xiaodong. So, I took the liberty of attempting to bring Xiaodong back to surprise you. Yi Liang, with a quivering voice, lamented. However, to my astonishment, on the journey back, Xiaodong was unexpectedly abducted. Su Wanjun gradually narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yi Liang. Even without Yi Liang raising his gaze, he could sense an overwhelming pressure that rendered him utterly immobile. Who was responsible for this? I do not know. Yi Liang shook his head. However, I can affirm that the 3 individuals involved are all of 1,000 souls level, 0.3,000 souls level. Su Wanjun's mouth curled into a smirk. Such a grand display. Indeed. Yi Liang dared not speak further. Su Wanjun tapped his fingers against the armrest, pondering for a considerable time. No one could discern what occupied his thoughts. So, you too were harmed by them? Yes, very well. I understand. But Xiaotong, I will find a way, Su Wanjun replied nonchalantly. My son, whether he is lacking in talent or not, should not be treated as a mere pawn by others. A flicker of fear instantly crossed Yi Liang's eyes. Yet, as he averted his gaze, Su Wanjun remained oblivious. You should return and rest properly. Su Wanjun waved his hand. Regardless, I appreciate your intentions. It is commendable. Yi Liang knelt on the ground, hesitant to move. At that moment, a young woman beside Su Wanjun suddenly giggled. Commander, should anything unfortunate befall Xiaotong, I could bear you another child. Su Wanjun turned to the girl. She gazed at him with longing, seemingly ready for what was to come. However, The intimate moment one might expect did not unfold. Su Wanjun abruptly seized the girl's hair and slammed her head against the armrest. Bang, blood splattered. The girl widened her eyes, and even as life slipped away, she remained unaware of the reason for her demise. A cheap plaything dares to conceive my Su Wanjun's offspring. Su Wanjun picked up a pristine handkerchief from the side, wiping the blood from his hands. Yiliang, have someone come in and tidy up the room before we depart. Understood. Wai Yiliang, still kneeling, slowly inched his way out. It was only after exiting that he realized he was drenched in sweat. Did he not notice? Yi Liang's eyes were filled with complexity. That moment, his phone rang. Brother Yi, that fellow is being too unruly. The tone on the other end was grave. We broke his leg, yet he remains defiant. A broken leg, and he still intends to flee. Yi Liang murmured. No, he has no intention of running. The voice on the other end replied helplessly. He wishes to take his own life. Yi Liang narrowed his eyes, a surge of agitation coursing through him, then break his hands too, and cut out his tongue. Brother Yi, he claims that if he can ask you a question, he will cease his commotion. A question? Please hold for a moment. Soon, the voice shifted to Su Bei's, though it sounded exceedingly weak. Yi Liang. What do you wish to ask? When did you first entertain the treacherous thought of betraying my father? Yi Liang's body trembled. He glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was within earshot, and only then did a deep-seated resentment flicker in his eyes. From the moment he learned the name of my spirit attendant, and without any provocation, chose to break one of my legs. In the cave, Ning Fan recounted all the events that had transpired in Zone F-27 to Xiao Fei and Huizi. Upon hearing his account, the expressions in their eyes underwent a significant transformation. They had already sensed that Ning Fan was not the same as before, and now they understood the source of this change. I had heard a considerable commotion from Zone F-27. It turns out that this uproar was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Huizi still found it hard to believe. The very walls of the region were shattered. How could such an event be connected to Ning Fan? This young man has a promising future. However, upon hearing that Su Bei was covered in knife wounds, Xiao Fei became even more convinced that the monkey was not lying. If he was truthful, then Brother Chuan must still be alive. The two immediately turned their gazes toward Xiao Fei, but there was not a trace of joy on her face. Instead, it was clouded with gloom. Captain, what exactly is going on? Isn't it a good thing that Brother Chuan is not dead? No, quite the opposite. This is the worst possible outcome. I would prefer that Brother Chuan had perished. Huizi and Ning Fan's expressions froze. Xiao Fei's eyes gradually reddened. Brother Chuan has most likely transformed into a Guerin. Chapter 0047. Guerin. Huizi's face turned pale. Xiao Fei, are you certain? Almost certain. Xiao Fei gently rubbed her forehead, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. What is a Guerin? Ning Fan had never encountered this term before. Yet he could sense the anguish of the two. Once Huizi had regained his composure, he explained to Ning Fan what a Guerin was. Spirit attendants are formed from gathered souls, attached to weapons, and are released or retrieved according to the wielder's intent. Lin Chuan had previously informed Ning Fan that these souls must have endured immense suffering before death. Therefore, spirit attendants are inherently restless entities. They merely seek a vessel to inhabit. However, before becoming spirit attendants, they were human. Thus, even as spirit attendants, the best vessel for them remains a human body. Naturally, under normal circumstances, no one would willingly surrender their body to a spirit attendant unless they were left with no other choice. Lin Chuan had mentioned that after prolonged interaction with a spirit attendant, once the compatibility reaches a certain level, there would be no need for a specific weapon to summon them. At that point, the spirit attendant would enter the host's body. However, similar to being attached to a weapon, the spirit attendant would remain in a stable state. The crucial premise is that the spirit attendant has been tamed. If not fully tamed, forcibly absorbing the spirit attendant into the body would result in becoming a Guerin. Control of the body would be seized by the spirit attendant. Thus, Brother Chuan is no longer Brother Chuan. Ning Fan finally comprehended their agitation. He has transformed into a butcher. The butcher, the name of Chuan Ji's spirit servant. N01 responded to him. Yet, silence was indeed the most genuine answer. Would Chuan Gu still remember us? Ning Fan felt a slight sting in his nose. The events of that day, after piecing together various clues, had largely come to light. After De Zhuang's death, Lin Chuan entrusted Xiao Fei and left the cave. He returned to the misty forest, seeking revenge against Su Bei alone. Caught off guard, Su Bei was apprehended by Lin Xuan, and at that moment, the monkey had just awakened, witnessing their battle. Lin Xuan, merely a single soul level spirit servant, was naturally no match for Su Bei, who was at the 100 souls level. Pierced by a light arrow, Lin Xuan understood that he might meet his end. What he found unbearable was the realization that even if he fought with all his might, it seemed impossible to kill Su Bei. Su Bei was too powerful. At that moment, wielding a long knife, blood poured from the wounds on his body. He gazed at Su Bei, and images of Lao Duan, Wang Yi, and De Zhuang's deaths flashed through his mind. He yearned for revenge. He was the captain of Wild Dog House. These little wild dogs depended on him for sustenance. With lives lost, he bore the responsibility. Earning this living did not mean that one could not die if killed by a beast. It was due to one's own lack of strength. Taking on such a daunting task and meeting death was deserved. No one else to blame. But to be betrayed by others in that moment, Lin Xuan should have been laughing, a bitter laugh. He sold his body to the butcher, even knowing he would become a ghoul. Losing all rationality, he still sought revenge. The butcher took over his body. He erupted. Su Bei was nearly slain by his blade. That was what transpired that day. I have divulged everything I know to you. The oppressive atmosphere in the cave instilled fear in the monkey. Just as he was about to speak, Hui Zi's eyes bulged, transforming into a mad dog. Damn it. If it weren't for you, how could Chuan Gu? Ah, you should die 1,000 deaths. I'll tear you apart. I still want to feel satisfied. Hui Zi frantically slashed at the shadows on the wall, while the monkey writhed in agony on the ground, tears and snot mingling as he begged, disregarding his dignity. Kill me and I beg you. For the monkey, death had become a luxury, and no one paid him any mind. Let's go find Chuan Gu. And Ning Fan composed himself, looking at Xiao Fei. What if he can be cured? Cure? This is not an illness. Xiao Fei shook her head. Seeing Ning Fan's persistence, she continued, My sister is a ghoul. Ning Fan was taken aback. All along, he had perceived Xiao Fei as a woman who was not fond of expressing emotions. Cold, she seemed to keep everyone at arm's length. He knew nothing of Xiao Fei's past. Not even Hui Zi was aware. Xiao Fei, your sister. She did not willingly surrender her body to the spirit servant. It was forcibly taken from her. Xiao Fei was reluctant to bring up this matter, yet she suppressed her aversion to recount it. When a person's mental strength is insufficient to control the spirit servant, there is a certain probability of having their body taken away. Ning Fan gazed at Xiao Fei, unsure how to offer comfort in the lower city. Familial bonds were indeed a rare luxury. Ning Fan immersed himself in the persona of Xiao Fei, contemplating the profound anguish he would endure if his mother were to transform into a grotesque being akin to a zombie. Let us seek out Brother Chuan, Ning Fan declared once more. Kid, are you incapable of understanding? Even if we locate him, there is no way to restore Brother Chuan to his former self. Hui Zi exclaimed with fervor. What if, upon our arrival, Brother Chuan fails to recognize us and even resorts to violence against us? At this point, Hui Zi found himself unable to articulate further, paralyzed by the sheer horror of the thought. Yet Ning Fan rose to his feet resolutely. Wait for me a moment. I must find someone. The two attempted to halt Ning Fan, inquiring about his intentions, but he swiftly dashed towards Area F27. An hour later, having traversed the ghost mist forest, Ning Fan returned to Area F27. Navigating with ease, he arrived at the monitoring office. The monitors were well acquainted with Ning Fan, and many greeted him warmly. He proceeded unobstructed to the captain's office, bypassing the formality of knocking and simply pushing the door open. Inside, when Kai sat in her chair, a hint of worry etched upon her delicate features. Upon seeing Ning Fan, she momentarily froze, only to quickly don her signature alluring smile. What brings you back? Missing your sister? When Kai teased, twirling a strand of hair. You left as if it were a tragic farewell. Returning so soon. Aren't you disrupting the ambience? Kai Jia, you can extract spirits, can't you? Ning Fan interjected, cutting through her playful banter. When Kai was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. Have you made enough money? Initially, she assumed Ning Fan sought her out to extract the spirit from Wang Ye's dagger or Lao Duan's staff. However, Ning Fan shook his head. Not weapons. Before Wen Kai could inquire further, Ning Fan added, It's a person. The spirit within a grotesque being. The playful glimmer in Wen Kai's eyes vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Lin Xuan, has transformed into a grotesque being. Chapter 0048. A method to save Lin Chuan. Wen Kai was an exceptionally astute woman. The information she had gathered, coupled with Ning Fan's current demeanor, was sufficient for her to draw an accurate conclusion. Indeed, Ning Fan affirmed her deduction. Wen Kai bit her lip, refraining from further teasing him. Do you know how to extract a spirit from a weapon? Before Ning Fan could respond, Wen Kai stated directly, you melt it. Ning Fan's heart trembled. Upon realizing that Brother Chuan had become a grotesque being, his first thought was of Wen Cai as someone who dealt with spirit extraction. She might possess a means to help Brother Chuan retrieve the butcher. Although this would render Brother Chuan an ordinary person, and he might never regain his spirit, it was certainly preferable to becoming a mindless zombie. However, Wen Kai's words extinguished his last flicker of hope. Have you found Lin Chuan? Wen Kai inquired softly, sensing Ning Fan's despondency. Ning Fan shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, he hoarsely replied, I lack the courage to seek him out. Wen Kai sighed. The individuals from Wild Dog's home lack the bravery to confront him until they discover a method to restore Lin Chuan. Very well, Kaijia, I shall take my leave for now. Ning Fan let out a bitter smile and remarked, this time, I truly am leaving. Wait a moment, Wen Kai replied, licking her lips, her expression fraught with hesitation. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I have heard whispers of a method that can suppress the spirits of the Gui people. Ning Fan's eyes instantly brightened. What method? I do not know the specifics. Furthermore, I cannot vouch for the authenticity of this information. It may very well be false. Wen Kai continued without any pretense, in the Santong United Zone, there are 3 leaders. You should be aware of them by now? I am. Ning Fan nodded. Su Bei's father is one of them. Correct, Wen Kai mused, pinching her chin. I have never been to the Santong Cooperation Zone and possess little knowledge of it. But I have heard that one of the leaders commands an army of Gui. An army of Gui? Indeed. Wen Kai cleared her throat. I was thinking if he can assemble an army of Gui. Doesn't that imply he possesses a means to control the spirits within them? What is the name of that leader? I believed it is Lin Hai. Wen Kai stated earnestly. Ning Fan, I cannot guarantee the veracity of this information. So before you ascertain the truth, please do not act impulsively. You know well that in the Santong Cooperation Zone Su Bei is there. Taking down Su Bei in Zone F27 was feasible due to her familiarity with the terrain. The Watchers could set up an elaborate trap, waiting for Su Bei to fall into their snare. However, if Ning Fan ventured into the Santong Cooperation Zone, it would be akin to walking into the lion's den. Were it not for Ning Fan's deep concern for Lin Chuan, Wen Kai would not have divulged this information to him. Understood, Ning Fan expressed his gratitude. Sister Kai, rest assured, I shall not act rashly. Having a glimmer of hope is certainly better than having none at all. Moreover, Ning Fan was not merely placating Wen Kai. He was acutely aware of the dangers inherent in traveling to the Santong United Zone. Even if this information proved accurate, he would ensure he was thoroughly prepared before embarking on such a journey. As he prepared to leave, Wen Kai suddenly spoke softly, once you depart, when will you return? First, I must find Brother Chuan. Ning Fan sighed. If there is a chance to rescue him, we cannot allow him to wander alone in the wilderness. All right, should anything arise that I can assist with, do not hesitate to contact me. Wen Kai opened a drawer and pulled out a phone, handing it to Ning Fan. Return it to me when we meet again. Ning Fan was taken aback. This phone could facilitate communication in the wild. Do not lose it. It is worth over 100,000. Wen Kai glared slightly. It was impossible for her not to feel touched. I will definitely return. Ning Fan did not feign politeness. This phone would prove immensely beneficial to him. The only thing he could do was promise that once he earned sufficient money, he would repay Wen Kai tenfold. Enough, off you go. Wen Kai turned slightly. Ning Fan observed her delicate form tremble slightly, contemplating approaching her to bid farewell, but ultimately decided against it. I'm leaving now, Sister Kai. With a thud, the office door closed behind him. Wen Kai almost instantly turned around, gazing at the firmly shut door. What a foolish idiot. He understands nothing. When Ning Fan returned to the cave, the monkey had vanished. Momentarily taken aback, Wheezy scoffed. I found a tree in the ghost mist forest and nailed him to it. This is the monkey's ultimate fate. If luck is on his side, he may perish from blood loss. If misfortune befalls him, he might be devoured alive by the monstrous beasts of the ghost mist forest before he can truly die. You were so eager to rush out. Did you come up with a solution? Xiao Fei seemed to have lost her usual indifference. If there truly existed a solution, It would not only mean salvation for Lin Chuan, but perhaps also a chance for her sister to return. Ning Fan recounted the conversation he had just had with Wen Kai. The Santong Cooperation Zone? Huizi's brow furrowed deeply. That place is not easy to access. From what we've heard, despite never having been there, its notorious reputation precedes it. The beasts there are terrifying, and the people, even more so. Under the protection of the Santong, the surrounding beasts dare not attack the Cooperation Zone. Yet within the zone, while the inhabitants are shielded from the beasts, they must contend with the even more fearsome Santong. Who knows when the mood of a commander might turn foul, resulting in casualties among the people. In the Santong Cooperation Zone, they are like gods, 3 factions, 3 heavens. The disorder within the zone is dictated by the Santong. If what the monitoring team leader said holds true, it implies we must seek assistance from one of the commanders. With this thought, the flickering hope that Huizi had just ignited began to dim. It seemed too daunting. Having hope is better than having none, Ning Fan declared resolutely. I cannot abandon Brother Chuan. Just as he would never forsake us. Kid, are you implying that I'm a coward? Is it only you who possesses loyalty? Huizi retorted, somewhat displeased. I believe he speaks the truth. Xiao Fei stood up. If there is hope, we must give it a try. All right, you are all noble, while I am but a white-eyed wolf. As he spoke, Huizi began to extinguish the campfire. What are you doing? Xiao Fei inquired. Huizi shrugged. What do you think? Of course, I am going with you to give it a shot. I just find it a bit challenging. Do you truly consider me a coward? However, where shall we search for Brother Chuan now? Ning Fan felt somewhat lost. Xiao Fei gazed outside the cave. In the F-19 district, there exists a place called the Soul Return Basin. Xiao Fei's expression darkened. If Brother Chuan has indeed transformed into a Guerin, I suspect he would gravitate towards that place. Before either of them could inquire further, Xiao Fei provided the explanation. My sister is currently there. Her emotions clearly wavering, Xiao Fei continued, because that place is the paradise for Guerin. Chapter 0049. I beg you, save my father. The trio had already set forth. Along the way, Ning Fan learned from Xiao Fei the reason the Soul Return Basin was dubbed the paradise for Guerin. Once the spirit servants occupy human bodies and become Guerin, they are more inclined to draw near to souls, and the Soul Return Basin is teeming with wandering souls. For them, it is akin to their tribal territory. Guerin drawing near to souls? Ning Fan discerned the predicament. Thus, their soul levels would consequently ascend. Xiao Fei resumed her icy demeanor. Therefore, the Soul Return Basin has perpetually been a place shunned by wanderers. A congregation of irrational yet formidable beings known as the Spectres gathers. Any team of wanderers that dares approach would likely find it exceedingly difficult to ensure a safe retreat. My suggestion is to recruit additional personnel. Xiao Fei continued. Ning Fan concurred. Even though he had grasped the essence of Jian Wuchou's sword technique, he had not yet inflated to the extent of believing he could handle every challenge alone. This location is not far from Zone F-21, Huizi proposed. Moreover, we have acquaintances there who might assist in inquiring whether any competent teams of wanderers are willing to accompany us. Xiao Fei pondered for a moment. Agreed. After 2 days of arduous travel, the trio found themselves in close proximity to Zone F-21. Throughout the journey, they had not paused for rest, pressing on day and night. Ning Fan had yet to encounter Jian Wuchou in his dreams. At this juncture, he still dared not fully ascertain whether he could evade Jian Wuchou's strike. Along the way, the trio had vanquished numerous aberrant beasts, causing the pack Ning Fan carried to swell increasingly. Although Xiao Fei and Huizi had generally looked after him, the labor of carrying burdens, in Huizi's words, was merely a form of weight training. At this pace, they would likely reach Zone F-21 in about 7 or 8 hours. Xiao Fei surveyed the vicinity, confirming the team's location before stating, "We shall not rest. If trouble arises, we must evade it." Despite Xiao Fei and Huizi being seasoned wanderers, and Ning Fan possessing commendable combat abilities, the relentless 2-day journey, coupled with the necessity to remain vigilant against surrounding dangers, had pushed their mental and physical limits to the brink. Very well, Huizi nodded. Ning Fan, naturally indifferent, had accumulated considerable experience from the battles of the past 2 days and was now in a state of exhilaration regarding his growth. After approximately 4 more hours of travel, the outlines of the zone wall became discernible ahead. Judging by the dim lights upon the wall, it was now nearing midnight. Just as the trio intended to quicken their pace to enter the zone and rest, a series of piercing shrieks emanated from a distant valley. The sound was rife with ferocity. Even without sight, one could sense the fury of the beast that produced such cries. Hurry! Xiao Fei's delicate face darkened. It's a ground dragon. The ground dragon. Ning Fan had encountered it in the Beast Compendium. An adult measures around 4 meters in length. A solitary creature typically found in valleys and underground, possessing remarkable speed, and with scales of formidable hardness. Its nearly 1 meter long maw wields astonishing biting power. Generally, no one wishes to pursue this creature. Aside from its scales, it bears little of value, and is notoriously difficult to slay. The cost-effectiveness is simply too low. Under normal circumstances, even when in good condition, one would not be overly anxious when confronting a ground dragon. However, now that everyone's stamina and mental fortitude were flashing red, it was decidedly unnecessary to engage with such a creature. Ning Fan and Huizi hastened their steps. Friend, lend us a hand. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the valley, crying, Help, someone! The 3 individuals did not even cast a glance in that direction. Having endured various experiences during this time, Ning Fan's mindset had gradually transformed. The incident involving Cheng Bin had left a profound impression on him. Don't turn a blind eye to a life in peril. I implore you. The man, noticing the indifference of the trio, grew increasingly frantic. My father is dying. All 3 furrowed their brows slightly, yet none turned back. However, in the next moment, Ning Fan suddenly sensed danger. Dodge! He shoved Huizi aside and decisively leapt 2 steps backward. Just as the trio evaded the impending threat, the ground before them erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! Clouds of dust billowed, and when they dissipated, a nearly 2-meter deep pit had formed in that very spot. Across the valley, a man, seemingly in his 20s, stood atop a small mound, wielding a massive crossbow that measured nearly 1 meter in length. Though not tall, he exuded an air of formidable strength, sporting a buzz cut and a square face etched with urgency. The 3 immediately cast solemn glances at the man. To their astonishment, he discarded the crossbow and knelt on the ground. His eyes reddened with remorse. I am sorry, but please, save my father. His arrow had not been aimed to kill them. Huizi, having been pushed by Ning Fan, now lay on the ground, gazing at the deep pit with a sense of reflection. Otherwise, it could have at least injured my leg. Xiao Fei also discerned that although the arrow was fierce, it was merely intended to obstruct their path. We need not concern ourselves with him. Xiao Fei remained resolute in her decision to ignore the man, instead pulling Huizi up. It is unnecessary. Given their current predicament, they might be capable of slaying a ground dragon, yet there was no guarantee that all 3 could escape unscathed. It was not worth risking their lives for a stranger. Ning Fan and Huizi did not oppose her, and after rising, they intended to continue running toward the perimeter wall. Seeing that the 3 still had no intention of offering assistance, the man grew desperate. I beg you. Please don't force my hand. Huizi glanced back, coming to a halt. Xiao Fei frowned. What do you intend to do? No, Xiao Fei, look at that crossbow. Huizi halted, pointing at the enormous weapon in the man's grasp. Does it not seem familiar? Upon closer inspection, Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes flickered with recognition. What is your name? She suddenly inquired. The man was momentarily taken aback. I am Su Bin. Though puzzled by her question, he answered truthfully. Xiao Fei and Huizi exchanged glances. Huizi stepped forward, his expression growing more serious. Are you Su Zhang's son? Su Bin's demeanor shifted instantaneously. How do you know my father's name? Damn it! Huizi muttered under his breath. How could you have grown up so much without me recognizing you? Ning Fan immediately comprehended the situation. Earlier, they had mentioned acquaintances in Area F21. Now, it became clear that this familiar face was indeed the son of the man who was on the brink of death before them. Chapter 0050. Who is this old fellow? Su Bin was evidently bewildered. You are that I am your Uncle Huizi, my dear nephew. You don't recognize me? Huizi jovially strode towards the small hillock, recalling, I used to drink with your father at your home. Remember that time he got so drunk he vomited all over me? Su Bin scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. I apologize. I truly do not recall. There were too many people my father vomited on. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Wait, since you know my father, please help me save him. At this moment, Xiao Fei also drew her Tang Dao. The acquaintance from District F21 was indeed the foolish boy's father. Su Jiang, Ning Fan, witnessing the situation, also gripped his broken sword tightly. Where is Su Jiang? Xiao Fei inquired. Su Bin hoisted the giant crossbow and dashed toward the valley. Follow me. The three followed swiftly. Not far along their path, they encountered a depression in the valley where a massive earth dragon was roaring incessantly. The shrill cries they had heard earlier were indeed emanating from this creature. Before the earth dragon lay a middle-aged man, unconscious and sprawled on the ground. This man, tattered and motionless, appeared to have lost all signs of life. The power of that last arrow you shot, even if it doesn't kill the dragon, could surely drive it away, right? Ning Fan questioned, puzzled. Su Bin hesitated. My spirit servant's power is too great. I fear it might inadvertently harm my father. Yet without the spirit servant, I cannot penetrate the dragon's scales. He struggled to gauge the appropriate force. Ning Fan found Su Bin rather dense and turned to Xiao Fei, asking, Sister Fei, is that Su Jiang dead? He should not be. Xiao Fei observed Su Jiang closely. It appears he still has a pulse. However, Huizi interjected with a cold smirk, he is not dead. Both turned to Huizi. Xiao Fei was not particularly familiar with Su Jiang, as only Huizi, Lin Chuan, and De Zhuang, the early members of the Wild Dog House, could truly be considered old friends of his. Has your father been drinking? Huizi inquired, showing no urgency to rescue. Su Bin's eyes widened. How do you know? And he hasn't had too little, has he? Huizi pressed further. Su Bin nodded. Yes, before leaving the district. My father drank 3 gin with the district chief. 3 gin? Ning Fan nearly exclaimed. The alcohol in the lower city was primarily brewed from a wild plant known as wine yeast flower. This liquor was extremely potent. Generally, even those with a good tolerance would be intoxicated after just 1 gin. Yet this Su Jiang had consumed 3 gin, and after drinking so much, he still dared to leave the district? Was this old fellow courting death? Wait a moment. Ning Fan suddenly realized something even more shocking. With whom? With our district chief. Su Bin seemed oblivious to any issues. Why, Uncle Song? Ning Fan gazed at the man below, resembling a beggar. Who is this old fellow? How could he drink to excess with the district chief? However, before these questions could be resolved, Huizi took a deep breath. Old Su, get up. Care for a drink? Let us drink. How shall we drink? In an instant, Su Jiangting sat up abruptly. Ning Fan's lips twitched. Just moments ago, the dragon's roar had been so thunderous that this fellow lay there as though lifeless. Yet, upon hearing the mention of drinking, he sprang back to life. Su Jiang's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze dazed, resembling someone who had yet to recover from a hangover. However, when he lifted his head and caught sight of Huizi and the others, his eyes sparkled with excitement. What the hell? Short who? What brings you here? Ning Fan couldn't help but glance downward. Even Xiao Fei's icy demeanor softened slightly, a hint of color creeping onto her face. Huizi's expression turned a deep shade of anger, veins bulging at his neck. Su Kuaiqiang. Dare to insult me once more? Hee. It's true that your hardware leaves much to be desired, yet you expect me to remain silent? Su Jiang chuckled. Besides, whether I'm quick or not, at least we have a son. How does that make you feel? Huizi was indeed furious, his face flushed with rage, yet he found himself unable to counter Su Jiang's words. As Su Jiang reveled in his triumph, he suddenly sensed something amiss, looking around in bewilderment. Where the hell are we? Father! Be careful. At that moment, the dragon could no longer contain itself, opening its massive jaws wide and lunging towards Su Jiang. Ning Fan and Xiao Fei immediately grew vigilant, weapons in hand, ready to charge forward. However, Su Jiang's gaze shifted slightly. He crouched down just a fraction before leaping into action. What are you making such a racket for? Ning Fan observed clearly that this fellow's arms appeared to have doubled in size. Boom! Su Jiang's fist collided with the dragon's forehead. The creature's head was driven into the ground, its tail flipping upwards. Crash! The dragon crashed to the earth, belly up, convulsing for a brief moment before falling silent. This single punch left Ning Fan and Xiao Fei utterly dumbfounded. A single punch had killed a dragon. Both turned to Su Bin, who was visibly relieved. Wait, brother, does your father possess such strength that we needed to rescue him? Ning Fan remarked sincerely, your earlier excitement made me think that dragon was your father. Su Bin, wearing an apologetic expression, replied, brother, I truly didn't expect him to sober up so quickly. At that moment, Su Jiang staggered towards Ning Fan, but after just a couple of steps, he leaned against the wall and began to vomit. The sound of his retching was more unpleasant than the dragon's shrieks. After what seemed like 5 or 6 minutes, Su Jiang finally ceased, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "Son, make sure to cut the dragon's scales neatly. If there's any damage, it won't be worth much." Sighing, Su Bin scurried towards the dragon's carcass. Su Jiang then approached Huizi, delivering a punch to his chest. "Short Hu, come to find me for a drink." "Huh. Go to hell," Huizi retorted, visibly displeased. "Insult me again, and I'll tell your son all about how you don't pay for your women." "Go ahead. I've already told him, in matters like this, if it can be saved, then save it. Money is hard to earn, and shit is hard to eat. Can you not have a shred of shame?" Su Jiang queried, glancing at Xiao Fei and then at Ning Fan, before asking in confusion, "Where's Chuan?" Upon hearing these words, Huizi's anger was instantly extinguished, and his expression grew somewhat displeased. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Did you hang up? Get lost? You can't just hang up on Brother Chuan," Huizi retorted with disdain. "You old bastard, why can't you keep your mouth in check?" Su Jiang chuckled, still not sober. "Don't be angry. All right." As he spoke, he pulled Huizi along. "Come on, let's head back to the district and have a drink at home. What about your son? Isn't he busy over there? Let him manage on his own. As long as he doesn't die, it's fine." Without giving Huizi a chance to protest, Su Jiang dragged him towards District F21. Behind them, Ning Fan could no longer contain his curiosity and lowered his voice to ask Xiao Fei, "Sister Fei, who exactly is this old Su?" "To be honest, I'm not very familiar with him. I've only met him a couple of times," Xiao Fei replied, furrowing her brow. "But I heard Brother Chuan mention that he doesn't seem to be from the lower city." Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. "Not from the lower city. Does that imply it is said that Su Jiang was discarded from the upper city over 20 years ago, thrown down from the path of grace?" Chapter 0051. The drunkard Su Jiang. Ning Fan stood frozen in place, gazing at Su Jiang's swaying figure, finding it hard to believe. This fellow is from the upper city? To the majority of lower city inhabitants, the upper city feels like a distant realm in a lifetime. Encountering an upper city person is a rare occurrence. The esteemed gentlemen of the upper city cannot possibly accept the conditions of the lower city. Who would willingly venture into the sewers for leisure? Ning Fan had worked as a sorter on the path of grace in District F32. During breaks, he had overheard elderly folks mentioning that there were indeed instances of people being thrown down. However, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. And to be thrown down alive, they hadn't even heard of that. What on earth did Su Jiang do in the upper city to warrant being cast down? With these questions lingering, the three finally arrived at the outer wall of the district under Su Jiang's guidance. "Xiao Zhou, open the door." Su Jiang banged on the large gate. It swung open immediately, and the guard, upon seeing Su Jiang, greeted him cheerfully. "Master Su, back from your stroll?" "Ah." Su Jiang grimaced. "I didn't feel it when I was drinking, but the moment I stepped outside, a little breeze hit me, and the alcohol hit me like a ton of bricks. Almost collapsed out there. That can't be." The guard laughed. "What beast outside would dare to touch you? Aren't you afraid of the higher-ups?" "What do you mean? Am I some kind of wine sack?" Su Jiang shot him a glare. The guard, unperturbed, smiled as he welcomed Su Jiang and the three others into the district. It was evident that Su Jiang held a significant position in District F21. However, this was to be expected. If this old fellow could share drinks with the commander, the guards below would certainly know their place. After weaving through a series of twists and turns, Su Jiang finally arrived in front of a dilapidated wooden door. Creak. The wooden door emitted a jarring sound as it swung open. Ning Fan had initially thought that Su Jiang's residence would, at the very least, be better than that of Wen Kai, if not comparable to his own dwelling in District F32. Before them stood a dilapidated house. Winds whistled through the crevices, the earthen walls crumbled away, the streets were littered with refuse, and the air within the rooms reeked horrendously. Not to mention the affluent nobles residing in the upper town. Even the common folk from the lower districts would likely find such living conditions intolerable. Ning Fan found himself questioning whether this old fellow truly hailed from the upper town. How had he managed to endure life in such a place? "Come in, take a seat," Su Jiang said, lifting the quilt and settling at the edge of the bed. Yet the three before him remained motionless. It wasn't due to shyness, but rather a scan of their surroundings revealed no suitable spot to sit. In the corner lay a fresh puddle of vomit. Su Jiang noticed it as well and immediately furrowed his brow. That scoundrel surnamed Song. If he couldn't hold his liquor, why boast? Spitting in my home. What a nuisance. Ning Fan reacted swiftly. The Song Su Jiang mentioned. Must be the chief. No, old Su, this stench is unbearable. Shall we find another place? Huizi, already a bit disheveled, also frowned. Let's find a tavern, why treat? Nonsense, coming to the F21 district? Do you really need to spend your money? Su Jiang retorted, displeased. Isn't it better to drink at home? If you drink too much, you can just sleep here. At the mention of sleeping there, Xiao Fei's eyes twitched involuntarily. No, old Su, I truly cannot endure this place. Huizi sighed in resignation. For someone who came from the upper town, how can you be so devoid of any sense of living quality? I'm beginning to suspect you were cast aside because of your deplorable habits. Su Jiang snorted. The upper town isn't necessarily cleaner than this. Enough, Huizi insisted, pulling Su Jiang along with determination. Let's go. I'm begging you. Su Jiang, reluctantly acquiescing, was half dragged out of the room, and he made sure to lock the wooden door behind them. Then let us head to that shop in the east that specializes in fine dishes. Su Jiang appeared somewhat troubled. Huizi, your insistence on being polite is unnecessary. You feel compelled to treat us. Huizi's muscles tensed. Gritting his teeth, he forced out a retort. Do you think I'm here to indulge you? 20 minutes later, the four had seated themselves in a restaurant. Huizi would certainly not allow Su Jiang to bear the brunt of the bill, the place specializing in fine dishes. For 4 individuals to dine, it would be impossible to leave without spending at least 1,000 solars, and this was under the condition that Su Jiang refrained from ordering expensive items. Moreover, Huizi could not expect Su Jiang to treat them. Could one trust a person who would sneak away without paying even when seeking companionship to uphold the hospitality? Seriously, Huizi, where is Zhua? Before the dishes arrived, Su Jiang had already downed 2 glasses of liquor, his eyelids drooping heavily, and Zhua, it's been at least 3 years since we last met. The atmosphere at the table grew slightly somber. Huizi suddenly gulped down a drink. Da Zhuang is gone. Su Jiang squinted, not displaying much shock. How did he pass? He was betrayed. Because of money? What else could it be? Who was responsible? A fellow named Su Bei. Dio, you need my assistance? Fine. It would be best if you could take action. Where are you? In the Santong Cooperation Zone. His father is Su Wanjun, one of the Santong. Are you going directly in a couple of days? Huizi, I've thought it over and feel it's somewhat inappropriate. Su Jiang said gravely. It would be better for you little wild dogs to settle your own scores. If an outsider like me intervenes, it would be rather awkward for you, Huizi scoffed, as if he had anticipated Su Jiang's attitude. All right then, let us drink. Yes, let's drink. The two indulged in several more rounds. Finally, Su Jiang turned his attention to Xiao Fei and Ning Fan. I remember that girl. She came with you and Chuan before. Su Jiang pointed at Ning Fan. This lad has barely grown up, right? A child worker? Ning Fan expressed his discontent. My name is Ning Fan, and I just joined the Wild Dog Society not long ago. Did something happen recently with Chuan and the others? Su Jiang glanced at Huizi, who nodded. Su Jiang then turned to Ning Fan. You seem to be quite unlucky. Huij, what do you mean by calling him Su Quick Gun? Ning Fan was not one to back down easily. Naturally, he would not let such disparaging remarks go unchallenged. Huizi laughed heartily, pointing at Su Jiang. This old fellow, 1 minute. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with interest. Yet Huizi added, 3 times? Impressive. Ning Fan gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. Su Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he felt somewhat displeased, pouring a drink for Ning Fan. Kid, can you handle your liquor? Come on then. Faced with the provocation, Ning Fan certainly could not back down. He downed the strong liquor in one go. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, and he felt his mind plunge into chaos, even Su Jiang appearing as 2 figures before him. Seeing Ning Fan's face turn crimson, Su Jiang burst into laughter. Ha ha, is this little one drinking for the first time? I. Ning Fan attempted to assert himself, but the overwhelming intoxication dulled his senses. Thud. His head crashed onto the table, in his dazed state. Ning Fan sensed a wave of danger. A familiar danger. Opening his eyes, he beheld a familiar sword thrusting towards his throat. Sizzle! The sensation of death washed over him. Damn, Jian Wuqiu. Taking advantage of my drunken state to stab me. Isn't that a bit underhanded? Chapter 0052. Su's dignity. When Ning Fan awoke, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. His head throbbed painfully. The hangover, combined with the sensation of being stabbed by Jian Wuqiu in his dream, left his mind buzzing. Awake. Xiao Fei's voice came from the side. You shouldn't drink. Don't try to show off in the future. Ning Fan was startled. He had heard people say that one could lose their senses after drinking. How could Fei Jie be in the same room as him? However, He soon realized he was overthinking it. Xiao Fei sat in the chair opposite him, fully dressed. It made sense. If he were to entertain any inappropriate thoughts about Xiao Fei, she could easily turn him into mincemeat. You almost lost your virtue last night. Xiao Fei continued. Su Jiang wanted to find a woman to take your innocence. Ning Fan felt a surge of fear. Fei Jia, did you not manage to stop him? Not at all, Xiao Fei with a frosty expression remarked. Xu Jian is out of funds. Let Huizi cover it, but Huizi refused. Damn it. Ning Fan is seething with resentment towards that old scoundrel. Half an hour later, after taking a shower and consuming a modest meal to ease his hunger, Ning Fan finally felt somewhat revitalized. Huizi had also risen, and the three gathered in Ning Fan's room. Huij, what exactly does that old scoundrel do? Why do I feel he is so utterly unreliable? Ning Fan inquired through clenched teeth. Huizi did not respond, his gaze fixated intently on him. Ning Fan sensed something was amiss. Huij, you? Wait a moment, Huizi abruptly interjected, rising to dash downstairs. Xiao Fei knitted her brows in distaste. Last night, he drank over 2 gin with Xu Jian. Ning Fan felt a pang of concern for Huizi. After a considerable time, Huizi ascended, his legs unsteady. What were you asking me earlier? Ning Fan replied. I said that old scoundrel seems a bit untrustworthy. Doesn't he? Untrustworthy? He is utterly unreliable. Huizi cursed vehemently. Fortunately, the money is in Xiao Fei's hands. That old scoundrel took advantage of my drunkenness, groping me for over 10 minutes and even stripped me of my underwear, only stopping when he confirmed I had no money. Ning Fan was left bewildered. Who exactly is this Xu Jian? What sort of person would get their friend drunk and then steal from them? Just as Ning Fan was about to join in the tirade, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Who is it? Huizi, still fuming, spoke with little courtesy. Is it Huizi? Huizi paused, then stood to open the door. Outside stood a tall, middle-aged man. You are, hello, I am Chu Hongba, the captain of the Wolf Alliance. The man extended his hand with a smile. I heard from Xu Jian that you need to find a group of people to accompany you to the Soul Return Basin. The three exchanged glances. Xiao Fei stepped forward, approaching Chu Hongba. Are you willing to go? There's nothing we wouldn't dare. It just depends on our interest, Chu Hongba replied with a hearty laugh. Normally, we wouldn't take on such jobs. The pay is minimal, the reward scant, and the risk of losing brothers is high. Without waiting for further questions, Chu Hongba shrugged. But since Xu Jian has spoken, I must oblige. Xiao Fei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How much do you require? 50,000. Chu Hongba held up 5 fingers. I can forego a few meals, but my brothers need to eat. Ning Fan grasped Chu Hongba's implication. If it were just him, he could have done it for free out of respect for Xu Jian. May I inquire about the strength of your Wolf Alliance? We can all head out together. It's no trouble to get acquainted, Chu Hongba, trusting Xu Jian, revealed without hesitation. I am at the 100 level. The remaining 9 brothers consist of 5 at the 10 level and 4 at the single level. Wow, that's impressive. Ning Fan felt a jolt of excitement within. The individual Xu Jian brought in are more than sufficient. The Wolf Alliance boasts 10 members, with Chu Hongba himself at the 100 soul level, along with 5 at the 10 soul level and 4 at the single soul level. This configuration far surpasses that of the Wild Dog House. It can be said that the Wolf Alliance is the most formidable team of practitioners Ning Fan has encountered since becoming a wanderer. Even the enchanting gaze of Xiao Fei flickered with brilliance. For a team of such caliber, a mere 50,000 to venture into the Soul Return Basin, a simple level 1 risk commission would likely not fetch even that amount. It is abundantly clear to everyone how much weight Su Jiang's reputation carries in this matter. Is 50,000 perhaps a tad insufficient? Huizi, his stomach churning, inquired with a hint of hesitation. What if we increase the amount a little? No need. If you value our services, then the deal is settled. Chu Hongba replied succinctly, dismissing further discussion with a wave of his hand. When you are ready, come find me at the regional wall. If I'm not around, just ask anyone. No one in F21 is unfamiliar with the Wolf Alliance. Once the others departed, a profound silence enveloped the room. Old Su is rather reliable, Huizi murmured. Ning Fan reminded him, Huigu, you weren't saying that just a moment ago. Well, I hadn't sobered up yet. Huizi chuckled. Old Su and I are brothers. I know full well whether he is dependable or not. In the afternoon, the three parted ways. Ning Fan took it upon himself to sell the spoils in the black market. The atmosphere here was not unlike that of F27. Even before entering, the raucous calls could be heard from within. burdened with his package. Ning Fan navigated through the bustling crowd. "Hey, do you have anything of value?" A young man beckoned to Ning Fan. "I specialize in exotic beast trade. If you have something, let us take a look. I can offer you a good price." "How did you know I might have exotic beast items?" Ning Fan asked, intrigued. The young man chuckled. "After a long time in this trade, you develop a nose for these things." Finding the young man to be quite straightforward, Ning Fan opened his package. Upon seeing its contents, the young man's eyes sparkled. "You seem quite young. I didn't expect you to possess such prowess." Inside the package were used weapons and some essential outdoor supplies, all scavenged from the skeleton crew, as well as exotic beast spoils from his hunts, demon crystals, brain cores, and bits of hide and severed limbs. For an experienced trader, the ability to accurately assess what is valuable on an exotic beast is fundamental. It is impossible to carry every single item from a hunt, so typically, one selects only the most lucrative. The items in Ning Fan's possession held considerable worth. "I won't sell these medicines. We'll need them later," Ning Fan stated, setting aside the essential supplies. "All right," as the young man rummaged through the items, he suddenly noticed a still-beating heart. "Is this a red tiger's heart? What a fine specimen. Indeed, fresh. Killed just a day ago." Ning Fan confirmed, knowing this was the most valuable item in the package. 20,000. The young man heard the price, but did not react much. Instead, he carefully placed the red tiger's heart into his own bag. Ning Fan felt a twinge of confusion. Ordinarily, his quoted price aligned with market rates. Even if the young man found it steep, he should have at least attempted to negotiate. Previously, he had discussed with Xiao Fei a minimum price of 18,000, indicating there was room for bargaining. However, Ning Fan was oblivious to the fact that the young man, after placing down the heart of the red tiger, discreetly signaled to someone behind him. Chapter 0053, The Swap. "Brother, 20,000 is a bit steep." The young man furrowed his brows, gazing at the heart of the red tiger within the package, appearing to desire it yet finding it excessively priced. Ning Fan was well aware that the other party was attempting to negotiate. In the vicinity of District F21, it was rare to encounter a solitary red tiger. Thus, this fresh heart was not overpriced at 20,000. Ning Fan raised his hand, intending to stow away the heart. "If not, I shall seek elsewhere." The young man did not object. Just then, someone bumped into Ning Fan from behind. "Why, apologies, brother. It's quite cramped." Ning Fan turned to see a man wearing a smiling face. No worries, in such a black market, crowding was to be expected, and given the courteous demeanor of the individual, Ning Fan naturally bore no grudge. However, when he turned back, he noticed that the young man's frown had deepened considerably. "Brother, if the heart of the red tiger is sufficiently fresh, 20,000 is certainly not exorbitant." As he spoke, he sighed and shook his head. "But this one has at least a week's time on it. The quality is too poor." Ning Fan was taken aback. He initially thought the young man was inebriated. "A week's time? This heart is still beating. How could it possibly be?" Suddenly, Ning Fan froze. The heart of the red tiger remained in his package. However, in terms of both color and freshness, it had drastically changed. When he had just taken it out, it was vibrant red, but now it had turned a deep brown. "This is not mine, brother. Why not inquire elsewhere? With a heart of this quality, it would be difficult for me to sell." The young man sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. "However, if you truly cannot sell it, return to me, and I can offer 500 sola as a gamble. Even if no one buys it then, I can afford the loss. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Ning Fan naturally dismissed his words as nonsense. Just a minute ago, the heart of the red tiger was still pulsating with freshness. How could it have changed so drastically in an instant? Furthermore, his mere statement was sufficient to indicate that he was involved in this matter. He was feigning ignorance. He had just held the heart in his hand and examined its freshness. How could he not recognize it? Now, he was putting on a facade of helplessness. "Where is my heart of the red tiger?" Ning Fan's expression turned icy. The heart of the red tiger had undoubtedly been swapped. If he was not mistaken, the switch must have occurred at the moment someone bumped into him, taking advantage of his distraction, a deft maneuver. "Huh? Wasn't he it right there?" The young man, bewildered, pointed at the package. But Ning Fan stood up directly, placing the brown heart of the red tiger on the stall. "Return my heart of the red tiger." "No, brother. What do you mean?" The young man was also displeased. "The item was brought by you. Why should I return anything?" At that moment, others began to gather around. "What is going on, Liangzi?" a burly man asked in a deep voice. Someone causing trouble? It's nothing. Lu Gu. The young man named Liangzi waved his hand dismissively and, with newfound confidence, smiled at Ning Fan, saying, Brother, don't stir trouble. Given your youth, I'll let this slide. It was evident that those surrounding Liangzi shared a close camaraderie with him. One might even say they were comrades. However, Ning Fan exhibited not a trace of anxiety, nor did he show any inclination to depart. So, you refuse to return it, do you? No, kid. What exactly do you intend to do? A burly man called Lu Gu approached, pushing Ning Fan's shoulder aside. Causing a ruckus, are we? Liangzi smirked, tilting his chin defiantly, though he remained silent, adopting an air of invulnerability. Ning Fan, too, remained quiet. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly drew forth his broken sword and thrust it directly towards Lu Gu's chest. Lu Gu was taken aback. Nonetheless, he possessed a modicum of skill and swiftly sidestepped the attack. Sizzle! The broken sword grazed Lu Gu's chest, leaving a gash approximately 30 centimeters long. His shirt was torn, and the wound was ghastly, oozing blood. The onlookers were all rendered speechless, utterly shocked that this young boy had acted so brazenly. As for Lu Gu, he felt a wave of dread. Had he not reacted quickly to evade, that thrust would have aimed straight for the heart. This kid, has he lost his mind? Yet, before anyone could grasp the situation, Ning Fan's broken sword had already found its place at Liangzi's shoulder, its blade pressing against his throat. Return me the heart of the red tiger, Ning Fan stated coldly, or else I would rather be confined for 7 days. Murder within the district warrants a 7-day confinement. If you do not return what is mine, I shall take your life. Such was the essence of Ning Fan's message. Liangzi understood. No, brother, he began, but faltered, unwilling to feign ignorance any longer. Ning Fan's sword had already made a slight incision on his neck, with droplets of blood trickling down the blade. This was a warning. I am not foolish, Ning Fan murmured. I hope you are not either. Liangzi stared at Ning Fan for a while before finally gritting his teeth and signaling to Lu Gu. Lu Gu frowned but nodded, swiftly departing. 2 minutes later, he returned, holding a still-beating heart of the red tiger. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. These fellows are quite adept at their trade, and in such a brief span, they had managed to procure the heart. Accepting the pulsating organ while retracting his broken sword, Ning Fan scoffed at the lack of decorum in the black market of Zone F21. Previously, he had encountered black market merchants in Zone F27, where, perhaps due to the influence of Wenkai, the dealings were rather orderly. But here, how amusing. Just as Ning Fan was about to gather his belongings and seek inquiries elsewhere, Liangzi emerged from his stall, flanked by 7 or 8 menacing figures. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. Kid, I've returned your item. This time, there can be no mistake, right? Liangzi, still nursing the wound on his neck, spoke in a low voice. But what about the injuries sustained by me and my brothers? Ning Fan surveyed the group. Is this not over yet? Of course not. Liangzi extended his 5 fingers. 50,000 solar, and this matter shall be considered resolved. Unable to deceive, shall we resort to robbery instead? Ning Fan chuckled in anger. Spare me the superfluous words. Without payment, you shall not exit this street. Brother Lu regained his imposing demeanor. Strength in numbers. Within the black market, everyone stands united. Have you forgotten the pain of your past wounds? Ning Fan set down his bundle and once more unsheathed his tattered sword. Outside, you may possess some skill, but within this domain, you still dare to display your prowess? Yet Liangzi merely scoffed. With so many present, do you think we cannot see through you? Within this area, the use of spirit attendants is prohibited. Did you not inquire of Brother Hui? To kill a person incurs 7 days of confinement. What if one were to kill several? Would the penalties stack? Ning Fan muttered to himself. This remark, however, elicited laughter from those around. Ning Fan chuckled as well. Suddenly, he realized he possessed a significant advantage, the sword Wu Chou. A boundless spirit attendant, during combat, he need not even release it. Thus, whether inside or outside the domain, his strength remains unaffected. Chapter 0054. My sword is faster than your gun. Liangzi and his companions evidently had yet to grasp the uniqueness of the youth before them. Just as they were about to utter further mockery, Ning Fan had already drawn his sword. The nearest individual, his face still adorned with a smile, found himself frozen the very next moment. The tattered sword pierced his throat. Drip. Drip. The onlookers fell into a profound silence. The sound of blood hitting the ground resonated painfully. Liangzi's smile also froze upon his face. How did he strike so swiftly? I did not see it. Ning Fan pressed his hand upon the head of the pierced man and pushed backward. The tattered sword was withdrawn, a spray of blood erupting forth. The man collapsed, a pool of blood forming beneath him. To inflict injury costs 50,000. How much for a life? Ning Fan raised his gaze towards Liangzi. Liangzi and his companions instinctively took a step back. It was not out of cowardice, but rather because they had not even comprehended how Ning Fan had struck. This signified a colossal disparity in strength between the two parties. Without utilizing spirit attendants, this boy possesses such terrifying power. Yet Ning Fan took a step forward. With a splatter, his foot landed in the pool of blood, sending droplets flying. You dare to kill? Liangzi exclaimed in shock. Ning Fan pointed at the corpse beneath his feet. Is it not evident? The crowd retreated further, surrounding Ning Fan in a vacuum of space. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from outside. Clear the way! The crowd parted, allowing a middle-aged man in uniform to step forward, his expression grave. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, his brow furrowed deeply. Who did this? He. Liangzi immediately pointed at Ning Fan. Everyone can attest to it. We all witnessed it with our own eyes. The middle-aged man then inquired. Shall this matter be handled by us executors, or by the monitors? I do not know. Liangzi was indeed a bit dazed. If one were to kill without using spirit attendants, it falls under the jurisdiction of the executors. However, should spirit attendants be employed, it becomes the duty of the monitors. These two departments have clearly defined roles, and neither would encroach upon the other's responsibilities. However, the issue lies in the fact that Liangzi cannot discern whether Ning Fan has employed a spirit attendant. Is he not from this district? The middle-aged man has approached Ning Fan. Come with me. As he spoke, he still intended to confiscate Ning Fan's broken sword. Ning Fan raised his arm, evading the middle-aged man. What? Do you wish to spar with me? The middle-aged man squinted, saying, killing someone within the district warrants merely 7 days of confinement. But if a conflict arises with an executor, that could escalate significantly. Your timing is impeccable. Ning Fan looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. Neither too early nor too late. Just as I have slain someone, you arrived. Is the law and order in District F21 truly so commendable? The middle-aged man's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean by that? No particular meaning. Ning Fan gestured towards the corpse at his feet. If I hadn't acted, the one lying here would be me. The middle-aged man, uninterested in further banter, lunged forward again. Whatever you have to say, we can discuss it back at my place. If I accompany you, will I even have the chance to speak? Ning Fan dodged once more. Let us converse here. Damn it! The middle-aged man's temper flared. He drew an oddly shaped gun from behind him, aiming it at Ning Fan. I advise you to reconsider. Your actions can be classified as resisting arrest. I could kill you on the spot. I too advise you to think carefully. Ning Fan's voice dropped to a whisper. My sword is undoubtedly swifter than your gun. The onlookers began to buzz with excitement. It had been years since anyone dared to confront an executor so boldly. This lad possesses audacity. Many veterans of the black market were aware that this executor was in league with Liangzi and his ilk. If Ning Fan were to accompany him, 7 days in confinement would be ample time for them to extract every last drop of profit from him. Such occurrences were not uncommon, I swear right now. Crack! The middle-aged man, consumed by rage, felt his hand's grip fail him as his gun shattered into 2 pieces, the break remarkably smooth. I told you, my sword is faster than your gun. You bastard. Or perhaps you would like to test me? What alternative means could compel me to accompany you? Ning Fan brandished his broken sword. If there is no alternative, let us escalate the commotion and summon all the executors and monitors. This was the very reason Ning Fan dared to take action. He refused to believe that every individual in District F21 was complicit with these few rascals. He had committed murder and could accept confinement. But the point remained, he would not accompany this man. There was something amiss, and he could perceive it. The middle-aged man found himself in a precarious position. The situation had reached a stalemate. He lacked the means to take Ning Fan away. Indeed, Ning Fan's sword was truly swift. Just as both sides remained at an impasse, an exceedingly peculiar scene emerged from the crowd. A figure, burdened by a backpack several times larger than their own body, was making their way through. The backpack towered over 3 meters, appearing quite heavy. Yet the individual bearing the backpack displayed no signs of exertion. Rather, He exuded a cheerful demeanor, his steps light and buoyant. Upon catching sight of Ning Fan, his eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. Brother, is that you? Ning Fan was somewhat taken aback. This was none other than Su Jiang's son, Su Bin. Oh dear. Why is there a corpse on the ground? Su Bin exclaimed, momentarily stunned at the sight of the lifeless body sprawled on the earth. Ning Fan observed Su Bin's simple-minded expression and couldn't help but smile wryly. What is it that you are carrying? Earth dragon scales, Su Bin replied, placing his burden on the ground. With a resounding thud, the weight of the package was unmistakably evident. Ning Fan quickly grasped the implication. Are you saying that you have been working on this since yesterday? Indeed, Su Bin chuckled. My father mentioned that these are quite valuable. Any scratches would diminish their quality and fetch a lower price. Hence, I must carefully peel them off, one by one. Ning Fan was taken aback. Su Jiang truly was a remarkable figure, leaving his son to toil in the wilderness while he indulged in revelry until dawn. The perplexing part was that Su Bin was obedient enough to spend an entire night in the valley extracting the earth dragon scales. Brother, just a moment. Su Bin seemed oblivious to the tense atmosphere, turning to call out to Liang Zi, Xiao Liang, come here. Hey! Liang Zi approached, his expression a mix of complexity, yet he still hurried over. Su Bin pointed at the backpack. My father mentioned that he had already agreed on a price with you. 500 sola per piece. There are 230 pieces here, so do the math. Liang Zi paused momentarily before rubbing his hands and forcing a smile. The bin, what I discussed with Su Yi was 50 sola per piece. That's not my concern. My father insists on 500, Su Bin interjected, frowning. If you have an issue, go speak to my father. If I return with less money, he'll take it out on me. Not you? Liang Zi's face contorted in distress. Clearly, he was too intimidated to confront Su Jiang. Hurry up. I've spent the entire night working. I'm exhausted. Let us settle this. I need to get home and rest. Su Bin urged impatiently. To Ning Fan's astonishment, the previously arrogant Liang Zi began counting on his fingers. 115,000. Right? Wait a moment. I'll have someone bring it over. Chapter 0055. My name is Su Bin, all right. Make it quick. Su Bin urged again before turning back to Ning Fan with a smile. What were you saying earlier? I said. You were peeling scales in the valley all night? Yes, Su Bin nodded. It was quite taxing. Ning Fan swallowed hard. Su Jiang truly was a master in raising his son. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, one of the enforcers suddenly appeared tense and addressed Su Bin. The Bin, do you know each other? Oh, Lao He. Su Bin finally recognized the enforcer. What are you doing here? Lao He licked his lips, pointing at Ning Fan. He has committed murder. Su Bin glanced at the corpse on the ground, then looked back at Ning Fan. Did you do this? Yes, Ning Fan replied with a nod. Su Bin, curious, asked, what was it about? They were trying to rob me. Ning Fan gestured towards Liang Zi and the others. Su Bin furrowed his brow and fixed a glare at Liang Zi. Are you attempting to rob him? No, De Bin. The situation is actually... Enough. Spare me your words. This brother saved my father yesterday. If you rob him, it is tantamount to robbing my father. Su Bin rolled up his sleeves. Liang Zi nearly fainted from fright. Such a grave accusation. In the entirety of F21 district, who would dare to lay a hand on Su Jiang? With a resounding slap, Su Bin struck Liang Zi on the head. Did my father not tell you before that in business? One must uphold integrity. You cannot engage in unscrupulous practices or exorbitant pricing. Whatever price you negotiate is the price you adhere to. Though Su Bin was of a similar age to Liang Zi. At that moment, he resembled a father chastising his son. As Liang Zi shielded his head, Su Bin kicked his rear. When Liang Zi defended his rear, Su Bin slapped his head again. Stop, please, De Bin. I admit my mistakes. Bin Gu, De Bin Gu. Liang Zi was chased through the streets by Su Bin. Fortunately, after a night of exertion, Su Bin's stamina waned, and he eventually halted. Brother, let him apologize to you. Su Bin returned to Ning Fan's side. With events having escalated to this point, Ning Fan's anger had subsided. Go be frank. Liang Zi did find himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Not only was he left with a bruised head, but he also had to part with 115,000 for dragon scales. It was painful, both monetarily and emotionally. No need. Ning Fan waved his hand. I haven't suffered any loss. Su Bin nodded, and then turned his gaze towards executor Lao He. Lao He shuddered. Su Bin stated earnestly. Murder within the district is undoubtedly a violation. Though he is a friend of my father, My father has always emphasized the principle of reason. Whatever needs to be done will be done. I will inform my father later that his savior has been apprehended. No. Lao He broke into a cold sweat. This is not his fault. The blame lies with Liang Zi and his ilk for not adhering to the rules. They brought this upon themselves, truly brought upon themselves? Absolutely. Lao He maintained a resolute demeanor. Very well. Su Bin slung his arm around Ning Fan's shoulder. Brother, since Lao He claims it is deserved, then it is indeed deserved. This no longer concerns us. Ning Fan was utterly bewildered by Su Bin's actions. Was this child truly Navi or merely pretending? To claim he was putting on an act, he indeed had been stubbornly peeling dragon scales all night. Yet, to assert he was genuinely foolish in just a few sentences, he had managed to resolve the issue through a blend of intimidation and persuasion. I have some items to sell. Once I am done, I shall treat you to a meal. Regardless of the circumstances, Ning Fan felt genuine gratitude towards Su Bin. Su Bin glanced at Ning Fan's bundle. What are you selling? A dozen weapons and some materials from exotic beasts. Materials from exotic beasts? How fortuitous. Su Bin waved his hand. Xiao Liang, come here and give my brother an estimate. Liangzi specialized in the trade of exotic beasts, making him the perfect choice. De Bin Gu, please don't involve me. Liangzi lamented. I have no money left. Do you not have business to conduct? Su Bin glared at him. Liangzi, tearfully, shuffled over, glanced at the contents of the bundle, then looked back at Ning Fan. Big brother, what do you think? Is fair price? Ultimately, Ning Fan sold all the materials from the exotic beasts to Liangzi. 60,000. Based on the market price, Su Bin managed to negotiate an additional 20%. It is estimated that these two transactions will leave Liangzi utterly bereft. The remaining 10 or so weapons, under Su Bin's guidance, were also sold at the market rate of 2,000 each. Now, Ning Fan holds nearly 100,000 salas in his grasp. It is not an exaggeration. He has never encountered such a sum in his life. Brother, what is your name? Su Bin suddenly inquired during their journey. Ning Fan recalled that they had met previously but had not formally introduced themselves. I am Ning Fan. I am Su Bin. I know. Ning Fan found Su Bin somewhat perplexing. He appeared quite simple-minded, yet at times seemed rather cunning. How did it go drinking with my father yesterday? Su Bin asked. I took a sip and was immediately inebriated, Ning Fan admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, that won't do, Su Bin scoffed. You need to practice more. Uncle Song was not skilled at first either. My father made him drink for 3 years before he improved. Ning Fan's lips twitched. The chief of District F21 was literally made to drink for 3 years by that old rascal Su Jiang? Well, it seems it worked out in the end. Su Bin. Those individuals in the black market seem to hold a great deal of fear towards old Su, and even the enforcers dare not offend him. Is it due to his relationship with the chief? Ning Fan inquired curiously. Su Bin shook his head. It has nothing to do with that. Then why? My father is formidable, Su Bin replied with pride. Ning Fan sighed. Gaining more insight into Su Jiang through Su Bin would likely prove to be a challenge. Hey, isn't this road leading back to your house? Ning Fan suddenly recognized the familiar street. Indeed. Did we not just agree on this? I am treating you to a meal. Oh dear. No rush. You all still have a few days before departing, right? I am utterly exhausted and need to get some sleep first. Very well. We shall discuss it when you wake. The two parted ways. Come evening, Hui Zi and Xiao Fei had concluded their respective tasks, and everyone reconvened at the inn. Captain, how did your discussion with Chu Hongba go? Xiao Fei's assignment was to explore the specifics of their journey to the soul return site with Chu Hongba. Our team will manage ourselves. Wink with a frown. Wolf Alliance will be under his command. If there are any disagreements in decision-making, we will defer to him. Neither was surprised by this outcome. The strength of the Wolf Alliance was evident. Even if Lin Chuan were present, it would be difficult to contest the command based on their team's capabilities. Moreover, with Su Jiang's endorsement, the greatest advantage was mutual trust, which is crucial for collaboration among teams. Additionally, Xiao Fei mentioned that the journey to the Soul Return Basin is not particularly short. They must travel by car. And they require our assistance in providing vehicles. We will likely need to purchase 3, Huizi stated without hesitation. I checked today, and each will cost around 8,000. He then turned to Ning Fan. Kid, how much did those items sell for? 82,000, Ning Fan replied with a smile. Both were taken aback. Xiao Fei sized up Ning Fan, and after a considerable pause, exclaimed, Why don't you stay in the district and engage in business? We can seek out Chuan Gu ourselves. Chapter 0056. The request of the commander. It is no wonder that the two were astonished. They had previously calculated the value of those items. and at most, it amounted to just over 60,000. Surely, it would not exceed 70,000. Yet, Ning Fan sold them for 82,000. They were genuinely apprehensive about missing this business opportunity. Embarrassed, Ning Fan recounted the entire sequence of events, and only then did they begin to comprehend the situation. Well, not only did they owe a favor to old Su, but they also found themselves indebted to young Su. Huizi managed a wry smile. Without Su Bin's assistance, not only would Ning Fan have been unable to sell for 82,000, but he might have even been detained. Fine, an obligation is an obligation. There will be a chance to repay it. Huizi shifted the topic. Ning Fan has over 80,000 in hand, and Captain, you should have around 40,000. With such ample funds, shall I procure some additional medicinal supplies? Go ahead, came the reply. When venturing into the Soul Return Basin, one can never predict the risks that may arise. Since we have the money, we might as well spend it as long as we are alive. We can earn more. The three swiftly calculated their expenses. 5,000 for the Wolf Alliance, 18,000 for a vehicle, approximately 20,000 for medicine, and they needed to stock up on provisions for the journey. A total of 100,000 should suffice. Alas, money is difficult to earn, yet it vanishes so swiftly, Huizi lamented. Despite the lamentation, the trio was not overly distressed, as this was all in pursuit of finding Brother Chuan. All right, let us retire for the night. During this time, we should rest well. Tomorrow, let us split up to gather information about the Soul Return Basin. The more we know, the lower our risks will be. Just as Xiao Fei and Huizi were about to leave, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Su Jiang staggered in, a bottle of liquor in hand. Why didn't you come to find me today? The three of them were taken aback. Su Jiang unceremoniously plopped down on a chair and glanced at Huizi. Feeling better now? Huizi grimaced. To be honest, even speaking still makes me feel nauseous. Perfect, a little more drinking will clear it right up. Su Jiang placed the liquor on the table. Huizi had no choice but to comply. They had received so much help from him. It would be impolite to refuse his invitation for a drink. Ah, by the way, Su Jiang exclaimed, slapping his forehead, you lot are heading to that basin, aren't you? The Soul Return Basin. You asked about it 5 times yesterday. Xiao Fei muttered. Oh, did I? Ha! Must have been too much to drink to remember. Su Jiang chuckled. Girl, you and this kid don't drink anyway. It's a perfect opportunity to meet someone who is also interested in that basin. Meet whom? Ning Fan inquired. Curious, Su Jiang pointed out the window. Downstairs? Just go down and say you are friends of old Su. Xiao Fei and Ning Fan exchanged glances. All right, the two descended the stairs. Meanwhile, Huizi was also intrigued. Old Su, who is it? Song Kai. Su Jiang replied, prying open the bottle cap with his teeth and handing it to Huizi. Just a buddy. As Ning Fan and Xiao Fei reached the ground floor, they spotted a vehicle parked outside. Surely, this must be old Su's friend. A head emerged from the back seat. The man appeared to be around 40, amiable and exuding a refined demeanor. Indeed, my surname is Song. You may call me brother if you wish, or old Song will suffice as well. Song Kai pushed open the car door. Let us converse after you get in. Although Song Kai did not introduce his identity, both parties were already aware. The district chief of F21, on the way, Song Kai displayed no airs, engaging in casual banter with the two, upon learning that they originally hailed from F32 but could not return due to a minor conflict. Song Kai graciously smiled and said, no problem. You can live just as well in F21. Half an hour later, the car halted before a 3-story building. Following Song Kai upstairs, they arrived at an office. He produced a box of cigarettes and offered them to the two. Care for a smoke? It's not the finest, but it has its flavor. The two declined. Director Song. Ning Fan spoke first. Old Su mentioned you sought us out regarding the matter of the Soul Returning Basin. Noting the direct approach, Song Kai dispensed with pleasantries. Yes, he lit a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, his expression gradually darkening. If it's not too much trouble, I would like to ask for your assistance in locating someone. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow. A Guerin? Indeed. Song Kai's gaze grew complex, seemingly disapproving of the term Guerin. The two fell silent, knowing that Song Kai would continue on his own. He sat in an armchair. Head bowed, his eyes dimmed. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. It's my son. Both felt an involuntary shudder, particularly Xiao Fei, who understood better than Ning Fan the agony of having a loved one transformed into a Guerin. Are you certain he is in the Soul Returning Basin? Uncertain, Song Kai replied with a bitter smile. But is it not said that it is a paradise for Guerin? Perhaps he is there. As he spoke, Ning Fan noticed that Song Kai's eyes had reddened. His fingers, holding the cigarette, trembled slightly. This was the helplessness of a father. Even as the district chief of F-21, the highest authority in the region, he could not summon his son back. Very well. Perhaps due to a shared sense of empathy, Xiao Fei nodded without hesitation. What will you do once you find him? Song Kai remained silent. Xiao Fei pressed on. Will you not kill him? Song Kai's body trembled, the cigarette but falling onto his trousers. Even as it burned a hole and he caught the scent of charred flesh, he remained oblivious. Perhaps to kill him. Song Kai lifted his head, seemingly reluctant to appear foolish in front of the two younger individuals. This way, everyone will be liberated. The room fell into profound silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Fan spoke slowly. Brother Song, perhaps there is a way for Guerin to revert to normal. Song Kai suddenly turned to Ning Fan. Ning Fan continued, Did old Su not inform you? Song Kai shook his head. Old Su had merely told him that a reliable group was headed to the soul-returning basin. Ning Fan felt a flicker of confusion. They had already conveyed this information to Old Su. Why had he not shared it with Song Kai? Had he forgotten after drinking too much? Do you possess a means to restore my son to a normal state? Without waiting for Ning Fan to ponder further, Song Kai asked eagerly. Xiao Fei pondered for a moment. This method cannot be definitively confirmed at present. All we can say is that there is hope. Song Kai, no longer concerned with the intricacies, trembled all over, and in his previously dim eyes, a fervent flame of hope had ignited. Regardless of its feasibility, it must be attempted. With disregard for his social standing, Song Kai implored, Could you possibly share this method with me? Since Song Kai was a friend of Old Su, the two did not treat him as an outsider. Soon, Xiao Fei succinctly conveyed the method that Ning Fan had inquired about. Upon hearing it, Song Kai's expression grew noticeably more solemn. Are you saying we need to seek assistance from Lin Hai of the Santong Cooperation District? Yes, Ning Fan sighed, but we have yet to devise a strategy for how to approach Lin Hai and persuade him to assist us. Song Kai brushed the ash off his pants. His gaze shifted. If you can bring my son back, I will find a way to reach out to Lin Hai. Chapter 0057. The nature of Old Su. Ning Fan's eyes brightened. Indeed, given their current standing, it would be quite challenging to make contact with the leader of the Santong Cooperation District. However, Song Kai might possess a solution. After all, he was the chief. Although Ning Fan remained unclear about the hierarchical structure between the leaders of the Santong Cooperation District and the various regional chiefs, he estimated that any disparity should not be too vast. I heard that your journey to the Soul Return Basin is for your captain. Song Kai seemed to be in a better mood. For the first time in many years, he felt a flicker of hope. Even though this possibility was not yet fully realized, merely having a glimmer of aspiration was a luxury for him. Any father, given the chance, would never seek out someone to harm his own son. Yes, Ning Fan nodded. Our captain willingly transformed into a specter to avenge our brothers. Alin Chuan, is it? I've heard Old Su mention him. He seems to be quite a righteous man, Song Kai remarked. However, in this cruel world, good people often meet unfortunate ends. Ning Fan found himself in agreement with Song Kai's sentiment. In this realm, life and death are often dictated by familial connections. In Subei, people kill without consequence, all because of a father who is a leader. Even if he is apprehended, punishment is seldom forthcoming. In light of this, I shall cover all expenses for your journey to the Soul Return Basin, Song Kai suddenly declared. Just provide me with a list of what you need, and I will find someone to procure it. I am more familiar with this place than you. This gesture left Ning Fan and Xiao Fei feeling somewhat embarrassed. There's no need. We still have sufficient funds at present. Xiao Fei waved his hand. Besides, we have yet to locate anyone. Not a problem. Old Su assured me of your reliability, and I trust him, Song Kai stated grandly. Even if you do not find my son, consider this an opportunity for friendship. For that you have given me hope. With a sigh, Song Kai added, life becomes exceedingly arduous without hope. Ning Fan suddenly understood why Song Kai often drank with Su Jiang. It was because of his son. Though he held the title of chief, he was still human, burdened by insurmountable obstacles and unresolvable matters. Alcohol could provide him with a temporary escape. Ning Fan harbored a lingering question in his heart, and after much hesitation, he could not help but voice it. Brother Song, I must confess my curiosity. What exactly does Old Su do? Ning Fan remarked earnestly. I can sense that he holds significant prestige in Zone F-21. Yet, Song Kai chuckled, yet this old rascal appears rather unfocused. does he not? Indeed, Ning Fan replied with a wry smile. However, he sought the assistance of the Wolf Alliance for us, which gives the impression that he is quite reliable in his dealings. It is rather contradictory, much like his son, Su Bin, who embodies both foolishness and intelligence. Old Su, truly, is a remarkable individual. A smile played at the corners of Song Kai's mouth as he continued. I mentioned earlier that in this world, good people seldom have favorable endings. Yet, conversely, those who are excessively wicked do not necessarily enjoy a fortunate conclusion either. Ning Fan refrained from interjecting as Song Kai elaborated. As for Old Su, he is the kind of person. If you were to call him a good man, at times he certainly engages in rather distasteful antics, but to label him as a bad man, I would vehemently disagree. He does not embody mindless benevolence, nor can he achieve the pinnacle of malevolence, that is Su Jiang for you. But why do the people in Zone F21 hold him in such reverence? Ning Fan remained puzzled. There are many such individuals. Why is it that Su Jiang thrives in Zone F21? Is it because he hails from the upper city? Nonsense. Song Kai, appearing scholarly, seemed to transform when discussing Su Jiang. He was cast down by the upper city. To put it bluntly, the refuse discarded by the upper city. Why should we be compelled to honor and support him? What do you think we, the lower city folk, have particularly soft knees? At this juncture, Song Kai fell into reminiscence. In truth, when Old Su was first retrieved from the path of grace, he endured a rather miserable existence. You all know how the inhabitants of the upper city regard us. They perceive us as vermin from the sewers, as cockroaches and pests. Can we not harbor resentment towards those from the upper city? Coincidentally, when an upper city noble was discarded, do you believe anyone would treat him kindly? When a lofty noble from the upper city tumbles into our gutter, would we not seize the opportunity to vent our frustrations upon him? When Old Su initially arrived, he had neither food nor shelter, and many, whenever they felt disgruntled, would go to the trash heap to kick him. Yet Old Su never engaged in conflict. He simply slept in the refuse, eating whatever he could find when hunger struck. There were even remarks made at the time. This upper city noble exhibits no airs, appearing more like a cockroach than we do. Upon hearing this, both Ning Fan and Xiao Fei felt a surge of emotion. Although Su Jiang now resembles a beggar, no one would ever suspect that he once lived such a life. And what happened next? Ning Fan inquired. Over time, did everyone simply come to accept him? What a joke. Song Kai promptly dismissed Ning Fan's assumption. Can centuries of resentment dissipate so easily? The release of such pent-up frustration only intensifies. This matter, I find it difficult to discuss with you. Ning Fan felt a twinge of discomfort. The story had unfolded partially, yet abruptly halted. It felt somewhat frustrating. Alas, never mind, that old fellow never intended to keep it a secret. Throughout his life, he has been most unfazed by the opinions of others. Song Kai seemed to find this amusing, urging him to hold back, which made him quite uncomfortable. Later, there was a young widow, whose husband was a traveler and had perished outside, leaving her all alone. This young widow was kind-hearted. Noticing that Old Su was rummaging through garbage every day, she would occasionally bring him some food. It wasn't anything extravagant, merely leftover scraps from her home, but it was certainly preferable to the refuse he had been consuming. Old Su was ungracious, eagerly awaiting the widow's visits without even uttering a word of thanks. Thus, this continued for over a month, until the young widow became pregnant. Ning Fan was taken aback. Old Su certainly had his ways, didn't he? To think one could woo a widow from a garbage dump. Xiao Fei shot him a glare. Your current manner of speaking increasingly resembles that of Hui Zi. Ning Fan chuckled awkwardly and turned to Song Kai. Brother Song? Please, carry on. That child, however, is not Old Su's, Song Kai clarified. It is the seed left by the widow's husband before he departed. It has nothing to do with Old Su whatsoever. Suddenly, Ning Fan recalled. That child. Yes, it is De Bin. Song Kai nodded. At the time, many believed the young widow was rather shameless, scavenging the refuse of the upper city just after her husband's death. Was it not a bit brazen? Thus, at some point, rumors spread that the child in the widow's womb was actually fathered by Old Su. From that day forth, the widow's life was never peaceful again. Chapter 0058, Wolf Alliance. Origins. Initially, the gossip in the streets did not faze the young widow, but as time passed, the entire district was abuzz with tales, and some even suggested that she had been involved with Old Su while her husband was still alive. Song Kai licked his parched lips. After all, she was a woman. Who would not care for their own dignity? Gradually, The young widow could no longer endure it and dared not bring old Su any food. However, old Su was quite indifferent, having previously subsisted on garbage. As long as he could survive, the absence of the widow's offerings simply returned him to his earlier state of existence. Thus, half a year passed, and the young widow died. Ning Fan felt a jolt in his heart. He realized that it was likely at that moment that old Su had truly come back to life. How did she die? Xiao Fei, too, sensed something amiss and inquired. Her expression troubled. She was beaten to death by a group of men. Song Kai sighed. At that time, the young widow had just given birth, and everyone around had already assumed the child belonged to old Su, branding it as a bastard and stripping the widow of her dignity as a citizen of the upper city. People, when seeking to vent their frustrations, always require a seemingly justifiable reason, and then, that group of men carried the widow's lifeless body to the garbage dump, throwing it before old Su and telling him that anyone who showed him kindness would meet the same fate. Ning Fan felt a profound discomfort within. It was true that old Su belonged to the upper city, and Ning Fan harbored deep-seated disdain for those from the upper echelons. Yet the crux of the matter was, old Su had never provoked them. After being cast aside, he hides in the corner each day, causing no harm, inflicting no suffering, and even refraining from affecting the lives of those in the lower town. Why must he be subjected to further torment? Does this not parallel the bullying of the lower town by those from the upper town? Ning Fan could hardly fathom the emotions that would envelop Lao Su upon witnessing the lifeless body of the young widow discarded before him. It is said that Lao Su remained remarkably composed at that moment. Song Kai continued, stating that he posed a singular question to those individuals. Where is the child? Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes flickered as she interjected. He must have asked exactly that. Indeed, Song Kai nodded. Those ruffians had abandoned the child in the wilderness. Ning Fan closed his eyes, for even now, the mere thought of that scene was beyond his capacity to envision. They claimed that casting the child into the wild was a means of atoning for the deceased husband of the young widow. A child born out of wedlock was deemed unworthy of remaining within the district. Lao Su said nothing but ventured outside the area for the first time. 3 days later, he returned cradling a boy. That child was Dabin. Upon reaching this point in his tale, Song Kai lit a cigarette, steadied his emotions, and continued. As for those who had caused the death of the young widow, within a week, they all mysteriously vanished. Where did they go? It remains a mystery, for their bodies have yet to be discovered. After a moment of contemplation, Song Kai recalled. On one occasion, after having a bit too much to drink, I inquired of Lao Su about this matter. He merely stated that those individuals had gone to the places they were destined to go. Following Dabin's return, Lao Su no longer resided at the refuse station, but instead took up work as a sorter on the Road of Grace and rented the modest, dilapidated house he currently occupies. When questioned about the boy, he simply claimed Dabin was his son. Ning Fan expressed his confusion. But wait, doesn't that imply he acknowledges that the young widow? Yes, he has indeed accepted it. Song Kai replied with a wry smile. He said that once a person has passed, their reputation loses significance. The child is still alive and must not be left without parents. An illegitimate child is easily victimized. Henceforth, he shall be Dabin's father, and anyone who dares to bully Dabin shall face his protection. Xiao Fei nodded in agreement. He has done nothing wrong. Even if he were to clarify that the child is not his, no one would believe him. Exactly, Song Kai concurred. Most people are inclined to believe what they wish to believe. However, Dabin is certainly a filial child. Ning Fan commented. Moreover, being rescued by Lao Su from the wilderness signifies a second chance at life, and he is thriving now. How could he not be healthy? Dabin has grown up feasting on the finest delicacies from the upper town. He has never even tasted the food of the lower town, Song Kai exclaimed, throwing up his hands. That little rascal lives more lavishly than I do. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. Even though Lao Su had found work as a sorter on the Road of Grace and earned money, he still subsisted on refuse. His earnings, aside from rent, were solely spent on fine vegetables for Dabin, and in his words, this child deserves nothing less. After Dabin's arrival, Lao Su no longer allowed himself to be bullied. If someone kicked him a couple of times, it was no matter, but should anyone utter a single no regarding the child, they would surely face dire consequences within 2 days. Gradually, some began to realize that old Su might indeed possess certain capabilities, and as a result, the number of those who dared to bully him dwindled. Ning Fan inquired, but it can't be as it is now, can it? Clearly, old Su now holds a prominent position in the F21 district, This is not merely a matter of whether one dares to bully him. Listen to me until I finish. Song Kai cleared his throat. Do you remember the Wolf Alliance that came to assist you? Did Chu Hongba say anything to you? No, they only discussed matters regarding the Soul Return Basin. Ah, it seems he is still not very familiar with you. Song Kai chuckled. That lad considers old Su as a sort of father figure. It is unclear how old Su and Chu Hongba's father first made contact, but upon getting acquainted, they found common ground and gradually became close friends. At that time, the Wolf Alliance was still under old Chu's leadership, reigning supreme in the F21 district. Most people would not dare to provoke them, and many speculated that old Su was merely clinging to old Chu for support. After all, since their acquaintance, the number of individuals bold enough to trouble old Su had significantly diminished. Approximately a decade ago, old Chu accepted a commission and led the Wolf Alliance on an expedition, but ultimately, only half of them returned. Song Kai's expression turned somber. Old Chu did not make it back. At that time, Chu Hongba was still under 20, having yet to embark on his journeys with his father. He was nothing more than a naive youth, ill-equipped to manage such a vast enterprise as the Wolf Alliance. The older members of the alliance began to entertain ideas of seizing this brand for themselves. Ning Fan frowned. Are they really that desperate, given their shared history? Indeed, Song Kai replied earnestly. You have no idea how valuable the Wolf Alliance brand is in the F21 district. To put it in perspective, for the same commission, a typical team would charge 20,000, while the Wolf Alliance dares to demand 50,000. They have a renowned reputation and a solid foundation. It is worth that price. At old Chu's funeral, the veteran members of the Wolf Alliance could no longer contain themselves. They surrounded the orphan child and his grieving mother, intent on claiming the brand. Chu Hongba, being a headstrong lad, resolutely refused to yield, and these old-timers resorted to violence at his father's funeral. Did old Su intervene? Ning Fan asked. Song Kai nodded. Old Su received word of the situation after finishing his shift at the Path of Grace, and rushed over immediately. Upon witnessing Chu Hongba battered and bruised, old Su posed a single question. Song Kai's eyes brightened slightly. This brand, I shall preserve for you. As for the people, can you rebuild it? Chapter 0059. 3 questions. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. The current members of the Wolf Alliance were all brought forth by Chu Hongba himself, and those elders, they must have all been dealt with by old Su, the brand. Had this been before, Ning Fan might not have understood its true value. However, thinking of Lin Chuan and the Wild Dog's home, he comprehended the significance of a brand for a team. When one passes, the brand must endure. It transcends monetary concerns. Since then, old Su has devoted his days to 3 pursuits: working, caring for Dabin, and accompanying Chu Hongba into the wilderness. Upon reaching this point, Song Kai appeared to have found a sense of relief. Exhaling deeply, now, Lao Su can be considered at ease. Dabin has matured, and Chu Hongba has also upheld the Wolf Alliance. This statement may seem straightforward, yet none can truly comprehend the tribulations Lao Su has endured over the past 2 decades. Setting aside the fact that he once belonged to the upper city, even as an ordinary citizen of the lower city, few could withstand the lifestyle Lao Su has led. What could have caused Lao Su to be cast down from the upper city? Ning Fan ventured to pose a most pivotal question. Song Kai chuckled and shook his head. I do not know. Haven't you ever been curious? Curious. My heart has been itching with curiosity, replied Song Kai, scratching his chest. But there's no way to inquire. That would be akin to carving flesh from another. Ning Fan understood. When Lao Su was first cast down, his spirit was lost. It was the widow and Dabin who revived him. Now, Dabin has grown into adulthood, and Lao Su harbors little desire in his heart. Thus, he resorts to alcohol daily to numb himself. The upper city remains an unresolved knot in his heart. Lao Su has long since regarded himself as a person of the lower city, and we need not concern ourselves with his past in the upper city. Having exhausted his narrative, Song Kai stood and stretched, suddenly recalling something. By the way, regarding these matters, let us leave it be. Don't mention it to Lao Su. Otherwise, that old rascal will surely drown me in liquor again. Observing the trepidation in Song Kai's demeanor, Ning Fan could surmise that, though Song Kai did not articulate it, he must have owed Lao Su a personal favor. Lao Su may appear disheveled, yet he is resolute when it comes to business. The 3 continued their conversation for a while, and at Song Kai's persistent urging, Ning Fan and Xiao Fei left him a clearance list for exiting the district. As Song Kai stated, he possesses a deeper understanding of Zone F21. Some matters transcend monetary value. Even with wealth, Ning Fan and the others might not be able to procure them. If it feels awkward, it would be best to bring his son back. Song Kai arranged for a vehicle to take the two back to their hotel. Just as they were about to enter, they overheard the voices of Lao Su and Huizi from within. I'm not boasting. If I were to be a few years younger, I would definitely storm into the Santong Cooperation Zone and give Chuan a taste of its own medicine. You can forget that. After a few drinks, you'd be nursing those wounds. What? You don't believe me? Didn't you see yesterday in the wild? I knocked that earth dragon senseless with a single punch. I want to argue with you on that. Your fists are indeed formidable, but I just can't comprehend. If you possess such prowess, why not venture out and explore? Is it truly entertaining to drink at home every day? Venture out? I've descended from the upper city. This is merely a discreet visit. What is there that I have not seen? Venture. What is there to explore? All right. You hail from the upper city. You're esteemed. You're impressive. You're knowledgeable. You are unlike us vermin. What, jealous? Feeling unbalanced because you weren't born in the upper city? What imbalance? What is so great about the upper city? I feel quite content living in the lower city. I have brothers. I have friends. Indeed, the upper city. Damn it. If you can't drink, just admit it. What on earth is going on with the underground? As if I am invisible. Is the wine free? Outside the room, Ning Fan and Xiao Fei exchanged glances, both sharing a wry smile. Had they not heard Song Kai recount the past of old Su today, they would never have imagined that this old fellow had such a rich history. Why don't you stay in Huizi's room? These two will likely take quite some time to finish drinking. Xiao Fei waved her hand and returned to her own room. Ning Fan also retreated to his quarters to rest. Just as he slipped into slumber, Ning Fan suddenly became alert, eye in his vision. A sword's edge was aimed directly at his throat. This strike was one he had mentally rehearsed countless times. Although he held no sword, he raised his hand as if gripping one. Whoosh. The blade of Jin Wucho was deflected. The scene was peculiar. Although Ning Fan grasped only air, the opponent's sword seemed to have met an invisible force that repelled it. I am alive. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. Though dying in a dream does not equate to true death, the exhilaration of surviving imbued him with immense joy. Opposite him, Jin Wucho glanced at the sword in his hand. From his expression, Ning Fan discerned surprise. Your progress is rapid, Jin Wucho remarked as he sheathed his sword. You possess considerable talent. Does this mean I have now mastered your sword technique? Ning Fan was keenly aware of the compliment. Yet Jin Wucho poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Not even close. Ning Fan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he recognized the significant enhancement of his abilities in recent times. If this did not signify the grasp of Jin Wucho's sword essence, then his potential for further improvement was indeed promising. This could be seen as good news. I previously promised you that if you dodged my sword, I would answer 3 of your questions. Jin Wucho stated indifferently, you have already exhausted the first question, 2 remain. Ning Fan was taken aback. He clearly remembered Jin Wucho mentioning this earlier. But does that really count as a question? Certainly, Jin Wucho continued. You now have but 1 remaining inquiry. Ning Fan nearly exploded. Over the past period, he had weathered many experiences and felt emotionally stable. Yet in that moment, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. What vexed him further was that he hesitated to speak. Given Jin Wucho's nature, it was entirely possible that his next statement could be construed as a question, thus wasting all 3. Stay calm. Ning Fan repeatedly urged himself to keep a clear head. What should he ask? After 10 full minutes of contemplation, Jin Wucho showed no signs of impatience. Finally, Ning Fan's expression grew serious. You previously mentioned that my sword is a sword coffin, and that you 8 souls were imprisoned by someone. Ning Fan enunciated each word deliberately. Who was the person that imprisoned you? Obtaining the answer to this question might unravel a portion of the mysteries plaguing his mind. For instance, if he was neither of the upper city bloodline nor the lower city bloodline, then what exactly was he? Upon hearing Ning Fan's query, Jin Wucho hesitated only briefly before extending his finger. Ning Fan was taken aback, because he observed that Jin Wucho's finger was pointing directly at the resplendent, emerald green coffin situated in the center. Chapter 0060. Not fully satisfied. This answer indeed took Ning Fan completely by surprise. He fixated on that coffin, pondering whether the last soul confined within was the master of this broken sword. Who could he be? You have finished asking your 3 questions, Jin Wucho stated indifferently. Ning Fan furrowed his brow, feeling an insatiable itch within. In reality, He had only managed to pose a single question. However, it was evident that Jian Wuchou's nature would not afford him the opportunity to haggle. What should I do next? Suddenly, Ning Fan realized. If I could pass your other assessments, would there not be further chances to inquire? No, Jian Wuchou's response extinguished much of Ning Fan's fervor. Why not? There is no reason, Jian Wuchou replied flatly. I do not wish to answer further. This answer left Ning Fan feeling utterly frustrated. What must I do to unlock that coffin? Since Jian Wuchou refused to respond, Ning Fan decided to directly address the individual within the emerald green coffin. Jian Wuchou smiled. Not yet. He stepped back a couple of paces and then hurled his sword into the air. Until you defeat me, the other coffins shall remain sealed. Before Ning Fan could fully comprehend, the sword soaring into the sky descended upon him like a striking phoenix. Instantly aware of the imminent danger, Ning Fan evaded. SCZ? The blade grazed his chest. Even in a dream, the sensation of pain remained vividly real, causing Ning Fan to grimace. Yet the sword did not afford him the luxury of suffering. After slicing through his body, it approached his throat at a most peculiar angle. Damn! The moment he recognized the ferocity of the strike, Ning Fan knew he could not evade it. If you block this strike, your swordsmanship shall have reached 1/3 of my level. Just before the blade pierced his throat, Ning Fan heard Jian Wuchou's words. And then? Ning Fan urgently inquired as death loomed. Then, I shall employ other techniques to kill you. Without granting Ning Fan another moment to speak, the sword had already penetrated his throat. Bang! Ning Fan jolted upright in bed. Damn it. His morning ire was substantial. He had failed to clarify his questions and ultimately could not escape death. What a vexation. Knock, knock, knock. Are you awake? A voice from outside the door belonged to Xiao Fei. Yes, I'm awake. Ning Fan temporarily set aside thoughts of Jian Wuchou, dressed, and opened the door. Come downstairs. The members of the Wolf Alliance have arrived. At the edge of the F-21 district wall, Ning Fan and Xiao Fei led the way, while Huizi leaned against the wall, feeling unsteady as he followed behind. Knowing that they might be leaving the district today. Why drink to excess? Xiao Fei frowned in discontent. Yet Huizi retorted. Did I want to drink? Huizi, with bloodshot eyes, exclaimed. Ugh, Su Jiang, that old bastard, truly is a beast. He practically forced me to drink by gripping my chin and pouring it down my throat. Ugh, Ning Fan let out a bitter smile. Recalling how Song Kai had also displayed a semblance of fear at the prospect of Su Jiang forcing him to drink yesterday, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Huizi. Are you here? Chu Hongba approached, first casting a glance at Huizi, a smile unwittingly breaking across his resolute face. Did Suyi make you drink? Huizi felt a bit embarrassed. Losing face in front of family mattered little. But before outsiders, he had to maintain some dignity. He drank normally, and that old fellow ended up vomiting. Chu Hongba said no more, his expression turning serious as he addressed Xiao Fei. My team is ready. We can depart at any moment. All right. Xiao Fei pointed towards the 3 vehicles parked by the regional wall. The supplies are in the vehicles. Check and see if there's anything else we need to prepare. These 3 cars had been sent over by Song Kai that morning, fully stocked with all necessary provisions. Furthermore, their quality surpassed anything they had previously considered. Both the tires and the exterior had been modified. If put on the market, they would likely fetch at least 20,000 salas each. One could not deny that Song Kai was quite generous. Chu Hongba made no pretense of modesty, instructing his subordinates to rummage through the vehicles. After a young man inspected them, he gave Chu Hongba a thumbs up. Brother, they're all excellent goods. All right. Chu Hongba nodded, turning once more to Xiao Fei. So, when do you plan to leave? Right now. Xiao Fei was eager to proceed without further delay. Chu Hongba glanced at Huizi, a hint of concern in his voice. Will you be all right? What is there to worry about? Ugh. Huizi straightened up unsteadily. Rest assured, I won't vomit in the car. Chu Hongba was indifferent. Even if Huizi temporarily lacked combat capability, it would not diminish their overall strength. After all, this operation would see the Wolf Alliance as the main force. Then let us go. The group promptly boarded the vehicles. Chu Hongba accompanied the Wild Dog House vehicle, while the other 2 were entrusted to the members of the Wolf Alliance. Just as the 3 cars were about to pull out of the zone, a hearty voice suddenly called out from behind. Wait a moment. Ning Fan turned to see Su Bin rushing towards them, a massive crossbow slung across his back. What's the matter, De Bin? Has something happened to old Su? Huizi perked up immediately. Is it alcohol poisoning? No, what could possibly be wrong with my dad? He said he didn't drink enough yesterday and went to continue drinking with Uncle Song. Su Bin chuckled. Huizi's face turned pale. What the hell? I risked my life to keep you company, and you say you didn't drink enough? Are you trampling on my face while cursing me? I'm going with you. Su Bin opened the door to their vehicle. Huh. Chu Hongba was somewhat taken aback. Bin, you're coming too. Did Suyi permit this? Yes, my dad said that since he always takes me out for fun. He worries I might find it boring. He wants me to join you all and see the world. Chu Hongba furrowed his brow. To be fair, he was reluctant to have Su Bin tagging along. If it were just the three from the Wild Dog House, he would certainly help wholeheartedly out of respect for Su Jiang. But there remained a gap in their relationship, a distance marked by sentiments. Even if he exerted himself to the utmost, he would prioritize the protection of his own. However, for Su Bin, the situation was entirely different. Even if it meant his own demise, he would never allow Su Bin to be put in peril. Upon contemplating this, Chu Hongba comprehended the essence of Su Jiang's message. Do not regard the trio from Wild Dog House as outsiders. Very well, Chu Hongba's expression grew more solemn. Bin, in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, take care of yourself. If something unexpected arises, I may not be able to look out for you. Brother, why do you look down on me so? Su Bin shook the colossal crossbow in his hand. When the time comes, whoever dares to obstruct me shall see just how fiercely I will confront them. Chapter 0061. The distance between Upper City and Lower City at the very moment when Ning Fan and his companions drove 3 vehicles out of the gates of Zone F21. In Song Kai's office, a conversation unfolded. No, old Su, didn't you just drink until dawn last night? Aren't you going to sleep? Song Kai gazed at the array of spirits on the desk, sighing in resignation. I still have a plethora of matters to attend to. How about we drink again tonight? No drinking tonight. Su Jiang waved his hand, chuckling. I've had my fill. Song Kai was taken aback. He had served as the commander of Zone F21 for nearly a decade and had known Su Jiang for just as long. The phrase had my fill seemed to be uttered for the first time by Su Jiang. What does this mean? The playful demeanor in Song Kai vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Before Su Jiang could respond, Song Kai's pupils constricted sharply. You let Bin leave with those from Wild Dog House. The child has grown. It is time to let go. Su Jiang's smile carried a hint of reluctance. After all, he was not his biological offspring. Having nurtured him for nearly 20 years was already considerable. Nonsense, Song Kai, agitated, retorted. Do you think I don't know who you are? When have you ever not regarded Bin as your own? Who do you think you're fooling? Su Jiang fell silent, instead taking a swig from his drink. Old Su, what exactly do you intend to do? Don't frighten me. Song Kai furrowed his brows, the commander of the entire Zone F21 revealing a flicker of panic in his eyes. What's the matter? Are you afraid I might die and leave you without someone to drink with? Su Jiang chuckled, scratching his nose. The poison within me is about to erupt. Song Kai was momentarily stunned before he quickly exhaled in relief. Damn, I thought something serious was going on. You scared me. As he spoke, Song Kai picked up his phone. I'll buy you a dose. After all, he was the commander. Although the price of the antidote was steep, he could manage to afford it with a bit of sacrifice. The remarkable thing was that Song Kai didn't even hesitate to offer help to Su Jiang. Such camaraderie was indeed rare in the lower city. No need. Su Jiang placed his hand on the phone, his smile gradually fading. That antidote, I can procure it myself. Where will you get it? Song Kai momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Su Jiang did not respond directly but instead pointed twice at the ceiling. Song Kai blinked, suddenly feeling a shiver run through him. Old Su, you it is time to return. Su Jiang's smile slowly morphed into a bitter expression, tinged with hatred. Song Kai fell into silence. Yet, his lips began to tremble ever so slightly. In truth, I had often contemplated the notion of remaining in the lower city, to perish there and be interred in its soil. It seemed rather agreeable. Su Jiang let out a sigh, accompanied by a derisive chuckle. But, damn it, I am unwilling to accept that. Song Kai remained mute. Su Jiang continued. Old Song, do you have any idea how far apart the upper city and the lower city are? What does that even mean? 18 minutes and 7 seconds. Su Jiang's voice was hoarse. From the moment I was cast into the path of grace, I commenced my countdown until I reached the ground, which took a total of 18 minutes. And 7 seconds. As he spoke, Su Jiang clenched his fists, producing a series of crackling sounds. Song Kai was moved. He couldn't fathom the sensation of plummeting through the dark, foul-smelling path of grace, utterly oblivious to when he would touch down, and what awaited him upon landing. What must that have felt like? More importantly, Song Kai was unaware of the identity of the person who had thrown Su Jiang down. If it were a stranger or an adversary, that would be one thing. But what if it were a beloved one? Old ex, you do not try to dissuade me. I am quite obstinate, Su Jiang interrupted Song Kai. That lad from the Chu family is now stronger than his father, and De Bin has also grown into adulthood. Su Jiang's eyes gradually glistened with tears. I have lost all desire. Song Kai too closed his eyes and tilted his head back. He understood that Su Jiang had long made up his mind. No one could be brought back. Is there any chance of a return? Song Kai inquired with his eyes still shut. Without you, drinking holds no joy. Not necessarily, Su Jiang shrugged. It depends on the circumstances. If one has a life, they may return. If not, it could be said to be a return to one's roots. Damn it. Ultimately, you still find the lower city filthy, do you not? You do not wish to be buried there. Song Kai retorted. Su Jiang, unfazed, burst into hearty laughter. To call the lower city filthy is merely because you have yet to witness what true filth truly is. With that, Su Jiang propped himself up and swayed slightly as he rose to his feet. Well then, seeing your demeanor, I lack the inclination to drink with you any longer, so I shall take my leave. As Su Jiang turned to depart, Song Kai, though already aware of the answer, trembled as he asked, Old Su, could you not leave? Su Jiang's body quivered slightly. He turned to face Song Kai, tears welling in his eyes. This was the first time Song Kai had seen Su Jiang weep. Su Jiang pointed to his chest with a finger. It hurts here. 2 streams of warm tears traced down his weathered face. It has hurt for 20 years. Old Su departed. Even though Song Kai was loath to entertain such thoughts, deep down he understood, this old fellow would not return. From the moment Su Bin was sent away, he had relinquished all ties. Damn you, Su old dog. You knew all along that you would leave. So why did you confide in me? The office echoed with Song Kai's anguished roared. I in the wilderness. 3 vehicles lined up in formation, steadily making their way toward the Soul's return basin. In Ning Fan's vehicle, apart from the 3 of them, were Su Bin and Chu Hongba. Once again, it was Huizi behind the wheel, a task he had undertaken since joining the Wild Dog Society, and he was quite adept at it. If no significant troubles arise along the way, we should arrive in approximately 8 or 9 hours. Chu Hongba leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. Shall we share the information we've gathered over the past few days? All right, replied Xiao Fei, who had been tasked with gathering intelligence. I've heard that near the Soul Return Basin, there exists a peculiar gathering. Indeed, I've come across the same information. This peculiar gathering is quite substantial, resembling a small settlement, inhabited by wanderers who have long been engaged with the strange beings in the Soul Return Basin. Chu Hongba nodded. I've also heard that there is a trade in these strange beings. A trade in strange beings? Huizi, the driver, turned around intrigued. Are there actually those who specialize in capturing them? Yes, Chu Hongba shrugged. And reportedly, they fetch a high price. Typically, the soul levels of these strange beings are quite elevated, with the 10 soul level being the most common and 100 soul level not being rare either. It is said that deep within the Soul Return Basin, there exist 1,000 soul level strange beings. Merely hearing this left the group feeling somewhat troubled. The fear associated with these strange beings arises from 2 aspects. Firstly, they lack consciousness and attack indiscriminately, relying solely on instinct. Secondly, their strength is formidable. Prolonged contact with souls occasionally allows them to absorb the weaker ones, which rapidly elevates their soul levels. In contrast, the advancement of spirit attendance is significantly more arduous. Ning Fan, upon hearing this, opened his mouth. Xiao Fei glanced at him. If you have any thoughts, please express them. I was pondering. Ning Fan furrowed his brow, scanning the group. Is it possible for us to locate Brother Chuan at this peculiar gathering? Chapter 0062. Peculiar gathering. As soon as these words were uttered, a silence enveloped the vehicle. Xiao Fei and Huizi had also considered this possibility, yet they dared not harbor overly optimistic hopes. Often, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Let us wait until we arrive to discuss it, Xiao Fei said expressionlessly. Thus, the 3 vehicles continued their journey without encountering many obstacles. They did, however, come across some strange beasts. But Ning Fan's vehicle remained unaffected. The individuals from the Wolf Alliance, in the other 2 vehicles, handled all the issues. Chu Hongba closed his eyes to rest, showing no inclination to intervene, confident that his brothers could manage. with 4, 10 soul level, and 5, single soul level individuals. It could be said, without any hesitation, that as long as they did not encounter high-tier strange beasts, they could traverse this route with ease. After nearly 10 hours of travel, a cluster of lights appeared ahead. The peculiar gathering from a distance, it resembled various other regions, though smaller in scale as the vehicles drew nearer. Ning Fan noticed that the perimeter of the gathering was constructed from the trunks of wild plants, significantly less robust than the walls of the regions. At that moment, the gathering was bustling with voices, even more lively than a typical region. When the 3 vehicles arrived at the entrance, 2 men clad in guard attire stood before the gates. "Brothers, how many of you are there?" One of the guards assessed the 3 vehicles, his eyes visibly brightening and his demeanor notably courteous. The quality of these vehicles, and the fact that there were 3, made it apparent to anyone that the occupants had some standing, about 10 or so. Huizi cautiously poked his head out, inquiring, "What's the matter? Is this your first time at the Giji?" The guard, grinning, raised 2 fingers and announced, "Entrance fee, 200 salas per person. 200. Huizi's expression soured slightly. "You're charging 200 just to enter? And it's on a per capita basis?" The guard shrugged nonchalantly, "We have to eat too." The Giji was a refuge spontaneously established by the travelers, strategically located less than 50 kilometers from the Seoul return basin. Its outer walls appeared less formidable than the regional barriers, necessitating a significant number of personnel for protection. These guards were simply earning their livelihoods. Huizi retreated into the vehicle, his face clearly etched with discomfort. 200 salas per individual, 3 vehicles, totaling 14 people. That amounted to 2,800. That was no trifling sum. What should we do? Should we proceed? Ning Fan also turned to Xiao Fei. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Fei replied, "Since we've come this far, let us take a look inside." Just as Huizi begrudgingly prepared to part with his money, Chu Hongba awoke, stretching lazily. "We only need to let our vehicle in." Gratitude flickered in Xiao Fei's eyes. It must be acknowledged that Chu Hongba's handling of matters was impeccable. As members of the Wolf Alliance, they wouldn't be responsible for any expenses incurred during the journey, regardless of the amount. It wasn't merely about money. It was about principle. Although Xiao Fei didn't show it, she surely felt reluctant to part with 2,800 salas. Therefore, Chu Hongba took the initiative to suggest that the brothers from the Wolf Alliance should remain outside, thereby saving Xiao Fei 1,800 salas. Moreover, it was a sentiment he alone could express. "Thank you," Xiao Fei said sincerely. Chu Hongba smiled. "Our mission is to assist you in locating someone, not to indulge in tourism. It wouldn't be reasonable to impose on you for our enlightenment." Xiao Fei was not one to fuss unnecessarily. A single expression of gratitude sufficed. Huizi swiftly settled the 1,000 salas. The guard accepted the payment, his smile growing even warmer. "What brings you brothers to the Giji? Looking to buy some guerin? Or perhaps some equipment?" "Just browsing," Huizi replied tersely. The guard permitted their entry, and the vehicle rolled into the Giji. Upon entering, the immediate impression the group received was one of chaos. The entire area was teeming with people, bustling even more than the black market. At least in the black market, there were designated stalls, maintaining a semblance of order amidst the disorder. However, here it was a cacophony of disarray. Wherever there was space, vendors set up shop. After all, this wasn't within the district, and as long as no major disturbances occurred, no one was there to maintain order. Shouts from vendors, calls of encouragement, and curses mingled with low growls. Ning Fan peered out from the vehicle, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. For the first time, he beheld a guerin, not far off, in a rusty cage. 3 beast-like figures with blood-red eyes were continuously roaring at the outside world. These 3 guerin were clad in tattered rags, their bodies smeared with mud and blood, their hands and feet shackled to the cage bars. What surprised Ning Fan even more was that beside the cage stood 4 cylindrical pillars, each about a meter in height, spirit-restraining devices. Ning Fan had previously encountered this contraption while apprehending Su Bei in District F-27. No wonder these guerin could only thrash about helplessly in their cage. It turned out their spirits were being restrained. However, it was once stated by one Kai that items such as the spirit-binding tools hold immense value, and there are only 2 sets in Zone F-27. Who exactly are these enigmatic individuals from the Giji group, and how did they manage to acquire such rare artifacts? The atmosphere within the vehicle gradually grew oppressive. On one hand, they yearned to see Brother Chuan here, to confirm his survival. Yet, on the other hand, They were filled with trepidation, fear that Brother Chuan, like those strange beings, might be treated like livestock, shackled in a cage. Devoid of dignity, brother, this price is truly reasonable. You must consider the quality of what we are dealing with. At that moment, a voice engaged in haggling captured Ning Fan's attention. He turned to see a middle-aged man standing beside a rusted cage, pointing at his merchandise and proclaiming, "Young, beautiful. And there are more than 80 of these, spirit-level tins. Such quality of strange beings is a worthy investment, whether for amusement or as enforcers." Beside him, a well-dressed man stroked his chin, a look of indecision on his brow. The middle-aged man continued his self-promotion. "Brother, if you think it's too expensive, feel free to browse around. I dare say, there is no merchandise of superior quality in the entire Giji." After pondering for a while, the cleanly dressed man sighed. "Forget it, 50,000 is still too steep. You could find a decent-looking girl in the district for merely 200 a time. How can that be compared, brother?" The middle-aged man licked his lips. "Those women in the district, what quality do they possess? Besides, this is a strange being. Let us put it this way. In the entire F district, how many have had the experience of engaging with strange beings? They are rare treasures. The experience is simply unparalleled. Wouldn't you agree?" Ning Fan curiously glanced at the cage. Inside was a girl, a very young girl. She was completely unclothed, her hands and feet bound to the four corners of the cage, positioned in a sprawling manner. Though she was shrieking in a frenzied state, it was evident that she was quite beautiful. If she hadn't been transformed into a strange being, she would surely captivate many men. Sighing, Ning Fan reflected that despite having been a practitioner for some time, he felt his mindset had matured greatly, yet witnessing such a scene still left him with an uncomfortable sensation. However, to his astonishment, when he turned his head, he was met with a face distorted by rage. Xiao Fei. Her eyes were fixated intently on the cage. Tang Dao had drawn his weapon at some unknown point. Ning Fan's gaze suddenly sharpened. He had come to a realization. "Fei Jia." Ning Fan licked his dry lips. "She is." The words hung unspoken on his lips. Yet, judging by Xiao Fei's reaction, it was almost certain. This girl was her sister. Xiao Fei had mentioned before that her sister had become a strange being. To his disbelief, they had yet to find Brother Chuan, but had instead encountered her sister first, in such a dire circumstance. "Xiao Fei?" Huizi had evidently recognized the gravity of the situation. "If you try to stop me, I will strike you down first." Xiao Fei, with reddened eyes, did not spare Huizi a glance. Chu Hongba was caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Although no one spoke of it, he, with his intellect, grasped the general situation. Squinting thoughtfully for a moment, he finally murmured, "Captain Xiao, this lies beyond the scope of the mission. Your involvement is unnecessary." Xiao Fei had already placed her hand on the car door. Chu Hongba reached out to intervene, but Xiao Fei's Tang Dao was already poised against his throat. Hua Wu was released. The mysterious assembly was not confined to a specific area. Here, one could freely employ their spiritual guardians. From this moment forth, I sever ties with the team. Xiao Fei's once charming visage had twisted into a mask of fury. "My affairs are none of your concern. They shall not implicate you. Yet, simultaneously, I request that you refrain from meddling in mine." Everyone comprehended Xiao Fei's current emotional state. She had long accepted that her sister had transformed into a specter. However, no one could bear witness to their sister being treated in such a manner. It was akin to being treated worse than a slaughtered beast. Just as Xiao Fei was about to fling open the car door, Ning Fan suddenly seized her wrist. Xiao Fei turned sharply to face him, her eyes igniting with murderous intent. She had lost all rationality. Whoever obstructed her would meet their end. "Sister Fei, I shall not impede you," Ning Fan stated solemnly, "but you must allow me to finish speaking." With a frosty expression, Xiao Fei remained silent. Ning Fan gestured toward the cylindrical objects on the ground. "Those are called spirit-binding devices." He swiftly elucidated the principles of the spirit-binding devices to Xiao Fei. "Should you act, you will inevitably enter the range of the device, rendering your spiritual guardian unusable. Do you genuinely believe you can exact vengeance upon that man?" Ning Fan understood that the moment Xiao Fei exited the vehicle, her Tang Dao would be aimed directly at the middle-aged man's head. Xiao Fei gritted her teeth, remaining silent, yet the fire of fury in her eyes showed no sign of abating. "Sister Fei, should you rashly engage, the eventual outcome will be your capture or even demise, while your sister will still be here tomorrow," sold for 50,000 salas. Ning Fan spoke in a grave tone. Even if you kill him, then what? Your sister will not return to the soul return basin. No. The items of the mysterious assembly, if ownerless, belong to whoever retrieves them. Ning Fan, mind your manner of speech. Do not provoke her, Huizi interjected with a furrowed brow. Yet Ning Fan disregarded him, maintaining his firm grip on Xiao Fei's wrist. Sister Fei, I will speak candidly, even without using a spiritual guardian. My combat prowess remains unaffected. If you wish to proceed, I shall accompany you. At worst, we shall fall here. Xiao Fei's gaze flickered momentarily. Ning Fan then addressed Huizi, Brother Hui, once we disembark, drive the car out and wait for us. He then turned to Chu Hongba, Captain Chu, could you have your men provide support? Chu Hongba nodded, that's not an issue. Great, thank you. Ning Fan then directed his attention back to Xiao Fei. Sister Fei, if you are prepared, let us exit the vehicle now. At this juncture, a fierce glint flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Eliminate him. Take the people. Ning Fan had already drawn his broken sword. He had not been deceitful. Once Xiao Fei resolved to take action, the two would immediately descend to catch their adversaries off guard. Beyond the enigmatic assembly, there exists the support of the Wolf Alliance. The two are not without opportunities for escape. Huizi gazed at Ning Fan in disbelief. At that moment, he seemed to realize something profound. This young man is no longer a child. When the time comes, as long as you can reach the entrance, I will take care of everyone pursuing you, Su Bin declared, wielding a massive crossbow. Ning Fan nodded in appreciation and turned to Xiao Fei. What do you say, Captain? Give us a word. You need not do this. Xiao Fei finally spoke. This is my own affair, Ning Fan chuckled. Among wild dogs, can we truly distinguish whose affair it is so clearly? Ning Fan still did not relent. Captain, no need for hesitance. If you wish to act, let us act. If you do not wish to, I will devise a solution for you. What solution? Xiao Fei appeared considerably calmer. The outcome remains unchanged. Kill him and seize the person. The only difference is that the risk will be significantly reduced. Ning Fan's gaze darkened. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow. Do you have a plan? Indeed, Ning Fan replied earnestly. Xiao Fei scrutinized Ning Fan for a prolonged moment. After approximately 2 minutes, she lowered her gaze to the wrist held by Ning Fan. Release me, Oh? Ning Fan obediently loosened his grip on Xiao Fei. Captain, shall we proceed with my plan? Xiao Fei replied coldly. Kill that person, then bring back my sister. If either of these tasks is neglected, I will hold you accountable. Understood. Everyone in the vehicle exhaled in relief. Huizi even gave Ning Fan a thumbs up. It was not mere flattery. Xiao Fei was typically composed, yet when she unleashed her fury, she was utterly merciless, biting anyone in her path. For Ning Fan to calm her down was truly deserving of this commendation. Huizi, do me a favor. Ning Fan turned to Huizi. Huizi responded grandly. What favor? Let us put on a show. Ning Fan smiled. From this moment on, you are my bodyguard. What nonsense is this? Huizi immediately expressed his discontent. Have you become arrogant? Do as he says, Xiao Fei commanded sternly. Huizi opened his mouth, blinking rapidly, seemingly mumbling for quite some time. Very well, you are the captain. Your word is law. Huizi glared at Ning Fan. What shall I call you? Young master or master? Let us go with young master. Calling me master might bruise your pride a bit. Ning Fan cheerfully opened the car door and headed straight for the middle-aged man. Behind him, Huizi raised a middle finger at Ning Fan. Ning Fan arrived before the iron cage. As he approached, he caught a clearer glimpse of Xiao Fei's sister, who was even more beautiful and bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Fei. Hey, brother, looking to make a purchase? The middle-aged man greeted Ning Fan enthusiastically. You have an eye for quality? Interested? What price? Ning Fan stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of indifference, not even sparing a glance at the middle-aged man. The man sensed Ning Fan's arrogance and glanced behind him. Upon seeing the luxurious vehicle Ning Fan had arrived in, his eyes lit up. Such a caliber of car suggests he must be quite significant. At the very least, he is unlikely to lack funds. 50,000. The middle-aged man did not inflate the price arbitrarily. However, he pointed at the impeccably dressed man beside him and remarked, this brother is also interested. 50,000 is not excessive. Ning Fan turned around and beckoned to Huizi with a mere flick of his finger. Huizi, pay up. Chapter 0064. My young master Huizi. The corners of Huizi's mouth twitched slightly, and his face turned a shade pale. All right, young master. His voice soared as he opened the car door and scampered over with a bundle of cash in hand. Young master? The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Driving a decent car and accompanied by a lackey. This lad clearly has connections. In truth, Wheezy had slightly overacted. Ning Fan had instructed him to play the role of a bodyguard, yet he had unwittingly portrayed himself as a sycophant instead. Nevertheless, the effect was evidently more impressive. Wheezy seemed to revel in his performance. He had initially donned a fawning smile for Ning Fan, but upon turning to the middle-aged man, he instantly straightened his posture. 50,000, is it? Wheezy declared, raising his chin imperiously as he thrust the cash into the man's embrace. Count it, and if all is well, we shall take our goods. The middle-aged man, gazing at the 50,000 in his hands, found himself too indifferent to concern himself with the sycophant's attitude. No problem, no problem. Originally, he could have haggled further with the previously immaculate man, but this young master had not even attempted to negotiate, effectively allowing him to pocket the difference without effort. Wait a moment. At this juncture, the impeccably dressed man grew increasingly displeased. I was the one who spotted it first. The middle-aged man's eyes darted momentarily. Brother, you haven't paid yet, have you? But I never said I wouldn't buy. The impeccably dressed man retorted, his urgency palpable. Good things are best seized. Well, I suppose there's nothing more to be done. This young brother has already paid, unless... The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together. You can offer a higher price than this young brother. What do you mean by that? This time, without waiting for the impeccably dressed man to respond, Ning Fan raised an eyebrow and fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man. It was the first time he regarded the other man directly. The middle-aged man remained unperturbed. Young brother, earning a living is not easy. Since both of you are interested, it's only fair that the highest bidder prevails. Who else is interested? Ning Fan inquired once more. The middle-aged man hesitated, pointing at the impeccably dressed man. This brother here. Did you not see? Oh? Ning Fan nodded slightly. Suddenly, slap, a resounding blow struck the impeccably dressed man's face, the crisp sound silencing the surroundings. Observers relished the unfolding drama. The impeccably dressed man's face turned to one side. You bastard, be courteous when speaking to my young master. A dagger was already poised at his throat. Wheezy had shed his earlier sycophantic demeanor, now emanating an aura of coldness. Finally, he could be himself. How delightful! Are you attempting to compete with me? Ning Fan addressed the impeccably dressed man, his voice a low rumble. Click, click, click. Behind Ning Fan, the car door swung open. A massive crossbow was readied and aimed at the impeccably dressed man. Xiao Fei's tang knife had not been sheathed, while Chu Hongba let out a sigh before reluctantly retrieving a coiled bone whip from his lower back. The middle-aged man found himself perplexed. He could discern that this young man possessed some sort of background. However, he had not anticipated such an erratic disposition, to act so impulsively. Moreover, the individuals in the vehicle were clearly tasked with safeguarding this young master. Who exactly is he? I am called Su Bei. Ning Fan remarked indifferently, if you have any grievances, you may seek me out at the Santong Cooperation Zone. Wheezy stared wide-eyed at Ning Fan. This fellow is quite audacious. Initially, he had harbored some concern that this immaculate man might also have a notable background. But now, he felt no fear. If any issues arose, they could simply locate Su Bei at the Santong Cooperation Zone. The Santong Cooperation Zone. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. The surname Su. The sycophant referred to him as young master. His father is the leader of Dark Residents, Su Wanjun. No wonder he was so arrogant. He undoubtedly had the means to back it up. Any further questions? Ning Fan gestured with his thumb towards the rear. Outside the Giji, I have 2 more vehicles. Shall we invite them in for a bit of revelry? The middle-aged man felt goosebumps rising on his skin. A young master traveling with an escort of 3 vehicles. This was the true might of the son of the leader of the Santong Cooperation Zone. The immaculate man clenched his teeth. Even if he had never heard of Su Bei before, the display before him was sufficient to temper his anger. The guard who had previously accepted 1,000 yuan from Wheezy approached with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, there were 2 more vehicles waiting outside. Let us not stir the pot. Harmony breeds prosperity. The guards were equally disinclined to escalate matters, recognizing that it would ultimately affect them. Maintaining a harmonious business environment in Giji was their utmost priority. Upon hearing this, The immaculate man's remaining ire subsided. It was not that he lacked temper, but rather that he was simply outmatched. He covered his face, refraining from provoking Ning Fan, but directed his ire at the middle-aged man. "You don't conduct business like this. What does it have to do with me?" The middle-aged man feigned innocence. Once the immaculate man departed, the crowd dispersed. Ning Fan pointed at the cage. "She is now mine, correct?" "Of course." Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Having never purchased a Guerin before, it surely wouldn't cause any problems in the vehicle, would it? The middle-aged man scratched his head. "Brother, young Master Su, I will be honest with you. This thing is actually quite difficult to control." As he spoke, he patted the spirit suppression device beside him. Guerin, possessing excessive aggression, must be subdued with the device to contain the spirit within it, though? Ning Fan turned his gaze towards the spirit suppression device. "Is it for sale?" "That cannot be sold." The middle-aged man shook his head vigorously, as if it were a rattle drum. "This is my means of livelihood. If I sell it to you, procuring another will be quite a challenge." "Damn. What do you mean by that?" "If the Guerin harms my young master, will you compensate?" Wheezy interjected sharply, even though the middle-aged man perceived this sycophant as somewhat emboldened by his association. He still did not dare to be overly audacious. "Brother, that is not my intention. However, typically, once we sell the goods, how they are handled thereafter is up to the buyer. There is no warranty on this kind of merchandise." Yet Wheezy would not relent. "Fine, we shall take it with us. But let me be clear. If my young master sustains even a scratch on the way, it will not be just us few who come looking for you." The middle-aged man trembled violently. Wheezy's words were exceedingly clear. His son had been injured, and it was undoubtedly his father, Su Wanjun, who had come seeking him. "Young Master Su, I certainly cannot sell this town as spirit artifact. It took an immense effort to acquire it back then. How about this?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile and suggesting, "Shall I help you deliver it to the Santong Cooperation Zone? No charge. Consider it a gesture of friendship." In his eyes, the person before him was the son of Su Wanjun from the Santong Cooperation Zone. If he could forge a connection, perhaps they could even deepen their camaraderie along the journey. This route would surely become more expansive. It was a matter far exceeding a mere few tens of thousands of yuan. Simultaneously, he could also avert any potential dangers that might befall this little ancestor on the road. However, he failed to notice that upon hearing his words, Xiao Fei in the car had a glimmer of cold light flash across the blade of her Tang Dao. "That works." Ning Fan slightly nodded, turned, and got into the car, flashing a smile at Xiao Fei and giving her a playful wink. Chapter 0065. Of course, we are alike. This child possesses a modicum of cleverness. Chu Hongba smiled at Ning Fan. Xiao Fei nodded in agreement, dye in her eyes. That middle-aged man was already as good as dead. Ning Fan had achieved full marks in all 9 assessments. Xiao Fei turned to Chu Hongba. "I apologize for earlier." "No matter, it's a trivial matter." Chu Hongba waved his hand graciously. Outside the car, Ning Fan instructed Wheezy and the middle-aged man to load the spirit artifact onto the vehicle. "Brother, it's quite a distance to the Santong Cooperation Zone. How did your young master end up here for leisure?" The middle-aged man inquired while installing the artifact, making small talk with Wheezy. "Just wandering about. There's nothing else to do," Wheezy replied absent-mindedly. Noticing Wheezy's reluctance to engage in conversation, the middle-aged man glanced into the car again. Yet, still, no one acknowledged him, which only intensified his resolve to head to the Santong Cooperation Zone, to be a lackey for the son of the commander and still maintain such pride. While the two were busy installing the spirit artifact, Ning Fan took a few laps around the eerie gathering. Confirming that Lin Chuan was not present, he returned to the car. "Young Master Su, it's all set." The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together with a forced smile. "When shall we depart?" "Let us leave. There's nothing worthwhile here," Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. Wheezy voluntarily opened the car door for Ning Fan, bowing slightly as he invited him inside. The middle-aged man, feeling quite proud, declared, "Of course. It's said that my goods are of the highest quality in the entire eerie gathering." A cold glint suddenly flickered in Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes. The middle-aged man, preoccupied with thoughts of developing in the Santong Cooperation Zone, was oblivious to her gaze. He energetically lifted the cage onto the vehicle. Although the car was not particularly small, it felt cramped with the addition of the cage. Chu Hongba patted Su Bin's shoulder. "To Bin, let us switch cars." "All right." Su Bin, carrying the massive crossbow, swaggered out of the eerie gathering alongside Chu Hongba. Come aboard, Ning Fan beckoned to the middle-aged man with a finger. The middle-aged man felt a surge of excitement, believing he had made a favorable impression on young Master Su. Once in the car, Huizi pressed the accelerator, driving towards the outskirts of the eerie gathering. Upon exiting, the middle-aged man finally spotted the two vehicles that Ning Fan had mentioned. Parked outside the eerie gathering point, two vehicles initially trailed behind Ning Fan's car, but soon one of them overtook and positioned itself in front, effectively sandwiching their vehicle in between. The middle-aged man thought to himself, the level of security here is exceptionally experienced. The more he pondered, the greater his envy grew. Young Master Su, upon our return to the Santong Cooperative Zone, do we intend to rest for a while, or shall we continue our journey? The middle-aged man cleared his throat and added, if young Master Su seeks a thrill, I have some excellent recommendations. Over the years, as I've traversed the south and north, I've encountered numerous rare and intriguing items. I am certain there is something that will appeal to your tastes. The middle-aged man was not overly ambitious. He considered starting off as a sycophant. He felt he might not perform worse than Huizi. Ning Fan ignored him. The middle-aged man, feeling somewhat awkward after his warm overture met with cold indifference, chuckled nervously before attempting to strike up another conversation. He turned his gaze toward the aloof Xiao Fei. Miss, that knife of yours is rather striking. The middle-aged man observed the gleaming Tang Dao and grinned. Ah? Miss, I must say, it bears quite a resemblance to my own possession. He gestured towards the struggling figure of the Guerin in the cage. Please don't take offense. I mean no harm. Although she is a Guerin, her appearance and physique are undoubtedly top tier. Had she not transformed into a Guerin, she would surely captivate a multitude of men. As he spoke, a wicked grin spread across his face. However, if she were not a Guerin, I doubt young Master Su would even cast a glance. No matter how beautiful a woman might be, the allure is often fleeting. But playing with a Guerin is an entirely different experience. Hui Gu, please stop the car. Ning Fan suddenly spoke in a low voice. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He glanced around, realizing they were in the middle of nowhere. What did this stop signify, young Master Su? You cannot possibly be feeling influenced by my words. The middle-aged man remarked with a sleazy smile. Shall we step out and wait for you? Ning Fan smiled. A smile imbued with an unsettling quality. You need not exit. I shall. Ning Fan opened the car door and stepped out. Huizi, maintaining a stoic demeanor, also exited the driver's seat and lit a cigarette. The other two vehicles came to a halt as well, and members of the Wolf Alliance swiftly surrounded Ning Fan's car. The middle-aged man was left dumbfounded by the unfolding scene outside. Something felt amiss. If young Master Su were merely acting on impulse, he should have had the Guerin removed from the vehicle. Suddenly, the middle-aged man realized what was wrong. That sycophant. At this moment, Huizi stood beside Ning Fan, cigarette in mouth, casting a cold gaze at him. This was a stark contrast to the obsequious demeanor he had shown earlier in Ning Fan's presence. Moreover, young Master Su had just referred to him as Hui Gu. Her name is Xiao Yu. Suddenly, a voice icy to the core echoed from behind him. The middle-aged man turned abruptly. He beheld tears streaming down Xiao Fei's delicate face. What? He stammered. Did you not say I bore a striking resemblance to her? Xiao Fei looked directly at the middle-aged man, her gaze unwavering. She is my biological sister. Naturally, we share a resemblance. You. The middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to look out the window at Ning Fan. You are not from Su Bei. You are not from the Santong Cooperative Zone. Ning Fan let out a scoff, refraining from responding to him. The middle-aged man sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and instinctively sought to summon his spirit companion. Yet, in the next instant, a chill surged from the depths of his heart. He was unable to call upon the spirit. The vehicle was equipped with a spirit-confining device. This was the very cage he had painstakingly crafted for himself. Drenched in sweat from exertion, the blade of the Tang knife was already pressed against his throat. Even without releasing his spirit, the middle-aged man could still feel the coldness and sharpness of the blade. Open it. Xiao Fei's voice was hoarse. What? Ja. The Tang knife sliced through the skin and I command you to open it. The middle-aged man understood. Xiao Fei demanded that he unlock the iron cage and release the mysterious figure. The middle-aged man immediately shook his head. No, impossible. I warn you. Puff. Xiao Fei had already reached her limit in refraining from killing him. With that strike, she pierced through his shoulder blade. Ah, The middle-aged man's eyes turned crimson as he unleashed a horrific scream of pain. Xiao Fei remained silent, drawing the tang knife once more. "Stop. I'll open it." The middle-aged man, seasoned from years of survival in the wilderness, could keenly sense the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Xiao Fei. He hurriedly retrieved the key from his pocket and unlocked the iron cage. The moment the cage swung open, the transformed Xiao Yu, now a sinister figure, lunged at the middle-aged man with frenzied abandon. In Xiao Fei's eyes flickered a complex mix of emotions. She raised her sleeve to wipe away her tears, then opened the car door and stepped out, casually shutting the door behind her. "Sister promises you, anyone who dares to bully you, I shall make them pay dearly." After murmuring those words, Xiao Fei could no longer contain herself, collapsing to the ground, embracing her knees, and weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 0066. The soul returns to the basin inside the vehicle. Piercing screams echoed, intermingled with the unsettling sounds of gnashing teeth. Observing Xiao Fei, so solitary and vulnerable, crouching there in tears, Ning Fan approached and sat beside her. Xiao Fei glanced up at him, her already swollen eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "Cry, Sister Fei. No one will mock you." Ning Fan smiled gently. "It is through tears and venting that we find the strength to continue living." Xiao Fei's nose tinged with emotion, and she began to weep anew. However, this time, she embraced Ning Fan. He stiffened momentarily but then reciprocated the embrace, gently patting her back. Huizi was nearly finished with his cigarette. Watching the scene unfold, he nudged Chu Hongba with his elbow a couple of times. "Hey, Brother Chu, do you think this kid is taking advantage of the situation?" Chu Hongba tilted his head. "It was your team leader who first embraced the child." Huizi shrugged. "What's wrong? Jealous?" Chu Hongba chuckled. "Not at all." Huizi forced a smile. "When Xiao Fei first joined, I did find her quite attractive and entertained some thoughts, but after getting to know her, I quickly dismissed that idea." "Why?" "Too fierce." Huizi raised his hands in surrender. "This fierce woman, if we were to truly argue, I reckon she could slice me with a knife." Chu Hongba touched his neck, nodding in agreement. "However, Xiao Fei has a good impression of this kid." Huizi, appearing contemplative, remarked, "This woman, could she possibly be yearning for an older man to indulge in youthful pleasures?" "Brother," Chu Hongba replied with a hint of indifference, "while I may not be in a position to comment on the matters within your team, seeing your captain in such tears while you engage in this conversation, doesn't it strike you as somewhat inconsiderate?" Huizi was taken aback, but soon chuckled. "What do you expect? Should I join her in weeping?" Half an hour later, Xiao Fei had regained her composure, though her eyes were utterly swollen and red. The vehicle continued to resonate with low growls. "Where is the tranquilizer?" Xiao Fei inquired of Chu Hongba. He instructed one of his subordinates, and shortly, a syringe was delivered. They had come well prepared for this outing. Song Kai was aware they were there to capture the ghastly beings and had even arranged for tranquilizers. Xiao Fei handed the syringe to Ning Fan. "You go ahead." "Understood." Ning Fan took the syringe, approached the car, and opened the door. A heavy stench of blood wafted from within. Before Ning Fan could acclimate, Xiao Yu, drenched in blood, lunged toward him. Ning Fan deftly sidestepped, allowing her to miss. Quick on his feet, he injected the tranquilizer into her system. Xiao Yu continued to thrash wildly, but within moments, she gradually succumbed and collapsed to the ground. "Sister Fei, let's restrain her." "Very well." After ensuring Xiao Yu was secured, Xiao Fei removed her outer garment and draped it over her. Huizi pondered briefly before shedding his own trousers to cover Xiao Yu. She was then placed in another vehicle. Despite years of separation from her sister, the longing Xiao Fei felt was indescribable, yet she couldn't bear to look at Xiao Yu in her current state. Ning Fan and the others diligently cleaned the remnants of carnage from their vehicle, though the acrid scent lingered stubbornly. "All right, let us proceed," Chu Hongba commanded with a wave of his hand, straight to the Soul Return Basin. This place, notorious for its eerie occurrences, had yielded significant rewards. Not only had they aided Xiao Fei in locating her sister, but they had also acquired a set of spirit-restraining artifacts. "Brother Chu, are you coming with me in this vehicle?" Huizi inquired. Chu Hongba waved his hand dismissively. "No, I shall take the vehicle with Xiao Yu." Xiao Fei expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. No need for formalities." Chu Hongba smiled, then gestured toward Huizi's trousers. "Nice floral shorts." Huizi's face flushed crimson. He felt that even transformed into a ghoul, a young girl like Xiao Yu should retain some semblance of dignity. Hence his act of generosity. What was initially a noble gesture. Huizi, thank you, Xiao Fei said earnestly. Huizi scratched his head, feeling bashful. Captain, your politeness is a bit overwhelming for me. Should you fancy this style? Upon our return to the district, I shall gift you a few pairs of similar patterns, Xiao Fei chuckled. Both Huizi and Ning Fan were momentarily taken aback. They had seldom witnessed Xiao Fei smile, and even more astonishingly, she had made a jest. What are you all dawdling for? Get in the car. We need to find Brother Chuan. Xiao Fei, feeling the weight of their gazes, blushed and was the first to enter the vehicle. On the road, Ning Fan observed that Xiao Fei's mood had improved significantly. Sister Fei, what shall we do about your younger sister? Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes dimmed momentarily, yet she quickly regained her composure. Once we return to District F21, I will discuss it with General Song and see if he can assist in finding a place for her. Ning Fan nodded in agreement. General Song mentioned previously that he would reach out to Lin Hai and Xiao Yu from the Santong Cooperative Zone. They should be able to recover. Xiao Fei remained silent, aware that much of Ning Fan's words were intended to comfort her. However, the glimmer of hope was, after all, a welcome thing. The vehicle continued its journey for approximately another hour before the car belonging to Chu Hongba came to a halt first. Knock, knock. Chu Hongba approached and tapped on the window. Let us stop here. All right. Everyone disembarked, and at that moment, the expressions of all present turned grave. Not far ahead lay the Seoul Return Basin. Even from their peripheral position, they could sense an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere. From their vantage point, they could see the basin below, which, rather than being a basin, appeared more akin to a deep pit, a pit with a radius of several hundred meters. Ning Fan gazed into the depths of the pit, feeling a shiver run through his blood. Within the pit lay throngs of eerie figures, drifting aimlessly like soulless husks. Although he had anticipated such a scene before their arrival, one aspect had eluded his thoughts. Beneath the feet of these spectral beings lay countless bones, a dense array of shattered limbs and crushed bones, and even some who were barely clinging to life. It was no wonder this place was referred to as the paradise of eerie beings. Even Huizi, who was well versed in the world, could not help but turn pale. What on earth is this place? I recall my father mentioning it once during my childhood. Chu Hongba furrowed his brow tightly. He said that in their era, this was not called the Seoul Return Basin, but rather something else. The Sacred Tomb. Sacred Tomb? What does that mean? Su Bin inquired curiously. Chu Hongba appeared somewhat perplexed. I'm not entirely sure. I overheard the older generation discussing it while drinking, mentioning that this basin seemed to have been excavated by someone. Originally, it was just a plain. Excavated? Ning Fan pondered how many people it would take to transform a plain into such a vast pit. Chu Hongba scratched his head. They said the reason for the excavation was to search for a coffin buried beneath. Chapter 0067. The Spiritual Coffin. A coffin? In an instant, Ning Fan's mind flashed to his broken sword, the sword coffin, which contained 8 coffins. Could it be? Oldly, please descend and assess the situation. Before Ning Fan could fully grasp the implications, Chu Hongba had already begun giving orders to the members of the Wolf Alliance. Oldly nodded in silence. Ning Fan recalled that Oldly's spiritual attendant was named Zhiguang, capable of blending into the surrounding environment through the refraction of light. Lu Wei, Yang Jian, you two are responsible for protecting Oldly. Should he be discovered, ensure his safe retreat. Understood, boss, the two replied in unison. Chu Hongba assigned various tasks to each member of the Wolf Alliance. The leadership of this man is indeed formidable. He possesses an intricate understanding of each individual's characteristics within the team, enabling him to devise strategies in the most judicious manner. Captain Xiao, my team is prepared on my end. How do you intend to proceed? Chu Hongba inquired of Xiao Fei. To his surprise, Xiao Fei did not respond but instead turned to Ning Fan. What are your thoughts? Chu Hongba raised an eyebrow. Xiao Fei, the captain of the Wild Dog Home, had chosen to seek Ning Fan's opinion first. Was it due to the boy's capabilities, or perhaps as Huizi suggested, this woman truly desires to pursue a younger man? Ning Fan gazed contemplatively into the deep pit below. Brother Chu, how much do you know about the Guerin? Chu Hongba showed no pretense of understanding. I have had little contact. All I know is that they tend to gravitate towards souls and are controlled by the spirit within their bodies. Ning Fan continued to contemplate the Guerin that lingered within the pit. Boy, what are you pondering? Xiao Fei asked curiously. Ning Fan scratched his nose. Do you think spirits possess consciousness? The group fell silent, taken aback. Chu Hongba was the first to respond. Certainly not. Just moments ago at the Guerin gathering, did you not observe their state? indeed. From Xiao Yu's condition, it was evident that the Guerin acted purely on instinct, devoid of any cognitive thought. This was a notion they had all tacitly accepted prior. They were puzzled as to why Ning Fan would pose such an unproductive question. If the Guerin lack consciousness, then it follows that spirits must also lack a cognitive framework, correct? Obviously. A young man from the Wolf Alliance impatiently remarked to Chu Hongba, "Captain, let us take direct action. Why do spirits occupy human bodies?" Ning Fan interjected once more, this. An unsettling chill ran down everyone's spine. Indeed, the common belief holds that, in contrast to weaponry, spirits prefer to inhabit human bodies. Thus, spirits have persistently resided within weapons, awaiting human error. When humans require their power, they obligingly pay the rent, lending a portion of their strength to humanity, achieving a balanced reciprocal relationship. Yet, when humans seek greater power, they seize the opportunity to truly parasitize. During much of this process, spirits remain concealed, like a cunning and patient predator. How could such entities possibly lack consciousness? This is fundamentally a paradox. Upon grasping Ning Fan's implication, the group fell into a profound silence. Indeed, if spirits truly possessed consciousness, then the state of the Guerin appears exceedingly incongruous. Having already usurped control of the body, is it merely to render it a soulless automaton? So, what are you suggesting? Chu Hongba furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Ning Fan. Ning Fan licked his lips. "This is merely my conjecture. Please, elaborate." Xiao Fei encouraged. Ning Fan nodded, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "I suspect that once a spirit occupies a human body, it faces intense rejection." Ning Fan's expression turned grave. The spirit seeks to seize control of the body, yet humanity possesses its own thoughts and will. No one is willing to relinquish their body to be governed by a spirit. To illustrate this with a simple analogy, take your sister, Sister Fei. Xiao Yu, if she were to completely surrender her body to the spirit's control, do you truly believe the spirit would harbor any affection for you? Xiao Fei immediately grasped Ning Fan's meaning. Surrendering one's body to a spirit could potentially harm those one holds dear. For, the relatives of the original body are not necessarily the relatives of the spirit. Thus, when it comes to spirits, we merely seek their power, not their dominion over us. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. When the spirit attempts to occupy the body, the human shall resist. The audience's expressions shifted in alarm. Some had begun to comprehend. Ning Fan gestured towards the deep pit. The reason these strange beings are as they are now is that the original will is engaged in a struggle with the spirit for control of the body. All eyes turned to the pit. Ning Fan's words seemed to illuminate their understanding. Indeed, the state of these strange beings was fraught with incongruities. However, through Ning Fan's explanation, it became far more coherent. So, you were suggesting that the strange beings have not entirely lost their original essence? Xiao Fei felt a surge of excitement. Her sister had been found. If Ning Fan's conjecture were correct, it would imply that Xiao Yu still had hope. Yet, this remained merely a hypothesis. Chu Hongba had not entirely followed Ning Fan's line of reasoning. If, as you say, the strange beings are indeed contesting for control of the body, then they cannot remain in this state indefinitely, can they? Whether it be the original will or the spirit, one side must eventually prevail. At this juncture, Chu Hongba paused, as if a realization dawned upon him. Ning Fan smiled. How can you discern whether the person standing before you is the original body or has already succumbed to the spirit's control? A chill swept over the assembly. If the spirit indeed possesses a degree of consciousness, it could easily masquerade as a normal human being. How could an ordinary person ascertain this? There is no means. Moreover, there is a most significant matter that I have only just contemplated. Ning Fan's smile faded. In the struggle between will and spirit, the will is inevitably the more vulnerable party, while the spirit possesses room for enhancement. Xiao Fei's complexion paled, her pupils constricting in shock. She abruptly cast her gaze toward the strange beings wandering below. Are you suggesting, why is this place referred to as the paradise of strange beings? Why do they gravitate towards souls? Ning Fan's voice grew somber. Because, in the conflict with will, the spirit requires allies. You previously mentioned that the strange beings absorb certain souls to evolve to a higher soul level. The primary reason for this is that the spirit needs other souls to bolster its strength, thereby enabling it to conquer the original will. Chapter 0068. The High Achiever of Zone F32. Silence enveloped the gathering. No one dared to question Ning Fan further. His conjectures were far too plausible. Upon reflection on the characteristics of the strange beings, everything began to align seamlessly. However, simultaneously, once they acknowledged Ning Fan's conjecture, it would signify a complete upheaval of all prior understandings of the enigmatic beings. What sent a chill down their spines was the realization that from that moment forth, they would harbor doubts towards everyone around them. This was simply inconceivable. One of the young members of the Wolf Alliance evidently struggled to accept this notion. Yet, after uttering this solitary remark, he found himself devoid of the courage or rationale to counter it. No one responded to him, for they all comprehended that Ning Fan's hypothesis bore a significant likelihood of truth. Xiao Fei suddenly cast her gaze towards the vehicle where Xiao Yu resided. So, Xiao Yu still retained her will. Was she resisting the spirit within her? Ning Fan gently nodded. It is highly probable. Xiao Fei's delicate form quivered slightly, a flicker of conflict appearing in her eyes. After a brief moment, if your conjecture holds true, then have you conceived a method to restore her? I possess a general idea, yet I cannot guarantee its efficacy. Ning Fan spoke earnestly. However, it is premature to discuss this now. This place is not secure. Even attempts should be postponed. As he spoke, he turned his attention to Chu Hongba. Brother Chu, the reason I propose this theory is to convey that allowing your personnel into the basin, even with their spirit companions concealed, poses an excessive risk. Ning Fan whispered. For the enigmatic beings may possess a keener perception of spirit companions than humans do. They might not see you, but they will undoubtedly catch the scent of the spirit companions. Chu Hongba maintained a stern expression. He did not exhibit displeasure at Ning Fan's questioning of his arrangements. On the contrary, a hint of trepidation flickered in his eyes. Had they truly allowed Oldly to enter the Soul Return Basin just now, he would likely be torn to shreds by those enigmatic beings. Such carelessness. Over the years, Chu Hongba had led the Wolf Alliance through numerous ventures, experiencing unmitigated success, which had naturally fostered a sense of inflated confidence within him. It was only at this moment that he realized their understanding of the enigmatic beings was woefully inadequate. Acting rashly without comprehending the opponent's characteristics was a grave error. What do you believe we should do next? Chu Hongba surprisingly lowered his stance, directly seeking Ning Fan's counsel. Not for any other reason, but because they had journeyed together, witnessing the same occurrences. Ning Fan, through these details, was able to deduce the traits of the enigmatic beings. Setting aside whether Ning Fan's conjecture was indeed factual, it sounded exceedingly reasonable at present. Ning Fan did not hold back, first approaching the edge of the Soul Return Basin. Brother Chu, have your people dismantled the spirit-suppressing device? Chu Hongba's eyes brightened. Had Ning Fan not mentioned it, he might have nearly forgotten that they possessed the spirit-suppressing device. Subsequently, Ning Fan proceeded to the other 3 locations, marking them accordingly. Arrange the spirit-suppressing device according to these 4 points. Ning Fan then pointed to the slope of the basin. Brotherly, once the spirit-suppressing device is activated, you should release your spirit companion and position yourself over there. Brotherly pondered for a moment, nodded, and remained silent. The others understood that Ning Fan intended for Brotherly to serve as bait. Yet, this did not evoke any dissatisfaction among the group. If it were not for Ning Fan's timely reminder, the task that Brotherly was about to undertake would have been far more perilous. To the 2 elder brothers, Ning Fan instructed, you will provide support for Lao Li here. Should any sinister entities approach within a 10-meter radius of him, you must intervene. Understood, replied Deben. Su Bin, upon being addressed, felt a surge of adrenaline. This was his first venture outside of the district with anyone other than Su Jiang, and he had longed for the opportunity to showcase his abilities. If too many sinister beings are drawn out by Lao Li, you may judiciously reduce their numbers. Ning Fan added. Su Bin's arrows possessed tremendous explosive power, a fact Ning Fan had already experienced during their initial encounter. How do we reduce their numbers? Just take them all out, Su Bin inquired. Precisely, Ning Fan responded with a wry smile. However, it would be prudent for you to temper your strength, as your Uncle Song's son or Brother Chuan may very well be among them. Understood, I will keep that in mind, Su Bin nodded firmly. Subsequently, Ning Fan assigned tasks to all members of the Wolf Alliance. Chu Hongba observed him with a tilted head. Huizi, your child is quite meticulous. In comparison to his own task assignments, Ning Fan's planning was evidently more detailed, clearly delineating each individual's position. Such thoroughness was not easily achieved. This child has aced all 9 assessments, Huizi said with pride. Our District F32's top scholar, District F21 also has 9 assessments, Chu Hongbo retorted, but I have yet to hear of anyone achieving a perfect score. Among these assessments, tactical proficiency was included. Chu Hongbo let out a whistle. His gaze towards Ning Fan now tinged with intrigue. Noticing this reaction, Huizi expressed his displeasure. What's the matter? With just 3 of us left in Wild Dog's home, are you planning to poach our talent? Ha ha ha. No, you are being overly suspicious. The two were sharing a light-hearted banter when they heard Ning Fan calling them Chu Gu. Is your spirit companion primarily combat-oriented or supportive? Ning Fan inquired. Chu Hongbo replied earnestly. Combat. Very well, then come here. Ning Fan assertively directed Chu Hongbo, who complied without hesitation, positioning himself as instructed. All set. The spirit-regulating device had been positioned according to Ning Fan's specifications and was now activated, creating a 50 by 50 meter area devoid of spiritual energy. Kid, there's something I don't quite understand. Chu Hongbo stated from 50 meters behind the spirit-regulating device. I see that you intend to lure the sinister beings into the device's range. But what happens once they enter? The other members of the Wolf Alliance shared similar concerns. While the sinister beings would be unable to utilize spiritual powers within the device's vicinity, it did not imply that they were devoid of danger. Upon becoming sinister entities, their physical capabilities would undergo significant alterations, resulting in enhanced strength, speed, and regenerative abilities. Once they are inside, I will take control of them, Ning Fan declared, stepping confidently into the vicinity of the spirit-regulating device. Chu Hongbo's expression sharpened. You don't intend to confront the sinister beings without your spirit companion, do you? Ning Fan chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I won't be seeking my own demise. Without granting him another opportunity to inquire, Ning Fan suddenly shouted at Oldly, Li Gu, release the spirit servant. Oldly cast a glance at Chu Hongbo, who, after a moment of hesitation, nodded in agreement. Spirit servant, refraction? Oldly promptly summoned the spirit servant. And what transpired next left him and all members of the Wolf Alliance gasping in shock. The eerie beings that were relatively close to Oldly abruptly halted their aimless wandering, turning their heads towards his position, as if they had caught a whiff of blood like a cat sensing prey. Indeed, they could detect the scent of the spirit servant. Chu Hongbo's gaze shot towards Ning Fan, who was contained within the spirit suppression device. If it weren't for this young lad, Oldly would surely be dead by now. Chapter 0069. Child, can you manage? A low growl emanated from the basin. Despite Oldly being an experienced veteran, witnessing the grotesque figures charging at him with claws bared caused his scalp to prickle with unease. Roughly estimated, the number of these eerie beings was no less than 20. The 2 individuals tasked with covering Oldly stood at the ready, their expressions grim and serious. Daffin, shall I commence the bombardment? Su Bin, positioned at a vantage point, had his massive crossbow readied and called out to Ning Fan. Ning Fan sighed, not yet. All right, notify me when you wish to commence, understood. After dismissing Su Bin, Ning Fan immediately shouted towards the now invisible Oldly, Oldly, run. Upon receiving Ning Fan's command, Oldly wasted no time, turning to flee with all his might. Do not recall the spirit servant, Ning Fan added. Got it? Oldly sprinted desperately towards the radius of the spirit suppression device. However, the eerie beings were exceedingly swift. By analyzing the footprints in the soil, Ning Fan could roughly ascertain Oldly's position. Those eerie beings were about to catch up to the fleeing Oldly. Reinforcements, spirit servant, golden bell, spirit servant, vines. The 2 simultaneously unleashed their spirit servants. A golden bell materialized behind Oldly, crashing heavily to the ground, blocking the foremost of the eerie beings, who immediately erupted in rage. A frenzied roar erupted from the mouths of the eerie beings. One of the creatures began to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors, launching an assault on the golden bell. Bang! The bell shattered instantaneously. The individual who summoned the golden bell felt a wave of nausea wash over him, collapsing to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Soul level. Chu Hongbo, observing from a distance, instantly recognized the level of this eerie being and shouted anxiously, stay alert, everyone. After the golden bell was destroyed, the eerie beings resumed their pursuit of Oldly. From beneath the earth, a multitude of vines erupted forth. These vines had a singular purpose: to ensnare the eerie beings. The eerie beings found their feet entangled in the vines, one after another toppling to the ground. After being thwarted twice, the eerie beings were consumed by a furious rage. One of the creatures ignited in flames. Soon, this fire transformed into a conflagration, incinerating all the vines on the ground. The two individuals responsible for support had all their efforts rendered ineffective by the eerie beings. Oldley continued to run for his life. Fortunately, the spirit suppression device was now within reach. However, one of the eerie beings suddenly accelerated. In less than a second, it surged from the rear of the group to the forefront, a spirit of unparalleled swiftness. Lowley initially believed he had escaped peril, only to feel an immediate threat looming from behind. Bin. Tat tat. Ning Fan also observed this alarming development. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. A tremendous force surged from behind Lowley, toppling him over. After tumbling several times on the ground, still shaken, Lowley scrambled to his feet to run once more. Yet, a hand landed heavily on his shoulder. You've done well. Brother Lit was Ning Fan. Lowley glanced around, realizing he had made his presence known. Confirming he was within the protective range of the spirit sealing device, Lowley collapsed weakly to the ground, panting heavily. The entire ordeal lasted less than a minute, but only those who have experienced it can fathom the terror encapsulated in that fleeting moment. No wonder no one wishes to venture into the Soul Return Basin. This place is utterly uninhabitable. The eerie beings behind him suddenly lost track of Lowley's spirit attendant's scent, shifting their focus to the two individuals who had shielded him. Just moments ago, there had been a trace of spirit energy there. Brother Chu? Ning Fan turned back. Chu Hongba promptly summoned his spirit attendant. Spirit attendant. Chaos Tail. Wielding a bone whip, a surge of formidable energy radiated from him. However, he showed no intention of attacking. Instead, he stood firm, intently watching the eerie beings. At that moment, he was positioned directly behind the spirit sealing device, while the eerie beings loomed directly ahead. A 50-meter expanse of spiritless ground separated Chu Hongba from the eerie beings. The eerie beings intended to charge towards the two supporting figures, but at the instant Chu Hongba summoned his spirit attendant, they were drawn in 100 souls level. Spirit attendant was undoubtedly far more enticing. Brotherly, hurry and get out. Ning Fan urged Lowley, who was still reeling from shock. Lowley rose, a hint of concern shadowing his face. In truth, Ning Fan had indirectly saved his life. Kid, can you truly handle this on your own? Stop being so wishy-washy. Ning Fan pressed. Get out. All right, just be careful. Lowley ceased his hesitation and scrambled out of the spirit sealing device's range. Ahead, the eerie beings had already surged forward, the moment they entered. The distorted faces of the eerie beings revealed a palpable sense of confusion and bewilderment. The spirit energy had vanished. Seal it. Ning Fan continued to direct. Spirit attendant. Earth prison. Walls of earth rose from around the perimeter of the spirit sealing device. Soon, the device was completely encased by the earthen walls. Once the walls reached a height of 3 meters, they finally came to a halt. Those outside could no longer see the situation within the earthen enclosure. Inside, only Ning Fan remained. Thus far, every aspect of the plan had unfolded according to Ning Fan's design. However, whether this plan could be deemed a true success hinged primarily on Ning Fan within the earth prison. This child, does he truly possess such capability? Even if he scored full marks in swordsmanship among the 9 assessments, facing 20-odd eerie beings posed an immense risk. Chu Hongba had already retracted his spirit attendant. In fact, within the entirety of the scheme, his task was quite simple. It merely involved unleashing the 100 souls level spirit attendants to entice the wraiths into the confines of the spirit-confining artifact. He was hardly exerting himself more than Oldley. Should Ning Fan truly encounter any peril within, Chu Hongba might find himself lamenting his own decisions. This lad is quite cunning. Huizi, taking a drag from his cigarette, remarked. Since he could devise such a plan, he must possess at least a 90% assurance of success. Chu Hongba remained skeptical. At that moment, a series of howls erupted from the earthen wall. The sound sent a shiver through one's teeth. Even Huizi, initially brimming with confidence, displayed a trace of concern upon his countenance. Xiao Fei furrowed her brows. Ning Fan, are you all right? I am. Particularly well. Ning Fan's voice soon resonated from within. The group finally exhaled a collective sigh of relief. In truth, those outside could hardly fathom that Ning Fan, ensconced within the earthen wall, was actually quite exhilarated. Ning Fan had already ascertained that neither Song Kai's son nor Lin Chuan were among this batch of wraiths. Thus, Having longed for Jin Wucho to slay, I, too, shall finally wield my sword against others. Chapter 0070. We are not saviors. The shattered sword was firmly grasped in Ning Fan's hand. The wraiths, further agitated by the spirit-confining artifact, surged forward with a frenzy. At last, the wraiths charged towards Ning Fan. His smile gradually faded, replaced by a glint of resolve in his eyes. Jin Wucho, if I manage to dispatch these wraiths, would you grant me a question as a reward? No. Jin Wucho's response was resolute and uncompromising. I was merely inquiring. What if I could trick you into it? Ning Fan ceased communication with Jin Wucho and instead advanced towards the wraiths with his sword drawn. Outside, the spectators could also hear the sounds of battle emanating from the earthen prison. Most astonishing to them was the fact that the wraiths' roars seemed to be growing increasingly faint. This indicated that their numbers were dwindling. The sole explanation for this was clear. Ning Fan was indeed reducing their ranks. This lad is remarkably impressive. Oldly, having regained his composure, who was generally reticent, couldn't he help but exclaim. Those wraiths instill fear just by looking at them. Don't bring shame to the Wolf Alliance. Chu Hongba furrowed his brow. At your age, you ought to endure your fears. Old Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Fei and Huizi also became aware of the situation within, their anxious hearts finally finding solace. Hearing Old Li's praise for Ning Fan filled both with a sense of pride, akin to that of parents whose child is being commended. Lad, can you hold on? Make a noise. Let us know you're still alive. Huizi called out to the earthen prison. I'm busy dispatching wraiths. What noise should I make? Should I sing while I slice? Came Ning Fan's dissatisfied voice from within. Huizi raised an eyebrow. What? You've gained some skills, eh? Is this how you speak to your elder brother, Hui? Why don't you come in and slay while I remain outside and engage in civil conversation? Ning Fan retorted. Huizi's lips twitched slightly. Chu Hongba chuckled. Huizi, would you like me to have my men open the earthen prison and send you in? Haha, you certainly know how to navigate situations. Huizi glared at Chu Hongba but fell silent thereafter. Approximately 3 minutes passed, and the earthen prison fell silent. It is likely that everyone is already aware of the outcome. It's done. Ning Fan's voice echoed from within. The earthen prison gradually crumbled. Ning Fan had already sheathed the broken sword and stood at the edge of the spirit-confining artifact. His body was drenched in blood. Ning Fan, are you all right? Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Fei immediately expressed her concern. It's nothing. The blood isn't mine. That moment, everyone beheld the scene behind Ning Fan. Over 20 eerie figures lay sprawled on the ground. This sight was utterly astonishing. Although Ning Fan had previously indicated that such a result was to be expected during the planning phase, witnessing the stark reality unfold before their eyes was still hard to fathom. This fellow, did he truly slay over 20 eerie figures without employing spirit attendants? The spirit-confining artifact can be turned off. We will still need it for what lies ahead. Ning Fan retrieved a piece of cloth from the carriage and hastily tended to the bloodstains on his body. Still need it? Chu Hongba quickly grasped Ning Fan's implication. Are you planning to continue this method? Yes, let's take a brief respite, then proceed. The success of the plan had instilled Ning Fan with greater confidence. Chief Song mentioned that his son was also at the single soul level before becoming an eerie figure, just like Brother Chuan. Therefore, if they arrived at the soul return basin, it is highly probable they would be wandering around the periphery. So, you intend to cleanse the eerie figures from the outskirts of the soul return basin using this method? Chu Hongba inquired further. Ning Fan nodded. I roughly estimated there are about 200 to 300 eerie figures on the outskirts. Accounting for our recovery time, we should be able to manage it within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei's face darkened. She first glanced at the bodies of the eerie figures within the confines of the spirit-confining artifact, then lowered her head in contemplation for a moment. Finally, she tugged at Ning Fan. Are you certain you want to proceed with this? Ning Fan was taken aback. What? Xiao Fei pointed at the bodies of the eerie figures, her delicate lips quivering slightly. They might have families that care for them. Ning Fan fell silent. The surrounding individuals also remained quiet, understanding that Xiao Fei held a unique sentiment regarding this matter, as her sister had become an eerie figure. Ning Fan, we merely wish to find Brother Chuan and Chief Song's son. Why must we resort to killing them? Xiao Fei furrowed her brows tightly. I thought your earlier plan was solely to discover the weaknesses of the eerie figures. Ning Fan observed Xiao Fei in silence, and she showed no signs of yielding. Suddenly, Ning Fan turned to Chu Hongba. Brother Chu, do you share the same sentiment? Chu Hongba pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have no objections to your plan. Ning Fan nodded and then looked at Huizi. Brother Hui, what about you? Huizi waved his hand. Don't ask me. Just let me know what to do once you've made your decision. As for the decision-making, I shall not partake. You know, I failed in the 9 assessments. I lack the intellect. However, Xiao Fei's complexion grew increasingly grim, though you all truly feel indifferent. Although they are eerie figures, Ning Fan just stated that they have not been entirely controlled by spirits. What then? Ning Fan solemnly retorted, Sister Fei, what do you believe we ought to do? Xiao Fei fell silent, feeling that Ning Fan's stance was somewhat cruel. However, she too was at a loss regarding the appropriate course of action. Sister Fei, what is our purpose in coming to the Soul Return Basin this time? Ning Fan sighed. It is to find Brother Chuan. Xiao Fei countered, but that doesn't mean, if you can conceive of another viable solution, we would all heed your guidance. Ning Fan interrupted her, but you cannot, can you? Sister Fei, Brother Hui, my time at the Wild Dog House has been the shortest, and my interaction with Brother Chuan has also been brief. Yet, during this period, I have learned much. My first lesson was, in fact, imparted by Brother Chuan. Ning Fan spoke earnestly, we are not saviors. When I first ventured beyond the walls of District F32, I witnessed many people on the ground pleading for help, yet neither Brother Chuan nor anyone else paid them any heed. I once inquired of you all why we did not assist them, but none provided an answer. Now I comprehend that my question back then was quite naive. With no connections to them, rescuing them would only jeopardize our team. Under such circumstances, why should we extend our aid to total strangers? As he spoke, Ning Fan gestured towards the basin, and do we know these enigmatic beings? In comparison to strangers, should we not prioritize minimizing casualties among those closest to us? Xiao Fei shivered. Sister Fei, I understand that your sister is one of these enigmatic beings, which may evoke an inexplicable sense of compassion within you. However, we cannot allow this compassion to endanger those around us. They have families, and those who perish in the wilderness also have families. Must we consider each one? Chapter 0071. He is protecting us. Xiao Fei fell silent, yet her reaction indicated her inability to accept this reasoning. Sister Fei, I believe you comprehend these principles better than I do. Ning Fan sighed again. If we were to enter the Soul Return Basin and search individually, the risks would be too great. Rather than gamble with the lives of our own people, I would prefer to eliminate these unfamiliar, enigmatic beings. The entire team grew quiet. The gazes of some members of the Wolf Alliance towards Ning Fan shifted subtly. It became increasingly difficult for them to regard this seemingly youthful individual as merely a child. I support his approach, Chu Hongba declared unequivocally. I too believe that my people are of greater importance than the enigmatic beings. Xiao Fei scanned the crowd. No one spoke in her defense. Biting her lip, she said, very well. Since you have all made your decision, let us proceed accordingly. With that, she headed towards the vehicle where Xiao Yu was situated. Ning Fan turned to Huizi. Brother Hui, is my approach lacking in compassion? I just feel that you've changed quite a bit, Huizi replied, smirking as he scrutinized Ning Fan for a moment before suddenly laughing. You're much harsher than when we first met. Ning Fan was taken aback. Huizi waved his hand dismissively, stating, I shall go see the captain. It is only natural for a woman to have a soft heart. You all should proceed as you see fit, and call upon me if needed. After Huizi departed, Su Bin approached, carrying a massive crossbow. What is all this commotion about? He inquired as he neared Ning Fan. Is there truly anything worth arguing over concerning this trivial matter? The crowd turned their gaze towards Su Bin. Raising an eyebrow, he continued, these strange beings, even if we do not slay them, will either be captured or possessed by spirits. Will they not? As for that Sister Qiao, what does she babble about? Who truly cares? If anyone cared, why have they not sought them out until now? Regardless, if my father were to become one of those creatures, I would be the first to find him. I would rather meet my end than witness my father wandering about like a mindless corpse. The fact that these strange beings have lingered for so long indicates that those who care for them have already given up. If even those who are concerned have relinquished hope, why should we burden ourselves with their plight? Are we merely idle? Su Bin's remarks elicited a sigh from Chu Hongba. Dr. Bin, I now perceive a hint of the wisdom that masquerades as folly in your words. You are the foolish one. My father always says I am quite clever, Su Bin retorted, not pleased with the comment. Meanwhile, Huizi arrived beside Xiao Fei. If you intend to persuade me to endorse their decision, there is no need to speak. Xiao Fei gazed at the unconscious Xiao Yu. I cannot accept it. Huizi remained silent, instead sitting upon a stone next to the vehicle, lighting another cigarette. Xiao Fei admonished, "If you wish to smoke, kindly move away." "You lack an understanding of propriety," Huizi replied, somewhat irked. Xiao Fei's anger flared. "What do you mean by that? Should I express gratitude for your company? I was not referring to myself, but rather your attitude towards Ning Fan." Huizi, unusually earnest, stated, "You, I, and he, we are all members of Wild Dog's Home. Ning Fan has only just begun to establish some semblance of authority, and you openly undermine him in front of so many. Is that appropriate? Do you not find his methods excessively cruel?" Xiao Fei became increasingly agitated. Huizi shrugged. "Cruel, indeed. Yet do you not perceive that it is precisely because this plan originated from him that you find it objectionable?" Xiao Fei paused. Huizi continued, "If Chuan Gu were still here, and he had proposed this plan, would you feel as uncomfortable yet refrain from such fervent questioning?" Xiao Fei bit her lip but did not counter. "Ultimately, we have underestimated this young man, overlooking the profound impact that recent experiences have had on him." Huizi sighed. "Neither you nor I, nor even he, should believe that such a ruthless plan ought to be conceived by a mere child. When we look at this boy, we unconsciously envision him as a reflection of our own naive and kind-hearted selves. We seek to find solace for our youthful selves through him, and thus when he begins to change, we too become sensitive. We do not wish to see him, like us, become base and ruthless merely to survive." This time, Xiao Fei refrained from arguing. "Captain, as for the child Ning Fan, I cannot predict what he will become in the future, but I am certain that he cares deeply for both you and me, and that is sufficient." Huizi glanced towards the Wolf Alliance team that was regrouping. "Do you understand why I say you lack discernment?" Xiao Fei looked at Huizi, awaiting his revelation. "The task assigned to Old Li, you are far more suited for it." Huizi's gaze sharpened. "Old Li's refraction does not hold much efficacy when confronting the cunning ones. By comparison, your floral dance is swifter, serving as bait. You are far more appropriate than he." Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes widened in realization. She was not foolish. With Huizi's clarity, how could she remain oblivious? "Furthermore, my spirit attendant is a shadow, perfectly suited for delaying the pursuit of the cunning ones." Huizi gestured towards Ning Fan. "Yet this lad, when devising plans, has overlooked us. Do you believe that a struggling student like me could conceive something he, a top scholar, would miss? If he has indeed thought of it, why commit such an error?" Xiao Fei swallowed hard, a pained expression crossing her face. Huizi's smile grew warmer. "All along, we believed we were the ones safeguarding him. But in reality, this child is also protecting us in his own way, at the same time. In the Santong Cooperation Zone Su Tong, I have received news regarding Xiao Tong, a man nearing 40 with a buzz cut knelt before Su Wanjun. It is said that Xiao Tong was spotted near the Cunning Gathering at Soul Return Basin." "Cunning Gathering?" Su Wanjun furrowed his brow. "What is Xiao Bei doing there?" "The reason remains unclear." After a moment's contemplation, Su Wanjun retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Where are you now?" In response, Su Tong replied, "I have arrived at Zone F27. How is the investigation progressing?" As Yiliang mentioned, the monitors here indeed captured Xiao Tong and handed him over to Yiliang. "What did Li Jiang say?" He stated, "He is unaware of what transpired afterwards." Understood. Su Wanjun's expression grew increasingly somber. "Regardless of the circumstances, anyone daring to capture my son Su Wanjun shall face consequences." Understood. "Once you conclude your matters, pay a visit to the Cunning Gathering at Soul Return Basin. Someone there has seen Xiao Bei." "All right, Su Tong." Upon ending the call, Su Wanjun drummed his fingers on the armrest, lost in thought. "Why do I consistently feel that something is amiss?" Su Wanjun murmured softly. "Moreover, who in the entirety of Zone F possesses the capability to orchestrate such grand designs, employing 3,000 soul-level experts?" Chapter 0072. Old Su has departed. The group has been hunting cunning ones near Soul Return Basin for 2 days now. Thus far, the team has not suffered any casualties. Yet their spirits are undeniably low. The reason is simple. They have failed to locate Lin Chuan. Song Kai's son has also not been seen. The surrounding cunning ones have been largely cleared, and everyone understands that hope is, in truth, quite faint. Furthermore, while there have been no fatalities, the number of injuries continues to rise. That a day prior, due to his slower pace, Lao Li was injured by a cunning adversary, leaving the task of being the bait to be assumed by others. Within 2 days, for members of the Wolf Alliance, sustained varying degrees of injuries. Fortunately, none were fatal, and recovery was possible to Chu Hongba. Of course, could see that Ning Fan harbored ulterior motives. One was more suited for the role of bait than Xiao Fei. Yet Ning Fan deliberately refrained from mentioning her. Nonetheless, Chu Hongba did not exhibit any discontent. In such circumstances, harboring self-interest was understandable. Were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly prioritize his own team members. Moreover, the most perilous task was one that Ning Fan had bravely undertaken himself. On that basis alone, he felt no grounds for complaint. In roughly another day, they would be able to clear everything up. Seated on a high slope, Chu Hongba puffed on a cigarette and inquired of the blood-stained Ning Fan beside him. If Lin Xuan remains elusive, what are your plans? A bandage was wrapped around Ning Fan's arm. He too had sustained injuries. Despite his swordsmanship having improved significantly, continuous battles invariably led to moments of carelessness. Upon hearing Chu Hongba's words, Ning Fan's gaze dimmed slightly. For now I am uncertain. The F district is vast, and locating a single person is exceedingly challenging. The soul returning to the basin offers a glimmer of hope, yet after that hope, confusion ensues. What about beyond searching for Lin Xuan? Through their interactions over the past few days, Chu Hongba had developed a genuine interest in this young man. To earn money. Ning Fan looked towards the direction of his home. To buy special medicine for my mother. Poisonous miasma? Indeed. Ning Fan let out a bitter laugh. My initial intention in becoming a wanderer was solely to earn money for my mother's medication. How much more do you need? A considerable amount. Ning Fan shrugged. The essentials for this operation have been exorbitantly priced. We have managed to save some funds, and within the team, there are approximately 100,000 sola. Even if divided among us, I would receive only a few thousand. Chu Hongba stroked his chin, contemplating, true, and after deducting the 50,000 owed to me, not much remains. Ning Fan scoffed. Are you trying to provoke me? Rest assured, I haven't forgotten. Chu Hongba chuckled lightly. I heard from Suyi that you stirred up some trouble in the F32 district. Unable to return for the time being, yes, we eliminated a researcher. Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. However, it's not a significant issue. With sufficient funds to smooth things over, it should be resolvable. Having experienced so much, Ning Fan understood that the matter of killing young Beihai was not as grave as he had previously imagined. Money is sufficient. At worst, he could muster the audacity to speak with Song Kai regarding the F32 district. Would you be interested in remaining in the F21 district? Chu Hongba couldn't help but extend an invitation. Join me for a meal? If Huizi and Xiao Fei are willing, they are welcome too. No. Ning Fan replied almost without hesitation, shaking his head with a smile. If we were to change our base, home of the wild dogs would cease to exist. Very well. Chu Hongba was not one to prolong matters unnecessarily. He stood up, patting Ning Fan on the shoulder. In the future, if there are tasks in the district, I will introduce them to you, so you can earn enough to return and provide for your mother's treatment. Thank you, brother Qu. No need for formality. Chu Huangbo stretched lazily and remarked, shall we continue? Let us proceed. Ning Fan also picked up the broken sword, stating, the sooner we clear this up, the sooner we can find peace of mind. Throughout the entirety of the following day, the group finally managed to cleanse the periphery of the Soul Return Basin. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, the realization that Lin Xuan and Song Kai's son were not among the eerie beings left a tinge of disappointment in their hearts. On the journey back, Ning Fan's vehicle carried 5 individuals, the 3 from the wild dog home, along with Su Bin and the unconscious Xiao Yu. Suddenly, without any preamble, Xiao Fei spoke up. Ning Fan was taken aback, confirming that she was indeed addressing him. What? Xiao Fei turned her head, gazing out the window. Since the divergence they had experienced 3 days prior, they had not communicated at all. Her first words now being an expression of gratitude left Ning Fan momentarily perplexed. Noticing her silence, he smiled and replied, You're welcome. Xiao Fei turned her gaze back to him, her eyes reflecting a hint of conflict. Curiously, Ning Fan asked, Sister Fei, do you have any instructions? Please, speak candidly. Let me think it over. She responded, once again looking outside, lost in contemplation. On their way back, they passed through the eerie gathering once more, but this time they did not stop. However, compared to the previous 3 days, the eerie gathering was noticeably more lively, with dozens of cars parked outside. Upon returning to District F21, Ning Fan immediately sought out Song Kai. Song Kai appeared more haggard than before, his smile noticeably diminished. Brother Song, Ning Fan said apologetically in Song Kai's office. I'm sorry, We couldn't find anyone. It's all right. Song Kai replied with a forced smile, waving a hand dismissively. I was merely holding on to a glimmer of hope. If they were found, it would be a divine blessing. If not, well, that would be the norm. In truth, Song Kai had known the outcome since their return. What about your captain, Lin Xuan? He wasn't found either? Yes, Ning Fan sighed. All right then, let us take a break and rest in District F21. Song Kai seemed disinterested. Ning Fan stood up, contemplating before saying, Brother Song, regarding the funds for the supplies, once we have more at hand. Forget it, it's a trivial amount. Song Kai interrupted him directly. You all keep it for your use? Consider it a gift from me. Ning Fan felt no need to insist further. The supplies represented a significant sum, and there was no reason to cling to pride. Thank you, Brother Song. Just as Ning Fan opened the door to leave, Old Su has left. Ning Fan halted abruptly, turning back with a look of terror at Song Kai. He has really gone. Song Kai offered a wry smile. Indeed, he has left, but he is not dead. Ning Fan finally exhaled in relief. Where did he go? Song Kai gestured upwards. Ning Fan glanced up, his expression shifting. To the upper city? Yes, Song Kai grimaced. He has gone to assume his role as a lord of the upper city. Ning Fan understood that Song Kai's words were merely an expression of discontent. There was a bond of camaraderie between the two old friends. With Old Su's departure, Song Kai felt a pang of sorrow. Does Debin know? Probably not. Song Kai replied solemnly. You should talk to Debin. I'm afraid that kid might cry in front of me, and that would be hard to bear. Understood. Ning Fan did not refuse. After hesitating for a moment, he could not help but inquire, Brother Song, do you think Old Su can still return? Song Kai was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. It's difficult. Chapter 0073. The new captain. 5 minutes later, Ning Fan exited the office building of the Director General. Xiao Fei and Huizi were waiting for him at the entrance. Ning Fan recounted his recent conversation with Song Kai. When the two heard the news that Old Su had returned to the upper city, they were somewhat surprised. What about Debin? Huizi asked. I intend to bring him into the wild dog house. Ning Fan seemed to have had this idea for a while. Although we are not yet fully aware of Debin's specific capabilities, one thing is certain. He is not weak. Moreover, in terms of character, I believe he is reliable. Additionally, since we were ambushed by Su Bei, I have been contemplating that wild dog house is lacking a member with ranged capabilities. If we had someone positioned for an ambush outside at that time, perhaps. Ning Fan did not wish to continue. Would he be willing? Huizi inquired. It should be fine. If you all agree, I will speak with him. Ning Fan replied confidently. Huizi shrugged. I have no objections. Debin seems like a good fit. They both turned to Xiao Fei. She pressed her lips together. Throughout the journey back, her eyes had been flickering with hesitation, as if contemplating something significant. Fei Jia, do you think it's inappropriate? Ning Fan, noticing her silence, took the initiative to ask. However, to the surprise of both him and Huizi, Ning Fan, you should take the role of captain of the wild dog house. Ning Fan stood frozen in place. Huizi's eyes widened in astonishment. The hesitation in Xiao Fei's gaze gradually vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. I am not speaking out of anger, nor is this an impulsive decision. Xiao Fei said, gazing intently at Ning Fan, I admit that I have been somewhat emotional in certain decisions. In contrast, through my observations over this period, I find your thought process to be much clearer. No, Fei Jia, this joke has gone too far. I reiterate, I am not joking. Xiao Fei insisted with utmost seriousness. Take Chu Hongba as an example. Before our collaboration, we had already reached an agreement that in decision-making, the Wolf Alliance would take precedence, and we would follow. Yet, the final tactical execution was carried out according to your strategy. This indicates that Chu Hongba acknowledges your planning capabilities, and I, even to this day, still find your plans somewhat ruthless, but it is undeniable that this operation has indeed minimized our losses. Therefore, from any perspective, you are far more suited for the position of captain than I am. I do not wish to lead the wild dog house into despair due to my mistakes. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat troubled. Fei Jia, I do not use age and experience as excuses. No one is born to be a captain. Xiao Fei sighed. To be honest, ever since Chuango left, being the captain has been quite exhausting. In the past, I never had to ponder what I should do. Chuan Gu would give me directives, and I merely needed to fulfill my responsibilities accordingly. However, ever since I took on the role of captain, I find myself contemplating daily how to ensure the stability of Wild Dog House, worrying whether my decisions might affect anyone. To be honest, I am not a particularly meticulous woman. Rather than crafting plans, I prefer to wield my knife to resolve issues. Ning Fan, do you not realize that much of what Huizi and I have accomplished during this period has largely been orchestrated by you? At this point, Xiao Fei chuckled. In truth, I resemble more of a nominal captain. Thus, why not allow you to take charge? I would find peace, and you could showcase your talents. Ning Fan was already certain that Xiao Fei was earnest. Throughout this journey, or rather, since the moment they encountered a divergence in their paths, she had been contemplating this matter. Now, she spoke only after careful consideration. Kid, do not decline. Huizi patted Ning Fan's shoulder. Actually, I have high hopes for you. Suddenly, Ning Fan felt a weight on his shoulder. It was not due to Huizi's pat, but rather a sense of responsibility that had settled upon him. Having joined Wild Dog House for less than half a month, being elected captain by two elders was indeed a matter of pride. Yet, intertwined with this honor, was a burden that he might never be able to cast off. All right, I feel relieved. Xiao Fei smiled with ease, radiantly. She even winked at Ning Fan. From this moment on, you must lead us well, Captain. Xiao Fei provided Ning Fan no opportunity to refuse. From this instant forth, Wild Dog House, Ning Fan would take the helm. Ning Fan could hardly fathom that just half a month ago, he had first met Lin Xuan in Zone F32, and after much tribulation, had managed to join, and now, he found himself occupying Lin Xuan's position. In truth, the reason Xiao Fei relinquished the captaincy at this juncture was also due to their inability to locate Lin Xuan in the Soul Return Basin. Even if she was reluctant to accept it, Wild Dog House indeed needed to adapt to life without Lin Xuan. Captain, De Bin has joined. I agree. Go and discuss it with him. Xiao Fei appeared remarkably relaxed. As for Xiao Yu's situation, take your time. I am not in a hurry. Xiao Fei did not wish to place too much pressure on this newly appointed captain. Understood. Ning Fan exhaled deeply. Rest assured, Fei Jia, your sister and I will find a way. Half an hour later, Ning Fan arrived at the entrance of Su Jiang. He gently knocked on the door. The door was unlocked, and Ning Fan pushed it open. Inside the room, Su Bin leaned against the bedside. A giant crossbow resting nearby. You're here. Su Bin cheerfully waved at Ning Fan. What did Uncle Song say? Didn't he get angry about not finding his son? Not at all. Not only didn't he make it difficult for me, but he also mentioned that the supplies were a gift. Ning Fan attempted to maintain a light demeanor. Your Uncle Song is quite generous. Su Bin raised an eyebrow. Taking advantage of me. Huh. Ha ha ha. Uncle Song told me to call him that. If you disagree, go speak to him. Ning Fan found a relatively clean spot and settled down. Su Bin cast a sidelong glance at him. Did my father visit you before he left? Ning Fan was taken aback. Su Bin chuckled. You came here to discuss this matter with me, didn't you? Ning Fan tilted his head, staring at Su Bin for a moment. Sometimes, I truly can't tell whether you're genuinely foolish or merely pretending to be clever. Damn it, am I a fool in both respects? Su Bin laughed and then sighed. Ever since he sent me out of the district with you, I knew he was planning to leave. Ning Fan was certain that Su Bin was indeed not foolish. This seemingly simpleton was quite clear-headed. My father, you know, he is too stubborn. Su Bin scoffed. It's been so many years. What is there to hold on to? Why must you go back to court death? As he spoke, Su Bin's eyes reddened. Once he is gone, after 18 years of nurturing, who do you think I can turn to for gratitude? Chapter 0074. A treasure unearthed indeed. This ironclad simpleton understood everything. I am not my father's biological son. Su Bin looked at the massive crossbow and said slowly, Do you know about this matter? Ning Fan hesitated slightly but eventually nodded. I know. In fact, my father had intended to keep this secret from me. But I had known for a long time. That Su Bin sighed. I am tall and handsome. He is thin and dark. Did he truly think I was too dull to notice? Ning Fan remained silent, continuing to sit quietly across from Su Bin. Did you come here to recruit me? Su Bin suddenly changed the subject. Ning Fan did not meander. Yes, are you interested? I have a condition. What condition? If there is an opportunity, accompany me to the upper city. A flicker of fire sparkled in Su Bin's eyes. He took care of me for 18 years. If he were alive, I would support him in his old age. If he is gone, I will recover his remains. All right, then I will join. Su Bin was decisive, immediately giving a clear response. Good, then I welcome you to join us in the capacity of the leader of the Wild Dog Home. From now on, we will all share the same pot. Ning Fan imitated him, extending his hand. Su Bin was taken aback. Leader? Isn't your leader Sister Qiao? Now it is me. Ning Fan smiled. Su Bin stared at Ning Fan for a moment before muttering, "Is your little group of 3 really going to engage in power struggles? Get lost. It was Sister Fei who willingly gave it to me." Before long, Ning Fan called in Xiao Fei and Huizi. Thus, Wild Dog Home not only changed its leader but also welcomed new members. Can I say a few words? Ning Fan felt somewhat unaccustomed to this identity of being a leader. You are the leader. If you want to speak, then speak. Who could possibly stop you? Huizi laughed. Ning Fan gradually grew serious. Bin, since you have decided to join us, we need to have a basic understanding of your capabilities. Ah, sure. Su Bin nodded. I am quite formidable. The 3 of them simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. Can we be a bit more specific? Ning Fan patiently inquired. Su Bin curled his lip. To be more specific, I am an archer, and my spirit attendant is a heavy artillery type, 100 souls level. The 3 of them immediately widened their eyes. Although they had previously witnessed Su Bin's strength and were aware that he was certainly not weak, they truly did not expect that this seemingly simple-minded spirit attendant was actually at the 100 souls level. Did that mean he was on par with Su Bei and Chu Hongba? Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. Xiao Fei and Huizi understood the implication in his gaze. They had struck gold, however, upon reflection, it made sense. Su Jiang had taken him out for strolls often, suggesting that Su Bin had encountered more souls than most people. Now, let me share our situation with you, Ning Fan said, clearly excited. Fei Jia's spirit attendant is named Hua Wu, 10 souls level, primarily focused on combat, with exceptional assassination and siege capabilities. Hui Gu's spirit attendant is called Ing Zi, single soul level, adept at ambushes, interrogation, and control.as for me. Although Ning Fan had already confirmed that Jin Wuchou was not a spirit attendant, he still introduced him for Su Bin's understanding. Jin Wuchou? Single soul level, but my spirit attendant is rather special. He can be utilized within the confines of the spirit suppressing artifact. Wow, that's incredible. Su Bin suddenly understood. No wonder you can attack the strange beings within the spirit suppressing artifact. So you play dirty. Please speak properly. Ning Fan felt that his future might not be very peaceful, with Huizi's incessant chatter, and now Su Bin.it seemed he also had no filter. Alright, now that everyone has a basic understanding, I will outline the direction our team will take. Ning Fan became serious and looked at Xiao Fei. Fei Jia, I will thoroughly investigate your sister's situation during this time. I have a friend who knows a bit about spirits, and I will communicate with her shortly. Sure, you are the captain. Do as you see fit. Currently, Xiao Yu is temporarily housed at the Wolf Alliance, thanks to Chu Hongba's initiative to help. Additionally, Ning Fan felt a bit embarrassed. I became a traveler to earn money for my mother's medication, so I plan to take on more tasks to gather enough funds to return and treat her. You can use the team's funds for now. Xiao Fei said first. First, get her treated, and then you can repay us slowly. Huizi echoed. I don't have any significant expenses either. Finally, the 3 turned their gazes towards Su Bin. Su Bin raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at me for? I only have one request. Make sure you provide me with enough premium ingredients. Ning Fan looked gratefully at the 3. Alright, I won't pretend to decline. That evening, after everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest, Ning Fan sat on the hotel bed and took out the phone that Wen Kai had given him earlier. The phone contained only one number, saved under the name Kai Jia. He dialed the number, and it rang for quite a while. Hello. The voice of Wen Kai came through the line. Hearing her voice, Ning Fan felt a deep sense of familiarity. Kai Jia, it's me. I know. Wen Kai's tone was somewhat cold. Ning Fan asked with concern, Kai Jia, is something wrong over there? Wen Kai remained silent. Ning Fan hurriedly inquired, do you need my help? There is no need for that. Wen Kai, with a hint of indifference, remarked, it's nothing. I shall hang up now. Do not contact me any further. Kai Jia, I apologize. It is not that I have wished to avoid reaching out to you during this time. Enough of the nonsense, Wen Kai said in a low voice. Who do you think is concerned about you? Ning Fan felt a pang of guilt. After all, Wen Kai had shown him considerable care when he was in District F21, and he indeed felt a bit disheartened. Just as Ning Fan was about to explain himself, the voice on the other end transformed into that of a man. Xiaotong, was it you who captured him? Ning Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Who are you? Zhang Wenchun, captain of the Dark Lodge, squad in the Santong Cooperative District. The man's voice carried a tone of mockery. Your beloved is quite the character. She wouldn't even sell you out, even on the brink of death. Ning Fan clutched the phone tightly, the device emitting a series of ominous clicks. What have you done to Kai Jia? Heh, curious, are we? Zhang Wenchun sneered. Come to District F27 and see for yourself. With that, He wasted no further breath. "I will await your arrival for 3 days." The call was abruptly terminated. Ning Fan's expression was as still as a stagnant pool. Silently, he stowed the phone away, donned his clothing, and slung the broken sword across his back. He could feel his body ablaze with heat, a restless fervor simmering within him. "Su Bei has connections, which I cannot afford to provoke. I can endure your men taking Su Bei away, but now you leave me no choice. Then no one shall live in peace." Ning Fan exited his room and knocked on the doors of Xiao Fei and Hui Zi. When they emerged, bewilderment was etched on their faces. "What is the matter?" "We need to find a bin. Assemble the team." "What is going on?" Hui Zi, still groggy, rubbed his sleepy eyes. "We are returning to District F-27 to kill." Ning Fan's countenance remained stoic, his eyes igniting with fierce determination. 1 hour later, the 4 members of Wild Dog's home were already in the vehicle. Hui Zi yawned while driving, and Su Bin sat in the back seat, cradling a massive crossbow. "Had I known, I would never have joined you. Not even a full night's sleep." Ning Fan remained silent. He had no inclination for jest at this moment. Once he composed himself, he could roughly ascertain the situation in District F-27. It must be that upon Su Bei's return to the Santong Cooperative District, Su Wanjun noticed his injuries and, after inquiring, learned of the grievances he suffered in District F-27. Thus, the high and mighty Su commander dispatched individuals to seek justice for his son. As the captain of the monitoring team, Wen Kai naturally became the primary target, receiving special attention. What troubled Ning Fan the most was the thought that Wen Kai must have endured unimaginable torment, yet still refrained from revealing his whereabouts. Only she knew he had gone to District F-21. If she were to divulge this, the enemy would likely have arrived long ago. Regardless of the care Wen Kai had shown him in the past or her protection now, this journey, Ning Fan resolved that he must go to Bin. "Once we arrive in District F-27, you will enter first and assess the situation." Ning Fan turned to Su Bin in the back seat and instructed. "You are unfamiliar with the area." "Understood," Su Bin shrugged. "Fei Jia, you will be the second to enter. Visit the black market and inquire about selling weapons. Let's see what information you can gather." "All right, what about me?" Hui Zi inquired, turning his head. "You shall accompany me back to the F-32 district," Ning Fan replied in a hushed tone. Hui Zi was taken aback. "Why return to the F-32 district? We are wanted there. It's nothing to worry about. We won't linger for long. Just wait for me outside," Ning Fan said, his eyelids twitching slightly. "I need to return to deliver medicine to my mother, and then we shall leave." "Medicine? A special drug?" Hui Zi exclaimed in astonishment. "Where did you acquire it?" "When I was in the F-32 district, I heard whispers of a special drug within the research institute." "You don't intend to rob the research institute?" This time, it wasn't just Hui Zi who was shocked. Even Xiao Fei stared at him with her pupils constricted. "On this trip to the F-27 district, my survival is uncertain. If I perish, my mother shall not be saved. I do not have the luxury of time to slowly amass the money." Ning Fan's voice was hoarse. "Being chosen by the upper city is my first path. If I am not chosen, my second path is to join the Wild Dogs as a walker to earn money for the medicine. But if I cannot earn enough for the medicine within 6 months, robbing the research institute becomes my last resort." This was a plan that Ning Fan had devised long ago. However, the reason for ultimately choosing this final path was entirely different from his initial considerations. "If I survive, I will bring my mother to the F-21 district, and we shall re-establish the Wild Dogs banner. But," Ning Fan cast a guilty glance at Xiao Fei, "if I die." "Fei Jia, the captain of the Wild Dogs, you must take on the role." It was evident to all that Ning Fan was heading to the F-27 district with the resolve to risk everything. This was the first time Xiao Fei and Hui Zi had witnessed Ning Fan so enraged. This anger stemmed, on one hand, from Wen Kai, and on the other it was a culmination of all the suppressed emotions from recent times. Ignited by this catalyst, the disdain from the upper city, the oppression faced by the Wild Dogs due to false accusations, the frustration of having captured Su Bei yet being unable to punish him. These emotions had long been bottled up within Ning Fan, gradually fermenting until they could no longer be contained. Xiao Fei furrowed her brow tightly. "You don't intend for us to accompany you in rescuing anyone?" "This is my own affair." Ning Fan nodded. The adversary is the dark nest of the Santong Cooperative Zone. He recalled the oppressive presence that Yi Liang had exerted and the way Vice Ming had been killed by Yi Liang without any forewarning. He owed a debt of gratitude to Wen Kai, but others did not share that obligation. There was no need to drag everyone down with him. Xiao Fei's expression darkened. Captain, you still do not comprehend the significance of the Wild Dogs banner. Ning Fan was taken aback. Xiao Fei continued, we have encountered many walker teams, such as the Wind-Slashing Team, Skeleton Team, Battle Bears, or Wolf Alliance. Did you not glean anything from their names? To be honest, Ning Fan had not given this much thought. He merely believed that the more pleasing the name, the better it was. But at that moment, Huizi gazed ahead and remarked softly, we are called the Wild Dogs. Ning Fan was touched. Xiao Fei patted Ning Fan on the shoulder. Home, do you understand? However, Sister FEI.no more buts. Xiao Fei replied with a faint smile, when the time comes, you shall arrange what we ought to do. If you insist on acting alone, we will proceed according to our own whims, albeit without your plan, which may expose us to greater risks. Indeed, Xiao Fei was compelling Ning Fan. Should you choose to exclude us, we will forge our own path, albeit a more perilous one. Therefore, for our safety, you must take us along. Ning Fan felt a slight sting in his nose. In this wretched world, encountering such genuine friends filled him with a sense of contentment. All right. Ning Fan nodded earnestly. Once you have gathered the information, let us convene at the cave we previously occupied. Very well, Xiao Fei smiled. Throughout the journey, apart from the driver, Huizi, everyone else quietly rested in the vehicle. Each individual was acutely aware of the risks associated with this undertaking. Seasoned travelers understand how to properly adjust their states of mind. At long last, they arrived near the F-27 district, where Su Bin and Xiao Fei disembarked. Be cautious. I am uncertain how many members of the Santong Cooperative reside in the district. Do not attract unwanted attention, Ning Fan cautioned. Rest assured, Su Bin replied, producing a thick stack of sola from his pocket. I intend to live like a lord. This money had been provided by Ning Fan. Since they had resolved to seize the pharmaceuticals from the research institute, the money had become rather inconsequential. Parting ways with the two, Huizi continued onward. After approximately 4 hours, they finally reached the outer wall of the F-32 district. Ning Fan alighted from the vehicle, instructing Huizi to wait for him. Returning to the F-32 district evoked a surreal sensation within Ning Fan, reminiscent of a bygone era. The last time he had exited from here was after eliminating Yongbei High. During this interval, Ning Fan could sense the profound changes within himself. Approaching the gate, he slid 1,000 sola through the window. The guard was not the same one who had frequently received tips from Lin Chuan. Oh, young lad, huh? The guard, clearly pleased by the payment, promptly opened the door for Ning Fan without further ado. Ning Fan nodded in gratitude. Stepping into the F-32 district, he was greeted by the familiar ambience, somewhat pungent yet comforting. Hey there, are you one of us from the F-32 district? You look a bit familiar, the guard idly remarked. Ning Fan smiled. Indeed, born and raised here. The guard chuckled. Well then, it's impressive that you managed to return alive from the wild at such a young age. I have high hopes for you. Ning Fan refrained from prolonging the conversation. Just as he prepared to head towards the research institute, he suddenly noticed a decayed wooden plank discarded in a pile of refuse by the wall. Observing that no one was paying attention, he approached, retrieved the plank from the trash, cleaned it off, and tucked it into his pocket. Chapter 0076. Split Actions. Little brother, you certainly have quite the appetite. In a fine delicacies restaurant within the F-27 district, Su Bin set the giant crossbow aside and ravenously bit into a rib steak. The juices dripping onto the table exuded an enticing aroma, causing patrons at the neighboring table to involuntarily swallow. Simultaneously, the array of exquisite dishes on his table elicited envious glances. Those who could afford such delicacies were not few. Ordinary families occasionally indulged in fine cuisine, which was not particularly uncommon. I have indeed never witnessed anyone consuming food in such a manner. It feels as though upon finishing this meal, one might not live to see another day. My dear proprietor, the exquisite flavors of your culinary creations are truly remarkable. They far surpass those from our region. Su Bin ambiguously offered his approval. The owner, brimming with pride, responded, That is certainly the case. I have been learning the art of cooking from my father since childhood. If you were to ask me to prepare local delicacies, they would likely be no different from anyone else's. However, when it comes to the refined dishes, I am undoubtedly the best. He punctuated his statement by giving himself a thumbs up. Su Bin nodded vigorously. Indeed impressive. Ah, my friend, by your tone, it seems you are not from our F-27 district? Merely passing through? The owner, intrigued by Su Bin's affluence, inquired. I hail from F-54 district. Su Bin casually replied. I came here to rest a bit and procure some medicine for the journey. What sort of medicine? The owner queried. Su Bin raised an eyebrow, gnawing on a lamb leg as he asked, What's the matter? Do you have acquaintances here? Absolutely. Having spent a lifetime in this area, I may not have much, but I certainly have some connections, the owner boasted, thumping his chest. I need hemostatic agents, as well as healing remedies. Su Bin wiped the greasy residue from his mouth. The more, the better. The proprietor paused, taken aback. Young man, what exactly are you planning to do? Engaging in reckless endeavors. Better prepared than sorry, Su Bin declared. Money in hand is merely paper. It cannot be spent once one is dead, the owner chuckled. That is indeed true. After a moment's reflection, he glanced around before lowering his voice. However, these medicines are rather difficult to come by at present. Really? In such a large district, not even a bit of medicine to be found, Su Bin scoffed. Did you not just boast about your connections? The owner's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurried to clarify. No. Under normal circumstances, I would undoubtedly be able to procure them, but recently, things have become rather stringent. Stringent? Su Bin replied with a smirk. Is your district so miserly? Why be so strict about obtaining some medicine? Alas, how should I explain this? The owner seated himself beside Su Bin, lowering his voice. There have been some recent incidents in the district. What sort of incidents? Su Bin, now intrigued, set aside the half-eaten lamb leg. I have heard some whispers, the owner, glancing furtively, continued. It seems our district's monitor has crossed paths with a significant figure. Ha ha ha. What constitutes a significant figure? The royal family of the upper city. Su Bin expressed his disdain. However, the owner raised an eyebrow. The leader of the Santong Cooperative District. Would you not consider that significant? Santong Cooperative District? Su Bin's interest piqued. How could the district's monitor possibly provoke such individuals? It is said that the monitor apprehended a person who just so happens to be the son of one of the three factions, the owner sighed. Is this not an unwarranted calamity? When someone disrupts the rules within the district, it is only natural for the monitor to take action. Should they first inquire about one's background before acting? Su Bin, equally displeased, remarked, Indeed. The people from the Santong Cooperative District are rather unreasonable. They simply bully others due to their solid foundation. In Region F, even the general district must show them some respect. Do we dare to challenge them on our mere patch of land? The boss scoffed. This is merely a struggle for survival. Even cockroaches and rats must delineate their ranks. What retribution befell those monitors? Were they all exterminated? Su Bin refrained from commenting on the boss's words and continued to inquire with curiosity. The boss shook his head. I don't know, but this morning I heard someone say that 2 corpses were thrown out from the monitor's office building. Their faces so mangled that they were unrecognizable. So brazen? To retaliate directly against the monitor's building? No wonder they are furious. Our esteemed leader dares not utter a word. Damn it. How utterly pathetic. Keep your voice down, or you'll be courting death, Su Bin advised gently. The boss, realizing his agitation, lowered his voice again and cast a grateful glance at Su Bin. Brother, how about you finish this meal and then go collect medicine in another district? If luck isn't on your side and you encounter those bastards, you could easily find yourself on the receiving end of a few blades. Initially, the boss intended to profit from Su Bin, but as their conversation progressed, his temperament shifted. Su Bin's eyes darted, and he smiled. All right. Thank you. With that, he tossed 1,000 sola onto the table. The boss was taken aback. Little brother, that's too much. Not at all. It's worth it for the flavor, Su Bin declared as he shouldered his massive crossbow and exited the gourmet restaurant. Meanwhile, Huizi had parked his vehicle in a small grove about a kilometer from the boundary wall of Area F32. His position allowed him a clear view of the front gate. The moment Ning Fan emerged, he could rush to assist him. At that moment, Huizi wore a stoic expression, idly fiddling with a dagger, displaying various tricks. Originally, he had intended to enter the district alongside Ning Fan. But he was rebuffed. On one hand, Huizi had a modest reputation in Area F32 and could easily be recognized. On the other hand, Ning Fan was merely procuring firearms and ammunition. Any commotion would likely only attract the attention of enforcers. However, if Huizi were to deploy his spirit attendant, it would draw the monitors into the fray. Ultimately, Huizi concluded that it was wiser to remain here and be on standby. He couldn't help but wonder if that lad would manage just fine. Huizi muttered with concern, Once we earn some money, I must buy myself a phone first. At that moment, a distant rumble echoed through the air, and flashing lights illuminated Hui Zi's vicinity. Startled, he quickly concealed himself behind a tree. A vehicle approached and came to a halt. Hui Zi furrowed his brows tightly, gripping his dagger firmly. The car door opened, and a man clad in a gray trench coat emerged. "Brother, there's a vehicle here." The man in the trench coat said to someone inside the car. "There's no one around, but the engine is still running," came a deep voice from within. "Since no one is here, it's unclaimed. Let us take it." Vehicles are essential for the traveler teams. Moreover, Hui Zi's car was a high-end model purchased by Song Kai. Hui Zi's expression darkened from behind the tree. If someone drove off with the car, what would happen when Ning Fan emerged? It would certainly complicate their escape. However, simultaneously, if he were to step outside now and inform the other party that the vehicle was his, it would be quite inappropriate. He is but a solitary individual, while the opposing side comprises a complete team. If the car is ownerless, they could simply drive it away. If the vehicle does have an owner, yet that owner is but one, then they might snatch it away. Moreover, and most importantly, Hui Zi can be certain that once he reveals himself, the other party, even if not motivated by the car, would not necessarily treat him with courtesy. This is because the team to which the man in the trench coat belongs is the Winslayer Brigade, a direct competitor of Wild Dog House. Chapter 0077. The Heist for Medicine. My goodness. This vehicle contains quite a treasure trove. The man in the trench coat has already slipped inside the car. Gazing at the stacked supplies, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The Winslayer Brigade has been established for quite some time and has never been this affluent before. At that moment, the others also curiously disembarked, peering into Hui Zi's vehicle. Greed sparkled in each of their eyes. "Brother, is there really no issue with this?" The man in the trench coat asked a shorter, yet exceptionally robust man. Driving such a vehicle and carrying so many supplies, they can't possibly be an ordinary team. The stout man is none other than Zhao Jinsong, the leader of the Winslayer Brigade. At this moment, he too was fixated on the supplies within the car, unable to divert his gaze. After hesitating for a moment and glancing around to ensure the area was clear, he declared, "Move the supplies." He could no longer withstand such temptation. As a wanderer, he had always risked life and limb for profit. What endeavor is without danger? This bounty was worth the risk. One member, perplexed, inquired, "Brother, aren't we taking the car?" "Forget the car." Zhao Jinsong displayed a bit of cunning. Although he coveted the vehicle, it would be too easy to trace. Thus, he decided against taking it, for securing this batch of supplies would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. Hui Zi remained hidden in the shadows, observing as the members of the Winslayer Brigade excitedly transferred the supplies to their vehicle. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his emotions with great difficulty. If they intended to drive the car away, Hui Zi would have fought tooth and nail to stop them. However, upon hearing Zhao Jinsong's intention to leave the car behind, after much internal struggle, Hui Zi resolved to swallow his pride for the moment. The most crucial task now was to ensure that Ning Fan could be safely retrieved the instant he emerged. Watching helplessly as the Winslayer Brigade departed with their bountiful haul, Hui Zi finally stepped out from the shadows of the trees. "Damn it, they cleaned it out completely?" Ning Fan stood in a dimly lit alley, continually adjusting his emotions. Nervous, anxious, and excited, he raised his head, gazing at the illuminated third floor of the research facility, and finally steeled his resolve. Grasping the weathered and uneven wall, Ning Fan climbed towards the window like a gecko. Upon reaching the windowsill on the third floor, he peeked inside and spotted a man dozing on the sofa. Stealthily, he opened the window and lightly jumped inside. The sound of his landing was soft, yet the man groggily cracked open his eyes. Upon seeing an additional figure before him, he jolted awake, all traces of sleep vanishing. But Ning Fan moved with lightning speed, the broken sword in his hand already poised at the man's throat. "Shoo, don't say a word." Ning Fan adorned his head with a hat, concealing the lower half of his face with a tattered cloth. "I hope you will cooperate. Otherwise, I have other means to ensure your silence." Ning Fan's voice was frigid, yet it trembled slightly. This man was the director of the F32 District Research Institute. The director's complexion was somewhat pale, his eyes flickering with fear, clearly still disoriented from slumber. Nevertheless, he nodded. "Friend, what do you intend to do?" he inquired softly. "Do we know each other?" "What about the antidote?" Ning Fan's voice emerged hoarse. The director's gaze faltered. You have lost your mind? The antidote is worth 1 million Solaris." Even in the central district, it is no trifling sum. Moreover, this is a research institute. Anyone daring to entertain such nefarious thoughts regarding the antidote here must be insane. Indeed, insane. Ning Fan replied nonchalantly, madmen are capable of anything. The director could sense Ning Fan's resolve, yet he furrowed his brow and said, Friend, there is indeed an antidote in the institute, but it is reserved for the chief. Even if you were to seize it, escaping from F32 district would be impossible. From the sound of your voice, you appear quite young. Therefore, I propose you leave now, and I shall pretend as if nothing has transpired. Live well henceforth, and do not court danger. Ning Fan paid no heed to the director's earnest counsel. Without the antidote, how can one truly live? His gaze flickered with intensity. Oh, not waste my time. I have no desire to kill an innocent, the director sighed. The antidote is not here with me. It is in the vault on the second floor. Ning Fan's brow furrowed. Sensing the sharpness in his gaze, the director continued, such a valuable item, how could I possibly keep it on my person? Can you unlock the vault? Ning Fan inquired. The director nodded that I can. How many people are outside? Uncertain at this hour, many senior researchers have yet to arrive. Perhaps 4 or 5. Where are the security guards stationed? There are usually 3 or 4 on the first floor, and 2 in front of the vault. Very well, let us proceed. Ning Fan grasped the director, casually taking a lab coat from a hanger and draping it over himself. The director, held firmly by Ning Fan, felt the cold blade hidden within the coat pressing against his waist. Should he dare to act against him, that sword would surely strike down. Fortunately, they encountered no one on their way. Descending to the second floor and traversing a long corridor, Ning Fan spotted the 2 security guards as described by the director. Director Chen, what brings you here? The guards greeted cheerfully at first. However, they quickly sensed something amiss. Despite Ning Fan donning the institute's lab coat, he wore a hat, kept his head lowered, and his face was shrouded in black cloth. Ning Fan's eyes gleamed with intensity, and before the guards could react, he lunged forward. Bang, bang. The 2 guards collapsed with a thud. Having slain no fewer than 300 uncanny beings prior, Ning Fan had significantly enhanced both his speed and swordsmanship. Confronting 2 guards unable to wield spirit servants was exceedingly effortless. The director was taken aback, astonished at the strength this youth possessed. An extraordinary physical prowess and reflexes that surpassed the ordinary. It is no wonder that, armed with nothing but a sword, one would dare to raid the Research Institute for Pharmaceuticals. Thankfully, there was no resistance just moments ago. Child, ponder this carefully, the director implored earnestly. Once you step through this door, there is no turning back. Yet I have long since crossed that point of no return. Ning Fan pulled the director closer. Open the door? Thank you. The director sighed, retrieved a key, and entered the code. The door swung open. Ning Fan stepped through, leading the director inside. The director rummaged through a corner for quite some time before producing a metallic box. He opened it, revealing a syringe containing a vibrant green liquid. It's here. The miracle drug? Ning Fan could hardly contain his excitement. Since the age of 6, all his efforts had been directed towards obtaining this very vial. He hadn't anticipated that, upon choosing to take such a risk, it would be so effortlessly within his grasp. How ironic, indeed, child. The director attempted to speak, but felt a tightening around his neck, followed by darkness engulfing his vision. Ning Fan had knocked him unconscious. He secured the metallic box, dragged the 2 unconscious security guards into the safe room, locked the door, and then hastily departed. He returned to the 3rd floor and descended through the window. Discarding his hat and the cloth that obscured his face, Ning Fan dashed down the street, exhilaration coursing through him. His hands clutched the metallic box hidden beneath his clothing, his excitement impossible to conceal. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. At last my mother will be saved. In less than 20 minutes, Ning Fan beheld the familiar alley, and that weathered wooden door. That is his home. Chapter 0078. I'm sorry. Sister Chiao, have you learned anything on your end? On a street outside the black market, Su Bin sat atop a wooden crate while Xiao Fei leaned against the wall opposite him. When Kai held a significant reputation within the black market, and following her capture, many had exerted pressure on the monitor building. Xiao Fei maintained a stern expression. However, it was of little effect. Several individuals were taken by those from the Santong Cooperative Zone. The information I've gathered mirrors that sentiment. The Santong Cooperative Zone has already seized the monitor building, and all the monitors have been confined within. Those who can emerge are all dead. Su Bin rarely displayed such a grave demeanor. This task is rather daunting. The influence of the Santong cooperative zone is far too extensive. Even the commander dares not intervene, allowing them to act with impunity within the district. How can we, with just the four of us from the wild doghouse, accomplish this? Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow. Are you contemplating withdrawal? If so, I won't stand in your way. What do you mean by that? Su Bin retorted, displeased. Are you belittling the newcomers? I never said I would back down. Can't I even express a sentiment? Xiao Fei ignored him. Sister Qiao, I believe that recklessness is not the solution. Let us not even address whether we could contend with those from the Santong cooperative zone. Even if we were to emerge victorious, should the commander fear for his own safety, he might dispatch reinforcements to eliminate us, leaving us with no escape. This sentiment resonated with Xiao Fei, as she too pondered this possibility. The commander's stance remained ambiguous. The situation in Zone F-27 was proving far more intricate than they had previously imagined. Perhaps it would be wise to wait. Xiao Fei, lost in thought, remarked, when the time comes, I shall inform the captain and let him decide. Meanwhile, within the monitoring tower, the squad leader received a report. It seems someone is inquiring about the monitors outside. A man clad in the uniform of the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone sat with one leg crossed over the other, swaying from side to side. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the man raised an eyebrow. Oh, is it the one who captured the young subordinate? It doesn't appear to be. It contradicts our intelligence. Then let it be for now. The man replied with a smile. There is a reason behind every grievance. Whoever apprehended the young subordinate shall face the consequences. With that, his grin broadened. We must adhere to reason. It's the threshold of his home. Ning Fan adjusted his attire, remnants of the blood left by the slain Guerin still visible on his clothing. After a brief attempt at cleaning, the stains had faded considerably. A gentle smile graced his lips as he finally pushed open the door, only to be met by a foul stench that invaded his nostrils. Ning Fan's smile faltered slightly. The odor was ubiquitous in the lower city. No one living here was unfamiliar with it. However, the stench he detected now was distinctly different, a putrid smell. Mom, I'm home. Although his mother had remained in a coma since the outbreak of the miasma, Ning Fan still felt compelled to announce his arrival. There was no response, which was to be expected. Xiao Zhe, lazy? Ning Fan called out to his two friends. His peace of mind in leaving stemmed from the presence of these two reliable companions. Yet, silence reigned once more. Ning Fan fully opened the door and stepped inside, the odor intensifying. His gaze fell upon his mother's bed, empty, save for a pristine white sheet. Mom, Ning Fan's smile had yet to dissipate. Where could she be? Why was she not in bed? He swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat. Mom. His smile, though still present, twisted with unease. Xiao Zhe, lazy, where are you? Ning Fan rushed to the bedside, even inspecting beneath the bed. There was no one. The acrid stench was overwhelming. Kneeling beside the bed, he finally discerned that the odor emanated from behind him. A foreboding sense of dread welled up within him. He seemed to recall what this scent was. Numbly, he turned his head. In the corner lay two corpses, long since decayed. Though they had rotted beyond recognition, Ning Fan could identify them. Xiao Zhe, lay, his teeth chattered, unable to fully articulate their names. His body trembled violently, his knees faltering beneath him. Ning Fan's pupils dilated. Clattered, the metallic box fell to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Staring at the solitary metal box, he felt a haze envelop his vision. The special effects medicine, I had it. Ning Fan's voice trembled, tinged with the quiver of impending tears. I just wanted someone to care for my mother. Why did they have to die? His mother was gone. Two childhood friends dead. What could have led to this? Who would dare to harm them? Who would dare to seize a woman in such a dire state? I cannot fathom it. Ning Fan truly struggles to comprehend this perplexing situation. He tore the white sheet from the bed and crawled on his knees to the front of the two individuals. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Did I apologize? Ning Fan wept, his body convulsing in despair. He draped the sheet over the two figures, pressing his hands against the ground, his head bowed low. I'm sorry. Other than this apology, Ning Fan found himself at a loss for words. All he knew was that if they had not been attending to their mother, she might have been spared. Xiao Fan? Suddenly, a woman's anxious voice emanated from the doorway. Ning Fan turned abruptly. The woman, startled, instinctively took a couple of steps back. The room was already dimly lit, and in that instant, she caught sight of his blood-red eyes. Ning Fan recognized her as well. Aunt Wu. She was a neighbor who had watched Ning Fan grow up. Known for his gentle demeanor and kindness, Ning Fan had always been polite to the neighbors, earning their affection as a considerate and warm-hearted child. At this moment, Aunt Wu remained outside the door, but Ning Fan could see the terror etched on her face. Aunt Wu, do you know something? Ning Fan scrambled to his feet, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Where is my mother? Aunt Wu glanced around nervously, as though fearing discovery. Once assured that the street was deserted, she grasped Ning Fan's hand. Xiao Fan, I saw Sister Fong being taken away. Ning Fan's heart sank. Though he could not understand who would take his mother or to what end, he believed Aunt Wu would not deceive him. Aunt Wu, please, tell me more, Ning Fan pleaded. Aunt Wu felt a pang of compassion for the child. Xiao Fan, do not worry. At the very least, Sister Fong has regained consciousness. It seems those two did not intend to harm her. Regained consciousness? Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. Aunt Wu nodded. Yes, I saw her walking away with those two individuals. Two individuals? Who are they? I do not know them either, Aunt Wu whispered. However, I overheard others discussing that judging by their attire and the aura they exude, they do not seem like people from the lower city. Chapter 0079. Bang, bang. Not from the lower city? Then, they must be from the upper city. Upper city folks come to my home to take my mother. Why? Suddenly, a thought struck him, that bloodline test report. It bore neither the bloodline of the upper city nor that of the lower city. And that broken sword. All these items were bequeathed to him by his mother. Ning Fan felt a whirlwind of confusion in his mind. The abrupt upheaval had stripped him of his basic ability to think. The various clues seemed utterly impossible to piece together. Xiao Fan, I'm so sorry. That woman was armed. Aunt Wu expressed her regret. Ning Fan shook his head. It's not your fault, Aunt Wu, thank you. The fact that Aunt Wu dared to share this information with him was already a considerable risk. Who among ordinary folks would wish to get entangled in such a murky affair? Aunt Wu, I wish to be alone for a while. Ning Fan spoke absent-mindedly. Aunt Wu sighed and said, Child, do not let your thoughts spiral into despair, nor should you entangle yourself in a labyrinth of your own making. At the very least, Sister Fong is still alive. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Aunt Wu. Ning Fan could sense that Aunt Wu was making a concerted effort to instill hope within him. After closing the door, he quietly sat down in his room. The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. After approximately 20 minutes, he rose to his feet and carried the bodies of his two friends to the small courtyard behind the house to bury them. Throughout the entire process, Ning Fan remained silent, his tears having long since dried. Upon returning to the room, he searched thoroughly, ensuring that no messages had been left for him, before picking up the metal box and placing it back into his embrace, ultimately exiting the room. Before long, Ning Fan found himself back at the grand entrance of the district wall. The guard attempted to strike up a conversation, but Ning Fan offered no response. Once outside the district, he had not ventured far when a vehicle pulled up beside him. Wheezy jumped out of the car. Hey, why are you alone? Where's our mother? I don't know. Ning Fan got into the car. Wheezy was taken aback, sensing something was amiss with Ning Fan. Those eyes, they were vacant, devoid of spirit, as if his soul had vanished. Captain, what's wrong? Wheezy asked with concern. It's nothing. Ning Fan's voice was devoid of inflection. Let us go to District F-27 and rescue Sister Kai first. Are you sure? Wheezy still questioned. Ning Fan numbly nodded. Sure. Seeing that he could elicit no further information from Ning Fan, Wheezy resigned himself to following his lead. By the way, Wheezy said, slightly embarrassed, when you entered the district earlier, our supplies were stolen. Ning Fan slightly lifted his eyelids and glanced at Wheezy. He then mechanically turned to survey the inside of the vehicle. The once half-filled cargo was now conspicuously empty. Who stole them? Damn it. It was just our bad luck. While I was waiting for you in the woods, that bunch from the Windslayer team happened to pass by, saw our supplies in the vehicle and just took them. Wheezy fumed as he recalled the incident. Oh. Ning Fan nodded slightly and then opened the car door. Wheezy was startled, quickly grabbing hold of him. What are you doing? I'm going to retrieve the supplies, Ning Fan said coldly, and while I'm at it, I'll take care of the Windslayer team. Wheezy could scarcely believe his ears, struggling to ascertain whether the person before him was indeed Ning Fan. Those eyes were filled with an icy chill, and when he spoke of eliminating the Windslayer team, There was not a hint of emotion. Ning Fan, what has happened to you? Huizi was genuinely alarmed. Ning Fan remained expressionless, yet tears streamed down his cheeks, creating a disconcerting spectacle. Whoever steals my belongings, I will see to their demise. Within District F32, at the Winslayer team stronghold. Unlike the Wild Dog's home, for the sake of convenience in executing missions, all members of the Winslayer team resided together. Zhao Jinsong had long harbored the dream of transforming the Winslayer team into the most prestigious group of wanderers in District F32. After all, how could a top-tier team exist without a stronghold? Zhao Jinsong, disregarding the objections of his comrades, invested a staggering sum to acquire a spacious courtyard near the regional wall, erecting over a dozen rooms in the process. At this moment, the courtyard was brimming with an abundance of supplies, and all members gathered around, their faces alight with excitement. Wow, brother! We've struck gold this time. These are all magnificent items, exclaimed a man, his eyes gleaming. Hemostatic agents, restorative potions, and this one, a sedative. You wouldn't even find it in the black market. In contrast to District F21, the resources in District F32 were relatively scarce. Moreover, these supplies were personally arranged by Song Kai, which naturally included many items that were exceedingly hard to come by in the market. Zhao Jinsong, arms crossed and chin held high, reveled in the flattery from his brothers. It's all thanks to Brother Zhao. Just a little outing, and he returns with a fortune, remarked a provocatively dressed woman, beaming with satisfaction. Brother Zhao, how shall we handle these goods? Sell off the surplus in the black market. Zhao Jinsong had already formulated a plan. Just a few hemostatic agents and restorative potions would suffice. From his perspective, if someone were to sustain an injury on the road, they could merely endure it. There was no need to squander supplies. Living life with one's head held high did not necessitate such sentimentality. Those around him voiced no objections. If we sell it, we sell it. After all, we can share in the profits later. All right, for the time being, let us refrain from taking on any tasks. Zhao Jinsong clapped his hands. Everyone, hasten to sort out these supplies, however, do so with caution. We must not leave any traces that could lead back to us. In truth, Zhao Jinsong harbored reservations regarding this batch of supplies. It was not difficult to deduce that their original owner was not an ordinary person. Should they inadvertently provoke a significant figure, they would find themselves in dire straits. Rest assured, we have specialized channels for handling such matters. One man eagerly began to sort through the supplies. Just then, two heavy knocks echoed from the courtyard gate. Bang, bang. The crowd fell silent, and Zhao Jinsong, ever cautious, quickly ordered the supplies to be moved into the rooms. Bang, bang. Another two knocks resounded. Zhao Jinsong signaled to a man in a trench coat. The man approached and opened the gate. A young man stood outside, his expression devoid of emotion. Zhao Jinsong raised an eyebrow, finding the young man somewhat familiar. Apologies, but we are not taking any jobs at the moment. Zhao Jinsong quickly donned a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Brother, perhaps seek assistance elsewhere. This young man was none other than Ning Fan. It seemed Ning Fan did not comprehend Zhao Jinsong's words. He stepped forward, entering the courtyard. Zhao Jinsong's smile gradually faded. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. I remember now. Aren't you the kid who asked me to help deal with Huizi? Zhao Jinsong lowered his guard, entirely dismissing Ning Fan, and sauntered closer. Have you gathered the funds? But it's too late. Haven T, you heard. Home of the wild dogs. It's all over. Chapter 0080. Kill, indeed. Ning Fan and Zhao Jinsong had crossed paths before. Initially, Lin Chuan had tasked Ning Fan with injuring Huizi. However, Ning Fan was acutely aware that with his current strength, he could not inflict harm upon Huizi. Thus, he promptly sought out Zhao Jinsong to inquire about the price. Reflecting on it now, it seemed as though an eternity had passed. Zhao Jinsong would never have imagined in his wildest dreams that the lad standing before him had already ascended to the role of captain of the Wild Dog's Den. All right, kid, we are quite busy here. We don't have time to entertain you. Zhao Jinsong waved his hand dismissively at Ning Fan. Yet, Ning Fan's gaze drifted behind him. The few members had just moved half of the supplies, and upon seeing a mere boy, they could hardly be bothered to conceal them. Those items belong to me. Ning Fan raised his hand, pointing at a member cradling some medicine. Zhao Jinsong was taken aback. The other members also grew cautious simultaneously. This batch of supplies was quite sensitive. If word got out, none could guarantee that trouble wouldn't ensue. What do you mean, kid? Zhao Jinsong's expression darkened as he glared, his hand resting on the hilt of a large knife at his waist. A child of such small stature was merely meant for intimidation. However, before he could devise a plan to frighten, Ning Fan struck. The broken sword sliced through the air, leaving a phantom in its wake. Zhao Jinsong's countenance froze. He felt a chill along his neck, which soon transformed into warmth. Ugh. Zhao Jinsong attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, he felt as though something was lodged in his throat. It was blood. Splatter. A mist of blood erupted from Zhao Jinsong's neck. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat tightly in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood. Yet, it was a fruitless endeavor. Blood trickled down his hands, soaking his sleeves, and soon, the front of his shirt was drenched in crimson. Ning Fan strode past him, utterly indifferent to his struggles. The members of the wind-slaying team stood in stunned silence. As practitioners, they had witnessed killings before, yet the scene before them delivered an overwhelming shock. They had never encountered anyone who displayed such cold indifference while taking a life. Throughout the ordeal, Ning Fan's eyelids never fluttered. His eyes bore no trace of the reputed chill. Instead, they were hollow, detached, devoid of emotion. Bang! Zhao Jinsong fell to the ground, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. The sound finally roused the others from their stupor. You bastard! The man in the trench coat lifted his collar, preparing to draw his weapon from his waist. Ning Fan leaned slightly forward, eyeing a single step. He closed the distance to the trench-coated man. The broken sword struck again. It pierced through the man's neck. The trench-coated man's body went rigid. Ning Fan retracted his arm, withdrew the sword, and flicked away the blood. Next, the members of the wind-slaying team, awakening from their daze, brandished their weapons, intending to retaliate. Yet, even so, 3 of them fell before Ning Fan without a semblance of resistance. The psychological disparity was insurmountable. Unable to summon their spirit familiars, they were utterly defenseless against Ning Fan. At long last, spirit familiar. Gale. Someone had summoned a spirit familiar. Although the use of spirit familiars was prohibited within the area, when death loomed, who cared for such trivial regulations? To forego summoning a spirit familiar meant certain death, while doing so allowed for communication with the monitors. Ning Fan's gaze shifted towards the man wielding a spirit servant, and he swiftly advanced towards him. The man's spirit servant was also of the speed-enhancing variety, and he leaped back 2 steps, narrowly evading Ning Fan's sword strike. What the hell? You actually think we can't fight back, don't you? In a mere moment, 5 members of the wind-slashing team had already fallen. Only 4 remained alive. Fully regaining their senses, they summoned their spirit servants, preparing to retaliate against Ning Fan. Ning Fan offered no response to the man's furious outburst. The instant the man dodged, Ning Fan stepped forward once more. Spirit servant. Swamp? Suddenly, Ning Fan felt the ground beneath him grow viscous. With each step he took, lifting his foot became a sluggish endeavor. Spirit servant. Fireworks. A burst of flames surged towards Ning Fan. The reputation of the wind-slashing team was indeed well-earned. Initially, Ning Fan's decisive strikes caught them off guard. Coupled with the restriction against using spirit servants in the area, he had easily dispatched 5 of them. Yet now, with their lives on the line, their resistance naturally intensified. Observing the flames drawing further away from him, Ning Fan switched his grip on the sword and slashed at the fire. The flames split in 2. The woman who had unleashed the fireworks was momentarily taken aback. She had never witnessed anyone capable of cleaving through flames with a sword. Yet, the next second, she broke into a smile. She noticed that the man using the wind had taken advantage of Ning Fan's distraction, circling behind him, daggers drawn, leaping high to strike at his shoulders. Ning Fan remained expressionless. After cleaving through the flames, he seemed oblivious to the imminent danger approaching from behind as the man prepared to strike. A triumphant smile spread across his face. However, his daggers halted, mere centimeters from Ning Fan's shoulders. Ning Fan reversed his grip on the broken sword, extending it backward, piercing the man's heart. Wind? Ning Fan did not turn around. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the woman wielding the fireworks. The duel was far less intense, another one slain. The wind-slashing team was down to 3. The remaining 3 wore expressions of sheer despair. Even after summoning their spirit servants, they were still vulnerable to this young man. What puzzled them even more was the complete absence of any spirit servant aura emanating from Ning Fan. Whether he lacked a spirit servant or simply chose not to use one, the mere thought instilled fear within them. "Brother, you've already killed enough. Continuing this fight benefits no one." Suddenly, the man who had summoned the swamp spoke. "We'll return your belongings. Just like this, is that all right?" It wasn't a sign of cowardice, but rather a recognition of futility. The wind-slashing team was on the brink of disbanding. Prolonging the conflict, he could not guarantee his own survival. Even if they were to kill Ning Fan, what would that accomplish? They were all striving to survive. They had merely picked up these items because no one wanted them. If they belonged to him, they would simply return them. Though the man sought peace, the vigilance in his eyes never wavered. Before Ning Fan could respond, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, accompanied by the roar of an engine. The footsteps of numerous individuals echoed in the air. The man's gaze suddenly became animated. "Brother, the monitors have been lured here. Otherwise, let us just leave it at that." He spoke the truth. Ning Fan was acutely aware that the commotion here would naturally attract attention. Moreover, considering the timing, the incident involving the stolen special medicine must have already been discovered. Thus, those arriving were not merely monitors, but possibly enforcers as well. Observing Ning Fan's hesitation, the man assumed he had genuine reservations and intended to continue persuading him. However, Ning Fan made his move once again. Chapter 0081. Farewell, F32 District. The man was utterly unprepared for the fact that despite his earnest appeal, this mad youth would resort to violence. The swamp had some influence on Ning Fan, yet due to the man's momentary distraction, the effect was not as potent as before. In the blink of an eye, Ning Fan was upon him. With a swift strike, he felled another adversary. Until his last breath, the man's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Why? The monitors were nearly upon them, and this child's first instinct was not to flee, but to continue his slaughter. What deep-seated grievance could provoke such fury? Was it merely the theft of some supplies? Meanwhile, the woman using fireworks was left in a state of shock. Alongside her, another man stood frozen, equally dumbfounded. They could no longer muster a coherent resistance. A minute later, within the wind-slashing group stronghold, bodies lay strewn across the ground. Ning Fan silently entered the room, tossing the supplies inside onto the vehicle of the wind-slashing group. He could hear the escalating commotion outside. The monitors were almost there. Ning Fan took his seat in the driver's position, his gaze remarkably tranquil. With a thunderous roar, he slammed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Crashing through the door, upon exiting the courtyard, Ning Fan initially intended to head towards the main gate, only to find several vehicles had already blocked the way. Casting a calm glance at those vehicles, he hesitated not a moment and steered into the district. The pursuing vehicles, upon spotting Ning Fan's car, immediately accelerated, issuing loud warnings for him to halt and surrender. Yet, Ning Fan paid them no heed. Not long ago, in F27 district, he had been the one capturing Su Bei. Now, he found himself as the hunted. Navigating through the alleys, Ning Fan was intimately familiar with F32 district. However, the present circumstances dictated that both enforcers and monitors were in motion. With both factions in pursuit, it seemed nearly impossible for Ning Fan to escape unscathed. Realizing this, he made a decisive choice. He sharply turned the steering wheel, directing the vehicle down a path he knew all too well, his childhood street. This was the road he had traversed for 18 years. Every neighbor he could name, every brick and tile bore witness to his youth. As he drove down the street, Ning Fan did not pause. Instead, he opened the car door while in motion. The supplies within the vehicle, he discarded them all. A plethora of valuable goods tumbled onto the road. These items he could no longer carry with him. If that were the case, he would share them with everyone. The pursuing vehicles were taken aback by the unfolding scene. Yet soon enough, neighbors witnessing the spectacle began to emerge in small groups. Initially, they had merely intended to observe the commotion. Indeed, it is Xiao Fan. Aunt Wu spotted Ning Fan inside the vehicle. Observing the cars pursuing him and the scattered supplies on the ground, she seemed to grasp the situation. Without hesitation, she dashed into the middle of the road, beginning to collect the fallen medications. One item led to another, and soon, the once tranquil road was teeming with people. The pursuing vehicles came to an immediate halt. The monitors inside leaned out bellowing, "Make way! Damn it! These items are worth a fortune. Gather as much as you can." It was shouted to her neighbors. "Once you've collected everything, sell it on the black market." It will be enough to buy a few days of fine food. The monitors roared in frustration, yet the crowd remained unyielding. Ning Fan dashed out of the street, ensuring he had shaken off the cars behind him before turning towards the main gate. 10 minutes later, Ning Fan had driven his vehicle to the grand entrance of the F32 district. The guards here were significantly more formidable than before. Typically, only 2 guards manned the gate, but now there were a full dozen. All the guards had been temporarily reassigned. Not far off, several individuals clad in monitor uniforms were surveying the area. When they spotted a car speeding towards them, they appeared taken aback, yet before they could react, the vehicle barreled straight towards the gate. The guards stationed at the entrance quickly dodged aside, clearing a path. Boom! The car crashed into the gate, causing it to shudder violently. Damn! Capture him! The monitors roared in fury. Ning Fan, unfazed, reversed the vehicle a few meters before once again flooring the accelerator. Boom! This impact was even more forceful than the last. At this moment, the surrounding monitors had already closed in, and the enforcers had made their appearance, each brandishing specialized handguns, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the car. Ning Fan reclined his seat, concealing himself entirely within the vehicle. He reversed once more. Crackle, crackle. Bullets rained down upon the car. Fortunately, the Windslasher group had invested considerable effort into modifying the vehicle. Its exterior remained relatively sturdy. Boom! With the third collision, the gate finally trembled twice, revealing a narrow gap just wide enough for a person to slip through. The vehicle came to a halt, its front end mangled and emitting plumes of thick, black smoke. From the enforcer's side, a man raised his hand, prompting the others to cease fire. The atmosphere was charged with tension. All eyes were fixed on the car. From their vantage point, they could not discern the situation within, nor were they aware of Ning Fan's fate. The leader of the enforcers exchanged a glance with the leader of the monitors, both nodding in silent agreement. Subsequently, the group began to approach the vehicle. They were eager to discover what manner of audacious madman this was. However, just as they were about to encircle the car, Ning Fan suddenly sat up inside. Ignoring everyone present, he charged straight for the gap. Damn! He intends to flee. Panic ensued among the crowd. They had underestimated Ning Fan's speed. He had already calculated the distance, leaving them with merely 2 seconds to react. They failed to seize the opportunity. As the group advanced, Ning Fan had already squeezed through the gap, escaping to the outside. Captain, what should we do? A member of the monitor, his face etched with reluctance, inquired. The captain remained uncharacteristically silent. However, the captain of the executors let out a cold snort, his gaze narrowing as he observed Ning Fan slipping through the narrow eye in the wilderness. Wheezy anxiously puffed on a cigarette inside the vehicle. Upon hearing the sound of a collision, his eyes widened in alarm as he ignited the ignition. If he could catch sight of Ning Fan, he would be able to whisk him away at the earliest opportunity. Ning Fan did not keep him waiting for long. When Wheezy drove within 500 meters of the perimeter wall, he spotted Ning Fan emerging from the crevice. Captain, get in. Wheezy flung open the car door, welcoming Ning Fan. Ning Fan, upon seeing Wheezy's vehicle, sprinted toward it with fervor. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, reverberating through the wilderness. Ning Fan's body was hurled backward, collapsing to the ground like a fallen figure. Wheezy's eyes were ablaze with fury. Ning Fan. He witnessed, in horror, as the instant the gunfire erupted. A mist of crimson blossomed from Ning Fan's chest. Chapter 0082. The escape. Wheezy's eyes turned bloodshot, his foot nearly pressing against the accelerator. Clang, clang, clang. He swiftly maneuvered the vehicle to Ning Fan's side, using the car's body to shield him from the subsequent hail of bullets. Dust and smoke billowed around the car. Wheezy did not halt. Instead, he flung open the driver's side door and leaned out. Spirit servant, shadow. The vehicle's lights illuminated Wheezy, casting a shadow on the ground. That shadow grasped Ning Fan, pulling him into the car. Immediately afterward, he jerked the steering wheel, speeding off in another direction. Damn it! Ning Fan, don't you dare scare me! Wheezy's vision blurred, yet he recklessly steered the vehicle into the unknown. You've just become captain. I, along with Xiao Fei and Dabin, are counting on you. If you die like this, who the hell would dare take on the mantle of captain? Damn it. Is the position of captain of the Wild Dog's Den so cursed? Whoever assumes it meets their demise. Wheezy spoke fervently to Ning Fan, his words spilling forth in a torrent. He was oblivious to what he was saying, only hoping that Ning Fan might respond. Cough, cough, cough. Finally, Ning Fan, who had been unceremoniously tossed into the passenger seat, erupted into a fit of violent coughs. A spurt of blood splattered against the windshield. Huizi whirled around, gazing at Ning Fan, whose complexion had turned pale. Are you okay? Huizi's eyes shimmered with concern, but more prominently, with excitement, at the very least. Ning Fan was still alive. That bullet was aimed straight for my heart. Ning Fan coughed for a spell before weakly uttering, I almost died as he spoke. To Huizi's astonishment, he retrieved an object from his bosom, a piece of decayed wood, bearing a hole in the center. Ning Fan clutched the wooden slab. It was the sign of the wild dog's den, which had absorbed part of the bullet's force and saved him. Where did you find this? Huizi's expression turned complex as he gazed at the rotting planked eye in the garbage heap. Ning Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wild dog's den. Is watching over us? Huizi paused, then burst into tears of laughter. Damn it. Your words pierced the heart with an uncanny precision. Ning Fan gazed deeply at the wooden board. After a considerable time, he finally exhaled a long breath. We go. Proceed to the cave and rendezvous with Fei Jia and Debin. Huizi nodded and deliberately circumvented District F32, heading towards the cave.as for the Zhanfeng Tuan. None were spared. Ning Fan remarked flatly, they were all slaughtered. Huizi felt a tremor within. How ruthless. He could scarcely fathom that just under a month ago, this child was tender-hearted and naive. Who was it that just fired? It must have been the executors. Ning Fan spoke softly, I have encountered the monitors. They typically refrain from using firearms and seldom venture outside their designated areas. It is likely that the executors had set up an ambush outside the zone in advance, ready to strike as soon as I emerged. Huizi felt a shiver run through him. This young man, under such circumstances, could remain so composed in analyzing the situation? It is somewhat daunting, Ning Fan. If you prefer not to answer, you need not feel obliged. Huizi could no longer restrain himself. What about your mother? I truly do not know where she has gone. Ning Fan understood the question Huizi was about to pose. However, she is not at home. Then she must still be alive. Ning Fan's expression remained impassive, but my two brothers are dead. Huizi fell silent, words escaping him. Ning Fan added, because I died, Ning Fan. Hui Gu. Ning Fan turned his gaze towards District F32. This place holds no more aspirations for me. What are your plans then? First, we must rescue Kai Jia. Ning Fan's eyes were deep with thought. I cannot foresee far-off matters for now. I merely hope to protect more of those dear to me, to avoid further regrets. Very well, my brothers will accompany you. Hui Gu. Ning Fan looked at Huizi. You are also someone I care about. Huizi was taken aback, then laughed. You are somewhat nauseating. Before long, Huizi had driven the vehicle to the cave's entrance. Hearing the sound of the approaching car, Xiao Fei and Su Bin, who had been waiting, immediately stepped out. Upon seeing Ning Fan's pale countenance and blood-soaked chest, Xiao Fei exclaimed anxiously, Ning Fan, are you injured? I'm fine. Let us discuss inside. Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. The four gathered within the cave, and Ning Fan recounted all that had transpired. A silence enveloped the cave. That's so. Your mother may have been taken by the people from the upper city? After hearing everything, Xiao Fei furrowed her brow tightly. What connection does your mother have with the upper city folk? I do not know. Ning Fan shook his head. What is certain is that I am not from the upper city. I possess not a drop of their bloodline. The report stated this quite clearly. Then what are you thinking? Shouldn't we go to the upper city to search? Su Bin, quite excited, exclaimed. He had initially intended to venture to the upper city to find his father, and now with Ning Fan's mother seemingly taken by those from the upper city, they shared a common goal. Could you use a bit of common sense when you speak? Is Shangqing your home restroom? Just like that, off you go? Huizi scoffed. Just because we cannot go now does not mean we cannot go in the future. Does it? Find a way, Su Bin retorted. Huizi wished to say more, but after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from speaking. The Bin was right. Ning Fan interrupted the group. Shangqing will indeed be visited, but not at this moment. He was oblivious to the whereabouts of his mother and why she had been taken away. It wasn't that he was unconcerned. Rather, even if he worried now, there was little he could do. It felt utterly powerless. Once we return to Zone F21, I will inquire with Brother Song. He should know how to reach Shangqing. After understanding the situation, we can make plans, which is far better than indulging in futile speculation at this moment. At this juncture, Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. What we need to focus on now is how to rescue Sister Kai. Xiao Fei and Su Bin began to share the intelligence they had gathered from Zone F-27. When Ning Fan learned that the people from the Santong Cooperative Zone had directly occupied the monitor tower, his brow furrowed. Li Jiang is afraid. Ning Fan murmured. Who is Li Jiang? The commander of Zone F-27. You even know the commander of Zone F-27? Huizi exclaimed in surprise. Ning Fan remained silent. He couldn't quite call it an acquaintance. He had only met him once when Su Bei was captured. The individuals from the Santong Cooperative Zone were wreaking havoc within the district, and Li Jiang was undoubtedly aware of it. Yet now, they had taken over the monitor's office building and were wantonly killing the monitors. And Li Jiang had not stepped forward. His stance was already quite clear. He would rather sacrifice the monitors of Zone F-27 than offend the Santong Cooperative Zone. Chapter 0083. You make me feel sick? The three remained silent, quietly observing Ning Fan. He stared at the flickering flames, his fingers tapping rhythmically on his thigh. At present, they had scant information. He knew nothing of the number of people in the Santong Cooperative Zone or their capabilities. Although Su Bin and Xiao Fei had risked entering the district to gather intelligence, they had to remain inconspicuous under the watchful eyes of the others. Were there no other avenues to explore? Ning Fan gradually narrowed his eyes, frantically exhausting his brain cells. How could he leverage the resources at hand to create some advantage? Suddenly, Ning Fan's fingers halted. He abruptly looked outside the cave. The three, already intensely focused on awaiting Ning Fan's decision, immediately became alert at his sudden gaze towards the outside. What is it? Xiao Fei inquired. Ning Fan stood up. Let us go. Where to? Zone F-27? Ning Fan then glanced down at the fire, promptly shedding his coat and tossing it onto the flames, extinguishing it. Although the three were unaware of Ning Fan's intentions, they trusted him and followed suit. Once in the vehicle, Huizi drove towards Zone F-27 as instructed by Ning Fan. Throughout the journey, Ning Fan continued to withhold explanations from them. His thoughts were not yet fully organized. He needed time to contemplate the feasibility of the upcoming plan. Lost in thought, Ning Fan even forgot the passage of time until Huizi turned to him. Captain, we have arrived. Ahead lay the gates of Zone F-27. Ning Fan snapped back to reality and addressed Su Bin. Go communicate with the guards. Understood. Su Bin disembarked from the vehicle and handed 2,000 solars to the guard before returning to the car. The gate swung open, and the vehicle drove inside. Under Ning Fan's guidance, Huizi maneuvered the car to a stop in front of an inn. They alighted and checked in. The four of them gathered in a single room. Captain, is it not somewhat perilous to enter like this? Su Bin inquired with rare seriousness. Isn't this a bit too brazen? It is entirely normal for people to come and go in this area. Even the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone, no matter how well connected, cannot keep an eye on every individual entering the district. Ning Fan replied calmly, as long as we refrain from engaging in activities that might attract their attention, we should encounter no issues. Then how are we to gather intelligence? Su Bin asked, perplexed. There is no need for inquiries, Ning Fan stated, gazing out the window. This time, not only Su Bin but also Xiao Fei and Huizi were utterly bewildered by Ning Fan's intentions. Ning Fan retrieved a metallic box from his pocket. To Bin, go find the owner of that exquisite restaurant we visited earlier and inquire if he has any contacts capable of handling this item. What is it? A special medicine. This item had lost its significance for Ning Fan. Xiao Fei frowned, aware that all of Ning Fan's previous actions had been in pursuit of it. Yet now, with his mother's disappearance, it had become devoid of meaning. It was hard to fathom what emotions lay beneath Ning Fan's tranquil facade. Are we truly going to sell it? For now, yes, and after it is sold. At this juncture, money seems to hold little value. Wait for whom? Ning Fan licked his dry lips. For reinforcements. Reinforcements? The three echoed in astonishment. We have reinforcements. Su Bin's curiosity was piqued. Who are they? In the monitoring office building, in the interrogation room, when Kai sat with her arms crossed, coldly observing the person before her. On the table lay a plate of exquisite cuisine. Take your things and get out, when Kai said sternly to the individual in front of her. The man appeared somewhat distressed. Team Leader 1, why not eat something? I told you to get the hell out. Have you grown accustomed to being a sycophant? Can't you comprehend human speech? When Kai shouted. Team Leader 1, you needn't be this way. The man clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I am merely trying to survive. Damn it, when Kai scoffed. Old Ming was right. You are indeed a natural-born spineless coward. I truly regret not allowing Ning Fan to break both your legs instead of just one. This man was Li Hui, the monitor who had had a leg broken by Ning Fan. Li Hui's face flushed with anger, especially when he heard Ning Fan's name. A deep-seated hatred flickered in his eyes. Team Leader 1, he is an outsider. Li Hui's expression hardened. Back then, you sided with the outsider and let him break my leg. Don't you think when Kai, she narrowed her eyes. You will never understand in this lifetime. Taking a deep breath, she added, now get out. You disgust me. Li Hui's teeth nearly ground to dust. At that moment, the door swung open. A man clad in the uniform of the Santong Cooperative Zone entered. An unappealing smile plastered across his face. Not eating, Captain Zhang. Upon the man's arrival, Li Hui immediately bowed and, with a forced smile, replied, Captain 1 has no appetite. This man had previously conversed with Ning Fan. He was Zhang Wenchun, the captain of the 7th Division of the Santong Cooperative Zone, known as Ensu. No appetite? That seems unlikely. I've tasted it, and it's quite delectable, Zhang Wenchun remarked, eyeing the exquisitely presented dishes on the table, then turned to Li Hui with a grin. Did you perhaps spoil her appetite? Li Hui's smile faltered momentarily. Zhang Wenchun playfully ruffled his hair. Indeed, rather unpleasant to look at. Now, be off with you. Li Hui forced a smile, bowed to Zhang Wenchun, and limped out of the room. Captain 1, could you at least try to look a bit more pleasant? Zhang Wenchun settled into a chair opposite Wen Kai, crossing his legs. You are not much better yourself. Wen Kai replied coolly, do not waste my time. If you wish to inquire about Ning Fan, it is futile. I have already said all I intend to say. Zhang Wenchun remained unfazed. Indeed, I understand. Our Captain 1 is quite the righteous one, stronger than any man. Did you come in merely to exchange these trivialities? Wen Kai arched an eyebrow. Just a casual chat, Captain 1. You see, I harbor no ill intentions. I provide you with delightful food and drink daily. Yet you refuse to partake. You cannot blame me for that. Zhang Wenchun pointed at Wen Kai's chest. Your bosom has even shrunk from hunger. Even so, it is still larger than your mother's, Wen Kai retorted. Zhang Wenchun squinted his eyes. Yet, Wen Kai laughed. What? Can't resist. Are you looking to resort to torture? Come, then, that would be quite unwise. Zhang Wenchun resumed his smile. Captain 1, you are provoking me. Wen Kai's expression dimmed slightly. Zhang Wenchun leaned forward. When we entered, we had already set certain rules with Li Jiang. As for the observers, I can manage them however I please. But you are off limits. Wen Kai's gaze sharpened. Zhang Wenchun, noticing her reaction, grinned even wider. I had previously thought that old fellow had found a second spring, seeking to indulge in youthful delights. But upon inquiry, I discovered. Zhang Wenchun's eyes lit up. Captain Wen's fathered is from the General District? Chapter 0084. Reinforcements. Wen Kai's delicate form trembled. Her reaction sent Zhang Wenchun into a fit of delight. Ha ha ha, Captain Wen. No. I believe it more fitting to address you as Lady 1, as it sounds more courteous. Zhang Wenchun tilted his head. Your esteemed father is a distinguished researcher in the General District, highly regarded even by the district's chief. Should we cause you harm, it would create considerable trouble. The General District might have to intervene. The intention of Su Tong is merely to provide a sense of relief for the lesser district. There is no need to stir up too much trouble. Fortunately, you are dealing with me, rather than some hot-headed fool. Zhang Wenchun's smile was rife with mockery. Otherwise, if by chance we were to injure Lady 1, would she not suffer greatly for her own reticence? Wen Kai glared fiercely at Zhang Wenchun. Her thoughts were discerned by Zhang Wenchun. Indeed, she was intentionally provoking him. Once she sustained an injury, the General District would undoubtedly intervene. Although the Santong Cooperative District wielded substantial influence in Region F, the relationship with the General District was one of mutual concessions. I grant you face, and you must not slap mine. If the daughter of a special researcher from the General District were to meet with an untimely demise, even Su Wanjun would find it difficult to explain. As the district head of F-27, Li Jiang was naturally aware of Wen Kai's identity. Hence, he had forewarned when Zhang Wenchun brought his team into the area. Useless, Wen Kai cursed in frustration. Yet Zhang Wenchun laughed heartily. Miss Wen's insults are quite charming. Taking a deep breath, Wen Kai ceased her verbal sparring with Zhang Wenchun. At this juncture, she recognized that there was little she could do. Zhang Wenchun was no fool. She could only hope that that fool Ning Fan would not act rashly and truly come to F-27 to rescue her. However, if he did not come, Wen Kai felt she might not be so pleased after all. Damn! When did I become so twisted? In the wilderness, 6 vehicles were parked in the desolate landscape. A few individuals had already disembarked, standing beside their vehicles. Eye in the distance, 2 figures approached at a brisk pace. "Captain, there's a cave ahead," one of them exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. There are signs of someone having rested inside, and this piece of clothing, a blood-stained coat, was handed over. The captain took the garment, reflected for a moment, and then coldly smirked. "It is him." Another pointed to the tire tracks on the ground. They began walking in the direction of F-27. "Get in the vehicle," the captain commanded with a wave of his hand. The group climbed aboard and departed swiftly. "But who, pray tell, are the reinforcements?" Su Bin was nearly frantic. "Have you contacted Brother Chu?" In Su Bin's view, the only group worthy of being called reinforcements was the Wolf Alliance. They had both strength and connections. Yet Ning Fan shook his head. There is no need to put Brother Chu at risk for this. If Ning Fan were to seek Chu Hongba, it was highly probable that he would agree to assist, not least because Su Bin was part of the Wild Dog House. Even if he knew he was being coerced, Chu Hongba would still come. "Not Brother Chu." Su Bin clutched his scalp in frustration. "Then who is it?" "Just moments ago in the cave, I recalled something." Ning Fan had no intention of prolonging the suspense. "I did not deploy spiritual servants in F-32, yet the monitors still came to apprehend me. The roles of the monitors and executors are distinctly defined. Those who wield spiritual servants are pursued by monitors, while those who create chaos without utilizing spiritual servants are caught by executors. Although the members of the wind-slashing team later employed spiritual servants, I did not. Yet, numerous monitors arrived. The vehicles pursuing me included both monitors and executors. Moreover, a significant number of monitors were stationed at the regional gate. Is this perhaps a bit excessive? The commotion I stirred certainly wasn't trivial, but it hardly warranted a full district mobilization. Even the executors ventured outside the district to set up ambushes in advance. In the initial operation to apprehend the notorious fugitive from Subei, classified as a Grade A wanted criminal, the F-27 district merely deployed monitors, with the enforcers never revealing their faces. Such irregularities compelled Ning Fan to ponder further. The answer soon crystallized in his mind: the special medication. The director had previously mentioned that this particular drug had been prepared in advance by the district chief of F-32 for his own purposes. Ning Fan had seized the special medication, thereby encroaching upon the chief's interests. Consequently, the joint effort of the monitors and enforcers to capture him was not due to Ning Fan's heinous nature or egregious crimes, but rather a direct command from the chief to retrieve the special medication. "So, what you imply is, they will continue to pursue you?" Huizi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ning Fan nodded. "At the entrance of F-32. You pulled me into the vehicle. Many witnessed it. Among the enforcers, there are certainly experts in tracking. The tire tracks of our vehicle are quite distinctive. It will not be difficult for them to trace it. Moreover, I left my coat in the cave. Once they locate the cave, they can ascertain the direction of the pursuit and follow us further." At that moment, the 3 had all seen Ning Fan place his coat over the fire. They believed he deemed it too dirty to keep. Little did they realize, he was leaving a trail for those who followed. "So the reinforcements you mentioned are the enforcers from F-32? Xiao Fei queried eagerly. Ning Fan confirmed, "Yes, they should be able to find F-27 shortly. But I don't understand." Xiao Fei furrowed her brow. "Even if the enforcers from F-32 arrive, what difference will it make? They are here to capture you. And that would only add another group of adversaries. Wouldn't it be more troublesome? They want to find it easy to get in." Ning Fan replied with a smile. Why is that?" Huizi inquired hastily. Ning Fan replied leisurely, "Because something is transpiring here that Li Jiang would prefer the outside world remain oblivious to." The 3 suddenly comprehended. The monitoring building had been seized by individuals from the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone. Moreover, those from the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone were wantonly violating the regulations within the district. Although most district chiefs tend to swallow their pride when confronted with the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone, Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. While everyone enjoys a good spectacle, no one wishes to be the subject of ridicule. From Li Jiang's perspective, the fewer people who are aware of the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone's audacity in trampling over him, the better. Indeed. Huizi snapped his fingers. If the people from F-32 were to enter and witness the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone's blatant disrespect towards Li Jiang, where would he hide his face? Ning Fan's smile deepened. From the perspective of the enforcers in F-32, someone had audaciously stolen the special medication and, after fleeing, was rescued by a vehicle of considerable value. They had merely taken a brief respite in the cave before seamlessly entering F-27. The enforcers had ample justification to enter the district to retrieve the individual. Yet such a reasonable request was met with staunch refusal and even vigorous resistance. Thus, the matter has taken a rather unexpected turn. As Ning Fan reached this point, Xiao Fei understood as well. They would suspect that the individuals involved in the drug theft were connected to Li Jiang. Perhaps they were even dispatched by Li Jiang himself. Chapter 0085. Lockdown across the district. At the entrance of F-27 district, 6 vehicles emblazoned with the insignia of F-32 district's enforcers had come to a halt. A man with a buzz cut approached the gate. "Brothers, we are the enforcers from F-32 district. A fugitive has fled to your area. Would you kindly open the gate?" The man with the buzz cut spoke courteously. The guards inside scrutinized him for a moment before glancing at the vehicles behind him. "A fugitive?" One guard inquired, puzzled. "What kind of fugitive?" "He stole a few items from our district," the man with the buzz cut replied with a smile. The guards, however, remained unmoved. The man tilted his head slightly. "Brothers, what's the matter? Do you doubt our identity?" Saying this, he produced an oddly shaped firearm. "This is a weapon exclusive to enforcers. Surely this can serve as proof?" Upon seeing the gun, the guards hesitated momentarily. "Please wait a moment." With that, the guard went to report the situation. The man with the buzz cut furrowed his brow, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. How foolish could the guards of F-27 district be? Defying. "What's going on?" The door of one vehicle swung open, revealing the captain who had previously surrounded Ning Fan, maintaining a stoic expression. The man called Defying turned his head, curling his lip. "I have no idea. It seems they are reporting to their superiors." He gestured towards his temple. "These guards don't seem too bright." "Enough," the captain whispered. "They are just doing their jobs. It's only natural for them to be cautious. Given that we arrived with so many vehicles, let us wait a bit longer." Defying shrugged, remaining silent. After a brief span of 10 minutes, the enforcers began to grow increasingly impatient. Ordinarily, a simple verification with F-32 district should suffice for their release. Such occurrences were not unprecedented and hardly classified as extraordinary. Why was it taking so long? Defying. "Inquire once more." The captain finally expressed his displeasure. "Oh dear." Defying knocked on the gate. "Brothers, what is the situation? Are we to be left out here?" The window was opened, but this time it was not the previous guard who appeared. Instead, it was an older man. "I apologize, but F-27 district is currently under lockdown. Brothers, please return in a few days," he stated expressionlessly. Defying was taken aback, and a surge of anger welled up within him. "No, brother, what do you mean? Are we not allowed in? This is the command of the district chief." The man replied coldly. "However, you need not worry. During this period, there will be no personnel flowing out of the district. If the individual you seek enters, he certainly will not be able to leave." Defying was truly bewildered. A lockdown across the district? An order from the district chief? What on earth had transpired within F-27 district? He turned to the captain, who was not far away and had evidently heard the explanation. At this moment, the captain furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. After a brief pause, he leaped from the vehicle and approached the door. "Greetings, my brother. I am Hanyu, the captain of the F-32 district's enforcers." The man inside the door glanced at him. "Lu Ziqiang, captain of the F-27 district enforcers." Hanyu was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. The captain of the enforcers has personally arrived. Something significant must indeed be afoot in the district. "Lu, since we are all engaged in the same line of work, communication should be far more convenient." Hanyu said with a courteous smile. "The matter is that we have lost an exceedingly valuable item in our district. We have tracked the thief here and are certain he is within your jurisdiction. Our superiors are extremely concerned about this incident and have issued a strict order. We must retrieve both the thief and the stolen item. We are left with no choice. Who would willingly venture out into the fray? It far more comfortable to be at home with one's wife and children. Wouldn't you agree? Thus, I propose this. Allow us entry. If our presence is too conspicuous, we can enter with just 3 vehicles, apprehend the suspect, and depart without causing you any trouble. What do you think?" Han Yu's demeanor was cordial. However, after listening to Han Yu's lengthy discourse, Lu Ziqiang shook his head. "I apologize, but as I mentioned earlier, this is an order issued directly by our superior." Han Yu's smile faltered, visibly struggling to maintain composure. Yet Lu Ziqiang continued, "You are correct. We are all merely following orders from above, and we must comply. You have your mission, and I have mine." Seeing the lack of respect from his counterpart, Han Yu's smile finally vanished, replaced by a frigid glare. Lu Ziqiang implied that if they wished to enter, they would need their superior to confer with his superior. Then do as you will. Should my superior grant permission for entry, I will immediately open the door and assist you in apprehending the fugitive. Lu Ziqiang then promptly shut the window. Outside, Han Yu's face was clouded with frustration. Within the district, the guards watched Lu Ziqiang warily. Captain Lu, wasn't there someone else who entered previously? One guard remarked. This guard had initially reported the situation due to concerns over the large number of individuals involved, fearing unnecessary complications. However, when the matter reached the ears of their superior, Li Jiang felt a headache coming on. The enforcers from F-32 were there to apprehend someone. Naturally, they would need to investigate within the district for information in such a scenario. The incident involving the Tri-Alliance forcibly commandeering the monitoring office was unlikely to remain concealed. Therefore, he could not allow them entry under any circumstances. Li Jiang had no desire to become the subject of ridicule. Of course, the so-called lockdown of the district was merely an excuse to deny them entry. Others could still gain access because Zhang Wenchuan's objective was to lure Ning Fan in. If no one was allowed entry, how could Zhang Wenchuan execute his plan? Outside, Dafa stood beside Han Yu, muttering, "This Lu Ziqiang is exceedingly arrogant, isn't he? We are both captains of enforcers. What gives him the right to act so haughty?" This remark only served to stoke the flames of Han Yu's already simmering fury. "Captain, what shall we do?" Before Dafeng could finish his sentence, Han Yu promptly took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Commander, we've encountered a bit of trouble." As the call connected, Han Yu spoke with a tone of displeasure. "The personnel in Zone F-27 are refusing us entry." "Refusing entry? Why is that?" The commander was evidently taken aback. "They claim that the entire zone is under martial law." The commander fell silent for a moment. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke in a low voice. "Did they explain the reason for the martial law?" They did not elaborate, only stating that it was an order from their commander. Han Yu added, "By the way, the one who approached me for negotiation was the captain of their zone's enforcers." Han Yu's frustration grew palpable. "They treated me with utter disdain, not even opening the door. Conversing with me through the window." The commander could certainly sense Han Yu's dissatisfaction. "Are you certain that scoundrel has indeed entered Zone F-27? "Absolutely," Han Yu affirmed resolutely. "I have not lost a single lead. There is no alternative route." "Very well, I understand." Han Yu quickly inquired, "Commander, will you reach out to their commander?" "Me? Contact him?" The commander scoffed. "Our fugitive has fled into their zone, and we are supposed to plead with him? So, does that imply?" Han Yu pondered, "Martial law across the entire zone? Then why was the thief allowed entry? Who exactly is the martial law enforcing against?" The commander's voice grew increasingly cold. "Han Yu, if you are utterly confident that the perpetrator is inside, then force your way in." Chapter 0086. Chaos unleashed. Though Han Yu felt a surge of indignation, he was surprised by the commander's unwavering stance. "Commander, you mean to storm in?" "Storm in, indeed. When we present our case to the main district, we will have the moral high ground. Why fear what is just?" The commander asserted resolutely. "You can proceed with confidence. I will bear the consequences should anything go awry." "Understood." Han Yu gritted his teeth. "But what if they retaliate?" "Retaliate? Do they even dare?" The commander narrowed his eyes. "Let me ask you, even if our zone is in disarray, should someone come here to apprehend a suspect, would we obstruct them so forcefully? That would likely not happen." Han Yu began to sense an underlying discrepancy. The commander snorted. "Then tell me, why would they prefer to engage in a confrontation rather than allow us entry? What could they be concealing?" Han Yu began to fathom a possible truth, yet he lacked the certainty to voice it. The commander, however, had no such reservations. A nest of snakes and rats. Xiao Fei and the other two exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with understanding. Indeed, based on Ning Fan's conjecture, it was quite plausible that Zone F-32 would harbor such suspicions. Li Jiang was intent on concealing certain matters. However, what the personnel in Zone F-32 failed to realize was that the issues Li Jiang wished to hide were entirely unrelated to their concerns. The disparity in information could potentially spark a conflict. This was what Ning Fan referred to as reinforcements. After hearing this, Huizi was left speechless, his mouth agape. After a considerable pause, he finally murmured, "Those with excellent academic performance truly are exceptional. They can even turn the enemy's resources to their advantage." While Xiao Fei gazed at Ning Fan with admiration, she still found herself puzzled by certain aspects. I have always felt that the total length of District F32 should not be so obstinately influenced by a single special drug. Huizi has now completely vacated his mind. Upon hearing Xiao Fei's question, he simply directed his gaze towards Ning Fan for an answer. As for Ning Fan, he replied nonchalantly, 1 million. Even for someone of the total length stature, this is not an insignificant sum. Indeed, it is not a trifling amount, yet for a person of such esteemed position to escalate matters over 1 million, it seems rather unnecessary, Huizi murmured. That is merely your perspective, as this million does not belong to you. Ning Fan lightly tapped his fingers on the table. The total length of District F32 originally possessed the special drug, and now we know its whereabouts. Why should he spend his own money to procure another? Furthermore, even if the situation were to escalate in his mind, he was justified. Thus, he harbored no fear of complications. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that regardless of the magnitude of conflict, even if all executors were to perish, he would incur no loss. Ning Fan scoffed. It is not his son nor his relatives who are dying. Merely a few executors. At worst, he can simply recruit more. However, the million for the medication is certainly from his own pocket. Xiao Fei felt a chill run down her spine. Not because the situation itself was terrifying, but because she suddenly sensed that Ning Fan had discerned the very essence of human nature in this world. Or perhaps it could be said that he had long understood it, yet a ray of sunshine had always illuminated the darker aspects. However, following the disappearance of his mother and the tragic death of his brother, that glimmer of light has also faded. Even if conflict were to arise between District F32 and District F27, it should not escalate to the point of lethal violence, right? Huizi posed another question. Not necessarily, Su Bin interjected before Ning Fan could respond. Conflicts between two factions often begin with verbal altercations. Once tempers flare, who still cares about the consequences? It's all about hitting hard first. Precisely. Initially, conflicts may retain some semblance of reason, blaming the other side for the issues at hand. Yet once casualties occur, both sides become consumed with rage. Among those still alive, who can claim to harbor no resentment? Ning Fan nodded. Moreover, each faction believes they have their own total length backing them. Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes sparkled. So, are you implying that there will be casualties among the executors from both sides? Indeed, and it is likely that the casualties will be heavier than we anticipate. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. Once casualties manifest, then, District F27 will be thrown into complete chaos. Huizi grasped Ning Fan's ultimate intention. Ning Fan, what do you intend to do amidst the turmoil? Ning Fan smiled. Tio pull off a grand heist? Bang a bang a bang. A resounding pounding echoed from the gate of the district wall. The window opened once more. I have not received any orders from the total length to open the door. Lu Ziqiang expressed his growing impatience. Brother, I have made myself exceedingly clear. What responded to him was not words, but the ominous muzzle of a gun. Brother, I have no desire to engage in further banter. The gunman, Han Yu, with a grim expression, commanded. Open the door. Are you out of your mind? Lu Ziqiang could hardly believe the audacity of his adversary, who brazenly brandished a firearm at him. Our commander has stated that if you do not allow entry, we are prepared to employ any means necessary. Han Yu's voice was icy. 3 counts? If you do not open the door, I will fire point 1. Han Yu did not afford Lu Ziqiang a moment's hesitation, his tone suddenly rising in intensity. Point 2. Just moments ago, he had lost face before his subordinates, and now he was determined to reclaim it. The enforcers of Area F32, though somewhat anxious, were overwhelmed with exhilaration. I do not believe you would dare. Bang. A bullet whizzed past Lu Ziqiang's ear. He felt a resounding buzz in his right ear. The deafening noise threatened to shatter his mind, leaving him in a daze. Brother, you too are an enforcer, armed with a gun. You must understand how easily such a weapon can misfire. Han Yu wore a wild grin. I cannot even guarantee where the next bullet will land. Care to test your luck? Lu Ziqiang pressed his hand against his ear, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Han Yu. Han Yu cocked his chin in derision, directing the gun's muzzle towards Lu Ziqiang's forehead. Nudging it forward. Point 3. Open the door. Lu Ziqiang suddenly bellowed. He noticed that Han Yu's finger was already poised on the trigger, although he still found it hard to believe that Han Yu had the audacity to shoot him. The captain of the enforcers, it was evident that Han Yu had received the green light from the commander of Area F32 and was emboldened by a sense of invulnerability. Lu Ziqiang saw no reason to gamble with his life. Upon receiving Lu Ziqiang's order, the guards dared not hesitate and promptly opened the main gate. Han Yu smirked triumphantly, gesturing to his subordinates. Enter the area, capture the targets. The enforcers of Area F-32 climbed into their vehicles, brazenly driving 6 cars into Area F-27, akin to triumphant heroes returning from battle. Han Yu trailed at the rear, retracting his firearm and smiling at Lu Ziqiang. Thank you, brother, for your cooperation. Lu Ziqiang's countenance was as grim as if he had just received news of a death in the family. In front of Han Yu, he produced his phone and dialed Li Zhang's number. Commander, the enforcers from Area F-32 have entered. Li Zhang's voice was filled with surprise. What? Did I not instruct you to stop them? They opened fire. Lu Ziqiang gritted his teeth, aimed at me. Chapter 0087. Who was the hunter? Han Yu reclined in the car, nonchalantly crossing his legs and even lighting a cigarette, his chin held high. In this confrontation, he had garnered significant respect in front of his subordinates. The enforcers beside him seemed eager to elevate him to the heavens. In comparison to Area F-27, Area F-32 was certainly lacking in both environment and scale. Yet now, they were dancing with abandon in front of their adversaries. The sensation was exhilarating. With reason, one can traverse the world. Without it, one struggles to move an inch. Beside him, Defying continued to lament the injustice. We came to apprehend individuals. Why were we not permitted entry? They only invited trouble upon themselves. How do they feel now, having been schooled by our Han Gu? Han Yu's smile widened, casually waving his hand. Let it go. We are all just doing our jobs, and none of us have it easy. There's no need to take offense. Behold, our esteemed Han Gu. How dignified he appears. Defying continues to offer his support. Han Yu clears his throat twice and declares, all right, since we are here, let us first attend to the matter at hand. Capture the individuals and retrieve the items. Should the inhabitants of District F-27 express any dissatisfaction later, we shall be equipped with ample evidence. With that, Han Yu orchestrates the deployment of 6 vehicles to pursue leads. Defying finds himself assigned to a different vehicle. This moment, Defying occupies the passenger seat, exuding an air of nonchalance as he gazes out the window. This District F-27 is hardly superior to our own District F-32. Both are equally dilapidated. The driver, an enforcer, chuckles, it's merely larger in area. I dare say it pales in comparison to our F-32. Defying smirks, I too believe so. I fail to see what superiority these people possess. Pretentious fools, brother Defying. Where are we headed first? Inquires his companion. This is my first visit as well. If you ask me, whom should I inquire? Defying exhibits none of the humility he had shown in front of Han Yu, instead casually gesturing ahead. Let us meander for a bit. The driver steers the vehicle aimlessly through the streets. After several minutes, they enter a narrow lane. Oh? The driver leans forward. Brother Defying, look at that vehicle. At the end of the alley. A car riddled with bullet holes stands still, strikingly familiar. Defying's eyes gleam with recognition. This is our chance to shine. He confirms that this is indeed the vehicle they seek. Stop, search the vicinity. Exercise caution. Defying promptly assigns tasks. The vehicle contains a 4-person team. Besides himself and the driver, 2 others occupy the back seat. All 4 disembark, brandishing their firearms, ready to pursue their target. However, just as they exit the vehicle, a sense of foreboding washes over them. The rear door of the car swings open, revealing a young man seated inside, wearing a broad smile. His chest is bandaged, a trickle of blood seeping through. Defying instantly recognizes Ning Fan, who raises a hand in greeting. You've had quite the chase, haven't you? A chilling premonition unfurls within Defying. This young man appears to be anticipating his arrival. I am the hunter here. Before Defying can fully comprehend the situation, a cold voice emerges from a side alley. Spirit Guardian. Flower danced and a figure swiftly darts from the shadows. The enforcer at the rear remains oblivious until he feels a sudden, excruciating pain in his back. With a splatter of blood, he collapses, his mouth spilling crimson, eyes filled with despair. Damn it. It's an ambush. Defying exclaims a statement that anyone could deduce. Yet, from a nearby 2-story building comes a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. You are quite astute, Spirit Guardian. Heavy artillery, boom. The enforcer's vehicle is struck, erupting in flames. The 3 surviving enforcers are hurled away, crashing against nearby walls. Xiao Fei lowers her eyelids, taking a step forward, claiming yet another life. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Defeng feels a tightness in his chest. Witnessing the demise of another comrade beneath Tang Dao ignites an overwhelming will to survive, unleashing a power beyond his limits. He clumsily scrambled to his feet and leaped through the nearest window. Once inside, he frantically searched around and, as fate would have it, discovered a back door. As he ran, Defeng coughed up blood. Yet his pace did not waver. Emerging from the rear exit, he swiftly found himself on a main road. Spotting people nearby, he felt a modicum of relief. However, this did not allow him to let his guard down. Until he encountered his own comrades, he dared not pause. At last, after 5 minutes of relentless running, he beheld a vehicle emblazoned with the insignia of his region's enforcers. To his exhilaration, the occupant was Han Yu. Brother Han, Defeng dashed towards the car as if he had seen a savior. There's been an incident? The vehicle came to an abrupt halt, and Han Yu, equally astonished, exited the car. What is going on? That brat laid an ambush for us. Defeng's face turned ashen. All my brothers in that vehicle, they were utterly slain. What? Han Yu's expression darkened ominously. Hadn't they just entered the district less than half an hour ago, only to lose an entire team of brothers? Stop quaking and tell me exactly what transpired. Defeng recounted the harrowing events to Han Yu in fragmented sentences. Upon hearing the tale, Han Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying they utilized spiritual guardians? Indeed. And their spiritual guardians are formidable. The memory of that unknown entity that had obliterated the vehicle still sent shivers down Defeng's spine. However, upon hearing this, Han Yu's thoughts shifted to another matter. He gazed in the direction Defeng had come from, his expression darkening, increasingly foreboding. This gang is employing spiritual guardians within the district, and the monitors of Region F27. Are they truly oblivious? My word, Bin, that was a fierce shot. In a damp, dust-laden room, Huizi exclaimed animatedly to Su Bin. I was just about to spring out and shoot you right back with an arrow. Su Bin replied with proud arrogance. Naturally, I've always claimed to be quite formidable. Moments earlier, after the 4 members of Wild Dog's Den ambushed Defeng, they wasted no time and proceeded to their pre-selected hideout. Ning Fan, shall we still take action against the enforcers of Region F27? To Huizi, it seemed that Ning Fan intended to ambush the enforcers of Region F32 first, then eliminate a few from F27 to sow complete chaos. However, Ning Fan shook his head. There's no need. From here on, we merely await. Await? Yes, wait. Ning Fan licked his lips. We employed spiritual guardians. What ordinarily follows in such circumstances? Xiao Fei was quick to respond this time. The monitors will hunt us down. Precisely, Ning Fan nodded. But what are the monitors of Region F27 doing? The 3's eyes gleamed simultaneously. They're trapped by the coalition of the 3 regions. They are utterly incapable of emerging to maintain order. However, the enforcers of Region F32 remain blissfully unaware of this information. Moreover, the F27 side will not only refrain from clarifying but will go to great lengths to conceal the truth. Ning Fan smiled with profound depth. The consequence of such a scenario is that mutual suspicion will only deepen. The stage has been set. How they perform this play is entirely up to them. Chapter 0088. Malevolence breeds courage. Captain, there has been a disturbance outside. Inside the monitoring office building, a man bowed to Zhang Wenchun and said, I have heard that someone has employed a spirit attendant, Dado? Zhang Wenchun raised an eyebrow. Who is it? As of now, we do not know, the man respectfully replied. I just inquired, and it seems to be an escaped convict from District F32. Soon, the man recounted the information he had gathered. After listening, Zhang Wenchun pondered for a moment. This situation seems rather coincidental. Given the sensitivity of this period, it is only natural for Zhang Wenchun to contemplate further. We need to ascertain the identity of this group of escapees and see if they are the ones we are searching for. Understood. Also, it would be prudent to investigate the enforcers in District F32 to check if that kid is mixed up with them. Got it? The man thought for a moment and then reminded, Captain, Li Jiang just called again, asking how long we intend to stir up trouble. He claims his patience is running thin. Zhang Wenchun was taken aback, then casually smiled. Oh, not pay him any mind. The man wanted to offer some advice, but Zhang Wenchun scoffed. If he truly had the resolve, he would have kicked us out long ago. He has held on this long. What threats is he still making? Who is he trying to intimidate? I require a reasonable explanation. Han Yu, accompanied by Defeng, sought out Lu Ziqiang. Lu Ziqiang had his ears bandaged. Although he had not been hit directly by the bullet, his ears had indeed suffered from the shock. Faced with Han Yu, who had caused him such distress, he naturally had no intention of being cordial. Explanation? I thought you came to provide me with one. Lu Ziqiang pointed at his ear. Shouldn't you explain this gunshot? My man is dead. Han Yu's eyes turned crimson. He died in your district? Lu Ziqiang was taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. I told you not to come in, and you didn't believe me. Whom can you blame? Go to hell. Suddenly, Defying drew his gun, aiming it at Lu Ziqiang. If you keep playing games with me, do you believe I will shoot you right now? Han Yu did not intervene. He was equally enraged. However, this time, Lu Ziqiang paid no heed to the gun in his opponent's hand. Hearing the commotion, a throng of individuals clad in enforcer uniforms rushed over, each brandishing their weapons, directing them at Han Yu, Defying, and the others encircled in the middle. This is my territory, Lu Ziqiang said coldly. You still haven't had enough of showing off? Han Yu's expression was somewhat tense, yet he did not reveal it. What do you mean? My meaning is quite clear. Lu Ziqiang narrowed his eyes. I do not wish to cause trouble, but I am not afraid of it either. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. Disarm them. A group rushed forward. Han Yu's face twisted in rage. How dare you? What is there to fear? Lu Ziqiang slammed the table and shouted. You dare to fire a gun right next to my ear. Do you think I wouldn't dare disarm you? Do you truly take me for your father? Must I indulge you in every matter? The atmosphere, charged with tension, grows ever more intense, with the very air thickened by a weighty aura. The enforcers from Zone F-27, acutely aware of their captain's past misfortunes, acted without a hint of hesitation, inadvertently landing a couple of blows on Defying and Han Yu during the disarmament process. You have a commander, and so do we. Lu Ziqiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was his turn to showcase his bravado. Our commander has indeed stated, if you refuse to accept our courtesy, then let us tear it asunder. Li Jiang had indeed made such a declaration. The matters concerning the Santong Cooperative Zone had already incensed him. Now, with the enforcers from Zone F-32 joining the fray, do they truly regard our F-27 zone as a public restroom? Is it that anyone can come by to relieve themselves? Han Yu's teeth clenched in fury. In his view, he was in the right, and moreover, they had lost a brother upon entering. More crucially, the adversary had utilized a spiritual envoy to slay his comrade. To this day, Lu Ziqiang had offered no explanation, instead opting to disarm them. He recalled the commander's earlier words over the phone. If Zone F-27 resorts to force, it can only signify one thing. They are in cahoots with that fugitive. UF-27 folks truly play dirty. Han Yu ground his teeth in anger. What is this? Having suffered a setback, you resort to insults? Quite pathetic. Lu Ziqiang dismissed him with a cold snort. Expel the brothers from Zone F-32. The crowd surged forward once more, kicking and shoving Han Yu and Defying away. Han Yu was forced down, his head held as he was shoved into a vehicle. Meanwhile, the other enforcers from Zone F-32 had also arrived, disembarking from their 4 vehicles to witness their captain and Defying being escorted away, igniting a blaze of anger within them. Yet, what awaited them was the brutal treatment from the enforcers of Zone F-27. With Han Yu captured, his subordinates dared not act recklessly, instead curling up to shield themselves from the punches and kicks. Amidst the chaotic sounds around him, Han Yu, with his head pressed down, his gaze flickered with a fierce intensity. This is intolerable. My brother was slain by a fugitive wielding a released spiritual envoy, and Zone F-27 doesn't even bother to put on a performance. The monitors do not show their faces. If we are tossed out like this, it's not just a matter of losing face. Once the F-27 enforcers send the fugitive away and administer the special serum or relocate, then our losses would be utterly in vain. Those fallen brothers would have died in vain. Without evidence, we have no grounds for protest. Therefore, anger breeds recklessness. Damn it. This is no way to be treated. Han Yu bellowed, startling his comrades. Let us take them down. The enforcers from Zone F-32 had long been seething with rage, but had chosen to swallow their indignation in the absence of Han Yu's command. Now that their leader had given the order, what hesitation remained? They swiftly drew their weapons. Lu Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Han Yu to be this unhinged. However, at the moment the guns fired, chaos erupted. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yu broke free, snatching a gun from one of his subordinates, his eyes blazing as he charged toward Lu Ziqiang. Did I not tell you? Guns can easily misfire. Were you not warned to be cautious? Bang! Lu Ziqiang's forehead erupted in a burst of crimson mist. Following that, his robust frame crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Han Yu's visage remained grotesque as he unleashed several more shots into Lu Ziqiang's lifeless body. Finally, after venting his fury, a semblance of rationality returned to him. Find someone. Even in death, those scoundrels must be dragged out. He understood that the only way to put an end to this chaos was to capture the culprits. Otherwise, grave consequences would ensue. Meanwhile, at the headquarters building. What? Li Jiang grasped the phone, his countenance ashen. Lu Ziqiang is dead? Yes, indeed. The individuals from Zone F-32 have gone mad. Their captain has slain Captain Lu. The executor on the other end of the line was evidently taken aback by the sudden turmoil. Damn it! Li Jiang clenched his teeth in anger. What is the situation over there? Those people have all scattered. It appears they are hunting down the fugitive. Hunting down a fugitive. This fugitive has stolen the kidney of our commander. Hasn't he? To seek him out, they would dare to kill even the captain of the executors? Li Jiang simply could not comprehend. Why such a ruckus over a mere trifle? Commander, what shall we do now? If they manage to take the person away just like that, what will become of our reputation in Zone F-27? Li Jiang exclaimed furiously. Mobilize all executors. Those wretched beings from F-32. Kill one on sight. Chapter 0089. Everything seems off outside. A cacophony ensued. Zhang Wenchun listened to the tumult outside, his brow slightly furrowed. The man he had previously dispatched reported. Executors from 2 zones have engaged in combat. Zhang Wenchun pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he rose and proceeded to the interrogation room. Inside, Wen Kai's countenance remained frosty. This time, Zhang Wenchun did not smile. Your little pup seems to have arrived. Wen Kai's gaze sharpened. Yet soon, she scoffed. Do you think you can trick me? He is not foolish. How could he? Not only is he not foolish, but he is also quite astute. The corners of Zhang Wenchun's mouth slowly lifted. I wonder what method he employed to incite such turmoil in the district. When Kai fixed her gaze on Zhang Wenchun intently, at last, she confirmed that Zhang Wenchun was not lying. This young man aims to create chaos, drawing our people out, and then seizing the opportunity to rescue you. Zhang Wenchun's tone remained flat. I must say, the bond between you two is truly enviable. I've heard you've known each other for but a short while. Such a deep affection. TSK. It's quite admirable. When Kai fell silent, she dared not speak. She feared that any misstep in her words might reveal Ning Fan's vulnerabilities. Ning Fan has arrived. When Kai felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. Yet more than that, she was filled with concern. Could he contend with Zhang Wenchun? Zhang Wenchun mused aloud, glancing towards the door. However, if we remain silent and do nothing, what other tricks could he possibly devise? Indeed, chaos had erupted within the district. Nearly 100 executors from Zone F-27 were mobilized, each exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. Their captain had been slain, killed by an outsider within their own territory. Who could endure such an affront? In the towering edifice, Li Jiang's countenance was somber as he paced restlessly within his office. He had regained a measure of composure compared to before, yet this newfound calmness left an unsettling feeling in his heart. Something about the situation felt amiss, but he could not discern precisely what it was. The incident in F-32 district, where items had been stolen, led the perpetrators to flee to F-27 district. Upon the arrival of personnel from F-27, the fugitives had audaciously employed spirit servants, resulting in the deaths of several individuals on the opposing side. Suddenly, Li Jiang came to a halt, his face reflecting a flicker of astonishment. He realized where the issue lay. Why did this band of fugitives flee to F-27 district after committing theft? If F-27 did not possess the Tri-Union Collaborative Zone, local enforcers would undoubtedly coordinate with their counterparts to encircle and capture the fugitives. Thus, entering the district would essentially be akin to walking into a dead end. Unless this group of fugitives was aware of the Tri-Union Collaborative Zone and possessed a profound understanding of it. Furthermore, their audacity in recklessly employing spirit servants within the district indicated that they knew the monitors were currently incapacitated. This group was targeting the Tri-Union Collaborative Zone. A chill ran down Li Jiang's spine. It was that young man. He recalled the child who had previously orchestrated the plan to capture Su Bei. They had crossed paths only once, and he could barely remember the boy's appearance. He was aware that Zhang Wanchun had orchestrated everything to lure that child in. Yet, he never believed the boy would dare to come. But now, the child had indeed arrived. Not only had he come, but he had also deceived everyone. With this thought, Li Jiang immediately reached for the telephone. However, just as he was about to make the call, a series of muffled thuds echoed from outside the door. He glanced toward the entrance, his plump figure instinctively retreating a step, his eyes filled with shock. His mind buzzed. All the enforcers had been dispatched to encircle and eliminate those in F-32 district, leaving minimal protective forces within the building, and outside. Bang! The door was thrust open, revealing a young man with bandages wrapped around his chest. "Hello, Commander Li," the young man greeted with a smile. "Commander, the situation in F-27 district has escalated dramatically." Han Yu was concealed in an alley, urgently contacting his commander. "They have mobilized all the enforcers to hunt us down." "Hunt down?" "Yes. They have abandoned any pretense of justification." Han Yu's emotions were tumultuous, swirling with anger, resentment, and fear. He had just witnessed the opposing enforcers execute someone without uttering a single word after locating their target. Moreover, he had personally killed Lu Ziqiang. The animosity directed toward him was undoubtedly intensified. Panic overtook him. "Damn it! This is utterly intolerable," the commander replied sharply. "Have you captured that fugitive?" "Not yet." Han Yu paused for a moment before quickly adding, "However, we have recently gathered some intelligence. Today, a young man was indeed seeking buyers for a special medication. Prior to Han Yu's entry into the district, someone had reached out to various contacts, intending to sell a special medication. That individual was Su Bin, at Ning Fan's behest. The rationale behind this was straightforward. He intends to solidify the matter regarding the fugitive in Zone F-27. With this information, the chief's confidence has evidently surged. Very well. I shall contact the main district immediately. Damn it. I am eager to see just how lawless Zone F-27 can become." The chief's voice was deep and resonant. However, whether or not to contact the main district and how to punish Zone F-27 is of little consequence to Han Yu at this moment. "Chief, then rest assured. As soon as I receive any news from the main district, I will inform you without delay." "Hold on a bit longer," the chief reassured him. Yet, Han Yu appeared bewildered. "Chief, did you not hear what I just said? The enforcers throughout the district are besieging us. We cannot hide for much longer. Do not worry. News will come soon." The chief abruptly ended the call. Han Yu stared at his phone, his features contorting in anguish, his teeth chattering as he emitted a series of clattering sounds. Meanwhile, after hanging up, the chief hesitated for a moment before resolutely dialing the main district. As he described the situation to them, his agitation grew increasingly intense. By the end, he was nearly shouting into the phone. "My men have all perished in Zone F-27. What is the meaning of this? Each of those enforcers was personally selected and meticulously trained by me. Their deaths are like daggers piercing my heart. They are all gone. They were my children. I will not tolerate this. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation from Zone F-27 today, I shall personally lead a team to seek accountability. If you have the guts, then go ahead and kill me too. I cannot remain calm. If I do not attain fair and just recompense today, I will engage in a relentless struggle with Zone F-27 from this day forth. No one shall have it easy." With a resounding clap, the chief ended the call. Gradually, the fervor in his expression subsided. "Attempting to steal from me? Let me show you how I shall skin you alive."